Chapter 1 Rebirth. The night was particularly dark, with a howling wind intermingling with the desolate cries of crows, evoking a profound sense of desolation. In the dilapidated courtyard, a faint metallic scent of blood mingled with the earthy odor of decay. Swish, swish. The sound of the whip cracked through the air, striking a white figure. The woman knelt in the corner, her once white garments now drenched in crimson, the festering wounds repeatedly lashed, oozing darkened pus, her skin marred beyond recognition. Yet, in this moment, she seemed to be numb to the pain, until she caught sight of a couple nestled within the house. Her hollow gaze suddenly sharpened with incredulous shock and anguish. "Qin Yunlang, how could you do this to me?" Gu Niansheng cried out hoarsely. She had devoted her heart to him, paving the way for his ascent to the throne, yet now, her noble family bore the shameful label of treason, facing annihilation. "Gu Niansheng, did you truly believe that I harbored feelings for you?" Qin Yunlang scoffed. "You should consider whether you are worthy of such affection." Gu Niansheng clung to Qin Yunlang's arm, her beautiful face radiating a smug, playful smile. "Sister, Yunlang's heart belongs to me. You are merely a pawn who has been used. Do you not comprehend this? How could this be?" Gu Niansheng's heart trembled, her eyes bleeding tears as she hysterically exclaimed, "They are your parents, your family. How could you unjustly accuse them of treason? Not a single member of your family is spared. Are you even human? My family?" Gu Niansheng sneered, her once lovely visage twisting into a grotesque mask. "They are merely my foster parents. They treated me well before you returned, but once you came back, all their affections shifted to you. They deserve their fate." Gu Niansheng, you're truly naive. I merely flattered you a few times, and you took it to heart. When Wei Xianqi was alive, he could protect you and the Gu family. Now that he is dead, your end is inevitable. Wei Xianqi? Gu Niansheng's expression shifted. "You were the cause of his death?" She shook her head in disbelief. "That cannot be. He is so strong, an invincible general, no one could defeat him. How could he perish at your hands?" In response, Gu Niansheng suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth unsettling. "The general of the north possesses great might. Indeed, no one could slay him. But what if he willingly met his demise?" "What do you mean?" "The general of the north truly harbored deep feelings for you. He knew I had poisoned you with a curse, and only a lover's death could break it. But now, your parents have perished. Where is the true love left for you?" A cold glimmer flickered in Gu Niansheng's eyes. "Yet, with Wei Xianqi gone, your poison is now lifted. The very person you sought to avoid, his death has liberated you from your curse." How utterly ironic. In that instant, Gu Niansheng felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her, her eyes vacant, her expression blank, as the image of that cold, handsome face flashed through her mind. She had misunderstood him for so many years. "Oh, you know why I have never killed you?" Gu Niansheng grasped Gu Niansheng's chin, her fingers pressing down with relentless force. "Because I want you to witness the demise of everyone around you, powerless to change their fate, living a life worse than death. But now, your existence is meaningless. Yunlang will ascend to the throne, and I shall become the empress, revered by all. As for you, you are merely the daughter of a traitor, the greatest joke." The dagger plunged in her chest, and a beautiful bloom of crimson erupted forth. Gu Niansheng's bloodshot eyes fixed upon the two before her, an overwhelming rage igniting within her. How she loathed them! If granted a second chance at life, she would ensure that they suffered more than death. If she could live again, she would not betray anyone. Not in the great Xia dynasty, at the duke's residence. "Niansheng, wake up!" A gentle voice laced with concern reached her ears. Gu Niansheng felt a twinge of confusion. Had she not already perished? Why could she still hear voices? As she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld her beloved parents and elder brother standing before her. Everything felt as warm and comforting as a dream, causing her eyes to sting, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Shenger, are you unwell? Please tell mother," the beautiful woman said, her hand resting on Gu Niansheng's forehead, her brow furrowed with worry and care. It was her mother Luo Yi. "Mother, it's all my fault." I could see that moment. A voice filled with guilt broke through. Gu Niansheng knelt beside her bed, her fair and delicate face streaked with tears, her eyes swollen from crying, resembling a weeping pear blossom. eliciting deep sympathy from all who beheld her. It was my failure to care for my sister. When she fought with Zhu Jinyao, I couldn't stop them, and when she fell into the lake, I couldn't save her. It was my inadequacy. As she spoke, a vivid red mark appeared on her exposed arm, the pale skin accentuating its sinister depth. Gu Hongzhen noticed this and remarked, "Nianin, you did your best. This was not something you could prevent, so do not blame yourself." Fell into the lake? Gu Niansheng was momentarily stunned. Was this not the incident that occurred when she was 17? Could it be that she had returned to that very year? She recalled that at that time, she had not yet married Wei Xianxi and was still betrothed to the third prince, Qin Yunlang, because Gu Nianen's friend, Zhu Jinyao, had insulted her in front of Qin Yunlang, calling her an ugly monster. She had taken offense, leading to a scuffle that resulted in their fall into the lake. This incident had spread throughout the capital, igniting jealousy and rivalry between her and Zhu Jinyao, while the mark on her forehead became notorious. Branded as ugly and impetuous, with jealousy as her only claim to fame, she had become a complete laughingstock. "Niansheng, will you forgive me?" Gu Nianen grasped her hand, her tear-streaked visage appearing utterly pitiable, evoking compassion in anyone who witnessed the scene. Any man would be utterly disarmed, unable to impose punishment. In the past, she too had perceived Gu Nianen as gentle and kind, until the Gu family was condemned, and she realized the cruelty and malice hidden beneath that tearful thought. What if I refuse? Chapter 2. A clear intent to harm upon uttering those words. Gu Nianen's expression instantly froze, as if she doubted her own hearing. "Niansheng, what did you say?" Gu Niansheng withdrew her hand, her demeanor frigid. "I said, I do not forgive." It was no longer a question, but a definitive declaration. "Niansheng, what is wrong with you?" Gu Hongzhen furrowed his brow. Although Nianen was present during the incident, it had occurred so suddenly that she had been unable to rescue her. The Duke and Duchess of Jinghua were equally perplexed. Niansheng and Nianen had always shared an excellent relationship, and Niansheng was not one to harbor grudges. So what had changed this time? Seeing everyone speak on her behalf, Gu Nianen began to cry more pitifully. Noticing her attempt to feign innocence, Gu Niansheng spoke directly, denying her the opportunity to lament. "Nianen, I have a dark mark on my forehead, and I have only confided in you about it. Zhu Jinyao is your friend. If you had not informed her, how could she have publicly called me an ugly monster and even deliberately pushed me into the water?" Her gaze was piercing and articulate as she fixed her stare on Gu Nianen, her voice icy. "I demand an explanation. When this incident had transpired years ago, Gu Nian had blubbered and managed to gloss over the matter. Although Niansheng had felt some doubt, she had not voiced it, thinking that Nianen could not possibly have meant any harm. In retrospect, it was evident that this woman had orchestrated the entire affair, intent on sullying her reputation and ensuring that gossip would spread about her being unworthy of Qin Minglang. Upon hearing these words, the Duke and Duchess of Jinghua and Gu Hongzhen were momentarily taken aback. They had initially assumed it was merely an unfortunate accident. However, Niansheng's revelation altered everything. Gu Nianen felt a jolt within her heart as she gazed at her familiar yet foolish sister lying on the bed, contemplating. Usually, she always obeyed my commands. Yet today she is acting so strangely. A sense of panic welled up within her. At that moment, Gu Nianen's maid, Chunlan, knelt down, exclaiming, "It is all the servant's fault. When Miss Zhu visited last time, I inadvertently let something slip. Please do not blame the second young miss. She truly knows nothing." Gu Nianen looked at Chunlan, reproaching, "How could you be so careless?" Then, she turned back to Gu Niansheng and said, "Sister, Chunlan's mistake was unintentional. She did not mean it. Please forgive her this once." Watching the two perform their act of master and servant so seamlessly, deftly shifting all blame away, Gu Niansheng couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Truly, they were adept performers, even training that made to cooperate so well. However, she would no longer be clouded by tears as she had in the past. An unintentional mistake? I see it as an intentional attempt to harm me. Gu Niansheng's deep, dark eyes sparkled with sharpness as she spoke with conviction. She was well aware that Zhu Jinyao was her adversary and understood the significance of beauty to a woman, yet she still chose to speak out. "Now, the news of my ugliness has spread throughout the entire imperial city, claiming that I am in a rivalry with Zhu Jinyao over the third prince. And thus, what remains of my reputation? According to my sister, it was merely an unintentional blunder. Yet, what value does a girl who cannot even discern the gravity of a situation hold? The series of probing questions weighed heavily upon Gu Niansheng, rendering her breathless. She opened her mouth to speak but found herself utterly at a loss for words. The Duke of Jinghua, Gu Niansheng, observed his usually generous daughter uttering such harsh words and felt a surge of anger, realizing the depth of her grievances. Bring her forth and administer 50 lashes. Then expel her from the mansion. Spring Orchid's expression changed dramatically. Sekimus, please save me. However, before Gu Niansheng could interject, Gu Niansheng declared, although Niansheng's actions were unintentional, her failure to manage the servants cannot go unpunished. She shall reflect upon her mistakes in solitude. Gu Niansheng's face turned pale. She longed to plead her case. But her parents' attention remained fixed on Gu Niansheng, leaving her feeling disregarded. Reluctantly, she nodded in acquiescence. The following day, Gu Niansheng, having spent an entire night in contemplation, came to fully believe that she had truly returned to the age of 17. Had the heavens shown her mercy for her lingering obsession before death? In this life, she vowed never to allow treacherous individuals to succeed again. She silently repeated this in her heart, recognizing that the opportunity granted by fate must be cherished, and she would repay all the suffering to those ungrateful, despicable beings. My lady, please do not dwell on it, Yi remarked, noticing Gu Niansheng lost in thought, mistakenly believing she was troubled by the scandal from the previous day. The people of the imperial city had short memories. In a few days, they would forget when new events unfolded. Gu Niansheng snapped back to reality, casting a glance at Yi, reflecting, your perspective is overly simplistic. Indeed, the people of the imperial city are forgetful, but Gu Niansheng and Qin Minglang will not forfeit any chance to ruin my reputation. They are likely relishing the opportunity to let this incident gain traction. She gazed into the mirror at her reflection, the large mark on her forehead prominent. Yi continued to style her hair, as usual, attempting to conceal the mark, yet the disarray of her hair only served to enhance her unpleasing appearance. Not only that, but she also applied heavy makeup, only to find it rendered her visage even less attractive. Yi, please fashion a normal hairstyle for me. Upon hearing this, Yi was momentarily taken aback. My lady, are you serious? Of course, Gu Niansheng replied, her gaze deepening as she regarded the young girl beside her, vividly recalling how Yi had desperately saved her in her past life, a memory that would forever haunt her. After Yi styled her hair in a conventional manner, Gu Niansheng applied a light touch of makeup, and then turned to face her reflection. In truth, her features were quite beautiful. Luo Yi was renowned as the most stunning beauty of the great Xia dynasty, and as her daughter, Gu Niansheng's looks were certainly not lacking. It was merely that the mark marred her beauty. Furthermore, Wei Xianqi had once informed her that the mark was not a natural birthmark, but rather a result of poisoning. If only one could acquire a clear poison fruit, the toxin could be eradicated. However, such fruits were exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Coincidentally, Wei Xianqi possessed one. But at that time, Gu Niansheng had been misled by Gu Niansheng and Qin Minglang's words, leading her to deeply misunderstand Wei Xianqi's intentions and subsequently reject his offer. Now that I have come to understand that it was Wei Xianqi who has been protecting me throughout my past lives and the Duke of the State, I realize just how profound my misconceptions truly are. This poison, who could have unleashed it upon me? Chapter 3. The Four Talents of the Imperial City. A gentle knock echoed through the air, followed by the entrance of a tall, elegant figure into Gu Niansheng's view. Niansheng, I have come to see you. The third prince, Qin Minglang, approached with a smile reminiscent of a warm spring day. Clad in a splendid blue brocade robe intricately embroidered with cloud patterns and adorned with a sapphire spiderweb belt, his ink-black hair was elegantly tied up with a jade hairpin. Beneath his striking brows, his bright eyes sparkled, complemented by a refined nose and alluringly thin lips, all framed by a warm, jade-like smile, making him appear as if he had stepped out of a painting. Undoubtedly, he was the most handsome man in the imperial city, with countless young ladies enamored by the third prince. Zhu Jinyao's decision to unveil Gu Niansheng's beauty in front of Qin Minglang stemmed from her affections for him. In her previous life, she too had been captivated by his visage and warm demeanor, ultimately losing herself in the web of his carefully spun lies. After returning yesterday, I have been quite concerned. Are you feeling any better now? Qin Minglang inquired with genuine concern. Gu Niansheng turned to face him, taken aback by the depth of care reflected in his handsome features, where tenderness and heartache glimmered in his gaze. She could not help but marvel at his acting prowess. Indeed, no one in the palace could rival him in such theatrics. I am much better, Gu Niansheng replied. Internally, Qin Minglang suppressed his disdain. He had initially forged this engagement to win over the Duke of Zhenghua. The betrothal was meant for the Duke's biological daughter, who had gone missing years prior, leading to the adoption of Gu Niansheng. Compliant and beautiful, she had pleased him, but unexpectedly, Gu Niansheng had reappeared a year ago, transforming the engagement into one with her. Were it not for the Duke's significant assistance in his quest for the throne, he would not have subjected himself to this unattractive girl. That is good to hear, Qin Minglang said, relief washing over his features as he truly beheld Gu Niansheng for the first time. Upon this closer inspection, he was taken aback. Since her return a year ago, she had always favored gaudy clothing, and her appearance had been quite disheveled, making it difficult for him to see her true beauty. Now, dressed in a refined manner, her hair neatly arranged without the previous chaos and devoid of excessive makeup, he could finally discern her true visage. To his surprise, Gu Niansheng was not unattractive. On the contrary, her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as pale as snow, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. The curve of her lips held a hint of bewitching allure. However, the noticeable mark on her forehead marred her beauty, ultimately rendering her unfit for public view. Qin Minglang regained his composure and inquired, I have heard that Nian has been punished with solitary reflection. She is currently consumed by sorrow, crying like a heartbroken soul. What has transpired? Minglang, you seem to be quite concerned about Nian. Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow and remarked, Not at all. Qin Minglang's gaze flickered as he hurriedly denied it. I merely happened to hear of this matter. Besides, Nian is your sister, and you have always treated her with utmost kindness. If she is aggrieved, it is only natural that you would feel distressed as well. That is indeed curious. Gu Niansheng propped her chin on her hand, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. How is it that you are aware of this while I remain in the dark? Could it be that my sister informed you first? The young woman appeared languid, her inky hair cascading over her shoulders, intertwining with her flowing white dress, exuding a simple yet untamed beauty. Her deep, dark eyes gazed at him with a playful smile, evoking in him a sense of vulnerability as if he had nowhere to hide. Have I been seen through? A fleeting thought crossed Qin Minglang's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, knowing well that this girl was rather naive. She believed whatever she was told and could not possibly see through his intentions. Niansheng, what troubles you? Qin Minglang frowned, revealing his displeasure. Are you doubting me? Even if you were to suspect me, you should not cast doubt upon your sister. Gu Niansheng's heart let out a cold laugh, recognizing the typical tactics of a scoundrel, yet she maintained a effet of innocence. Why would I ever doubt you? Only then did Qin Minglang smile, stating, The Duke of the State has always held you in great affection. If you were to plead on her behalf, Nian would surely be spared. Why don't you go and speak to him? Gu Niansheng suggested nonchalantly, her gaze drifting to the folding fan in Qin Minglang's hand. Did you acquire this fan at the recent auction? She recalled this fan, which concealed a formidable martial art. Qin Minglang had not realized its significance until months later, when he accidentally discovered its power. Had he not honed this skill, he would not have distinguished himself among the royal princes, garnering much admiration. Noticing her attention fixed on the fan, Qin Minglang felt a surge of disdain. He understood Gu Niansheng well. The news of his acquisition of the fan had spread like wildfire, and she was likely eager to flaunt it in front of others. Indeed, such a superficial woman was utterly insufferable. Niansheng, if you plead for her, I shall gift you this fan, Qin Minglang proposed. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu Niansheng's eyes. The bait had been taken. Very well. She seized the fan from him. I shall go and seek my father's intercession, and this fan will be mine. Qin Minglang looked at his now empty hand, wondering if her speed had somehow increased. Very well. with the fan in her possession. Gu Niansheng set off to seek her father's assistance, while simultaneously devising a plan to take revenge on both Gu Niansheng and Qin Minglang. Just then, she collided with Gu Hongzhen. Gu Hongzhen was adorned in a white robe embroidered with cloud patterns, a porcelain blue belt cinching his waist. His ink-black hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth and full forehead, always appearing spirited and vivacious. As the son of the most beautiful woman in the great Xia dynasty, Gu Hongzhen possessed a complexion fairer than that of ordinary men. His appearance was strikingly refined and elegant, with a pair of bright, clear phoenix eyes that slightly tilted upwards. When he smiled, it was as if a gentle spring breeze enveloped those around him, stirring their hearts. Like Qin Minglang, he was renowned as one of the most handsome men in the imperial city. The four talents of the imperial city included the crown prince Qin Xiuyu, the third prince Qin Minglang, the cabinet reader Gu Hongzhen, and the northern guardian Wang Wei Xianqi, all celebrated as the four great beauties of the imperial city. His elder brother, Gu Hongzhen, was well-versed in both ancient and contemporary knowledge, harboring grand ambitions. Without relying on family connections, he triumphed in the imperial examinations, becoming the top scholar and now serving as a cabinet reader. With a wealth of talent and a steadfast sense of integrity, he was regarded as a promising rising star in the officialdom. Niansheng, are you feeling better? Gu Hongzhen inquired with genuine concern. Gu Niansheng nodded with a smile. I am well, elder brother. He had always treated her with great kindness, and the same went for Gu Niansheng. She vividly recalled her brother's indomitable spirit before his untimely demise, a sight both tragic and fierce. That's good to hear. Gu Hongzhen's smile was warm as he noticed the difference in Gu Niansheng's makeup today, his expression subtly shifting yet radiating approval. Niansheng, you are truly beautiful. There is no need for self-doubt. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I shall take it upon myself to teach them a lesson. A warmth spread through Gu Niansheng's heart as she raised her brows and replied, Of course, my mother is the first beauty, and my elder brother is one of the four talents of the imperial city. Who would dare say I am unattractive? Gu Hongzhen gently tousled her hair and said softly, In a couple of days, the imperial city will host a Cuju tournament. Would you and Niansheng like to join in the festivities? You've only returned home for a year, and many do not know you well. This would be a perfect opportunity for me to introduce my dear sister to everyone. Sound great, she replied. Chapter 4. The Unparalleled Northern King 3 days later at the Cuju field. Today's Cuju tournament is hosted by the royal family, attracting the elite of society, including esteemed officials and promising youths, all gathered here in high spirits, engaging in lively discussions. The young ladies have adorned themselves with great care, competing for beauty, seizing the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the fine young men from prominent families. The moment Gu Hongzhen makes his appearance, he instantly captures numerous gazes. As the newly acclaimed top scholar in the officialdom and one of the four talents of the imperial city, Gu Hongzhen is undeniably a figure of great renown, the object of admiration for countless young ladies. Niansheng, please sit here for a moment. I shall greet them. Following his line of sight, she notices Crown Prince Qin Xiuyu, third Prince Qin Minglang, and several familiar faces engaged in cheerful conversation nearby. All right. The two respond and take a seat in the resting area with a group of young ladies, enjoying tea and snacks. The ladies originally seated there all have their eyes fixed on the crown prince and his companions, with 3 of the 4 talents now present. Each one is a dream suitor, and they hope for a mere exchange of words to blush their cheeks. Among them, one woman is particularly fortunate. Gu Hongzhen is her elder brother, and the third prince is her betrothed. However, her lack of talent and virtue naturally incites disdain from others. Look, isn't that Gu Niansheng in the purple attire? It is said she dresses oddly and behaves peculiarly, but today she seems quite normal. Yet the dark mark on her forehead indeed mars her beauty. Even if she appears normal, isn't her personality still haughty and overbearing? I have heard that Gu Niansheng has been suffering terribly since her return, forced to endure daily, weeping in silence. And hasn't she lost considerable weight? Listening to the discussions around her, Gu Niansheng inwardly laments how her reputation has been tarnished by Gu Niansheng. At home, she is always obedient to Gu Niansheng. Yet the latter ventures out to play the victim, leading everyone to perceive her as the arrogant young lady of the duke's household, taking advantage of her status as the legitimate daughter to bully her. This grievance she will surely reclaim. At that moment, a gasp suddenly erupts. Look, the Northern King has arrived. The Northern King, Wei Xianxi, originally the General of the North, has achieved remarkable military accomplishments over the past year, reclaiming lost territories and sweeping through the border tribes, earning immense merit for His Majesty. It is rumored that as long as the Northern King remains, no one dares to challenge the borders of the great Xia dynasty. To showcase his esteemed status, he has been specially granted the title of Northern King. At this moment, all eyes in the venue shift to the most illustrious man of the great Xia dynasty. With hair cascading like a waterfall, he is truly unparalleled, noble, domineering, mesmerizing, and wild. No single adjective can fully encapsulate this man. Clad in a black, form-fitting attire that accentuates his tall and upright figure, he stands apart from ordinary men, his half-bound hair exuding a sense of wildness and rebelliousness. He strides forth as if treading atop a mountain peak, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Below his sword-like brows lie deep, ebony eyes, resembling an unfathomable abyss, imbued with wisdom and sharpness that seem to pierce through all. Beneath the sunlight, a silver mask glimmered with a chilling radiance, obscuring half of his visage, yet failing to conceal his striking charm. Gu Niansheng gazed at the towering figure, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. Years ago, it was at this very Cuju tournament that she first encountered Wei Xianxi, who had taken a liking to her, ultimately leading her to become the lady of the northern town. What, I wonder, does the prince of the northern town truly look like? I have heard tales of his gallant presence on the battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of his foes, a true man indeed, even with just half of his face visible. It suffices to declare him one of the 4 talents of the imperial city. What more can be said of the entirety of his countenance? Many young women felt their hearts flutter at the sight, for the 4 talents were all exceptional, and this prince of the northern town, shrouded in mystery and power, captivated them even further. Do not harbor any notions about the prince of the northern town. Have you not heard that he shuns the company of women, lacking even a single female attendant by his side? There were those who, in their folly, dared to entertain such thoughts, only to mysteriously vanish from this world. A chill swept through the crowd. The prince, young and accomplished, had carved out his formidable reputation, and countless women aspired to be generals' wives. Yet, the northern general was genuinely cold-hearted, showing no tenderness towards the fairer sex. His icy demeanor was indeed fearsome. I have heard that the prince has recently achieved great merit, which has pleased the emperor greatly, prompting the organization of this Cuju tournament, with perhaps a hint of a desire to select a wife for him. However, the prince's haughty disposition and unpredictable temperament leave one to wonder who might be destined to become the general's wife. Gu Niansheng's emotions were complex. She had arrived in vibrant attire, perhaps too conspicuous, inexplicably catching Wei Xianxi's eye. Throughout the years of their marriage, she had remained unchanged, enduring the incessant ridicule and rumors from the outside world. Yet Wei Xianxi had never uttered a word of complaint, silencing all those who dared to speak ill of her. Now, as she donned a more subdued appearance, she questioned whether their paths had diverged beyond recognition. Wei Xianxi approached Gu Niansheng directly, in a nearby resting area. Every gaze in attendance shifted to follow them. Gu Niansheng felt as though his eyes lingered on her for but a fleeting moment, causing her heart to skip a beat. Yet, as she saw Wei Xianxi sit down with an air of indifference, reality dawned upon her. They were now strangers. How could he possibly be looking at her? Oh, Gu Niansheng, you truly are an eyesore. A clear voice laced with mockery chimed in, accompanied by laughter and triumph. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng furrowed her brow and turned to see Zhu Jinyao approaching with ill intentions. Upon noticing Gu Niansheng's appearance that day, her expression flickered with momentary confusion before she laughed derisively. With a look like that, how can you bear to face anyone? Since you can face others, why should I shy away? Gu Niansheng retorted. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the third prince? You merely snatched him away from Yan'an. Zhu Jinyao, a close friend of Gu Niansheng, was well acquainted with the third prince and harbored feelings for him. However, She was aware of her own shortcomings now. With Gu Niansheng's unexpected return, claiming the engagement, her ire was unleashed. "I am unworthy. What of you?" Gu Niansheng rose with an unhurried grace, her dark, luminous eyes radiating a piercing chill. The marriage contract was originally established with the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State. However, due to my prolonged disappearance, rumors suggested that it had fallen to Nianen. Yet, His Majesty has not given his assent. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. And you dare accuse me of usurping Nianen's claim? Your talent for distorting the truth is indeed remarkable. Zhu Jinyao was momentarily speechless. What has come over Gu Niansheng today? Normally, she allows me to mock her with impunity. Yet today she is articulate to the point that I cannot utter a word. What do you mean by what? If you cannot speak wisely, then hold your tongue. Gu Niansheng reprimanded. Chapter 5. What are the disturbance? Zhu Jinyao was on the verge of losing her composure, taking several deep breaths to regain her calm. The third prince, so handsome and talented, and yet you, a mere eyesore, aspire to be his rightful wife. I advise you to possess a modicum of self-awareness and abandon this engagement. If you are not embarrassed for yourself, at least do not tarnish the third prince's illustrious reputation. Upon hearing these words, Gu Niansheng forcefully slammed her teacup onto the table, splashing tea onto Zhu Jinyao. "Ah!" Zhu Jinyao shrieked. "Gu Niansheng, what are you doing?" An angry voice erupted as Zhu Yuxuan, Zhu Jinyao's brother, rushed over. "Are you resorting to intentional harm because you cannot reason? Just days ago, you deliberately caused my sister to fall into the lake, and now you scald her with tea? I have never encountered a woman with such a venomous heart." Qin Minglang and his companions, who were on their way to meet Wei Xianxi, hurried over upon witnessing the commotion. "You caused her to fall into the lake. It was clearly her intent to harm me, leading to our mutual plunge." Gu Niansheng shot him a cold glare, still holding a grudge over the previous incident. Yet he dared to turn the tables on her. "My sister is inherently kind-hearted. Such a notion is utterly impossible. Besides, your actions transpired right before everyone's eyes. How can you deny it?" The events of 3 days prior had spread like wildfire, two women vying for attention, both falling into the lake, and now it was being brought up again. Gu Niansheng let out a light laugh, her eyes glinting with derision. "It is common knowledge that my constitution is frail, and I am no match for the skilled Zhu Jinyao, especially considering her familiarity with water. If I truly sought to harm her, why would I push her into the lake? Instead, I would inquire about the incident wherein she deliberately pushed me into the water, rendering me unconscious. How shall we account for that?" Many present harbored disdain for Gu Niansheng, yet even they had to concede that her physical prowess was indeed inferior to Zhu Jinyao's. After all, Zhu Jinyao had walked back on her own, while Gu Niansheng had to be carried. Zhu Yuxuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, finally retorting. "Then what do you say about today's deliberate scalding of my Jinyao? Nianen, are you all right?" At that moment, Qin Minglang looked anxiously at Gu Nianen, who was covering her hand. From a slightly rolled-up sleeve, a faint red mark was visible. "Did the tea scald you as well?" Gu Nianen softly shook her head, responding, "I am fine." Gu Niansheng rolled her eyes internally. That pained expression, while clutching her hand, was merely a ploy to inform everyone of her injury. She pretended to be aggrieved and timid, inviting speculation about how pitifully she was mistreated at home. A layer of uncontrollable anger colored Qin Minglang's brow. Every time he was out with Gu Niansheng, he inevitably faced embarrassment, and Nianen always seemed to be harmed in the process. "Niansheng, how can you be so unreasonable? You have injured someone again. Apologize at once." Gu Nian lo teas, conceding his time. Gu Niansheng was indeed reckless. She needed not exert herself much to earn the disdain of all. Gu Niansheng shot him a glance. "Why should I apologize?" "Why?" Qin Minglang was taken aback. "You have hurt someone, and you still question why? You have truly gone too far. Indeed, it is excessive." Zhu Yuxuan chimed in. Gu Hongzhen, seeing his younger sister targeted by so many, could not help but feel anxious. He stepped beside Gu Niansheng, shielding her from view. There must be a misunderstanding. Gu Niansheng felt warmth in her heart at this gesture, gently patting her brother's hand before stepping forward. "Am I excessive? Is it excessive for Zhu Jinyao to insult me as an ugly monster upon her arrival?" Is it not excessive for her to slander me? After all, I am the daughter of the Duke of the State. She claims I am unworthy of being seen, and when I offer a few retorts, I am deemed excessive? Perhaps you can enlighten me on what exactly constitutes excessive behavior. Her voice rang clear and melodious, yet each word struck deeply, resonating with the hearts of those present. Miss Niansheng speaks with reason. Had Zhu Jinyao not spoken so indiscriminately, such actions would not have arisen. Prince Qin Xiuyu interjected. Qin Minglang, witnessing the prince step forward to seek justice, felt that his previous bias was now exposed, and thus remarked, Zhu Jinyao is indeed at fault. But Nianin and she have been hurt. Hurt? Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. I am curious to know how this cup of tea could inflict harm. As her words fell, she seized the cup and poured the tea onto her own wrist. Niansheng, the crowd gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. Was she truly risking her life? Gu Hongzhen could not help but exclaim. Yet, as the tea dripped from her arm onto the ground, Gu Niansheng maintained a calm demeanor. She leisurely wiped her hand dry with a cloth, casting a playful glance at Qin Minglang and Zhu Yuxuan. I have tasted this tea, and it is hardly scalding. Yet you accuse me of intentionally causing harm. Such an accusation is indeed frivolous. Qin Minglang was taken aback, while Zhu Yuxuan's expression darkened considerably. Previously, upon hearing Zhu Jinyao's screams, they assumed the tea was scalding, and Gu Niansheng had said nothing in rebuttal. The revelation of the truth left them feeling quite embarrassed. Gu Niansheng then turned her gaze towards Gu Nian, who was hiding behind Qin Minglang. Sister, I am genuinely curious. How could such tea leave marks upon your hands? She had clearly noticed that the tea had not splashed onto Gu Niansheng, suggesting that her sister may have inflicted a red mark upon herself in an attempt to frame her. As Gu Niansheng posed this question, all eyes shifted to Gu Niansheng. If the tea was not hot, how could it have burned her? Huddled behind Qin Minglang, Gu Niansheng appeared like a delicate white flower, fragile and innocent. I wasn't hurt. It has nothing to do with my sister, she said, clutching Qin Minglang's sleeve, panic evident in her voice. When so many people suddenly appeared, I became nervous and overwhelmed. It was not intentional. Gu Hongzhen's eyes flickered with doubt at this sight. Qin Minglang, looking into the girl's eyes, clear and full of innocence, felt his heart soften. It seemed to be a misunderstanding. He had misjudged the situation. Gu Niansheng inwardly scoffed. Gu Niansheng was once again employing her act of feigned vulnerability. Unfortunately for her, it only worked on Qin Minglang and was futile against her. Just moments ago, she had insisted I apologize. Now, surely she would not think to resolve this matter so easily? Zhu Yuxuan stood awkwardly in place, while Qin Minglang furrowed his brow. Niansheng, this matter is merely a misunderstanding. Must you escalate it? He inquired. If I choose to escalate it, what will you do? Gu Niansheng retorted. You. Qin Minglang seethed with anger, astonished that this woman would dare to put him in such a predicament before so many onlookers. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice emerged, exuding a chilling authority. In light of such an incident, it was truly astonishing that the third prince would protect another instead of safeguarding his own fiancé. Chapter 6. The hero saves the beauty. Qin Minglang's brow furrowed tightly, wondering who would dare to speak ill of him at such a critical moment. However, as he turned his head and caught sight of that frigid visage, his displeasure dissipated immediately. It was none other than the renowned Lord of the North who had spoken. Others were taken aback to witness the typically aloof Lord of the North defending Gu Niansheng. Normally, he would remain indifferent even if someone committed suicide before him. Yet here he was, advocating for such an unappealing woman. Truly astonishing. I did not intend to make things difficult for Niansheng. I merely assumed that Nianin was injured and, in a moment of panic, uttered those words. Qin Minglang felt compelled to clarify. He had no need to address the bystanders, but the Lord of the North, revered for his military exploits and held in high esteem by the emperor, commanded a position of great influence in the court. Offending him could very well lead to the crown prince overshadowing him further. Perhaps we ought to question the young lady who caused this misunderstanding. Gu Niansheng's expression shifted as she hid behind Qin Minglang. The Lord of the North was known for his admirable reputation, yet equally feared. Under such piercing scrutiny, she felt utterly exposed. Delicate and timid, Niansheng had been overwhelmed by the crowd and had failed to explain herself promptly. Seeing that Gu Niansheng remained silent, Qin Minglang took it upon himself to speak on her behalf, while Wei Xianqi cast her a meaningful glance. It was said that the second young lady of the Duke of the State had grown up in the manor, while the eldest had only returned a year prior. The Duke, a figure of great valor, remained unflinching in the face of danger. Yet this second young lady, having spent so many years in the household, had learned nothing but cowardice. Were there merely a few more people present, and she was rendered speechless? Wei Xianqi's brows arched slightly, his deep, dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, concealing his thoughts within. Gu Niansheng's complexion paled, realizing that she had nearly evaded the matter, but now, with the Lord of the North's mention, she felt utterly cornered. She could not help but resent Zhu Jinyao, had she not called out so loudly. She would not have mistaken the hot tea for something else, thinking to turn the situation to her advantage. At that moment, others began to piece together the situation. Their focus had previously been on Gu Niansheng, but with the Lord of the North's intervention, Gu Niansheng's predicament appeared rather suspicious. "Sister, I am truly sorry. It was all my fault for causing you to be misunderstood." Gu Niansheng hastily stepped forward to apologize, her fair, delicate face etched with deep remorse, her eyes slightly reddened. The sight of her suppressed sorrow was enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. Gu Niansheng was not surprised by Gu Niansheng's reaction. Rather, she was astonished that Wei Xianqi had come to her aid. Her current actions diverged significantly from those in her past life, yet he still stood forth to support her. And she, in turn, had accepted this favor. "It is quite all right, dear sister." Gu Niansheng smiled gently, exuding warmth and kindness. "As long as you are cautious in the future and do not allow others to misinterpret my treatment of you, all will be well. Today we plant a seed. When the truth is fully unveiled, that will be the moment of true excitement." Gu Niansheng was on the verge of biting her silver teeth in frustration. Not only had she failed to ruin her sister's reputation, but she had also inadvertently cast doubt upon her own intentions. Wei Xianqi's gaze casually swept over Zhu Yuxuan and Qin Minglang, both of whom could only offer apologies. "I was in the wrong. My sincerest apologies," Zhu Yuxuan said, stealing glances at Wei Xianqi, not wishing to provoke the ire of the Northern King. "Niansheng, I regret that you had to endure this," Qin Minglang added. In response to their apologies, Gu Niansheng merely nodded indifferently, accepting their words, for this day had already stripped the man of any dignity. Crown Prince Qin Shiyu scrutinized Gu Niansheng, having heard rumors that this Miss Gu was infatuated with his third brother and was an unattractive girl of little consequence. Today, however, she proved otherwise. Upon meeting her for the first time, her eloquence and demeanor indeed reflected the grace of a noble. "Your Highness, you flatter me," she replied gracefully. Once the matter had settled, the crowd dispersed, and Gu Hongjin exchanged a few words with Gu Niansheng before following the others to see the Northern King. Gu Niansheng's gaze fell upon a distinguished figure clad in black not far away. Should she express her gratitude? Yet, the Crown Prince and his entourage had gathered around him, making it an opportune moment for thanks. Besides, if he were to dismiss her outright, it would be all the more awkward. The Northern King was known for his lack of tenderness, possessing a sharp tongue and a ruthless heart, a well-known fact. "Sister, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to offend you. Please believe me." Gu Niansheng clutched her hand, visibly distressed, incessantly apologizing as if her sister's forgiveness were the sole remedy for her tears. Gu Niansheng's eyes flickered with impatience as she replied coolly, "If you truly feel remorse, perhaps you should sever ties with Zhu Jinyao. Anyone can utter empty apologies. They are but a jest." Gu Niansheng was taken aback, lifting her tear-streaked face. "Sister, Zhu Jinyao has been my friend since childhood. How can you ask me to cut ties with her? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Her voice, inherently soft, rose several pitches in surprise, catching the ears of those nearby. Gu Niansheng rested her chin on her hand, intrigued by the incredulous expression on her sister's face. It was well known that Gu Niansheng possessed a domineering temperament, and today she demonstrated it by suggesting Gu Niansheng part ways with Zhu Jinyao. "I can tell at first glance that this girl is no good," Zhu Yuxuan remarked bluntly, asserting that had it not been for the Northern King, he would have never offered an apology. "Excessive?" Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Did you not claim to care for me? Concerned for my well-being? Your friend has repeatedly caused me trouble, yet you have never stopped her. Knowing full well you care for me, you continue to harm those you cherish. What does that make her a true friend? Gu Niansheng fell silent, astonished at her sister's sudden astuteness. In the past, she would believe whatever this fool said, yet today, Gu Niansheng's words left her utterly speechless. The onlookers were equally stunned. Her words carried a weight of reason that resonated profoundly. Zhu Jinyao had already felt a sense of humiliation in front of so many people. And now upon hearing Gu Niansheng instruct Gu Niansheng to sever ties with her, her anger surged beyond measure, prompting her to charge forward. Gu Niansheng, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not bully Niansheng. Which pair of eyes saw me mistreating my sister? If your vision is impaired, I suggest you seek treatment for it. Gu Niansheng retorted coldly. Zhu Jinyao was momentarily taken aback, as Gu Niansheng's sudden reprimand evoked a feeling akin to being chastised by an elder, leaving her momentarily frozen in place, unable to retort. Chapter 7. A Devotion of Self-Sacrifice? I target you simply because your presence vexes me. I do not like you. Zhu Jinyao declared defiantly. What a coincidence, I feel the same, Gu Niansheng retorted, her clear gaze betraying her disdain and contempt. Do not presume your affections hold any significance. Take a look around. Who truly cares? With a soft laugh, she picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea and savored it. At that moment, Zhu Jinyao was nearly beside herself with anger, and in a fit of frustration, she grasped Gu Niansheng's arm and headed outside. Remaining in Gu Niansheng's presence was driving her to madness. Jinyao, please do not be upset, Gu Niansheng implored. Impossible, Zhu Jinyao exclaimed angrily. I cannot allow her to revel in such pride. What merit does she possess to feel so superior? She is neither beautiful nor talented. Merely a rustic girl flaunting her lineage. Does she truly believe she is deserving? A flicker of satisfaction crossed Gu Niansheng's eyes, though concern lingered on her face. Sister has always been this way. Perhaps her previous life lacked constraints. Please calm down. It seems more a matter of poor upbringing. Just listen to how she speaks. It's utterly outrageous. The more Gu Niansheng spoke, the more infuriated Zhu Jinyao became. How could it be that her own brother and the third prince had both apologized to her? By the way, why would the North Town king intercede on her behalf? Do they know each other? She pondered, having never witnessed any interaction between them. Gu Niansheng shook her head, sharing her bewilderment. The North Town king was known for his cold demeanor and disinterest in others, particularly women. His sudden defense of Gu Niansheng was indeed perplexing. What could she possibly offer that would catch his attention? Perhaps it is merely her good fortune. My brother had a run-in with the North Town king a few days ago, Gu Niansheng suddenly realized, and a sense of relief washed over her. However, I shall not permit her to bask in triumph. I will ensure she is humiliated at the polo match. Zhu Jinyao declared fiercely. Niansheng cannot play polo. She will not take the field. Is it not sufficient to devise a method to compel her to participate? Zhu Jinyao's eyes sparkled with cunning. The Princess Namling was also present today. She had an affection for the North Town king, yet he ignored her. If she were to discover that he had defended another woman. Once Zhu Jinyao and her companion departed, Gu Niansheng found herself alone in the resting area and decided to explore. The polo venue featured a vast expanse of grassy fields in the front, while the rear was adorned with a grove of trees, a small bridge, and flowing water, creating a picturesque setting. Miss, perhaps we should refrain from wandering about. You have not been back long, and your reputation has recently suffered. Many do not favor you. At least with the young master present. He could come to your aid promptly. If you encounter danger here, it could be troublesome. It is of no consequence. Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively. I am not a troublemaker. You stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. As she strolled towards the back, she soon spotted familiar figures in the pavilion. Zhu Jinyao, Gu Niansheng, and the Princess Namling. She was deeply impressed by Princess Namling. Many in the imperial city admired the northern king, but this princess was the boldest and most persistent, declaring that she would marry no one else. She had trouble with her on several occasions, but all of it was thwarted by Wei Xianqi. Looking back now, One was indulgent of others, causing her trouble, while the other resolutely shielded her from all adversity. How did she ever find Qin Minglang appealing? She glanced at the nearby tree, its robust branches and lush foliage providing ample concealment. Why not climb up and eavesdrop on what these individuals were plotting? Gu Niansheng leaped up, finding such an endeavor trivial. To her surprise, an unexpected voice startled her, causing her to lose her footing and tumble down. Yet, instead of feeling pain, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, a familiar fragrance. As Gu Niansheng opened her eyes, she beheld a visage she recognized well. The silver mask could not conceal his striking features, yet his deep-set eyes bore an intensity that made one instinctively wish to flee. Lacking the courage to meet his gaze, she remembered how she had always run away from Wei Xianqi, perceiving him as cold, oppressive, and terrifying. Even now, the ingrained impulse to escape compelled her to avert her eyes immediately. However, she soon regained her composure, realizing she had not fallen but was instead seated upon the tree trunk, cradled in Wei Xianqi's arms. It was not surprising that she enjoyed climbing trees, but was it indeed fitting for the esteemed northern king to engage in stalking? Wei Xianqi regarded the audacious girl before him, his brows knitting slightly as an air of authority naturally emanated from him. A chill coursed through Gu Niansheng, as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. She momentarily forgot that this was not her past life, and that conversing with him could not be devoid of caution. Noticing her discomfort, Wei Xianqi instantly tempered his imposing presence. Some young lady, unaware of gratitude, has compelled me to intervene personally. Alas, I caught sight of her sneaking about. His voice was magnetic and melodious, but the pause at the end made Gu Niansheng feel a twinge of guilt. Being caught eavesdropping was undeniably awkward. This is not eavesdropping. It is merely a strategy of knowing oneself and one's adversaries to ensure victory in battle. Gu Niansheng, adhering to her principle that if she felt no embarrassment, then it was not her concern, spoke with newfound boldness. A general well-versed in the battlefield must surely understand this. Oh, Wei Xianqi did not seek to unveil her pretense, finding some merit in her reasoning. Indeed, you see, having just returned to the Gu family, I am unfamiliar with my surroundings, devoid of any friends. They are numerous and powerful. If I let my guard down even slightly, my life could be in jeopardy. Gu Niansheng's expression darkened, her tone sorrowful. Just now, I must thank you, General, for rescuing me from peril. Otherwise, I would have been wrongfully accused. Truly, you are deserving of your formidable reputation. A valiant general with a kind heart. Hearing her flattery, Wei Xianqi pondered when he could ever be associated with kindness. Nevertheless, it amused him. Since you hold me in such high regard, as your valiant rescuer, why not offer yourself in return? Gu Niansheng. Offer myself in return? In her previous life, Wei Xianqi had also asked for her devotion, and although the events of this life unfolded somewhat differently, his lines remained unchanged. Must we not bypass this obstacle? General, you have saved so many. If each were to offer themselves in gratitude, the young ladies in your household would be numerous indeed. Gu Niansheng remarked. Even now, she could not fathom why, of all the many who sought his favor, he alone had chosen her. Wei Xianqi chuckled softly, his deep voice resonating in her ear. I have no desire to save anyone else. I wish only to save you. Chapter 8. What is there to fear? Why the hesitation? A man, perplexed, approached the tree, wondering why they had just spoken of viewing his newly acquired steed. Yet now he had vanished in the blink of an eye. Han Quan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and remarked, he is always quite the busy individual. Perhaps he has encountered someone. Let us proceed. As the two gradually distanced themselves, Gu Niansheng realized that Wei Xianqi was not following them, but had arranged to join someone else in admiring the fine horse. Wei Xianqi cast a glance at the trio, still engaged in conversation within the pavilion, and stated, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, someone will come looking for me. Do take care. With that, he looked down once more, noting the height of the tree. Rest assured, I can manage the descent, Gu Niansheng promptly assured him. What occurred earlier was purely an accident. Very well. Only then did Gu Niansheng turn to look back. Observing Zhu Jinyao animatedly recounting to Princess Nanling how she had shamelessly pursued the northern king, portraying herself as a woman of dubious virtue. Meanwhile, Gu Niansheng stood by, her expression one of discomfort, silently acquiescing to Zhu Jinyao's actions. How outrageous! Princess Nanling fumed. Her affection for the northern king was common knowledge. And here was a brazen girl daring to compete with her. Bored, Gu Niansheng clapped her hands and leaped down from the tree. Some individuals are destined to be adversaries. Since change is unattainable, one must prepare for battle. Miss, you have finally returned. He rushed over. The polo tournament is about to commence. At that moment, every rest area was filled with ladies eagerly awaiting the impending matches, and she settled into her previous seat. In her line of sight, Gu Hongzhen, Qin Minglang, and the other young talents were mounted on their steeds, divided into two teams. With the sound of the gong, the competition began. Cheers and shouts intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. Gu Niansheng watched her elder brother with pride. Despite Gu Hongzhen's usual scholarly demeanor, his prowess was undeniable, having earned his place among the four outstanding men of the imperial city. Just as she was reveling in the moment, three figures appeared beside her. "You're Gu Niansheng?" Princess Nanling scrutinized the young woman before her. She had been skeptical upon hearing that the eldest daughter of the Gu family was an eyesore, considering her mother had once been renowned as the most beautiful. However, upon seeing the blemishes on her face, her disdain became evident. Indeed ugly. Gu Niansheng turned to face her. Princess Nanling was adorned in a delicate gown of pale yellow, shimmering under the sunlight, crafted from exquisite starlight fabric, a testament to her elevated status. It was clear that a typical princess would not possess such a lavish dress, hence her choice to wear it for the polo tournament. "I have met Princess Nanling." With a cold huff, Nanling's eyes displayed a hint of revulsion. "I heard that the Northern King came to your aid earlier. You seem quite capable." "I do not comprehend your words, Your Highness." "Do you not understand?" Nanling sneered. "What pretense are you putting on? You ought to consider your own appearance before attempting to entice my brother away. Do you believe yourself worthy?" Gu Niansheng rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "Not only am I worthy, but your brother Wei has just suggested that I pledge myself to him." It is well known that Princess Nanling is spoiled by her status, arrogant and unreasonable, and upon hearing that Gu Niansheng dared to provoke the king of the north, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although the eldest daughter of the Gu family is not particularly attractive, her audacity is indeed remarkable. Who does she think she can flirt with? Despite her lack of beauty, her aspirations are certainly grand. As if having the third prince was not sufficient, she shamelessly pursues the king of the north. What a spectacle to behold! Listening to the onlookers' gossip, Gu Niansheng's gaze turned frosty. "Princess Nanling, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must speak with prudence. I'm already betrothed, and today, upon first meeting the king of the north, he gallantly defended me with a few words. Yet you claim I am pursuing him? This not only insults me, but also belittles the king of the north." Princess Nanling was taken aback, not expecting this woman to invoke the honor of her brother Wei. Upon reflection, it did seem rather inappropriate. Soon, a polo match would take place, and she declared, "If you win against me, this matter shall be forgotten. If you lose, you must kneel and apologize, never to approach my brother Wei again. Do you understand?" Gu Niansheng regarded the imperious woman before her, confirming that she was indeed notorious for her spoiled nature. "Is not this rule of yours rather unfair?" "That is how I operate," the princess replied, lifting her chin defiantly. "Then I refuse to comply." "You dare? What is there that I cannot dare?" Gu Niansheng maintained her composure, while her status could not rival that of Princess Nanling. The entire situation was inherently unreasonable. Would the emperor truly trouble her if this escalated? Zhu Jinyao gazed at Gu Niansheng in disbelief, wondering if she had lost her mind. She must have consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard today. "Princess, my sister does not know how to play polo. You should temper your anger," Gu Niansheng interjected. Hearing this, Princess Nanling scoffed in derision. "What do you mean she cannot? I believe it is a matter of fear. Polo is a time-honored tradition of our great Xia dynasty. How could one not know how to play? Polo is a national treasure, and everyone, regardless of gender, is expected to learn it. The mere suggestion that Gu Niansheng cannot play is already a damning accusation. Gu Niansheng shot a glance at Gu Niansheng before turning back to Princess Nanling. If I lose, I shall apologize. If you lose, you must also apologize. Do you dare accept this challenge? Apologize? Nanling laughed in disbelief. Yet as she considered it, she realized that Gu Niansheng likely could not play polo, and they had plotted this scenario long ago to ensure her humiliation. Very well, it is settled. With that, Nanling turned to the front and called, Brother San, join me on the field for this polo match. Zhu Jinyao summoned Zhu Yuxuan, and Gu Niansheng noticed that Gu Niansheng had already approached Gu Hongzhen. In this polo match, a male and a female would form a team, and at this moment, she comprehended the scheme. These individuals had intended from the very beginning to orchestrate her certain defeat. Under the watchful eyes of all, Gu Niansheng found herself without even a teammate to accompany her onto the field. What a farce. Gu Niansheng, surely you haven't found a single teammate? Nanling mocked without reservation, asserting that without a partner, defeat was inevitable, and suggested that she might as well bow down and admit her fault now. After grasping the situation, Gu Hongzhen furrowed his brow and declared, I must assist Niansheng. Brother. Gu Niansheng replied with a forced smile, You go ahead. I'll be fine on my own. Gu Hongzhen found himself in a dilemma. Niansheng was inexperienced in polo, and, although he was not scheduled to compete today, he had initially partnered with Niansheng. He had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. What difference does it make if I compete alone? Gu Niansheng nimbly mounted her horse, holding a long mallet with grace and poise. Chapter 9. A must-win. The crowd gazed upon the figure clad in purple atop the horse, the spring breeze caressing her flowing garments. From a distance, the contours of her exquisite and charming visage resembled the finest jade, her ebony hair dancing in tandem with her purple attire, akin to a fluttering butterfly, emanating an undeniable allure. If you wish to take the field alone, then so be it, Nanling scoffed. Not only does she lack proficiency in polo, but even if she were skilled, entering the arena solo spells certain defeat. Qin Minglang observed the distant silhouette, his gaze subtly shifting. Today, she appeared markedly different, devoid of the previous arrogance and timidity. Her solitary presence on the field stirred something within him. Gu Niansheng noticed Qin Minglang lost in thought, his eyes betraying a flicker of resentment. Soon, she would ensure this woman would be utterly humiliated, never to hold her head high again. Boom! The gong sounded, signaling the commencement of the grand match. Gu Niansheng tightened her grip around the horse's belly, urging it into a gallop, her long mallet swinging with grace. As she executed her move, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Her actions were fluid and swift. How could she possibly be unskilled in polo? Nanling and Zhu Jinyao were taken aback, surprised to discover Gu Niansheng's hidden talents, having been deceived by her earlier pretense. A smooth arc traced through the air. The purple team scored. The arena erupted in cheers, and the crowd finally recognized the true prowess of this lady from the Duke's residence. To enter the field alone and score the first goal was indeed impressive. Rumors had claimed she was inept, but her skills atop the horse proved those notions to be utterly mistaken. Many in attendance had never witnessed Gu Niansheng before. Rumors remained just that, rumors, and witnessing her capabilities firsthand transformed their perceptions significantly. Furious, Nanling glared at Gu Niansheng. This woman had merely feigned ignorance. Zhu Jinyao, your suggestion was excellent. Now she has stolen the limelight. What shall we do? Your Highness, do not fret, Zhu Jinyao replied, her expression darkening. I did not anticipate her prowess in polo. My brother and I will devise a plan to obstruct her and secure the ball for you. Very well. As the second round commenced, Gu Niansheng quickly noticed Zhu Jinyao and Zhu Yuxuan flanking her, preventing her from seizing the ball. She mentally cursed their treachery. Truly, they were cut from the same cloth. As Gu Niansheng attempted to shake them off, Zhu Jinyao clung to her obstinately. You think you could turn the tables? Not a chance. Shameless. A fierce glimmer flashed in Gu Niansheng's eyes. When Zhu Jinyao's mallet swung towards her, she did not evade. Instead, she met it with a cunning angle. Bang! The mallets collided, and the sheer force caused Zhu Jinyao's expression to falter. She lost her balance and let out a shriek as she fell from her horse. Ah, Zhu Jinyao plummeted, crying out in distress. Gu Niansheng too felt her balance waver. Despite her tight grip on the reins, her body swayed uncontrollably to the side. Yet, the determination in her inky black eyes shone resolutely. She would not concede defeat so easily. At that moment, a powerful arm encircled her waist, a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air, steadying her form amidst the frenzied gallop of the horses. She turned in surprise and beheld the striking silhouette clad in black appearing beside her. Brother Wei, Xianqi? Since Miss Gu is lacking a teammate, shall I fill that role? The unexpected entrance of the king of northern defense left the onlookers in utter astonishment. Just moments ago, they had witnessed him mount with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at Gu Niansheng's side. His gallant demeanor etched deeply into their memories. Brother Wei, Nanling exclaimed, her displeasure evident upon hearing Wei Xianqi's declaration to team up with Gu Niansheng. I wish to join you. The princess already had a partner. Such behavior placed the third prince in an awkward position. Wei Xianqi's retort silenced Nanling, while Qin Minglang observed with a complex expression, truly taken aback by Gu Niansheng's unexpected actions today. Miss Gu, what do you think? His calm and steady gaze shifted slightly when it fell upon Gu Niansheng, as if he, who orchestrated everything, found himself uncertain regarding her response. Gu Niansheng gazed at the familiar face before her and suddenly smiled. Very well. I thank the king of northern defense. The man's expression remained unchanged. Yet Gu Niansheng sensed his good spirits. Sister, are you all right? Zhu Yuxian hastily dismounted to assist Zhu Jinyao, who had taken quite a hard fall. Ouch! My leg hurts terribly. I think it's broken. Zhu Jinyao cried out. Gu Niansheng, you did that on purpose. Zhu Yuxian retorted angrily. Accidents can happen in horseback polo. Which of your eyes saw me do it intentionally? You deliberately caused my sister to fall. Yet I noticed your sister was the one who swung the long pole towards me. She attempted to cheat, but ended up falling instead. A cold smile played on Gu Niansheng's lips as she recalled how Zhu Jinyao had plotted this. If she had evaded the pole, she would have surely fallen. So she had boldly faced it head-on. Young Master Zhu, I clearly saw you and your sister flank my sister. Now you dare to turn the tables? Do you truly think the Duke of State has no one to defend her? Gu Hongzhen's face darkened with anger. Zhu Jinyao's repeated provocations had already infuriated him, and now Zhu Yuxian was adding to the trouble. This was intolerable. Niansheng is my sister. While the conflict between her and Miss Zhu may be that of young ladies, if young Master Zhu wishes to involve himself, then I, Gu, shall not back down. Zhu Yuxian's expression shifted as Gu Hongzhen's words clearly indicated he was prepared to escalate matters. This incident was merely an accident. Let us put it behind us. Qin Minglang interjected. Zhu Yuxian dared not speak further. Their actions had indeed been unscrupulous, and many had witnessed it. If chaos ensued, it would be they who suffered the consequences. With Zhu Jinyao's fall, the Zhu family would lose their eligibility to compete. However, the competition was far from over. Do you wish to win? Wei Xianqi gazed at the spirited woman beside him, his handsome brows slightly raised. We must win, Gu Niansheng declared with unwavering determination. Very well. As the gong sounded, the two of them galloped forward with fervor. The black ribbon in the man's hair intertwined with the purple ribbon of the woman, both surging forth in perfect synchrony, as though they were destined to be a pair. Goal for the purple team. Another goal for the purple team. On the polo field, their collaboration was seamless, as if they had engaged in countless matches together. The unspoken chemistry they exhibited was astonishing, had one not witnessed it firsthand. They would scarcely believe it was their inaugural partnership in polo. Chapter 10. Who lacks shame? Qin Minglang had not intended for the spotlight to be seized by the king of Jinbei. However, it was well known that the king had never lost a polo match. Not only that, but Gu Niansheng's skills were also astonishing, proving that she was not to be outdone by her male counterparts. The purple team triumphed. As the final gong resonated, the match came to a close. Gu Niansheng raised her mallet, her charming face radiating joy. I won, thank you. It is well that Miss Gu is happy, Wei Xianqi remarked as he dismounted, allowing a servant to lead away his horse. Third brother, this is all your fault, Nanling declared with a frown. Your skills are far inferior to Brother Wei's. would cause my loss. Qin Mingling's expression soured as well. Had you not insisted on competing, this predicament would not have arisen. The king of Jinbei rarely plays polo. Had it not been for Gu Niansheng's solitary appearance, he likely would not have participated today. It's simply that you were not skilled enough. After all, you couldn't secure a win for me during the first ball, could you? Now, we ended the match without scoring a single goal. How utterly embarrassing. In this match, Gu Niansheng and the king of Jinbei had garnered all the attention, while Gu Hongjin wore a smile, finding that the king was not as cold-blooded as the rumor suggested. Princess Nanling. Gu Niansheng noticed that Nanling seemed poised to slip away and immediately called out to her. Have you forgotten something? Nanling's face turned ashen as she glared at the triumphant Gu Niansheng, her silver teeth nearly grinding in frustration. If it weren't for Brother Wei's assistance, how could you possibly have one? A victory is a victory, and besides, you are not without your own helpers, Gu Niansheng replied, regarding the woman before her who sought to evade responsibility. There was no reason to leave her debts unpaid. Brother Wei, Nan Gongling said with a hint of displeasure. One must honor their bets, came the indifferent forward phrase that bore no warmth yet radiated an undeniable authority. Nanling instantly fell silent, and though she felt reluctant, she could only concede, I lost, so I apologize. I'm sorry. However, her voice was barely a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito and scarcely audible. Speak clearly. Before Gu Niansheng could respond, a cold voice interjected. Sorry. Gu Niansheng smiled gently, her gaze falling upon the figure beside her. This was the second time today that someone had apologized on her behalf, and she was surprised to find him to be the one advocating for her justice. Feeling utterly humiliated, Nanling turned and fled. Gu Niansheng then expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance today. Even without the king, your skills could have secured a win for you. But with you here, I was certain of my victory. Gu Niansheng beamed. Wei Xianqi cast a profound glance at the woman before him, a flicker of light crossing his deep-set eyes. He maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Yet Gu Niansheng did not feel disheartened. Rather, she sensed that, through his aura, his mood was not unpleasant. I prefer tangible expressions of gratitude over mere words, the king remarked. Gu Niansheng. Niansheng, what are you still doing here? Qin Mingling's mood was already rather dismal, and while Gu Niansheng was attempting to console him, he suddenly noticed that Gu Niansheng had yet to return. Instead, she was engaged in lively conversation with the prince of Jinbei right in front of so many onlookers. How could she disregard his dignity as her fiancé in such a public setting? Moreover, wasn't this prince of Jinbei known for his reluctance to socialize? What had prompted such a change in demeanor today? Observing the anger etched on Qin Mingling's brow, Gu Niansheng could not suppress a cold smirk. This man had lost the match, yet dared to be angry with her? Come back with me. Qin Mingling abruptly seized her arm, pulling her back without hesitation. Wait, you're hurting me. The pain radiating from her arm caused Gu Niansheng to frown, and she effortlessly broke free from his grip. Had he lost his mind? This was the same man who often complained about her clinging to him in public. Yet now he was pulling her back, turning around. Qin Mingling found Wei Xianqi standing protectively in front of Gu Niansheng, which only fueled his irritation. Prince of Jinbei, my conversation with my fiancé is none of your concern, is it? Naturally, Wei Xianqi replied, but I have yet to finish my discussion with Miss Gu. Qin Mingling was exasperated. I was unaware that the Prince of Jinbei was so familiar with my fiancé. Perhaps I should be privy to your conversation? Gu Niansheng indeed had something to discuss with Wei Xianqi. Specifically, she needed to devise a means to procure the Qingdu fruit from him. However, before she could speak, Qin Mingling had already disrupted the moment, proving to be quite the nuisance. Your Highness, this is not the time for conversation. Perhaps we should continue this another day. Gu Niansheng suggested. Wei Xianqi regarded her with an inscrutable expression. Very well. Only then did Gu Niansheng make her way toward the resting area, with Qin Mingling closely trailing her. Once they had distanced themselves from Wei Xianqi, he could no longer contain his frustration. Gu Niansheng, do not test my patience. I am testing your patience? Gu Niansheng retorted coldly. In what manner am I overstepping? You, an unmarried woman, dares to team up with an outsider? And what of it? Gu Niansheng countered nonchalantly. Qin Mingling, incredulous, exclaimed, "Do you even have a sense of shame? You are fully aware that Princess Nanling is deliberately targeting me, and yet you choose to assist her while forbidding me from seeking allies?" Gu Niansheng mocked, fixing her gaze upon him. Qin Minglang, who is truly lacking in dignity. Her words were sharp, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Faced with such conviction, Qin Minglang found himself utterly bewildered. The woman he had always deemed unremarkable had, through her prowess in polo, transformed the public's perception of her. Although he had always considered her unattractive, today, clad in elegant purple, she appeared somewhat captivating, and the feeling of being unable to control the situation only served to infuriate him further. "Niansheng, Minglang Gij, please do not quarrel," Gu Nian interjected, rushing over to mediate. "Niansheng has only just returned and is unfamiliar with many customs. Please calm down. Are you implying that I lack decorum?" Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. "I did not mean it that way." Seeing her without a trace of remorse, and indeed bullying Gu Niansheng, Qin Minglang seized her arm and spoke with palpable malice. "Gu Niansheng, do not be ungrateful." The voice of the third prince, Gu Hongzhen, resonated heavily, his fair and refined visage now devoid of any mirth. "What do you intend to do to my younger sister?" Upon witnessing this, Qin Minglang finally released Gu Niansheng. "Brother Gu, I did not mean. Your younger sister spoke no falsehoods earlier. She was wronged. Yet I did not see the third prince offer a word of assistance. Instead, are you here to reprimand my sister once more?" Qin Minglang's expression shifted subtly. "That was not my intention. The hour is late. I shall take my sister away now. Farewell." With that, Gu Hongzhen maintained a frosty demeanor as he directly led Gu Niansheng away. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Mark Within the Carriage. Gu Niansheng cast a sidelong glance at her elder brother, Gu Hongzhen, whose anger surpassed her own. "Brother, please do not be upset. The third prince, I am not angry with him. I am enraged with myself," Gu Hongzhen declared, his expression a mask of fury. "Today, I failed to protect you, and you have unjustly suffered." Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her brother was so vexed he nearly wished to strike himself, which brought her a hint of amusement. "Brother, I understand completely." She had already noticed that her elder brother wished to ally with her, but Gu Niansheng had ensnared him with her tearful demeanor. Her elder brother was known for his benevolence, and Gu Niansheng was also his sister. However, Gu Niansheng believed that once she unveiled Gu Niansheng's hypocrisy, her brother would recognize that he had but one true sister. There was no need for haste. Seeing Gu Niansheng's maturity, Gu Hongzhen felt a stirring in his heart. "Niansheng, I have observed that Niansheng seems to be troubled of late. Perhaps it is the result of your return, which has left her feeling disheartened. I trust she will come to her senses, but you must also exercise caution. Do you understand?" He had perceived the peculiarities surrounding the incident with the spilled tea. Niansheng's actions at that moment were indeed suspect. Although he did not wish to entertain any negative thoughts about her, he felt compelled to caution Gu Niansheng. Her elder brother was truly astute, Gu Niansheng mused, recalling how in her past life, he had been the first to notice such matters, though she had regrettably dismissed his warnings back then. "I understand. Miss, you were absolutely remarkable at the polo field today," he exclaimed excitedly as she looked at Gu Niansheng. "I heard many praising you and the Prince of Zhenbei. Your synergy during the match was simply extraordinary." Gu Niansheng smiled softly, remaining silent. Their synergy was indeed noteworthy. For her skills in polo had been honed under the tutelage of Wei Xianqi on this very day in her previous life. She had been coerced into playing polo, despite her inability to even ride a horse, and it was Wei Xianqi who had saved her from falling. Now, to her astonishment, she had mastered riding, with Wei Xianqi once again coming to her aid. As Gu Niansheng brewed herself a cup of tea, a moment of perplexity crossed her face as she savored its flavor. This tea tastes somewhat different. Upon closer examination, she discerned an ethereal quality within it. "Yi, come and taste this tea. Does it not seem distinct?" Quickly, she offered a cup to Yi, who took a sip and her eyes sparkled. "Miss, this tea is indeed far more delightful than usual. In the Yin dynasty, those with spiritual roots could cultivate their powers, far surpassing ordinary individuals. However, The cost of awakening such roots was exorbitant, leaving many common folk without the opportunity to do so. Yi had not awakened her roots. Thus, she merely found the tea to be more enjoyable, while Gu Niansheng recognized its extraordinary nature. "Miss, what makes this tea so unique?" Yi inquired with curiosity. Gu Niansheng examined the tea leaves closely, but found nothing particularly special. They were the same leaves she typically consumed. The tea set bore no extraordinary qualities either. "The water is drawn from the well," he added. Gu Niansheng gazed at the teapot before her, within which lay a subtle essence of spiritual energy. Regularly partaking of this tea would surely confer benefits to one's health, and over time, it might even awaken the latent spiritual roots within her. What could possibly be amiss? She brewed another pot of tea, only to find it still imbued with a faint aura of spirituality. It was not until prepared a pot of tea that was indistinguishable from the usual fare that she suddenly realized the issue did not lie elsewhere, but within herself. How could the tea I brew possess such spiritual energy? This was incomprehensible. Seated at the table, she stared in bewilderment at the tea before her, unable to fathom why her brew was so different. Closing her eyes, she began to circulate her cultivation technique. In truth, she had awakened her spiritual roots even before returning to her family, though her cultivation level was merely at the second tier of qi refining. The qi refining realm comprises 9 tiers. Typically, cultivators awaken their roots by the age of 15, with some prodigies doing so even as early as 12. Now at 17, she found herself stagnating at the second tier, a pace that could be deemed exceedingly poor. In contrast, Gu Niansheng had reached the 7th tier of qi refining, yet her perpetual weeping rendered her true capabilities easily forgotten. She had endeavored to cultivate diligently, but each attempt felt like wading through molasses, with the steps of her technique proving excruciatingly laborious, leading her to abandon her training altogether. After a strenuous cycle of qi, Gu Niansheng opened her eyes and inadvertently caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. The woman staring back at her had a fair complexion, with dark markings adorning her right forehead and a mesmerizing mandala of spider lilies blooming at her brow. She hurried to the mirror, entranced by this newfound emblem, which was unlike anything she had possessed before. The exquisite mandala of spider lilies was mysterious, elegant, and vivid, exuding an enchanting aura that captivated the soul. Her right hand slowly caressed the symbol, and her spiritual energy instinctively radiated outward. In the next instant, Gu Niansheng found herself transported to another realm. Before her were the resplendent stars, twinkling against a backdrop of a deep blue sky tinged with purple, each star shimmering like a dream. Surrounding her were fields of blooming spider lilies, their brilliant red hues the most striking she had ever seen, stretching endlessly before her. Could such beauty truly exist? Gu Niansheng surveyed her surroundings, realizing this was a scene worthy of a dream. A gentle waft of spiritual energy permeated the air, as if infused with light, slowly flowing into her being. Surely, I cannot be dreaming? Gu Niansheng mused, suddenly struck by a thought that might explain this wondrous vision. "Master, you have finally arrived." A sweet, melodious voice chimed, and before her appeared an adorable little fox. Its fur was pure as snow, and its bright, crystalline eyes sparkled with human-like intelligence. The voice emanating from its tiny mouth. "You can speak?" Gu Niansheng crouched down, astonished by the little fox, marveling at the peculiarity of her dream. "Master, you are not dreaming. This is all very real," the little fox replied. "Gu Niansheng, this miniature world has always resided within you. It is merely that the seal has never been broken, and I have been waiting all this time for you to discover it." The little fox blinked its innocent eyes, seemingly questioning why it had taken so long for her to appear. "I have never known." Gu Niansheng gently stroked its head, the sensation truly delightful, and suddenly recalled a previous scene. The liquorous radiata upon my brow. She remembered the totem she had seen in the mirror, which was also the means by which she arrived here. The ground was adorned with blooming liquorous radiata, clearly indicating an inseparable connection between the two. That was the mark that emerged after the seal was broken, the little fox elucidated. Chapter 12. transformation of the beauty through the introduction of the little fox. Gu Niansheng came to accept this astonishing reality. There had always existed a place within her consciousness, yet she had never encountered the opportunity to break the seal until now. She believed that her rebirth was the catalyst for this unlocking. However, even if she had discovered this place, it seemed of little practical use beyond its scenic beauty. Gu Niansheng raised her brows slightly. This place resembled a pure land, capable of making one forget all troubles. "Can I bring others here?" she inquired. The little fox shook its head, indicating that it was not possible. "Can you come out with me?" Gu Niansheng asked again. "You are too weak at present." The little fox replied with a resigned expression. "Once your strength has increased, I will be able to leave this place." Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng sighed helplessly. "Then you won't have that chance. I find it exceedingly difficult to even circulate a full cycle of energy, let alone enhance my cultivation. If I could, I would certainly wish to strengthen myself, for with greater power, I would have nothing to fear." Regrettably, it seemed she truly lacked talent in this regard. While her elder brothers managed to circulate their energy effortlessly, she struggled immensely. "Master, it is not that you lack talent. It is that your cultivation method is incorrect." Gu Niansheng furrowed her brow in confusion. "I am currently practicing the ancestral technique of the Gu family. My father and others have all cultivated using this method, so it must be sound. Ordinary cultivators may indeed succeed, but you are different. You possess a natural spiritual body, a true prodigy in cultivation. However, due to your unique constitution, the method of cultivation you employ diverges from that of ordinary practitioners, leading to different ways of circulating energy. If you continue with the standard technique, you will find it as difficult as you do now to complete even one cycle." The little fox sighed, feeling exasperated at its master's prolonged misdirection in cultivation, yet it was unable to provide any guidance. "Is that so?" Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she had always been diligent in her cultivation, driven by a lack of security upon returning to her family. Though her parents were her own, she constantly felt overshadowed by Gu Niansheng. Despite the kindness of every family member, she could not shake off her feelings of inferiority, which led her to practice relentlessly in the stillness of night. Had it not been for her efforts, she would not have even reached the second rank of qi refinement. Yet, after working hard for an extended time, she discovered that her progress paled in comparison to others who practiced with ease, leading her to resign herself to fate. Now, to learn that she was not only not a failure, but, in fact, a genius? I have heard of the natural spiritual body. It is said that such individuals are rare. However, they possess a unique profession, spirit conjurers. Excitement gleamed in Gu Niansheng's clear eyes as she turned to the little fox. "Is that correct?" The little fox nodded vigorously. "Indeed, that is correct. Spirit conjurers are among the rarest of professions, with perhaps only one appearing in an entire dynasty. As the natural spiritual body is something that cannot be sought after, the spirit conduit possesses the ability to imbue her creations with spiritual energy. Just as the tea she brewed earlier appeared ordinary, her touch infused it with vitality. This energy can bolster health, assist cultivators in their practice, and even awaken one's spiritual roots. The greater her strength, the more potent her abilities. Presently, as she is only at the second tier of the qi condensation stage, her capabilities are limited to these minor feats. In this moment, Gu Niansheng finally comprehended the origins of her past experiences. She had been a mere waste in her previous life, yet now, in this existence, an extraordinary opportunity lay before her. As if a pillow were offered just as she sought sleep. "Master, follow me," chirped the little fox as it scampered ahead, with Gu Niansheng close behind. Beneath the resplendent night sky, vast fields of crimson spider lilies bloomed, and a graceful silhouette trailed the white fox. The gentle breeze tousled her hair and skirt, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a painting. As they hurried along, Gu Niansheng suddenly noticed fireflies dancing ahead, their twinkling forms adding a unique charm to the expansive floral sea. As she drew nearer, she beheld a luminous book at the center of the fireflies. Spirit conduit technique? Gu Niansheng's eyes sparkled with realization, and upon deciphering the content, her heart surged with astonishment. The little fox nodded at her, seemingly encouraging her to advance. She slowly extended her hand, her fingertip lightly touching the glowing technique. In an instant, an overwhelming flood of information surged into her mind. "Miss, are you all right?" Yi exclaimed in worry, having returned from her errand to find her mistress unresponsive on the bed. "I'm fine," Gu Niansheng replied, shaking her heavy head. The new cultivation technique now filled her mind, leaving no time for explanations as she eagerly began her practice. As she activated the technique, she sensed a distinct difference. The previous stagnation vanished, and the circulation of her qi felt unprecedentedly smooth. Not only that, but the energy she absorbed was significantly greater than before. In that moment, she realized she had been practicing the wrong method all along and that she was not a waste after all. In the days that followed, Gu Niansheng secluded herself in rigorous training, not stepping outside and unreservedly utilizing all her cultivation resources. How much silver do I have left?" Gu Niansheng emerged from her meditative state, aware of her progress in strength after these days of training. However, she noted that the speed of enhancement through medicinal baths was considerably faster than through ordinary methods, though regrettably, her supplies were now depleted. "Miss, you have 1,000 taels." Yi replied cheerfully. "Is there something you wish to purchase?" 1,000 taels. Gu Niansheng rose, saying, "Let us go out." On the bustling streets of the imperial city, the crowd was lively, and the calls of vendors echoed continuously. Gu Niansheng secured a single hairband amidst her forehead, concealing the dark markings on the right side of her brow. Her flowing tresses, instead of being elegantly styled into a demure bun as usual, were instead tied into a high ponytail, accentuated by the vibrant red hairband. This transformation imbued her with a spirited demeanor, diminishing the typical delicacy associated with young ladies, yet enhancing her striking presence. Embracing this new appearance, she felt a profound sense of liberation. Previously, she had conformed to Gu Niansheng's aesthetic, but it became evident that what suited her sister did not resonate with her own essence. Yi gazet at her in admiration. Noticing how the young lady had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis since her awakening from the lake, she had become more decisive and, indeed, more beautiful. Chapter 13, A Narrow Path for Rivals Miss. Where shall we head to now? Let us first visit the herbal shop. Gu Niansheng's lips curved into a gentle smile, her already fair and lovely face radiating an even more enchanting charm at that moment. She was wholly intent on enhancing her abilities. Only by strengthening herself could she safeguard those she wished to protect. The primary objective of her outing today was to procure the herbs necessary for her cultivation. She was well versed in the preparation of the elixirs required for the qi refining stage, as all she needed to do was return home and concoct them herself with the herbs she purchased. However, when Gu Niansheng emerged from the herbal shop, she could not help but feel a throbbing headache. Wander tales. She had spent such a sum on merely a handful of herbs. It was no wonder her elder brother often lamented his financial constraints. The costs of cultivation were exorbitant. Gu Niansheng couldn't help but reflect that in her past life, as a cultivation failure, she had evidently saved a considerable amount of money. At this rate, even 1,000 taels would scarcely suffice. Originally, that 1,000 taels was more than adequate for her daily expenditures, as she spent most of her time within the estate and rarely needed to spend. Yet, having already depleted so much on a modest quantity of herbs, she realized that the elixirs consumed during cultivation were rapidly exhausting her resources. Continuing like this, 1,000 taels would not last long at all. "Miss, is it not sufficient to have purchased so many herbs?" Yi inquired, her face reflecting confusion, unaware of her mistress's true intentions. "I must devise a way to earn some money," Gu Niansheng pondered. In her previous life, she had learned medical skills while accompanying Wei Xianqi, and she had acquired the knowledge of the elixir formulas from him. Thus, she need not worry about preparing the elixirs required for her cultivation in the short term. Should she sell these elixirs, profit would be inevitable. However, she would soon attract attention, as these were uniquely attributed to Wei Xianqi. Reflecting on it now, Wei Xianqi had never shied away from sharing such precious formulas with her. After all, I am a rare spirit master. Surely, creating something to sell would not be a bad idea. Gu Niansheng's brows arched slightly. Now that she was a spirit master herself, finding a way to earn some silver was indeed within reach. Miss, where shall we go now? Since we are already out, let's visit the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion was one of the most prosperous taverns in the imperial city. Renowned for its exquisite dishes that tantalize the senses, it was her favorite establishment. At this moment, it was noon, and the tavern was bustling with lively chatter and filled to capacity. After inquiring with a server, Gu Niansheng discovered that all the private rooms were occupied. Undeterred, she chose to find a vacant seat in the main hall on the first floor. Seat. Looked a bit hesitant. Miss, this is not in accordance with propriety. What propriety? When out and about, do you expect me to have you standing by my side? Gu Niansheng said, pulling to sit beside her. From now on, you are my dear sister. When our parents are present, that is one matter, but when it is just the two of us, there is no need for restraint. Having returned to the Gu family for barely a year, was a maid assigned by her mother to attend to her, always considering her needs. In contrast, Gu Niansheng was an adversary. This girl was truly her sister. With her eyes slightly reddened, felt a swell of emotion. Her young mistress had always treated her with great kindness, and recently, she sensed an even deeper affection. In her heart, she silently vowed to take good care of her mistress from now on. As Gu Niansheng took her seat, many in the hall turned their attention to the graceful figure clad in white. Her ethereal white gauze dress flowed elegantly, cinched at the waist with a red belt adorned with intricate silver embroidery, accentuating her slender waist exquisitely. A matching red ribbon adorned her hair. Her 3,000 strands of silk-like tresses gathered high, styled into a clean and casual ponytail that exuded a sense of freedom and ease, distinct from the usual hairstyles of young ladies. Her skin was as pale as snow, translucent and delicate, resembling a fine porcelain doll under the sunlight. Her glass-like eyes sparkled with vivacity, and a subtle smile graced her lips, radiating an air of confidence that brightened the mood of those around her, as if her mere presence brought forth the warmth of sunshine. When did the imperial city gain such a beauty? Her charm was unlike that of ordinary maidens. She surpassed even the renowned beauty Gu Niansheng. Speaking of the first beauty, 20 years ago, that title belonged to the Duchess of the State, and since then, it had fallen upon Gu Niansheng. Initially, I had some anticipation for the return of the true eldest daughter of the Gu family, but to my dismay, she turned out to be quite plain. Just look at this girl. Her beauty and figure are truly exceptional. Many men present were captivated by her radiant presence. Such a beauty was indeed a feast for the eyes. Gu Niansheng glanced at the gentleman at the neighboring table, who seemed particularly attentive to Gu Niansheng. The gentleman, noticing her gaze, remarked, I heard that Gu Niansheng went boating with the third prince today, while Gu Niansheng did not accompany them. Perhaps these two? It was hardly surprising. Everyone had assumed that Gu Niansheng and the third prince would soon wed. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Niansheng returned, proving that fate often defies human plans. Listening to the murmurs regarding her, Gu Niansheng realized that many believed her presence had interrupted the romantic pair. My lady, please do not be disheartened, said with concern. She had refrained from informing her mistress about the gossip to spare her feelings, but it seemed the tavern's patrons were discussing it nonetheless. It's nothing, Gu Niansheng replied nonchalantly, waving her hand. What I have to be upset about? I've been so occupied with my training these past few days that I almost forgot about Qin Minglang. In truth, it is for the best that the engagement is dissolved. After all, I could never be with Qin Minglang. However, she knew that terminating the engagement would not be an easy task. As a subject, one could not refuse a royal betrothal. Thus, she needed to concoct a plausible reason to annul the engagement while ensuring she could deliver a sharp rebuke to Qin Minglang. At that moment, the tavern fell into a brief silence, soon interrupted by a gentle voice. Sister, what brings you here? Gu Niansheng turned to see Gu Niansheng approaching alongside Qin Minglang, the smile on the young man's face faltering slightly upon seeing her. What a coincidence! Gu Niansheng responded nonchalantly, showing no intention of rising. I happened to pass by today and decided to indulge in a taste. However, when the crowd in the hall learned that this young woman in white was actually Gu Niansheng's sister, their expressions instantly turned peculiar. Sister? Could this young lady be Gu Niansheng? The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that the person they had been discussing was right beside them. Was it not rumored that Gu Niansheng was lacking in beauty? Yet, upon seeing her today, she appeared strikingly beautiful. In comparison to Gu Niansheng, she was equally captivating, if not more so. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Those remarks were utterly unfounded. Chapter 14. Confrontation. Gu Niansheng was witnessing Gu Niansheng in such attire for the first time. The dark patterns on her forehead, concealed by a headband, were no longer visible, revealing her exquisite features. Previously, her odd clothing and unappealing makeup had rendered her unrecognizable, but now she had undergone a complete transformation, emerging anew. In that moment, Niansheng was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she was indeed the younger sister of Gu Hongzhen, possessing delicate and striking features, and unparalleled beauty. Qin Minglang could hardly believe that the radiant woman before him was Gu Niansheng. It was only upon hearing that familiar voice that he confirmed this enchanting maiden was the fiancé he had despised so intensely. From the moment he entered the restaurant, he had noticed this beauty, her graceful figure, dressed in ethereal white with a dash of red that captivated the eye. Yet, he could not reconcile this vision of beauty with Gu Niansheng. Seeing Qin Minglang staring blankly at Gu Niansheng, Niansheng felt a flicker of hatred deep within her eyes. She had truly underestimated her. Sister, we didn't mean to ignore you today. It just seems you've been quite busy these past few days. And I didn't want to disturb you. Niansheng gazed anxiously at Gu Niansheng, her voice tinged with nervousness, her clear eyes reflecting the apprehension of a fawn fearful of being hurt. I never said you were doing it on purpose, Gu Niansheng replied casually, waving her hand dismissively without even glancing at Qin Minglang. You two should enjoy your meal. She had ordered an abundance of delicious dishes and did not wish to waste them because of these two. I believe you did it intentionally, Qin Minglang retorted with displeasure, astonished that this woman hadn't even spared him a glance. Gu Niansheng furrowed her brow. Was he really going to pick a fight? You know that Niansheng loves coming to this restaurant. After our lake excursion today, we were bound to come here, so you deliberately chose this place. Qin Minglang fixed his gaze on her, as if he had unraveled her intentions. Niansheng asked about you a few days ago. If you wanted to come, you could have simply said so. Why put on an act today? Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly. I wonder, are you overthinking this? Is this restaurant yours? Have you set rules that I cannot come if you are here? Moreover, you know Niansheng would definitely come. I truly had no idea. As my understanding of her pales in comparison to yours, wouldn't you agree, third prince? Her charming face radiated a sweet smile, her eyes exuding a sense of carefree spontaneity, yet devoid of any trace of jealousy. Seeing this, Niansheng hastily interjected, Sister, Minglang and I are absolutely not what you think. Please don't misunderstand. What exactly do you think I am thinking? Gu Niansheng countered. I have said nothing. Do not attribute unfounded assumptions to me. This man always played the victim, leading others to believe she was the one being unkind. In the past, she had been naive, unable to see Niansheng's true nature, but she would not allow anyone to pin that label on her again. Niansheng was taken aback, her eyes reddening slightly at the indifference radiating from Gu Niansheng's face, her voice trembling as if she were on the verge of tears. Sister, are you angry with me? Many onlookers found the scene rather amusing. Gu Niansheng and the third prince had ventured out for a lakeside excursion, deliberately leaving Gu Niansheng behind. Was she attempting to catch them in the act? It seemed that Miss Gu had a point. Perhaps she merely coincidentally chose to dine here, and she never claimed to be angry. Yet, Gu Niansheng suddenly broke into tears. Was this not a case of there's no silver here at all? This engagement was indeed peculiar, originally intended for Gu Niansheng. It had shifted to Gu Niansheng due to her disappearance over the years. Now, in this pivotal moment, she had returned, creating a veritable tangle of confusion. Opinions were varied, and with the current spectacle unfolding, it became even more intriguing. Upon hearing some voices lean in favor of Gu Niansheng, accusing her of being there's no silver here at all, Gu Niansheng's eyes reddened even further. Sister, please don't be angry with me. She reached for Gu Niansheng's sleeve, but the latter merely cast a disinterested glance and brushed her hand away. Witnessing this, Qin Minglang, feeling indignant at Gu Niansheng's plight, exclaimed, Gu Niansheng, do not act unreasonable. Niansheng has done nothing wrong, yet you are being so aggressive. This is truly excessive. Gu Niansheng, at a loss for words, felt a chilling frost envelop her previously serene demeanor. Did they truly believe she possessed no temper? I have said nothing from the beginning. She turned to face the two before her. I merely came to dine. I stated I was not angry, yet you insist I am. If I express anger, you claim I am being unreasonable. Whether I am angry or not, it seems I cannot win. Perhaps you may enlighten me. Should I be angry or not? Despite her eloquent retort, Qin Minglang remained steadfast in his opinion. He grasped Gu Niansheng's arm, lowering his voice. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Your presence here at such a time. What will others think of Yinan? His voice bore a hint of anger, and one could sense his patience nearing its limit, threatening to erupt at any moment. Rather than feel anger, Gu Niansheng smiled. According to your reasoning, the issue lies not within the situation itself, but rather that I should not be present here? Her voice rose slightly, her bright eyes now glistening with irony and amusement. I am well aware of the third prince's esteemed status among men. However, is there a decree stating I cannot visit the Zhe Xianglu? With a swift motion, she shook off Qin Minglang's grasp, a teasing smile gracing her lips. I apologize, but you may be disappointed. I am here to meet a friend. Meet a friend? Qin Minglang furrowed his brow in skepticism. What friend could you possibly meet? Having known Gu Niansheng for a considerable time, he was acutely aware that she had no friends in the imperial city, spending her days confined within the Gu household, rarely venturing out. Gu Niansheng's gaze lifted slightly, resting upon a familiar figure seated in a private box on the second floor. She had recognized that silhouette earlier. The phrase enemies meet on narrow paths truly manifested itself today. In the elegant seating area, Han Quan and Jiang Cheng were observing the lively scene below. They were not familiar with the third prince, but were taken aback when Miss Gu's gaze unexpectedly shifted directly towards them. Beside him, Wei Xianqi. This young lady certainly possessed remarkable audacity. Han Quan set down his wine glass, sighing in reflection. Who was unaware that Wei Xianqi had always maintained a distance from women. Numerous young ladies had employed various tactics to capture his attention, yet none had even received a mere glance from him. Yet now, she claimed that today's meeting was with Wei Xianqi. Jiang Cheng recalled a particular incident from a few days prior at the polo field, where Wei Xianqi's reaction had been entirely unlike his usual demeanor. Chapter 15. Truly deserving of praise, do you not recall the young lady who lent her assistance at the polo field a few days ago? Jiang Cheng squinted, hinting fervently. Han Quan was taken aback, and upon scrutinizing Gu Niansheng below, he incredulously remarked, Is this the same lady from that day? He remembered her not being so stunning. Was it not said that the eldest daughter of the Gu family was devoid of beauty and hopelessly infatuated with the third prince? Today, however, it seemed their relationship was far from what he had imagined. At this moment, Qin Minglang followed Gu Niansheng's gaze to the second floor. Upon noticing a familiar figure, his expression shifted dramatically. The man still donned a black brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a darkly patterned gold belt, and his face bore the signature silver mask. Wei Xianqi's gaze fell upon the white figure below. His cold, sharp eyes met the woman's composed gaze, and in that silent clash, an unspoken tension surged. You have come to meet the king of Northern Zen? Qin Minglang clearly found this hard to believe. Then why are you sitting alone in the hall? This prince has a meeting with Miss Gu today and happened to see Han Quan and you both upstairs, so I came to greet you, but unexpectedly. It led to such a misunderstanding, Wei Xianqi replied, descending the stairs. With one hand resting on the railing, he effortlessly leaped down and soon stood beside Gu Niansheng. At this moment, Jiang Cheng also rose and said, Since we have encountered each other so fortuitously today, Xianqi, why not accompany Miss Gu upstairs? Witnessing this scene, Qin Minglang fell silent, taken aback by the unfolding developments. Gu Niansheng's face lit up with a radiant smile as she looked at Wei Xianqi. Your Highness, shall we ascend? Indeed, just as Gu Niansheng prepared to follow Wei Xianqi upstairs, Qin Minglang once again grasped her arm. What do you intend to discuss with the king of Northern Zen? Third prince, this matter hardly requires your intervention, Gu Niansheng replied. Qin Minglang recalled that day at the polo field when Gu Niansheng had mentioned meeting Wei Xianqi again, not realizing she had meant it sincerely. Do not forget, You are my fiancé. The man's voice dripped with barely contained frustration, but Gu Niansheng merely smiled gently, her demeanor serene and composed. Your Highness speaks in jest. I am well aware of the pure bond between you and my sister, and I have always trusted you both. My connection with His Highness is equally innocent, and I believe you can understand this, correct? The clarity and innocence in her striking gaze suggested that this was merely a matter of simplicity. As Qin Mingling's grip gradually loosened, Gu Niansheng had articulated her stance so clearly that if he persisted, it would only cast doubt upon his own intentions. The third prince is a forthright man and will surely comprehend, Wei Xianqi interjected. Qin Minglang regarded the man before him, suppressing all resentment for the moment. Yet he could not fathom why Wei Xianqi treated Gu Niansheng differently. Countless young ladies sought to approach Wei Xianqi, yet he remained indifferent. Why was it different with Niansheng? Gu Niansheng ascended to the second floor alongside Wei Xianqi, where they encountered Han Quan and Jiang Cheng. Miss Gu, it is indeed true that you are as remarkable as your reputation suggests, Jiang Cheng remarked with a smile. Gu Niansheng was no stranger to Jiang Cheng and Han Quan. Wei Xianqi, known for his cool demeanor, had few friends, yet each was worthy of trust. Is your reputation as grand as they say? She chuckled lightly. If memory serves me right, my name does not carry a pleasant ring in the imperial city. Jiang Cheng appeared somewhat awkward, having merely engaged in customary pleasantries, forgetting that Miss Gu's reputation was indeed less than favorable, rendering his words ill-suited. Rumors cease with the wise. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed a misrepresentation, as if someone has twisted the truth, tarnishing your good name. I cannot fathom who would utter such nonsense. Aware that Jiang Cheng's words were mere flattery, Gu Niansheng smiled faintly. You possess keen insight, young master. As Jiang Cheng beheld her smile, he couldn't help but inwardly lament. Were those people blind? Miss Gu's beauty was unparalleled, far surpassing even the renowned Gu Niansheng. Each subtle expression and graceful movement was enchanting, her slightly arched brows and captivating eyes stirring one's soul. Just as he marveled at her beauty, a sudden chill enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. Wei Xianqi regarded him with a detached gaze, his expression unchanged. Yet Jiang Cheng sensed a lethal threat emanating from those eyes. Trouble brews. Jiang Cheng's heart raced. He recognized that gaze all too well. Each time it appeared, it heralded misfortune for someone. Meanwhile, Han Quan was frantically signaling him, his eyes nearly twitching with urgency, silently cursing his companion for dragging him into this predicament. Oh dear, Jiang Cheng clasped his abdomen, feigning discomfort. I apologize, but I suddenly feel a sharp pain. I must take my leave. Han Quan mimicked his gesture. It appears we both may have suffered from the same ill fortune. We shall take our leave as well. As the two hastily departed, Gu Niansheng couldn't help but sigh at their feeble excuse. It was indeed a testament to Wei Xianqi's stringent presence. She had coined the term Wei Guan Yin, a play on wife-controlled, for these two were like mice before a cat, obediently compliant in his presence. Miss Gu, I only just learned of your appointment with His Highness today. Had I not fortuitously crossed paths with you, I might have missed our engagement. A deep voice resonated, rich and magnetic, exuding the allure of a mature man. Gu Niansheng realized her little ruse had been effortlessly unraveled by Wei Xianqi, and she had no intention of concealing her thoughts. I came today with the hope of encountering His Highness. It seems fortune favored me, as I indeed found him. Oh, the man raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Miss Gu has come to a decision and intends to offer herself? Cough, cough. Gu Niansheng, having just sipped her tea, nearly choked at his words. It was clear that Wei Xianqi never failed to astonish. She suddenly recalled how, in her past life, he had insisted on marrying her without hesitation. With a playful spirit, she replied, Young Master Wei, you must be aware that I am already betrothed. Are you not concerned about His Majesty's wrath should I offer myself so readily? Her engagement was indeed bestowed by the Emperor, and now, even if she wished to renounce it, she must find a plausible excuse to shift all responsibility onto Qin Minglang. Do you think? Am I afraid? Wei Xianqi gazed at her with an unwavering calm, his deep eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Gu Niansheng pondered carefully. It seemed he truly felt no fear. Forget I spoke. Your Highness, I have come today to inquire if you possess the Qingdu fruit. Gu Niansheng's clear eyes sparkled. She knew that in order to rid herself of this poison, she needed that very fruit. Unfortunately, such fruit was exceedingly rare. She had inquired extensively at the apothecary, yet found no leads, leaving Wei Xianqi as her sole hope. Chapter 16. A missing lady. When Wei Xianqi heard the words Qingdu fruit, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, only to be quickly replaced by his usual demeanor. To be frank, I am in dire need of this Qingdu fruit. If the prince is willing to part with it, I would gladly pay any price. Gu Niansheng's gaze was earnest. She wished to rewrite her destiny and could no longer bear the title of an ugly woman. I lack nothing in terms of wealth, he declared. Then what does the prince desire? I shall see if I can procure it, Gu Niansheng inquired tentatively. I do not lack anything, he replied. Gu Niansheng gazed at Wei Xianqi in exasperation. Had he not previously treated her well? In the past, he would present her with gifts without her uttering a word. Why had his demeanor become so difficult this time around? What do you lack? I will find a way to obtain it, she insisted. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, his hand propped behind her, reducing the space between them. The familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped her. Gazing at his striking visage, even concealed by a silver mask, he remained exceptionally handsome, stirring her curiosity to unveil his true appearance. Are you truly capable of procuring anything? His deep voice resonated beside her, laced with a hint of flirtation. Gu Niansheng felt her cheeks warm, her heartbeat quickening. Of course, she stammered. A devilish smile slowly graced his lips as he regarded her intently. What I lack is a lady. Gu Niansheng was taken aback. You may extend credit and repay later. Credit can be extended? Her eyes twinkled with surprise. She had never seen Wei Xianqi so accommodating. Cautiously, she ventured, is there a possibility of not repaying? That is not an option. My debts are not to be disregarded, he stated firmly. Gu Niansheng sighed inwardly. The Prince of Jinbei was indeed a significant figure in the Daxia dynasty. Even the emperor spoke to him with deference, unlike ordinary subjects. Should she dare to default on such a debt, she might very well meet a grim fate. You are exceedingly courteous, my lord, she said with a flattering smile, promptly rising to her feet. I am not one to engage in debts. I shall return when I am able to pay in full. As she spoke, she placed the tea leaves she had prepared on the table. My lord, your assistance last time was invaluable. Here is my token of appreciation, and I hope you find it to your liking. Wei Xianqi watched Gu Niansheng slip away, then glanced at the tea leaves on the table, a faint smile spreading across his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded, take the Qingdu fruit to auction, and ensure this news reaches the Duke of Jinggu's residence. Understood. Once outside the Zue Xiang building, Gu Niansheng touched her flushed cheeks. They were still warm. When had Wei Xianqi become so extraordinarily handsome? She mused to herself, recalling how she had never blushed in his presence before. How perplexing. Miss, the Prince of Jinbei has always been a handsome man. Even with half of his face concealed, he is already one of the 4 talents of the imperial city. It is said that if he were to reveal his true visage, he would undoubtedly be deemed the most handsome man of all. As he spoke of the northern king, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Gu Niansheng momentarily paused, suddenly recalling that she was not alone. Fortunately, he had remained downstairs and had not ascended, or else the previous scene would have been quite embarrassing had she witnessed it. After all, was it not said that the northern king was a fearsome figure, a harbinger of death? Such a reputation was a commendation born of the battlefield, rather than a nefarious title. He explained, though the northern king is indeed cold in demeanor, I believe his willingness to assist you is not, as the rumors suggest. Gazing at Yi's earnest expression, Gu Niansheng realized, to her surprise, that she was indeed a devoted fan of Wei Xianqi at the duke's residence. Upon Gu Niansheng's return, she was taken aback to find Qin Ming Lang standing in her courtyard, his brow furrowed. Niansheng, he approached with quick strides, suppressing his inner irritation. By the time he reached her, his expression had reverted to its customary gentleness. What business did you have with the northern king today? Merely a casual chat, she replied nonchalantly. You are my betrothed, yet you sought out the northern king. Such news would not be taken lightly. Qin Minglang spoke in a low tone. Gu Niansheng remained unfazed. Did you not also go boating with Nian today? Rumors say that you and Nian make a perfect pair. I do not mind. Why should you care? Understanding dawned on Qin Minglang. Gu Niansheng was deliberately provoking him out of jealousy by seeking Wei Xianqi's company. Niansheng, are you envious? A wave of disdain washed over Gu Niansheng. How presumptuous of him! Just as she prepared to retort, her gaze caught a glimpse of a corner of a skirt visible from outside the courtyard, and an idea sparked within her. Minglang, I've been away from home for so long that everyone assumes the engagement is between you and Nian. Upon reflection, I believe you and Nian are indeed more suited for one another. Perhaps I should inform father to assign this engagement to my sister instead. What do you think? Qin Minglang was taken aback, and as he looked at the woman before him, clad in flowing white, her red sash accentuating her slender waist, her skin luminous and radiant, he felt a stirring in his heart. The intricate patterns on her forehead were concealed, her exquisite features nothing short of perfect, her expressive eyes exuding an allure that left one breathless. He had despised Gu Niansheng for her coarseness and lack of beauty, yet at this moment, she appeared enchanting and her words were laced with tenderness, making him realize he had never truly known her. Meanwhile, Gu Nian, eavesdropping at the gate, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this exchange. She and Minglang had long been in sync, but Gu Niansheng's sudden return had disrupted everything. She yearned to marry Minglang, but could not voice her desires, succumbing instead to her parents' persuasion. Minglang had reassured her not to rush, suggesting that if Gu Niansheng caused enough trouble, everyone would deem them mismatched, and the Duke would surely alter his stance. However, she had not anticipated Gu Niansheng would bring up the matter herself today, eliminating the need for any further complications. Niansheng, I regard Nian merely as a sister. You are overthinking this, he replied. Qin Minglang grasped Gu Niansheng's hand, gazing intently at her exquisite visage. Truly, she is deserving of the title of the first beauty's daughter. In this light, Gu Niansheng surpasses Nian in allure. Really? Indeed. I shall certainly invite you to join me on the next lake excursion, if that pleases you. Gu Niansheng observed that the dress in the corner had vanished, a playful smile gracing her lips. Very well. In her earlier days, she had been blinded by infatuation, believing Qin Minglang to be a paragon of virtue, when in truth, he was merely a lecherous man. Although he later wed Gu Niansheng, his company was never lacking in female admirers. And it is evident now that he is indeed quite the libertine. Chapter 17. The rarity of precious things the following day. Gu Niansheng unexpectedly learned that an auction house will be selling a rare Chengdu fruit in 3 days. She was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a fortunate opportunity. Temporarily halting her cultivation, she prepared a few items and set off for the auction house. Miss, if you wish to bid on something, why not simply inform the master? Remarked, unable to contain her curiosity. She was unsure of what the young lady intended to bid on, but given the master's affection for her, he would undoubtedly find a way to secure it. No need, and please do not disclose this to anyone, Gu Niansheng replied, her eyelids slightly lowered. The identity of the person who had inflicted this poison remained unclear, and to avoid alarming the snake, it was best to keep everything under wraps. Furthermore, her unresolved matters with Gu Niansheng necessitated that she retain some contingency plans. At the auction house, the atmosphere was bustling. On ordinary days, many would come to consign or pawn items, but with the grand auction approaching in 3 days, the crowd was particularly dense. Gu Niansheng approached the consignment area, where 2 individuals were already in line. After a brief wait, she stepped inside. What item does the young lady wish to consign? The attendant inquired. Gu Niansheng placed a brocade box on the table. Tea leaves. The man momentarily froze, looking at her in confusion. Pardon, what did you say? Tea leaves, Gu Niansheng reiterated. Her current abilities were insufficient for alchemy to exchange for silver. Her only asset was her capacity as a spirit master. Ordinary tea leaves lacked the qualifications for auction, but tea leaves imbued by a spirit master were exceptional. The tea contained spiritual energy, which could aid in enhancing one's strength and unblocking spiritual roots. Initially, The man wondered if Gu Niansheng had lost her senses, but upon hearing her explanation, his expression shifted. Are you saying these are tea leaves processed by a spirit master? Indeed, she affirmed. The man immediately stood upright, his demeanor transformed to one of reverence. Spirit masters were exceedingly rare, and any spirit master was a coveted existence. The Great Xia dynasty had never produced a spirit master, making such items extremely uncommon. If this were genuine, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention at the auction. Please wait. I will verify this at once, he said. All right, Gu Niansheng replied, waiting patiently. She was currently only a first-tier spirit master, with limited spiritual power. As her abilities grew, so too would the efficacy of her enchantments. Even so, rarity conferred value, and she believed she could command a respectable price. True to her expectations, when the man returned, his attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Indeed, this is genuine tea infused with spiritual energy. You can consign it here without worry. Gu Niansheng nodded. The auction house was the largest in the imperial city, known for its integrity, so she felt assured. Please take care, and we welcome you to visit often. After departing from the auction house, Gu Niansheng stepped into an alley and removed her black cloak, deciding it prudent to keep her identity concealed for the time being. Yi wandered about the street, following her mistress's instructions to scout for any inns that might be available for lease. She was baffled by her mistress's sudden change in demeanor since the incident at the lake. Previously, she had been reclusive, reluctant to venture outside. Yet now she expressed a desire to engage in business. Have you found anything suitable? Miss, this street is the most bustling in the imperial city, and most inns thrive here, rarely available for transfer. However, there happens to be one inn up for lease. Which one? The Jinshulu ahead. Pointed out, explaining that the proprietor of Jinshulu had earned sufficient wealth and intended to return to his hometown, thus opting to sell the establishment. The inn boasted a picturesque view of Infeng Lake behind it and was ideally located, though the price for acquiring it would likely be considerable. Let's take a look. Upon arriving at Jinshulu, Gu Niansheng surveyed the premises and confirmed the excellent location, even superior to that of the Zui Xianglu. However, the quality of the cuisine fell short, resulting in a lesser reputation and patronage compared to Zui Xianglu. Miss, we are no longer conducting business here. The innkeeper emerged to inform her. Gu Niansheng glanced at the inn's interior and the visible lake view before inquiring. I hear you are selling this inn? May I ask the price? The innkeeper quickly understood her intent and replied, Miss, what price would you be willing to offer? Several parties have expressed interest in purchasing it, and I shall announce the final decision tomorrow. May I inquire about the offers made by others? Gu Niansheng was not surprised. An inn of this caliber would undoubtedly attract numerous bidders. 2,000 taels. Upon hearing this sum, Gu Niansheng sighed inwardly. It was indeed a hefty amount. An ordinary person's monthly salary barely amounted to a single tael of silver, and living well would require 2 or 3 taels. She had previously possessed 1,000 taels, feeling quite affluent until she spent some on medicinal herbs, leaving her with only 900 taels. Her only hope lay in the auction 3 days hence. I offer 2,100 taels. The innkeeper's eyes brightened. Very well, Mississippi. You must provide a deposit of 500 taels. Should someone else purchase the inn, I shall return it to you tomorrow. Agreed. After Gu Niansheng and the innkeeper formalized the agreement, she returned. Miss, you still need 1,200 taels. Exclaimed anxiously, astonished that her mistress had depleted such a substantial amount in just 2 days. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. We shall earn from the inn in due course. Gu Niansheng replied with an air of calm. Her father, as the Duke of the State, was loyal to the country and a virtuous official. Though their family had some savings, it was likely not substantial. The wealth she had was bestowed upon her by her loving parents, and she wished to avoid burdening them further. At the northern duke's residence, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan arrived to find Wei Xianqi still practicing martial arts. The servants had already announced their presence, and the two of them entered the room. At that moment, Jiang Cheng noticed a new box of tea leaves on the table, feeling a sense of surprise. Xianqi typically indulged in tribute tea and never ventured into other varieties. What could this be? Han Quan gazed at the tea leaves on the table. Although the packaging was quite exquisite, it still fell short when compared to the tribute tea Qianqi usually savored. Shall we brew a cup and sample it? Jiangcheng squinted, suddenly intrigued. He opened the ornate box, and, upon inspecting the tea leaves, his expression grew peculiar. Han Quan, do take a look. Does this tea not resemble the Bai Luo Chun that we often encounter? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it feels distinctly different, as if it were not an ordinary Bai Luo Chun. Chapter 18. Avoiding unprofitable deals. Is it merely a can of tea? Can you discern anything extraordinary about it? Han Quan paid little heed to this peculiar fellow's musings. Jiangcheng, however, proceeded to brew a pot of tea, and as he did so, the fragrance wafted through the air, imbued with a hint of ethereal energy. Was it merely an illusion? After taking a sip, Jiangcheng's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Han Quan gazed at him in bewilderment. What is wrong? Did a sip of tea provoke such excitement? Han Quan, this is no ordinary tea. It possesses spiritual energy. Do have a taste. The latter hesitantly sampled a sip, and in an instant, both men exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions betraying their exhilaration. I knew it. Qianqi must have switched the tea. It surely has something to do with this. Jiangcheng felt a surge of cleverness. Having uncovered the truth, Han Quan regarded the tea in his cup, recognizing the commendable spiritual energy it contained. Regular consumption would not only bolster their health, but also aid their cultivation. Rumor had it that tea crafted by a spirit infuser held such properties. Yet there were none in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Qianqi was truly remarkable for acquiring such a rarity. When Wei Qianqi returned, he immediately noticed the open brocade box on the table, and his calm gaze turned icy in an instant. Jiangcheng, lost in his excitement over the tea, something so rare that merely tasting it would be a point of pride, suddenly sensed a chilling aura approaching, rendering him motionless. Qianqi, allow us to explain, Jiangcheng nearly pleaded, his heart racing as he perceived the murderous intent in Wei Qianqi's expression. Typically, Qianqi remained silent while they indulged in food and treasures. Would a cup of tea truly capsize their friendship? We had no idea this tea was so precious. We assumed it was just ordinary tea. Wei Qianqi furrowed his brow. Precious? This was the first gift from Niansheng, which he had not yet dared to touch. This is indeed tea crafted by a spirit infuser. It is impossible for ordinary tea to harbor such spiritual energy. It is simply remarkable. Jiangcheng, with a sycophantic smile, poured a cup and placed it before Wei Qianqi. I wonder if you have any more of this tea? I could trade you something of mine. I can too. Han Quan chimed in eagerly. Wei Qianqi took a sip, the tea's aroma mingling with its spiritual essence, leaving him feeling rejuvenated as the weariness from earlier training dissipated. Steam swirled from the cup, and the tea leaves danced in the water. A memory surfaced in his mind of Gu Niansheng telling him this was a token of gratitude. He was taken aback by her offering, realizing it was such a rare find. Spirit infuser Qianqi, do share the delightful treasures with us. Jiangcheng implored with eager anticipation. No, I shall not. Jiangcheng was left speechless. What brings you here today? I have news to share. Jiangcheng grinned mischievously. The tavern you wish to purchase has received a higher bid. And what of it? Wei Qianqi's gaze remained unfazed. I am aware that Wei Qianqi is likely to obtain whatever he desires. However, this time the one raising the bid is none other than Miss Gu, the daughter of a prominent family. Jiangcheng squinted. Having sensed since that day at the polo field that the lady Wei Qianqi was interested in was extraordinary, and after yesterday, his certainty only grew. Gu Niansheng? Indeed. Jiangcheng nodded, saying that if it were anyone else raising the bid, he would have simply arranged for someone to assist in outbidding them. However, encountering this, Miss Gu prompted him to inform Wei Qianqi. So what do you think? Shall we continue to raise the bid? No more, Wei Qianqi replied. Let others raise the bid. I will simply secure the establishment with a high offer and then sell it to her. Jiangcheng. Guan. The two exchanged glances, realizing that Wei Qianqi's intentions were as transparent as daylight. Qianqi, you have never engaged in unprofitable ventures. This behavior is uncharacteristic of you. Han Quan cannot help but remark. You are correct, Wei Xianqi set down his teacup. I never engage in unprofitable ventures. The establishment successfully fell into the hands of Gu Niansheng. However, she lacked the funds at present. Thus, she implored the proprietor for a 3-day grace period, promising to settle the payment in full afterward. To her surprise, the proprietor agreed readily, stating that even if it were delayed further, there was no cause for urgency. Was the proprietor eager to sell the establishment to return to his hometown? Why the sudden change of heart? Gu Niansheng felt a twinge of confusion, but ultimately deemed it a fortunate turn of events and dismissed her concerns. Until 3 days later, when the auction commenced. Gu Hongzhen specifically came to summon Gu Niansheng. Niansheng, shall we attend the auction together today? Gu Niansheng observed the dark circles under Gu Niansheng's eyes and recalled how she looked so different with her hair tied back. Feeling a surge of displeasure, she anticipated that Gu Niansheng would suddenly become clever enough to devise such a means of concealing her flaws. She had to admit that Gu Niansheng indeed looked quite beautiful, which began to unsettle her own standing. The change in Minglang's demeanor that day was the best testament to this. Today, he even allowed her to invite Gu Niansheng along, which was utterly infuriating. Brother, you all go ahead. I'm feeling unwell today and shall not attend. Gu Niansheng casually fabricated an excuse to decline. Once Gu Hongzhen and the others departed, she donned her cloak and made her way to the auction house. She arrived just in time, as the majority of attendees had already entered. Following the crowd, she proceeded inside. However, she was directed to a VIP box upon the appraiser's realization of the T's uniqueness. They had made special arrangements for her to avoid sitting in the main hall, thus preserving her anonymity. Welcome, everyone, to the MO auction house. The auction is now officially underway. The first item up for bidding was a fine sword, known as the Ling Shui sword. Gu Niansheng sat in a box, savoring delicacies while observing the bustling auction below. She held a genuine interest in these proceedings, but intended to allocate all her savings toward acquiring the rare Chengdu fruit, renowned for its ability to eliminate a vast majority of toxins and, therefore, exceedingly precious. The affluent citizens of the imperial city were numerous, and she feared that securing the Chengdu fruit would not be an easy task. During this process, she noticed that Qin Minglang had successfully bid for a sword intended for a woman, evidently a gift for Gu Niansheng, as she had also raised her bid twice. However, it was apparent that her funds were insufficient, prompting Qin Minglang to assist her in acquiring it. Gu Hongzhen observed Gu Niansheng and Qin Minglang nearby, a complex expression flickering in his gaze as he thought of Niansheng. The last time of the polo match, he sensed something amiss with Niansheng, and it now seemed that she might also harbor feelings for the third prince. Gu Niansheng suddenly recalled the folding fan she had previously obtained from Qin Minglang, which concealed a formidable martial skill. It was high time to unveil it. Chapter 19. The competitive bidding. The next auction item is one of the most anticipated treasures of this event, previously unlisted in the promotional materials. A mysterious smile graced the auctioneer's face, piquing the curiosity of all present. It is likely that such a last-minute addition to the auction must be extraordinary. Qin Minglang found himself intrigued, while Gu Niansheng smiled faintly, suggesting it was perhaps a rare treasure. A servant gracefully approached, bearing the coveted item, and the auctioneer wasted no time in unveiling the red silk covering. The grand finale auction item was revealed to be tea. As the auctioneer's words echoed through the hall, the atmosphere erupted in disbelief. Tea? Was this a jest? Even if it were tribute tea, it hardly seemed worthy of being the highlight auction item. Many attendees displayed their disappointment. While tribute tea is indeed commendable, it felt underwhelming in such a prestigious setting. However, the auctioneer remained unperturbed in the face of skepticism. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain patient. Our auction house, Mo's Auction, will never let you down. This is no ordinary tea. It has been crafted by a spirit conduit master, imbued with spiritual energy. Consuming this tea not only bolsters physical health, but, over time, can also unlock one's spiritual roots, enhancing one's abilities, beneficial for both the ordinary person and practitioners alike. At this proclamation, a momentary hush fell over the hall, soon followed by an even greater uproar. Qin Minglang's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had only heard of spirit conduit masters, but had never encountered a true treasure crafted by one. This was indeed a remarkable item, and how splendid it would be to acquire it as a gift for the emperor. Crown Prince Qin Xiuyu's gaze also brightened. Rarity begets value, and such an intriguing and health-promoting item would surely please the emperor. Gu Hongzhen, too, felt a surge of interest since Niansheng's return. She had seldom ventured outside, and her health had not been robust. Given her stagnant progress in cultivation, perhaps this tea could elevate her innate talent. In an instant, the entire hall was abuzz with excitement. This rare treasure, once secured, would not only possess intrinsic value, but also elevate one's prestige beyond comparison. The bidding for such an item would undoubtedly be steep, and one would need to bring ample silver. Qin Minglang exchanged a knowing glance with those beside him, signaling to inform the auction house that he would bid on the item and settle the payment later upon retrieving the necessary funds. Understood, came the response. Gu Niansheng observed the flurry of attendants discreetly departing and smiled subtly, sensing that this tea would likely fetch a significant price. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged a knowing look, suddenly realizing that this tea must be the very same that Xian Qi had once enjoyed. As the auction for the tea commenced, there were 3 jars in total to be auctioned separately, and with no prior appearance, there would be no starting price. Let the bidding begin. 100 taels. Almost instantaneously after the auctioneer concluded his statement, bids began to emerge. Upon hearing the initial price, many attendees expressed their astonishment, recognizing that such an opening bid suggested the final price would be considerably high. Those of modest means swiftly withdrew, understanding that this treasure was beyond their financial reach. Even if they were to secure it, possession would remain uncertain. 300 taels, declared Gu Hongzhen. 500 taels, added the crown prince, Qin Xiuyu. Seeing Gu Hongzhen's bid, Qin Minglang hesitated momentarily, but upon hearing the familiar voice of Qin Xiuyu, he resolutely declared 800 taels. Qin Xiuyu cast a glance toward Qin Minglang and countered with 1,000 taels. 1,200 taels. As the crowd observed the escalating rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince, many chose to forego further bidding, uncertain of who would ultimately prevail. Gu Niansheng, lazily resting her chin on her hand, listened to the rapid ascent of the bids, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her lips. It appeared that her establishment need not worry. 1,500 taels. Qin Xiuyu announced once more. Noting that Qin Xiuyu showed no signs of relinquishing his stance, Qin Minglang recognized that while this tea was indeed rare, the price had already reached considerable heights. Realizing further bidding would be futile, he ceased his attempts. 1,500 taels sold. Congratulations, the auctioneer proclaimed emphatically. Will your auction house have this tea available for sale in the future? Someone inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. This tea was entrusted to us by a mysterious individual, and we do not know them, nor can we ascertain if there will be future offerings. Esteemed guests, please cherish this opportunity, the auctioneer responded. The crowd exchanged glances, recognizing that a spirit master was a figure absent in the entire Daxia dynasty, which made the likelihood of the actual spirit master appearing here exceedingly slim. The only conceivable scenario was that someone had brought this tea from elsewhere to sell. In other words, such an opportunity might not arise again. Now, let us commence the auction for the second item. The auctioneer wore a faint smile, confident that this tea would command a high price. 1,000 taels. As many prepared to bid, Qin Minglang abruptly raised the price to 800 taels, plunging the auction hall into a momentary silence. However, this silence was short-lived, quickly overwhelmed by even higher bids. 1,200 taels. 1,500 taels. Inside her private box, Gu Niansheng watched with satisfaction. Qin Minglang was indeed rather foolish. Typically, the price for the second item tends to exceed that of the first. Having failed to outbid the crown prince previously, he was now destined to pay an even steeper price. 2,000 taels. A sudden voice resonated, drawing considerable attention. As someone boldly bid 2,000 taels for a single jar of tea, an amount not typical for the average person, Gu Niansheng recognized the voice. Familiar yet surprising, it belonged to Jiang Cheng. Turning her gaze, she discovered Jiang Cheng was indeed in the adjacent box. It was astonishing that all the items she had entrusted for auction were being bid on by acquaintances. Qin Minglang glanced back, countering 2,100 taels. 2,500 taels. Jiang Cheng replied without hesitation. 2,600 taels. 3,000 taels. Jiang Cheng continued. At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall was one of astonishment. 3,000 taels for a canister of tea leaves. Such extravagance could only stem from either immense wealth or sheer madness. Qin Minglang felt a surge of irritation. However, this price truly exceeded his budget and was not worthwhile, as he needed to conserve his funds for the final bid on the cleansing fruit. 3,000 taels sold. Congratulations. Next came the last portion of tea leaves, and the auction commenced anew. 5,000 taels. Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from a nearby private booth, leaving all present in utter shock. Before Qin Minglang could utter a word, the opportunity slipped away, and his expression darkened, turning ashen. Were these individuals out of their minds? He had initially considered the crown prince's bid of 1,500 taels exorbitant, but little did he know that subsequent offers would be even more outrageous. Chapter 20. Casting a long line to catch a big fish, Gu Niansheng's clear eyes reflected astonishment as she recognized the voice that she could never forget. It belonged to Wei Xianqi. Han Quan had initially intended to secure this third item, but the familiar voice struck him like a bolt from the blue. Xianqi, haven't you already acquired one? Why are you competing with me? Han Quan lamented, his face etched with distress. Wei Xianqi maintained a calm demeanor, responding, your bids are simply too low. Han Quan exclaimed in disbelief. 3,000 taels for a small jar of tea. Is that low? Is this tea made of gold? He continued incredulously. You bid 5,000 taels for a jar of tea. Don't you feel any remorse? Wei Xianqi cast him a fleeting glance, and Jiang Cheng realized he had spoken a triviality. Indeed, those with substantial wealth viewed 5,000 taels as mere pocket change. This money will soon return to me, Wei Xianqi remarked, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips as his gaze drifted to the adjacent private room. Next up was the grand finale of the auction, the detox fruit. Many attendees had come specifically for this rare item, renowned for its exceptional detoxifying properties. Even if one had no immediate use for it, it would serve as a valuable addition to any collection for future needs. The starting bid for the detox fruit was set at 1,000 taels. 1,100 taels. 3,000 taels. Gu Niansheng quickly raised her bid, realizing that Wei Xianqi's tactic was proving effective. Indeed, many seemed to hesitate. The individuals in this private room were all affluent, and the momentum of their bidding was unparalleled. 3,500 taels. Qin Minglang declared. 5,000 taels. Gu Niansheng countered. Qin Minglang's expression darkened considerably. He only had 7,000 taels at his disposal, initially believing he could secure the detox fruit, but this individual appeared determined to claim it. 5,500 taels. 6,000 taels. 6,500 taels. 7,000 taels. Damn it! Qin Minglang cursed under his breath, realizing that the detox fruit was of great importance to him, and today it was being snatched away. Find out who that person in the private room is and ensure you bring them to me. Understood. With the auctioneer's final gavel, the detox fruit was secured by Gu Niansheng for 7,000 taels, marking the official conclusion of the auction. After selling the spiritual tea for 9,500 taels and deducting a 5% auction fee, she was left with approximately 9,000 taels. After accounting for the 7,000 taels spent, she had 2,000 taels remaining, just enough to purchase the establishment and still have some fun for hiring attendants. Content. Gu Niansheng exited the private room, not in a hurry to leave, as she understood why Qin Minglang sought the detox fruit. His mother was afflicted by a poison that left numerous doctors helpless, with only this fruit capable of providing an antidote. Having failed to acquire it, he would undoubtedly seek her out. As anticipated, when she stepped out, she noticed individuals approaching down the corridor, prompting her to swiftly change direction. Just as Gu Niansheng departed, a crowd converged outside her private room. As Jiang Cheng and Han Quan emerged from the private room, they could not help but notice the commotion outside, eliciting a derisive smile. It seemed the third prince had failed to obtain what he desired, and was now resorting to overt tactics. Qin Minglang, upon realizing the absence of patrons, felt his expression darken instantly, and then he noticed Jiang Cheng stepping out from the adjacent room, aware that the precious spirit tea had been seized by him. "Young Master Jiang, you have exquisite tastes. My affairs need not concern you," he remarked, casting a glance back inside. "Search the premises." Jiang Cheng and Han Quan stepped forward, effectively blocking Qin Minglang's path. "Third Prince, I assure you that this is for your own good. You are well aware of the rules of the MO auction house. Disturbances are strictly forbidden here. If discovered, you may never attend another auction again. I urge you to reconsider," Third Prince Han Quan advised. Qin Minglang regarded the two before him, fully cognizant of the MO auction house's regulations. As the largest and most reputable auction house in the imperial city, it possessed immense financial resources. Even those of royal lineage were compelled to adhere to its rules. If they could act swiftly and locate the individual before being detected, it would be fortunate. However, with these two obstructing his way, time was evidently not on his side. "Thank you for your kind reminder," he replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan smiled politely, bidding him farewell as he departed. Gu Niansheng waited for Qin Minglang to leave, lingering for a moment before she prepared to exit. Yet, just as she was about to step away, someone seized her wrist, yanking her back forcefully. "Who?" Gu Niansheng felt her internal energy surge, her other hand swiftly drawing a dagger, her eyes icy. "It's me." The deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she relaxed her defenses. "Qin Minglang has sent people to guard outside. It is unsafe for you to leave this way." Gu Niansheng was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed upon the handsome face so close before her. In the dim light, his eyes glimmered like obsidian, bright and captivating. "Follow me," he urged, warmth radiating from his palm as Wei Xianxi guided her slowly towards the exit. She observed his towering figure, feeling an unprecedented sense of reliability. He had always been there to assist her, yet she had previously heeded malicious gossip and avoided him like a venomous snake. Once outside the auction house, Gu Niansheng's attention lingered on their intertwined hands until his light-hearted laughter broke the silence. "Miss Gu, if you wish to remain in my grasp, I would not mind." Startled, she snapped back to reality, meeting his amused gaze, and promptly released her hold. Noticing her discomfort, Wei Xianxi refrained from further comment, instead gesturing forward. "You can exit through this alley. They won't spot you." Following his line of sight, Gu Niansheng indeed saw a narrow alleyway. "What brings you to the auction house today?" she inquired, recalling that in her past life, he had shown little interest in such events. This time, however, his intentions seemed different. "To fish," he replied. "Fish?" Gu Niansheng's brow furrowed in confusion. "In the auction house, to cast a long line for a bigger catch." With a light chuckle, Wei Xianxi elicited a singular thought in Gu Niansheng's mind. Could this fish possibly be referring to her? Upon returning to the Gu family, Qin Minglang was preoccupied with searching for the person who had taken the detoxifying fruit. Despite his exhaustive efforts, he could not locate the culprit. Observing that Qin Minglang's gaze inadvertently lingered upon him, Qin Xiuyu allowed a cold smile to unfurl within his eyes. "Your Highness," he mused, "it seems that the third prince suspects our involvement in this matter. Yet, since it does not concern us, why should we fear?" With a light-hearted chuckle, he acknowledged Qin Minglang's ill fate. Before his people could even act, the detoxifying fruit had already been snatched away. This is the consequence of one's own folly. One reaps what one sows. Chapter 21. The future sister-in-law the following day. News of the auction of the spirit tea swiftly swept through the entire imperial city. The profession of a spirit master, one rarely encountered in daily life, was mostly known through hearsay. Yet now, the availability of spirit tea crafted by a spirit master had captivated the enthusiasm of everyone in the imperial city. Have you heard? There were only 3 jars of tea, and they were won by His Highness the Crown Prince, the King of the North, and the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Cheng. I've heard that items made by spirit masters are infused with spiritual energy. Drinking this spirit tea can strengthen one's body, assist in enhancing cultivation levels, and even help open one's spiritual roots. Everyone was eager to sample this spirit tea. It was said that the crown prince had already presented the spirit tea to his majesty, and the king of the north was not to be disturbed. However, it seemed that the young Master Jiang was being inundated with visitors today. As Gu Niansheng arrived at the tavern to settle the bill, she overheard conversations in the streets. Astonished by the uproar this matter had caused, it appeared that Jiang Cheng was likely in a state of utter disarray. Why is that? Yi Inweited, puzzled. Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling. With the emergence of the spirit tea, many nobles who missed the auction yesterday would undoubtedly be intrigued. Naturally, no one would dare approach His Majesty, nor the King of the North, leaving only one hope remaining. Does this mean that young Master Jiang will be unable to keep the spirit tea? To retain it would inevitably offend someone. And as for gifting it, that too poses a dilemma. Gifting it to the wrong person could lead to offense. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was indeed a loss, feeling as if he could weep without tears. Since tasting the spirit tea from Wei Xianxi, he had been unable to forget it, and during the auction, he was wholly intent on winning it back to savor it at leisure. However, he had scarcely returned when requests for the spirit tea began pouring in, each more formidable than the last. Initially, he could refuse, but as the requests escalated, he found himself unable to turn them down. Reluctantly, he sought refuge at the residence of the King of the North to evade the storm. "Xianxi, please save me," Jiang Cheng exclaimed, his face a picture of despair. "Why don't you say that the spirit tea has already been given to you? Then surely they will cease asking me for it." Wei Xianxi glanced at him, shaking his head. "That one tea do. Why not? I pride myself on my honesty." Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This man was clearly speaking nonsense. Wei Xianxi honest? On the battlefield, deception was an art, and he employed various strategies with remarkable skill. Now he claimed to be honest? What a farce. "Wei Xianxi, I implore you to be reasonable," Jiang Cheng said, exasperated. "Do you know the person who auctioned the spirit tea? How else would you have acquired it?" "Of course I do," Wei Xianxi replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea before handing Jiang Cheng a cup. Jiang Cheng's eyes brightened. After tasting it, he felt invigorated and asked eagerly, "Then who is this person?" "My future wife." With that, Jiang Cheng sputtered, spilling tea everywhere, choking and gasping. "What did you say? Future sister-in-law?" Han Quan widened his eyes in disbelief, never imagining such words would escape Wei Xianxi's lips. It was well known that the northern king had little interest in women. Countless families had attempted to send their daughters to his residence, yet none had succeeded, not even with the emperor's matchmaking decrees. Some even speculated about his aversion to the fairer sex, as evidenced by the different glances he exchanged with Jiang Cheng. However, today, Wei Xianxi unexpectedly mentioned the word wife, a truly remarkable occurrence. Could be true? Jiang Cheng momentarily abandoned thoughts of spiritual tea. This revelation was far more astonishing than anything he had encountered in his years of existence. Wei Xianxi regarded the two with exaggerated expressions and a sharp glance, as if to question whether he was jesting. The two averted their gazes, at a loss for words to encapsulate their feelings. Were they truly to have a sister-in-law? If this spiritual tea belonged to her, did that mean he could simply ask her for some in the future? Jiang Cheng's gloom dissipated as joy took its place. What was there to worry about? He would return and sell this spiritual tea at a premium. Han Quan too felt elated. He had been disheartened by his earlier failure to procure any, but now he eagerly awaited the news of Xianxi bringing his sister-in-law home. The two had completely forgotten that this was to be their future matron. In their eyes, no one could possibly dislike Xianxi, and it was only a matter of time before this sister-in-law would join their ranks. Inside the tavern, Gu Niansheng settled her payments and received the deed, officially claiming ownership of the establishment. She planned to renovate the tavern and hire staff before its grand opening. "Miss, how about I take you to purchase some household servants? Rather than hiring waitstaff, it would be more reassuring to acquire some," he suggested. After all, she had once been brought in by the master and mistress, growing up alongside the young lady. Many of the servants had tragic backgrounds, and having a mistress like her was a stroke of fortune for them. Very well, Gu Niansheng agreed, recognizing that to establish her own enterprise, she needed trusted allies. Under Yi's guidance, Gu Niansheng arrived at a vast underground warehouse where dark rooms awaited. As they entered, the seller greeted them warmly. "Miss, what kind of household servant are you looking for?" "Someone clever and nimble, ideally with business acumen." "Rather than just the ordinary," Gu Niansheng replied. She understood that running the tavern would not allow her to be present at all times, necessitating a smart and trustworthy individual. However, finding such a servant for purchase would not be an easy task. Most of our servants here come from difficult circumstances, and finding one with business skills is quite rare, the seller admitted, his expression faltering. But soon he added, "However, I do recall someone. I have a male servant who originally engaged in trade, but fell on hard times and ended up here. He is quite difficult to deal with. He possesses capability, yet he has a sickly sister. Unless someone is willing to purchase both of them and care for her, he will not agree." Listening to the words, Gu Niansheng found this individual to be quite responsible. Given that his sister's health was fragile, her demise would be inevitable should he depart, leaving him with no choice in the matter. Take me to meet him. Before long, Gu Niansheng encountered the person the seller had mentioned. The man was clad in tattered rags, exuding an air of disarray. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern his handsome features, while his sister appeared pale and emaciated, bearing the unmistakable signs of malnutrition, with a hint of illness evident upon her countenance. "I have sold off numerous servants from my household, yet this lad remains with me to this day." Chapter 22. The Steward. "Shi Yongin, there's a buyer here to see you." Upon hearing this, the man lifted his head and gazed towards the woman outside. She was clad in a cloak, her true visage obscured, and his expression immediately soured. Such attire clearly indicated a desire to conceal her identity, perhaps intending to engage in some nefarious dealings that involved purchasing them for unsavory purposes. "Behave yourself, otherwise, you will waste my hospitality here. If I cannot sell you, I might as well end your life." The seller, recognizing Shi Yong'an's demeanor, understood that this fellow had been enjoying a free meal for far too long. Although he only dined once a day, it still required silver. Gu Niansheng observed the fierce seller and the pitiful state of Shi Yong'an, sighing inwardly at the plight of these two unfortunate souls. "Are you Shi Yong'an?" "Indeed. You need not regard me with such suspicion. I am merely disguised to avoid recognition by acquaintances. I have no intention of leading you into wrongdoing." Shi Yong'an was momentarily taken aback. He had not yet spoken, and yet this young woman had already alleviated his concerns. "To be direct, I intend to open a tavern and require a manager," Gu Niansheng stated candidly. "Thus, I seek a clever individual, someone adept at calculations. You need not adopt a defensive stance. My criteria for selection are not simply based on personal whims." Her standards were stringent. Those who did not meet them were of no use to her. The man's gaze shifted subtly. He had not expected such forthrightness from her. Instinctively, he sensed that she was a person of significance, perhaps even possessing considerable influence, as she was evidently wary of being recognized. Moreover, her demeanor exuded a hint of pride. She was the one making the selections, not the other way around, which further solidified his belief. "I am proficient in accounting. My family was in business previously," Shi Yong'an quickly replied. "If what you say is true, I require no monthly salary, merely sustenance. My only condition is that you purchase my sister and provide her with treatment." Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the frail girl beside him. "You are well aware of your sister's condition. There is no need for me to elaborate. If you can meet my requirements, these matters will not pose a problem. I can indeed heal your sister, but if you fail to meet the standards, then it is all for naught." "You can heal my sister?" Shi Yong'an was taken aback. His sister had been afflicted since birth, and despite the passage of years, no improvement had been seen. All he wished for was some alleviation of her suffering. And now this young woman claimed she could cure her? "Your sister is inherently weak. She has suffered from this ailment since birth, experiencing chronic coughs and wheezing, particularly at night and during winter. Am I correct?" Shi Yong'an gazed at Gu Niansheng in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could discern a condition without even checking the pulse. "You are correct. Can it truly be treated?" "It is challenging, but not impossible." Hope began to glimmer in Shi Yong'an's eyes, and his expression shifted to one of urgency. "Please, test my capabilities." During this period, there were individuals who sought to purchase him to serve as a steward. However, his true prowess lay in the realm of commerce. Initially, He contemplated acquiescing for the sake of his sister, but those individuals outright refused upon hearing his conditions. Only the lady before him hesitated to decline. Gu Niansheng exchanged a glance with Yi, who promptly handed over the prepared ledger to Shi Yong and calculate how much silver remains, she instructed. Upon receiving the ledger, Shi Yong and began his calculations. After a brief pause, he confidently proclaimed, "There is a surplus of 300 taels and 50 coins." He could not help but glance at her mistress. Indeed, the answer was 300 taels and 50 coins. Correct, Gu Niansheng acknowledged. However, merely being adept at arithmetic is insufficient for a steward. Please elaborate, milady, he inquired. What should be done if, after serving, a guest claims there are worms in the dish? Apologize, have someone prepare a new dish, and offer an additional plate, he replied. And if, after serving, the guest again claims there are worms? Accuse them of deliberately causing trouble, elucidate the reason in front of others, identify the crux of the issue, and expel them. What if the guest does not voice their complaint openly, but instead tarnishes your reputation upon leaving? Investigate thoroughly and disseminate the truth to counter the rumors. Shi Yong'an remarked, such matters are often instigated by rival establishments. As long as one can identify their vulnerabilities and amplify them, a decisive blow can be struck when they are under scrutiny. Gu Niansheng's lips curled into a slight smile, while Shi Yong'an appeared refined and unassuming. Shrewdness was indeed a requisite for a steward. One could not judge a book by its cover, and in this regard, Shi Yong'an proved to be quite astute. My family has been engaged in commerce for generations. I have studied the art of management since childhood. However, my mother suffered complications during my sister's birth, and my father passed away early, leaving our family fortune entirely seized by my uncle and aunt. It is only due to these circumstances that my sister and I find ourselves in such a plight. If you can save my sister, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Shi Yong'an knelt heavily, pleading for the lady's assistance. Yi, witnessing the transformation from his previous defiance to his current supplication, was utterly astonished. How could her mistress possess such remarkable insight to discern the young girl's ailment at a mere glance? Noticing the bloodshot eyes of Shi Yong'an, Gu Niansheng said, "Rise and follow me." Joy illuminated Shi Yong'an's face as he hurriedly led his sister out. The seller had not anticipated that Shi Yong'an would genuinely agree to leave, and a broad smile spread across his face. "Miss, typical household servants are worth about 50 taels each, but for Shi Yong'an's skills, he warrants 100 taels. His sister is a gift. What do you think?" Gu Niansheng readily paid 100 taels and escorted the two out of the underground storeroom. Upon seeing the long-lost sunlight, Shi Yong'an instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, the once despondent expression on his face giving way to a long-absent vitality. "I will select a residence for you. In the meantime, you may stay at the inn," Gu Niansheng instructed, gesturing towards the inn behind them. "Thank you, my lady," they expressed gratefully. Gu Niansheng once again dispatched someone to find a residence, ultimately purchasing a traditional courtyard house. It was not only for Shi Yong'an to reside in. The other servants she had acquired would likewise require accommodations. After spending several hundred taels of exquisite silver, she could not help but lament, "I am impoverished once more." Seeing her mistress squander money as if it were water, Yi wore an expression of disbelief. The vast sum had vanished in an instant, were it entrusted to her. She could likely spend a lifetime without exhausting it. The tavern must open without delay. The emptiness of her pockets was truly uncomfortable. "Miss, when do you intend to inaugurate the establishment?" Yi inquired. "Will this matter remain unspoken to anyone?" "No," Gu Niansheng replied with certainty. "I had not anticipated unearthing such a treasure in the underground market today. Shi Yong'an is indeed a remarkable talent. The tavern should thrive under his management." Chapter 23. First visit to the palace upon returning home. Gu Niansheng informed everyone not to disturb her before seeking out the little fox. She had discovered that the world marked by the imprint was far more complex than a mere spiritual field. It also housed a school. In her previous life, she had learned medical arts while following Wei Xianqi, initially avoiding him, but finding herself learning from a renowned physician by his side, which had led to some modest accomplishments. To her astonishment, the school within the spiritual field had a master who taught medicine. For the past few days, she had been diligently studying under this master, who was an exceptional healer, guiding her through the lessons gradually, making it easier for her given her existing foundation. Moreover, she realized that time flowed more slowly here than in the outside world, a delightful stroke of fortune. She was acutely aware of the formidable power of medical knowledge, and it was this recent learning that enabled her to discern the condition of Shi Yong'an's sister at a glance. However, the master in the courtyard was merely an illusion, not a real person. The little fox watched its owner studying earnestly, its eyes twinkling with delight, convinced that with such diligence, they would soon be able to venture outside. The next day, as Gu Niansheng prepared to visit a tavern, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Niansheng, who had come looking for her. "Sister, where are you headed?" Noticing the hairband on the woman's forehead, a flicker of cold light passed through Gu Niansheng's eyes. Ever since their return from the tavern, she had heard many speak of Gu Niansheng as the daughter of the renowned beauty, claiming she was now the true first beauty. For so many years, the title of first beauty had belonged to her. How could she now be competing with the plain and unattractive Gu Niansheng? "I plan to visit elder brother." Gu Niansheng replied casually. "Do you need something from me?" "Niansheng, brother Minglang has been troubled over the health of imperial concubine Lu lately, neglecting food and drink. Shouldn't we go see him?" Gu Niansheng recalled that there had indeed been such a situation in the past. In her previous life, the auction house had never auctioned the detox fruit. Imperial concubine Lu had been poisoned, with the imperial physicians at a loss, and during that frantic time, Gu Niansheng had urged her to visit Qin Minglang, selecting a splendid outfit for her, which not only displeased him but also earned her a reputation for being unfilial. "Minglang is busy now. It might not be appropriate for us to disturb him." Gu Niansheng feigned hesitation. "Sister, brother Minglang needs your support now more than ever. He cares for you deeply. Your presence would surely lift his spirits," Gu Niansheng implored earnestly. "With a concubine in distress, your visit would also serve as a gesture of filial piety. Then why don't you accompany me?" "All right." Gu Niansheng. "Sister, as this is your first visit to the palace, you must dress appropriately to honor its solemnity. Allow me to help you prepare, ensuring you make a splendid impression on brother Minglang. The incident at the tavern has caused some rift between you two, and I have felt guilty ever since. Sister, I only hope you are not angry with me." "What reason do I have to be angry?" Gu Niansheng chuckled softly. "Then please assist me in selecting an outfit." "Certainly." Gu Niansheng's heart leaped with joy as she promptly chose a vibrant red dress. "Sister, as you enter the palace for the first time, this attire will surely draw attention. Why not change into it now? We can set off together." "You go ahead. I still need to groom myself. Please inform Yunlang that I shall arrive shortly." "All right." Gu Niansheng smiled brightly as she departed, harboring no doubts. Once she left, he could no longer contain herself. "Miss, with concubine Lu gravely ill, do you not think this attire is rather inappropriate?" "Naturally." Gu Niansheng barely cast a glance at the dress, opting instead for a subdued and elegant light green gown. Seeing that her mistress disregarded Gu Niansheng's suggestion, Yi sighed with relief, but could not suppress her worry. "Miss, concubine Lu has always favored the second miss, and has never wished to see you. Might you encounter trouble today? Rest assured, I'm fully aware of my circumstances." Gu Niansheng's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Since Gu Niansheng had chosen to go, not attending would be seen as unfilial, inevitably inviting criticism. This was precisely Gu Niansheng's intent. She had no choice but to go. In the palace, Qin Minglang, unable to find the clear toxin fruit, saw the imperial physician at a loss, and witnessing his mother's deteriorating health, he grew increasingly haggard. "Brother Minglang, a solution will surely present itself. Do not fret too much," Gu Niansheng said tenderly as she handed him some nourishing supplements. "Take care of yourself." Gazing at the sweet and adorable young woman before him, Qin Minglang's heart softened. "Niansheng, you are the kindest to me. You occupy my heart entirely. Shall we visit the concubine?" "Certainly." Concubine Lu, now worn down by illness, had grown increasingly gaunt. Although her life was not yet in immediate peril, the physician had diagnosed that if her condition persisted, she might not endure for many more months. "Mother, Nian has come to see you." Upon observing concubine Lu's worsening pallor, Qin Minglang could not suppress his anxiety, suspecting that the crown prince was behind these misfortunes. Among the many princes, he was the most competitive, for his mother was favored above the empress and was the only concubine in the palace. Should his mother pass away, his support would significantly diminish. Nian has arrived? A smile graced concubine Lu's face as she beheld the obedient Gu Niansheng, her eyes filled with affection. Nian has always been so well-behaved. If you could marry her, I would find solace. Yet Gu Niansheng has returned. She sighed in resignation. The Duke of Jinghua was a prominent minister, loyal and highly regarded by the emperor. Originally, Gu Niansheng was the duke's only daughter, and Ming Lang's union with her would secure the duke's backing. This marriage was a carefully orchestrated plan of hers. Unexpectedly, Gu Niansheng had returned. Though an adopted daughter could never rival a biological one, Gu Niansheng, not only lacking beauty but also wit, would truly be a farcical choice for Ming Lang's primary wife. In truth, my sister is quite admirable, Gu Niansheng quickly interjected. She is genuinely concerned for your health, dear concubine, and intends to visit you shortly. Listening to the words, Lady Lu was somewhat taken aback. Ever since Gu Niansheng's return, she had heard nothing but unfavorable rumors, and naturally, she had no desire to meet her. To her surprise, Gu Niansheng actually thought to visit her now. Surely, it must have been your suggestion. A fleeting look of panic crossed Gu Niansheng's face. In truth, her sister wished to come as well. Lady Lu sighed. She truly could not rest easy regarding such a marriage proposal. Your Highness, Gu Niansheng requests an audience, a servant announced amidst the conversation. I do not wish to meet her. Lady Lu waved her hand dismissively. This girl had caused enough embarrassment over the past year, and she had no inclination to witness her making a fool of herself again. Chapter 24. Who cannot brew green tea? Your Highness, sister seldom visits. You should at least meet her, or she will be quite heartbroken. Gu Niansheng, with an facade of understanding, displayed genuine concern for her sister. Upon seeing her pleading gaze, Lu Gui's face softened and said, "Let her in." A glint of conniving triumph flashed in Gu Niansheng's eyes. For a splendid performance was about to unfold. Ming Lang, her elder brother, cherished their mother dearly, and today, Gu Niansheng was adorned in opulent attire that starkly challenged them. Even if his heart had wavered previously, it would surely be steadfast after this encounter. Gu Niansheng gracefully entered the chamber, offering a respectful greeting to the beautiful woman on the sickbed, acknowledging Lu Guifei. Lu Guifei, the favored consort of the emperor, was indeed a beauty, yet accustomed to the visage of her own mother, Gu Niansheng found her not particularly stunning. Please rise. Gu Niansheng, bowing her head, anticipated Lu Guifei's furious outburst, but was instead met with a calm voice, prompting her to lift her gaze in puzzlement. To her astonishment, Gu Niansheng had not donned the dress she had prepared. Instead, she wore an elegant and simple green gown. Qin Minglang, upon seeing Gu Niansheng, reflected on his prior impressions of her beauty, having not seen her in recent days. Yet, in this moment, he beheld a transformed figure. She appeared gentle and poised, devoid of her previous impetuousness, embodying the grace of a refined young lady. Lu Guifei also scrutinized the young woman before her. Rumors had painted Gu Niansheng as lacking taste and decorum, a rough girl entirely unfamiliar with elegance. However, the lady standing before her now was poised, her delicate features radiating warmth, her demeanor humble and respectful, starkly contrasting the tale she had heard. She found herself questioning whether this was indeed Gu Niansheng. Is this young lady truly Gu Niansheng? Lu Guifei inquired. Mother, this is Niansheng, Gu Niansheng replied, observing her sister's shock with a cold smirk within. The ploys to harm her now seemed utterly ridiculous. A gentle smile graced Gu Niansheng's face as she approached Lu Guifei. Hearing of your highness's ailment, I have long wished to pay my respects, but feared to disturb your rest. Today, upon learning my sister had come, I accompanied her. I heard from Ming Lang that you have been experiencing digestive troubles and lack of appetite, so I prepared a lotus seed porridge. It is mild and palatable, with a hint of sweetness. If it pleases you, I hope you might try it. I even added some nourishing herbs, having consulted the imperial physician about their benefits for your current condition. Her words were meticulously crafted, and she gestured for to present the lotus seed porridge. Lu Guifei, observing this composed and graceful young woman, began to doubt the veracity of the earlier rumors. Sister, did you truly make this? Gu Niansheng couldn't help but express her astonishment, remarking that her sister rarely engaged in such activities. Gu Niansheng smiled gently, responding, "Dear sister, you have been pampered since childhood, so it is only natural for you to be unfamiliar with these matters. I have endured hardships in the past, so such tasks are quite manageable for me." Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback by this retort. At that moment, the imperial physician entered, stating, "Miss Gu, the ingredients you added to this lotus seed soup are beneficial for the Empress's health. I believe you must have consulted medical texts beforehand. The Empress should certainly give a try." Empress Lu had already caught a whiff of the delicate aroma and felt her appetite stirring. Upon hearing the physician's words, she replied, "I did not expect you to be so thoughtful. I shall taste it." Gu Niansheng, smiling, brought the lotus seed soup to Empress Lu, urging, "Please, do have a taste." After just one sip, Empress Lu's senses were awakened. The fragrant and smooth texture of the soup was a delight to her palate. She had never experienced such exquisite lotus seed soup before. Not only that, but her previously lethargic spirit began to revive, leaving her feeling refreshed. After days of being poisoned, she had not felt this way in a long time and unconsciously finished the entire bowl of lotus seed soup. Qin Minglang had been worried about Empress Lu's health and had tried every possible means to encourage her to eat more, but to no avail. Thus, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing her finish the soup. "Mother Empress, it seems you truly enjoy this lotus seed soup?" Empress Lu, still savoring the taste, snapped back to reality at Qin Minglang's voice, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Niansheng's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Your enjoyment brings me peace of mind." Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile, remaining modest. Gu Niansheng noticed that Empress Lu's gaze toward Gu Niansheng had softened, while her own hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, nails digging into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped impressions. This woman had secretly put in so much effort, completely unbeknownst to her, and now she had stolen the spotlight. "Niansheng, you have worked hard," Qin Minglang said with bright eyes, his tone even gentler than usual. "I believe the Empress has divine protection and will surely be safe." Gu Niansheng replied earnestly, "You must take care of yourself as well." "I will." Seeing the amiable atmosphere between them, Gu Niansheng could not resist interjecting, "Sister, I often accompany the Empress in the palace. Why not teach me the method for making this lotus seed soup? I could prepare it for her more often, if that is agreeable." Niansheng's truly filial Empress Lu's gaze softened as she reflected on watching Gu Niansheng grow up, always fond of her. However, today, Gu Niansheng had genuinely surprised her. Gu Niansheng quickly discerned her younger sister's ulterior motives, fearing that the limelight might be stolen from her, and sought to endear herself to Empress Lu by speaking in her presence, making it difficult for her to refuse. Yet, she had no intention of denying the request. "Certainly. That sounds wonderful," Gu Niansheng replied warmly. "Sister, you are naturally dexterous. I am sure you will learn quickly." Gu Niansheng, feeling a bit perplexed by her sister's agreeable nature, smiled brightly and declared, "I will certainly put in my utmost effort." Only after departing from the residence of Lady Lu did Gu Niansheng finally rub her face, which had been contorted into a false smile, and walk forward with an air of indifference. "Miss, I genuinely believe that Lady Lu has taken a liking to your lotus seed soup. By instructing the second miss in this manner, are we not merely facilitating her efforts to win the favor of the lady?" Expressed her concerns, for the lady had always favored the second miss, never once calling upon the Mississippi. If this continues, the third prince may very well be snatched away by the second miss. She truly could not fathom why the miss would forego such a splendid opportunity to shine, instead choosing to relinquish it to the second Mississippi. Let them take him if they wish. He is hardly a treasure worth cherishing. Chapter 25. A gentleman's noble intentions. Gu Niansheng let out a light laugh, dismissing Qin Minglang as a man unworthy of her affection. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively patting her own face. "Miss, what did you just say?" "A gentleman should facilitate the happiness of others. Since they are so well matched, why should we interfere?" Gu Niansheng arched her delicate brows. "Wouldn't you agree? Miss, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for the third prince, would you?" Regained her composure, well aware of her mistress's fondness for him. What could have prompted such a sudden change of heart? "There are many admirable men in this world. Why should I waste my time on him?" Gu Niansheng replied nonchalantly. I was just contemplating how to call off the engagement. The more they are infatuated with each other, the better it is. No? Yi's eyes widened, at a loss for words to convey her astonishment. After a moment, she remarked, Miss, that lotus seed soup of yours looks truly delectable. When we return, I shall prepare a portion for father, mother, and brother, and I will share a bowl with you as well. How does that sound? Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly. Thank you, Miss. I didn't realize you could make lotus seed soup. A cool, familiar voice interrupted, prompting Gu Niansheng to instinctively glance around before turning her gaze toward the nearby rockery. There, a pavilion stood, housing both the Northern King and the Crown Prince. What a coincidence, Gu Niansheng thought, bemused by the sight of the two figures above. The location was not far from the Lingan Palace, and she could even see its courtyard from here. Was it possible the Crown Prince was indeed lurking here with ill intent? Having encountered the Crown Prince and the Northern King before, Gu Niansheng, despite her inner musings, maintained her decorum and offered a respectful bow. Miss Gu, have you come to visit Imperial concubine Lu? Qin Shiyue inquired, his face radiating warmth, reminiscent of a spring breeze. The Crown Prince had a stellar reputation, known for his humility and erudition. Previously, Qin Minglang had employed numerous underhanded tactics to undermine his position. In truth, Gu Niansheng believed Qin Shiyue would make a far better ruler than Qin Minglang. However, within the royal family, power and influence were paramount. Even a gentle demeanor could not be mistaken for the familiarity of a neighbor. Today, my sister came to visit Imperial concubine Lu and invited me to join her. I was just about to head back, Gu Niansheng responded. Qin Shi, equally puzzled, wondered why the Northern King had invited him to admire the flowers today. If they were indeed here for such a purpose, why were they seated in this rockery pavilion? Nevertheless, he admired the Northern King and welcomed the opportunity to be in his company. I heard that Imperial concubine Lu has been unwell lately. The lotus seed soup made by Miss Gu must be intended for her, Qin Shiyue remarked. Gu Niansheng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, how fortunate. I too have developed a craving for lotus seed soup, Wei Xianqi added. Qin Shiyue looked at Wei Xianqi with surprise. What was going on with the Northern King today? Normally, he would show little interest in extravagant delicacies. Today, however, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Niansheng, recalling their previous encounter at the polo field. Could be? Now that you mention it, I find myself a bit hungry as well. Gu Niansheng gazed at the two individuals before her, who could casually summon a myriad of lotus seed soup recipes upon returning home, utterly at a loss for words. Perhaps I should embarrass myself and prepare a dish for you two to taste? She suggested. That would be delightful, Wei Xianqi replied. In the imperial kitchen, Gu Niansheng observed the already prepared lotus seeds and rice, while a circle of cooks scrutinized her with keen interest, prompting her to sigh in exasperation. Miss, do you possess a secret recipe for lotus seed soup? Might we learn from you? The head chef inquired respectfully, recognizing that the Crown Prince had specifically requested her for this task, indicating her unique expertise. I am merely at the mercy of the Northern King's whims. My culinary skills pale in comparison to yours. If you wish to observe, feel free, she retorted, skeptical of Wei Xianqi's genuine desire for the soup and bemused by his odd behavior. Inside the room, Qin Shiyu contemplated the proud figure before him. The Northern King was known for his cold demeanor, rarely engaging with others, let alone women. It was surprising to see him treat this young lady from the Gu family so differently. Over the past year, he had only heard tales of the Gu eldest daughter's foolishness and impetuosity, but having met her twice, he found the rumors to be exaggerated. Furthermore, his younger brother had been fond of the Gu's second daughter. If the Northern King truly held affections for Gu Niansheng, it might bode well for them all. Does the Crown Prince have something to say? Wei Xianqi inquired, sensing the gaze upon him. Qin Shiyue smiled faintly. I was merely pondering the quality of Miss Gu's culinary skills. Has the Northern King had the pleasure of tasting them? You shall know shortly. Gu Niansheng sent a bowl of her freshly prepared lotus seed soup to Qin Shiyue, placing another before Wei Xianqi. Please do have a taste. Though it was a minor detail, Qin Shiyue noticed that Gu Niansheng seemed entirely unperturbed by the Northern King, while she appeared somewhat constrained in his presence. She exuded a sense of ease when facing the Northern King. It was well known that the Northern King was a figure of cold authority, In contrast, he himself was considerably more affable. Gu Niansheng's instinctive demeanor was indeed worthy of contemplation. Wei Xianqi took a sip of the lotus seed soup, and his calm expression shifted dramatically, his brows instinctively furrowing as his gaze turned towards Qin Xiuyu. Crown Prince, what do you think of this lotus seed soup? The aroma is delightful, thick yet not cloying. It is quite splendid. Qin Xiuyu replied with a gentle smile, surprised to discover such culinary prowess in Miss Gu. You flatter me, Your Highness. My skills are hardly noteworthy, Gu Niansheng remarked modestly. Wei Xianqi observed that Qin Xiuyu's expression remained composed, devoid of any surprise, prompting him to regard Gu Niansheng more seriously. He sensed a profound spiritual energy imbued within the soup, cleverly concealed beneath its ordinary appearance. After merely a sip, he recognized its uniqueness, reminiscent of the previously encountered spirit tea, yet even richer in its spiritual essence. In response to Wei Xianqi's furrowed brow, Gu Niansheng proudly raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. The man before her had once done so much for her, yet she had never shown gratitude and instead laid blame upon him. Now, she genuinely wished to treat him well, but the debt she owed him was one that she could never fully repay. Having heard that the prince had sustained some injuries in battle, it was advised that he take proper care to recover swiftly. With a teasing glint in his eye, Xian looked at her and remarked, My constitution has not been well of late, and I find myself particularly fond of Miss Gu's culinary skills. Why not come each day to prepare my meals? Chapter 26. A generous offering. Cough, cough. Qin Xiuyu found himself choking, astonished as he gazed at the king of Zhenbei. What audacious words were these? Preparing daily meals for him? Was she a chef or a bride? Was this not a blatant attempt to undermine his position as an elder brother by courting his sister right before him? Gu Niansheng pondered for a moment, a glimmer of excitement igniting in her eyes. Money, you say? Cough, cough. Qin Xiuyu's face flushed crimson, covering his mouth in an effort to maintain decorum. Yet he could not suppress his cough. What were these two even thinking? Noticing the woman's avaricious expression, Wei Xianqi nodded slightly, affirming, yes, indeed, a substantial sum. Gu Niansheng beamed with joy, exclaiming, no problem. Qin Xiuyu felt somewhat out of place at that moment. Upon returning home, Gu Niansheng did not head straight to her residence, but instead visited her parents. Miss, it is getting late. Are you not returning? He could not help but inquire. Since someone is waiting for me, let her wait a little longer. Why the rush? Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly. It had been several days since she last saw her parents, and since they had mentioned being in seclusion, they had not disturbed her. It was about time she expressed her filial piety. Sheng'er, you have arrived. Upon seeing her, Luo Yi approached warmly. Let me see you, dear. You have been in seclusion lately, and I did not dare to disturb you. Noticing the headband adorning her forehead, Luo Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. My daughter is truly clever. This attire is simply lovely. Of course, Gu Niansheng winked. I am the daughter of the most beautiful woman. You're always so busy, and your mother has been fretting over you. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief now, the Duke of Jingguo said, visibly relieved. Gu Niansheng could not help but chuckle. Her father, the staunch Duke of Jingguo in public, seemed utterly powerless against her mother at home. He must have had a challenging few days. Father, mother, I brought a gift for you today. At her words, both parents exchanged surprised glances. Sheng'er has grown up. She is now bestowing gifts upon us. Father, mother, have you heard of spirit tea lately? Of course. The Duke of Jingguo set down his teacup. However, there are only 3 portions of spirit tea in total. One is with His Majesty, another with the King of Zhenbei, and the last with the Chancellor. With the Chancellor? Gu Niansheng's eyes shifted thoughtfully. You mean Jiangcheng's portion? You know about this? Gu Huanshuan exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Niansheng had always been oblivious to outside matters. Yet now she was even aware of Jiangcheng. It is said that this spirit tea is crafted by a spirit master, with an aroma that is incomparable to ordinary tea. What a pity it cannot be tasted. Listening to Gu Huanshuan's lament, Luo Yi chuckled. Your father is merely a step behind the Chancellor. He has been fretting over this for several days now. Fortunately, it was just a step behind. Gu Niansheng sighed inwardly. She had sold this spirit tea at a high price, and if her father were to repurchase it at an even higher price, it would be quite unwise. Father, the gift I present to you is this spirit tea. Gu Niansheng produced several jars of tea leaves, placing them on the table, her exquisite face radiating with joyful excitement. Is this spirit tea? Gu Niansheng gazed at Gu Niansheng in disbelief, his hand reaching for the tea. Upon opening it, he perceived a profound essence of spiritual energy within. Sheng'er, from whence did you procure this celestial tea? I encountered a spirit master during my recent outings, and she graciously gifted it to me, Gu Niansheng replied. A spirit master? Gu Niansheng instinctively raised his voice, astonished. Has a spirit master truly arrived in the imperial city? While there has been talk of spiritual tea at the auction, it has always been assumed that someone merely brought the spirit master's creations for sale. The very notion of an actual spirit master gracing this place seemed unfathomable. Indeed, Gu Niansheng nodded, producing several canisters of rose tea to present to Luo Yi. Mother, this rose spiritual tea possesses beautifying properties, specifically prepared for you. Luo Yi joyfully clasped Gu Niansheng's hands, exclaiming, My dear Sheng'er is so thoughtful and understanding. Thank you. My child. Though Gu Niansheng had returned a year ago, a lingering sense of estrangement had persisted among them. However, since her near-drowning incident, the atmosphere appeared to have shifted for the better. As long as you are pleased, Gu Niansheng remarked. Pleased? I am absolutely delighted. Gu Niansheng boomed with laughter. That old rascal, the Chancellor, has been boasting before me about his acquisition, inviting me to sample it tomorrow. Now I too possess it. Let's see how he flaunts it. Observing the once formidable Duke of the State reveling like a child, Gu Niansheng's smile deepened. She vowed to protect her parents for all her days. After parting ways, Gu Niansheng visited Gu Hongzhen's residence to deliver the spiritual tea, even sharing dinner together. It was only when the night had fallen that she returned to her own quarters. Miss, why has the young lady not yet returned? We have been waiting for several hours, her maid inquired. Who knows where she has wandered off to? In the courtyard of Gu Niansheng, Gu Niansheng's face betrayed her mounting frustration. Today, Gu Niansheng had gone to meet the favored concubine, Lu Guifei. Gu Niansheng had intended to showcase her sister's lack of decorum. But to her astonishment, one bowl of lotus seed soup had dramatically altered the concubine's demeanor. After Gu Niansheng's departure, the concubine inquired about her with great interest. Now, she sought to learn how to prepare lotus seed soup. Gu Niansheng, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, loathed such tasks. Being forced into this position after waiting for several hours without any sign of her sister was infuriating. Oh, sister, you've been waiting for me? Gu Niansheng exclaimed upon encountering Gu Niansheng outside the door, her expression one of surprise. Sister, why is your door locked? Gu Niansheng's demeanor softened, but the fire in her eyes remained unmasked. Had the door not been shut, she would not have had to wait outside. I heard there have been thieves in the imperial city, so I locked the door for safety. I did not expect you to come. What brings you here? Gu Niansheng explained. I came to inquire about the preparation of lotus seed soup. Is that all? Gu Niansheng replied, somewhat astonished. I had already sent the recipe to your courtyard. It seems we have missed each other. Gu Niansheng. Had she wasted her time waiting? Wasn't he, this sister, supposed to be reluctant to share the recipe? Yet, she had even dispatched someone to deliver it? Sister, the preparation of this lotus seed soup is actually quite simple. I merely added 2 additional medicinal ingredients. You have always been perceptive, so you should grasp it at a glance. After dismissing Gu Niansheng, Gu Niansheng delved into learning from the little fox, leaving Yi to worry about how Gu Niansheng could win the favor of the revered Lu Guifei. The following day, Gu Niansheng rose early. My lady, are you truly going to the Prince of Northern Town's residence? Yi se es vidinet in astonishment. Yesterday, the lady merely agreed to send someone on her behalf. Yet now she was preparing to go in person? Indeed, was it not agreed upon yesterday? But if you go like this, could it not give rise to rumors? Chapter 27. What is yours is mine. The Northern Town Prince's Mansion. As Gu Niansheng arrived at the familiar gates of the Northern Town Prince's Mansion, vivid memories flooded her mind. Previously, she had been forcibly brought here by Wei Xianxi, yet this time, she came of her own volition. The place she once yearned to escape from now revealed its beauty, distinctly different from the prison she had once perceived it to be. It was no sooner than she announced her arrival that Wei Xianxi appeared, leaving the steward in utter disbelief. Ordinarily, The prince never personally welcomed anyone. What was it about this young lady that warranted such attention? Clad in a black silk robe adorned with intricate patterns, cinched at the waist with a crimson belt featuring phoenix motifs, he exuded an air of untamed elegance. His dark hair, partially tied back, accentuated his striking features, and his eyes, deep as night, shimmered with intelligence. Despite the somber hue of his attire, it only served to enhance his noble presence. He was indeed a renowned beauty, undeniably beyond the ordinary. From now on, should this lady visit, there shall be no need for announcement, Wei Xianqi stated, glancing at the steward, who promptly bowed in agreement. Gu Niansheng followed Wei Xianqi through the familiar corridor to his residence. Your Highness, I must clarify that I will only be staying for 7 days, as I have my own matters to attend to afterward. She was acutely aware of his recent injury, which, though not outwardly evident, had left its mark. It had been her reckless insistence that had exacerbated his condition, resulting in lingering pain that troubled him whenever it rained. Though merely a first-tier spirit master, she believed that with careful attention to his diet and proper recuperation, he could avoid any lasting affliction. Coincidentally, these 7 days would also allow her to earn some silver, which she needed to hire additional attendants, as the initial investment for opening her tavern was significant. After all, with Wei Xianqi's considerable wealth, this sum was but a trifle. Very well. Shall I prepare your breakfast now? Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, turning towards the kitchen. It seems Miss Gu is quite familiar with my residence. Wei Xianqi's deep voice resonated. Gu Niansheng paused, suddenly recalling that this was her inaugural visit to the northern town prince's mansion. With a slightly stiff expression, she replied, I merely inferred. The layout of courtyards is generally similar, so it should be over there, I suppose. Indeed, Miss Gu is astute. With Wei Xianqi not pressing further, Gu Niansheng sighed in relief, reminding herself to be cautious in the future. Upon entering the kitchen, she found only a single maid present, Yao Xian, who had cared for her in her previous life. Yao Xian had always treated her well, tending to her daily needs. But the outcome of their story had been far from favorable. Seeing her again stirred a bittersweet ache within Gu Niansheng. Greetings, Miss, Yao Xian said respectfully, performing a courteous bow. Please feel free to instruct me with any requests. The prince has already arranged for the ingredients to be prepared. Gu Niansheng glanced around and noticed that indeed, the ingredients were not only washed, but also meticulously chopped. Then I must trouble you. You are too kind, miss, Yao Xian replied, taken aback by the compliment. Not long after, Wei Xianqi gazed at the sumptuous breakfast before him, sensing the spiritual energy it contained. He also noticed Gu Niansheng's slightly pale complexion, causing his brow to furrow in concern. He took her hand, startling her. What are you doing? She exclaimed. After checking her pulse and realizing it was merely a depletion of her energy, Wei Xianqi felt reassured. Observing her flustered expression, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. Since Miss Gu dares to venture here alone, did you not consider the dangers that might await you? Gu Niansheng widened her eyes, watching the man draw closer. Why, you're going too far. With a swift motion, she swallowed a pill he had placed in her mouth. As he gently lifted her chin to help her swallow it, the entire action fluid and seamless. What did you just feed me? Having trouble sleeping lately? Wei Xianqi inquired. Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback, noticing his hand resting on her pulse, and quickly grasped the situation. Thankfully, she had sacrificed much rest in her pursuit of medical knowledge. Always eager to make progress and reluctant to waste time on sleep, Wei Xianqi seemed to sense her fatigue, advising, you should take care to rest. This pill will benefit you. Oh, Gu Niansheng recalled that a renowned physician and alchemist was in Wei Xianqi's entourage, and thus, the efficacy of the pill was assured. Thank you, Your Highness. No need for thanks. Consider this pill as covering today as expenses. Gu Niansheng. Your Highness, with such wealth, do you truly need to account for such trivial matters? He observed her pouting in indignation, a hint of tenderness surfacing in his gaze. Resting one hand on the table behind her, he chuckled softly. If you were to marry me, all that I possess would be yours. Though his tone was playful, Gu Niansheng perceived a seriousness in his eyes. This was not the first time he had spoken such words to her, whether in this life or the past. He had resolved to marry her from the very first moment they met. Even though her actions this time differed from before, his intentions remained unchanged. I will consider it, Gu Niansheng replied, raising an eyebrow. By the way, how much silver will you provide me for the remaining 6 days? How about 10,000 taels? Gu Niansheng stared in disbelief at the man before her. Is this the allure of great wealth? After toiling for days at the auction to earn just a few thousand taels, 1 day of cooking here yields 10,000? Why should she open a shop? She could simply work as a cook here, earning enough silver for her cultivation. Wait, if she were to marry Wei Xianqi, all that money would belong to her. Upon reflection, that didn't seem too bad. Are you satisfied, Miss Gu? Very much so. During her rest, Wei Xianqi had thoughtfully arranged a room for her. As Gu Niansheng prepared to take a brief respite inside, she discovered a multitude of books on the shelves. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were all martial arts manuals. After several days of diligent cultivation, her strength had ascended from the 2nd level of qi refinement to the 6th. It appeared that her previous efforts were not in vain. Rather, they had accumulated within her body. As her cultivation technique aligned correctly, the speed of her breakthrough was astonishing. She had already extracted the martial arts technique from her folding fan, and a few days hence would present the perfect opportunity to gift it to her elder brother. However, she was still at the qi refinement stage, and that particular technique was not suitable for her at this time. She could only commence practicing it after reaching the foundation establishment stage. The martial arts techniques available in the current room, on the other hand, were indeed suitable for her immediate practice. Surely, she could explore them? Gu Niansheng picked up the nearest volume, which bore the title Crimson Lotus Sword Technique. This was a profound-level martial arts technique, yet it possessed a unique characteristic. The deeper the cultivator's comprehension, the higher the technique's grade would ascend, potentially reaching the mid-level of the earth grade. Typically, many individuals encountered only yellow-level martial arts techniques, while those from affluent families might engage with profound-level techniques. Earth-level techniques were quite rare and were regarded as treasured heirlooms wherever one might be. And now, she had fortuitously stumbled upon one. Chapter 28. Uniquely different, Your Highness. I have placed the martial arts techniques you instructed me to store within the chamber, Shadow reported respectfully. Leave us, the prince commanded. Shadow hesitated momentarily, his expression revealing uncertainty. Your Highness, those techniques are exceedingly precious, and Miss Gu is the fiancé of the 3rd prince. Wei Xianqi cast a glance at the man, his tone firm. When did my decisions become open to your commentary? Your subordinate dares not. Shadow quickly knelt, bowing his head. Depart. After perusing the introduction to the Crimson Lotus Sword Technique, Gu Niansheng returned it to its original place. Such a skill was far more valuable than other earthly-level techniques. She could not afford to treat it lightly. It was only after dinner that Gu Niansheng prepared to leave the royal manor. However, just as she was about to step out, she noticed Wei Xianqi standing behind her. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? It is unsafe for a young lady to traverse the night alone. I shall escort you home, he replied. Gu Niansheng's clear eyes reflected surprise. Yet she observed the man's demeanor remained unchanged, as if he found nothing amiss in a prince of the northern town escorting her. Seeing the woman remain stationary, Wei Xianqi fixed his gaze upon her. Does Miss Gu object? Not all. A hint of a smile graced Gu Niansheng's eyes. It seemed she had never truly understood Wei Xianqi, realizing now that beneath his cold exterior lay a gentle heart. Seated in the carriage, the atmosphere between the two grew slightly awkward. Gu Niansheng glanced out the window before her gaze settled on the man's mask, curious as to why Wei Xianqi wore it. Are you spying on me? He inquired, turning to meet her gaze. Caught off guard, Gu Niansheng shrugged. What do you mean by spying? I am merely observing openly. Such an understanding is commendable. The carriage halted not far from the Duke of the State's residence. Gu Niansheng alighted, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the escort, Your Highness. However, as she prepared to depart, Wei Xianqi grasped her hand once more. Before she could speak, she felt the chill of a token in her palm, realizing it was the royal insignia of a northern town prince. In the future, should anyone impede your passage, simply present this token, the man instructed before taking his leave. Gu Niansheng gazed at the insignia in her hand, comprehending its immense value. Holding this token was akin to possessing the authority of the northern town prince. Has he lost his senses, bestowing such a precious token upon me? The following morning, Gu Niansheng presented 10,000 taels of silver to Shi Yong and instructing him to procure several diligent and clever individuals. The latter, taken aback by her trust, promptly agreed. Rest assured, my lord, I shall make the necessary arrangements. I have faith in you. 6 days later, Gu Niansheng, with the remaining 50,000 taels of silver notes, began lavishly renovating the tavern, a display of opulence that left Shi Yong and his companions utterly astonished. My lord, such a luxurious tavern has never been seen in the imperial city. They had never encountered such splendor. Even the grandest households would not reach this level. We are not merely opening an ordinary tavern, but the most magnificent establishment in the imperial city, Gu Niansheng declared with pride. One extravagant notion. Just one word, expensive. With a laugh, he spat out her tea. The young lady had already made a bold decision to open a restaurant without informing her family. And now she intended to establish the most luxurious one? As Gu Niansheng presented her meticulously planned menu prices, everyone was left in astonishment. Master, typically a dish costs only a few coins, yet none of your offerings are priced below a tael of silver. Our establishment does not cater to the ordinary. The royal city is filled with noble heirs and affluent merchants. We only need to serve their patronage, Gu Niansheng replied with a wink. Recognizing the wealth and folly of these individuals, Shi Yong's expression was complex. His master's ideas were indeed extraordinary. The royal city, beneath the emperor's feet, was a gathering place for officials and the wealthy. What do these young lords and ladies cherish most? The opportunity to showcase their uniqueness. Common taverns cannot provide such an experience, failing to reflect their individuality. Yet our Lingan Tower can fulfill their desire to flaunt, setting itself apart from the ordinary. Once the first patron arrives, the spirit of competition will ignite, ensuring a steady flow of customers thereafter. Shi Yong's eyes sparkled with understanding. His master's analysis was astute. Having grown up in the royal city, he was well aware that the frivolous youth were particularly fond of competition. Even those who typically shunned such behavior could not resist succumbing to it in such an environment. Moreover, the tavern's opulent ambience was precisely the style favored by the nobility, making this approach potentially successful. Master, we must put considerable effort into our dishes, Shi Yong suggested. These patrons are accustomed to indulgence and have discerning tastes. If they are not satisfied with the cuisine, they may not return. Upon hearing Shi Yong and pinpoint the issue, Gu Niansheng displayed a satisfied smile. I have anticipated this very concern, which is why the kitchen must master the signature dishes I will teach. Try the dishes we have prepared today. How they taste. Skeptically, the others picked up their chopsticks, unsure if such a stunning beauty could cook. However, upon tasting, their eyes widened in surprise. The flavors were exquisite, entirely unlike anything they had encountered before. This is delectable. I have never tasted anything so delightful. Shi Yong could hardly contain his excitement. If we serve such dishes to our guests, we shall have no worries about business. In addition, our tavern has certain traditions. 3 days later, Lingan Tower opened its doors. The grand unveiling immediately captured the attention of many. From the exterior alone, the restaurant dazzled with its opulence, exuding an air of luxury. The dark tones were accented with striking reds, while golden embellishments radiated splendor. Lingan Tower? This restaurant indeed appears to be remarkably unique, capturing one's attention at first glance. Just behold the menu and prices displayed outside. They are utterly outrageous, are they not? Which establishment in the imperial city would dare charge such exorbitant rates? Could it be that the owner has lost his senses? Offering complimentary tea. What a redundant gesture. In no time, a throng of people gathered outside Lingan Lu, all convinced that the proprietor must be rather unhinged to impose such unreasonable prices. Inside, Shi Yong and his companions observed the murmurs and curses from the crowd with an air of tranquility, for they had anticipated such reactions. Just as their master had advised, all they needed to do was wait patiently. Chapter 29. Is Gu Niansheng the sister-in-law? As the throngs of people continued to gather, the reputation of Lingan Tower began to spread, attracting both intrigue and criticism. "Miss, it has been quite some time, yet not a single customer has entered," Yi remarked, standing across from Lingan Tower with Gu Niansheng, observing everything before them. "Do not fret, there will surely be a first patron," Gu Niansheng replied. However, she could hardly anticipate that the first table of guests would be Jiang Cheng and Han Quan. The prices for the food and drink here are exorbitant. One would presume the offerings are equally remarkable. "Allow me to sample them first," Jiang Cheng declared with a smile as he strode confidently inside, welcomed respectfully by Shi Yongin and the others. The onlookers, now more curious than ever, eagerly awaited the return of the two men to discover what they would say about their experience. "Welcome, esteemed guests. We have a minimum consumption of 5 taels of silver," Shi Yongin informed them. Despite the notice posted outside, he felt compelled to reiterate the point, aware of the potential repercussions of his words. "I understand." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "We shall taste your signature dishes." "Of course, honor guest," came the reply, as Jiang Cheng surveyed the restaurant's decor. A look of astonishment washed over him. The establishment's unique style was surprisingly appealing, justifying their being sent by Xian Qi to support it. Indeed, Han Quan nodded in agreement. "Miss Gu is truly remarkable. This restaurant is exceptional in both design and pricing. One wonders, with such steep prices, how long this establishment can sustain itself," Jiang Cheng mused, taking a sip of tea. "While aesthetics are important, if the offerings do not match the cost, it may not endure for long." However, upon tasting the tea, his expression froze. "What troubles you?" Han Quan asked, waving a hand in front of him. "Have you suddenly lost your wits?" "Quick, taste this tea," Jiang Cheng urged. As Han Quan took a sip, the two exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is this spiritual tea?" Jiang Cheng inquired. "Though it contains significantly less spiritual essence than what we had at Xian Qi, it indeed possesses a faint aura," Han Quan replied. "This is complimentary tea." "Wait, didn't Xian Qi say that the spiritual tea belongs to the sister-in-law? The owner of this restaurant is Gu Niansheng. Could it be that our future sister-in-law is Gu Niansheng?" "Is Gu Niansheng a spirit master?" Jiang Cheng questioned. The two exchanged incredulous looks, unable to provide a definitive answer. The revelation was overwhelmingly exhilarating, far too much to process in the moment. When the signature dishes were served, they tasted the food and discovered it was indeed a feast for the senses, prepared in a manner unlike anything they had ever encountered before, surpassing even the renowned establishments in the imperial city. It was truly astonishing. "Truly, our future sister-in-law's restaurant is extraordinary," Han Quan exclaimed, after witnessing the two enter the establishment. Gu Niansheng felt reassured and returned to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. He could not help but comment, "Miss, why leave so soon? Aren't you curious about what happens next?" "There is no need to worry. Business will surely improve soon." In the following days, the reputation of Lingan Tower spread throughout the imperial city, as if anyone who was unaware of it lacked insight. "Let me tell you, the recently opened Lingan Tower is truly remarkable. The complimentary tea served within is infused with spiritual essence, a technique purportedly exclusive to spirit enhancers. The proprietor behind Lingan Tower is no ordinary individual. The culinary offerings there are simply exquisite, unmatched by any other establishment. Even if the prices are steep, they are worth every coin. It is no longer a simple matter of indulging one's appetite, as the demand is overwhelming, with reservations extending several days into the future." A month later, Gu Niansheng immersed herself in both cultivation and study, leaving the management of Lingan Tower to Shi Yongin. She merely required Yi to check in every half-month and report back. She had promised to cure Shi Yong and sister, yet her medical skills still require refinement. A little more time would suffice. Niansheng. Gu Niansheng turned to discover it was Qin Ming Lang, her brow instinctively furrowing. "Why have you not sought me out recently?" Qin Ming Lang's eyes reflected confusion. In the past, Gu Niansheng would visit him regularly, yet this time, despite his absence, she remained silent. "Empress Liu has yet to recover, and I thought you might be busy, so I did not wish to intrude," Gu Niansheng replied. Qin Ming Lang's expression darkened. Before he added, "Princess Nanling has invited us to dine at the recently popular Lingan Tower." "Princess Nanling?" Gu Niansheng's brow furrowed further. This woman was already a formidable opponent, and coupled with Gu Niansheng, she might be scheming once more. Nanling claims she was in the wrong regarding the last incident, and specifically wishes to apologize over a meal. You should grant her this favor, Qi Minglang stated. A cold laugh echoed in Gu Niansheng's heart. She was not naive enough to believe an apology would come so late. Very well, I shall see what tricks this woman intends to play. Meanwhile, Nanling was boasting to Gu Niansheng, relishing the fact that securing a reservation at Lingsheng Tower was no easy feat had it not been for my intervention. One would have to wait until next month to experience it. I have heard that the dishes at Lingsheng Tower are extraordinary, and the tea contains spiritual essence. I have always wanted to see it for myself, Gu Niansheng replied joyfully. Gu Niansheng, that Navi bumpkin, had never encountered such sophistication. Today, I shall seize an opportunity to embarrass her. It is common knowledge that those who frequent Lingsheng Tower are either affluent or noble, whether they hail from official families or notable merchants. If she were to disgrace herself there, it would be utterly humiliating. I have heard rumors in the imperial city that she is the most beautiful among the younger generation. How can you allow her to steal that title? Nanling suggested, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Why not publicly remove her hairpin before everyone? Gu Niansheng's eyes briefly glimmered with delight, though her demeanor remained conflicted. After all, she is my sister. How can you refer to her as your sister? This sister returned to compete with you for my third brother. If you do not stand your ground, he will truly be taken from you. Observing her unremarkable demeanor, Nanling remarked, I have already arranged this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. Merely observe. By the way, do not disclose this to Gu Niansheng, lest I sever our ties. Sighing, Gu Niansheng wore a look of distress. At Lingsheng Tower, upon seeing Gu Niansheng's arrival, Xi Yong and was momentarily taken aback. However, a single glance from her restored his composure. Previously, their master had instructed them not to reveal her identity in public, and the other attendants had now caught on, their demeanor remaining unchanged. This establishment was indeed extraordinary, markedly different from the usual taverns. Gu Niansheng could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 30. The Princess's Crooked Teeth? This establishment is indeed exceptional. Qi Minglang nodded, as he had been preoccupied with concerns regarding his mother's health and was unaware of the opening of such a remarkable tavern in the imperial city. Your recent news has been rather lacking, he remarked. Nanling wore a proud expression. The Lingsheng Pavilion had recently become immensely popular, favored by the nobility, with reservations fully booked every day. I exerted considerable effort to secure a reservation for you today. Both the beverages and the dishes here are bound to astonish you. Hearing her rival lavish praise upon her establishment, Gu Niansheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Gu Niansheng, I dare say you have never visited a place of this caliber, have you? Today, I shall introduce you to the world, Nanling declared. The Lingsheng Pavilion truly broadens one's horizons. Gu Niansheng genuinely marveled. It's good that you recognize this. The owner of this tavern must be extraordinary, Nanling boasted. Were it not for my efforts, you might not have been able to secure a reservation for quite some time. It's a privilege to be here, a place so coveted that even Princess Nanling had to go to great lengths to book a table. Noticing that Gu Niansheng did not refute her, but instead collaborated with her, Nanling found herself puzzled by this unexpected behavior. Xie Yongin and the others, overhearing their master's words, could hardly suppress their amusement. If Princess Nanling were to discover that this tavern was owned by their master, her expression would surely be most entertaining. Princess Nanling had reserved a private room on the third floor, perfectly positioned to overlook the shimmering lake outside. As everyone took a sip of tea, their expressions grew complex. Is there spiritual essence in this tea? Gu Niansheng exclaimed in astonishment. With a mysterious smile, Nanling replied, This is the unique feature of Lingsheng Pavilion. The tea is infused with spiritual essence. Without even discussing the cuisine, simply tasting this spiritual tea renders the visit worthwhile. Qi Minglang finished his tea in one gulp, recalling how he had missed the opportunity to sample spiritual tea at the auction, and was pleasantly surprised to find it here. I heard from my elder brother, the Crown Prince, that the effects of this spiritual tea cannot compare to the canister of tea our father possesses. Yet it is still quite impressive, Namling said. Gu Niansheng took a sip. The tea served to guests didn't contain excessive spiritual essence, as using too much would be too conspicuous. This subtle infusion both intrigued the guests and prevented any ill intentions. As everyone finished their spiritual tea, Gu Niansheng sipped casually, displaying no astonishment. Unable to restrain herself, Namling remarked, Gu Niansheng, could it be that your spiritual root is so poor that you cannot perceive the essence within this tea? At this, both Qin Minglang and Gu Niansheng turned their gazes toward her. Since Gu Niansheng's return, the Duke and Duchess of the State had invested considerable effort in helping her enhance her abilities, yet she seemed utterly devoid of talent in this regard, making no progress over the past year. Were it not for the established paternity, it would be hard to believe you are truly the daughter of the Duke of the State. As for your appearance, it is well acknowledged. Yet you possess no aptitude for cultivation whatsoever. Nongling shook her head in dismay, increasingly convinced that her worries were entirely unfounded. How could this woman possibly steal Wei Ji's heart? Her mocking laughter was not subtle. Their group had already attracted attention, and upon hearing her words, other patrons at nearby tables could not help but glance over. Before Gu Niansheng could respond, Gu Niansheng interjected, Nongling, my sister does not wish for this. Your words may hurt her feelings. I'm merely stating the truth. If I don't speak, will she remain unscathed? One must possess self-awareness. Nongling retorted with a scoff. Qin Minglang recognized Nongling's dissatisfaction with Gu Niansheng, yet he refrained from intervening, as her comments were indeed grounded in reality. By the way, Gu Niansheng, you constantly conceal your flaws with that headband. Do you truly believe that hiding such an unsightly feature can earn you the title of beauty? Is that not a jest? Gu Niansheng cast a cool glance at Nongling. You always cover your face when you laugh. Is it not due to your uneven teeth? Perhaps you should refrain from hiding and let everyone see for themselves. At this remark, Nongling's expression froze in disbelief as she stared at her. How could you? Although the princess was indeed beautiful, her dental irregularity was her greatest vexation. Thankfully, she had always masked it well, and few were aware of it. She never anticipated it would be brought to light by Gu Niansheng. Nongling's dental misalignment? This was news to everyone present. Judging from the princess's reaction, it seemed to be true. The nearby patrons exchanged glances, while Gu Niansheng's lack of beauty and talent was common knowledge. This particular detail about Nongling was unknown to anyone. Feeling the spotlight shift to her, Nongling could not suppress her irritation. Gu Niansheng, you speak nonsense. Nonsense? I am merely recounting what I have heard. Gu Niansheng's gaze instinctively fell upon Gu Niansheng, but abruptly halted. Regardless, I speak only the truth. If you wish to advise me against self-deception, perhaps you should first confront your own reality and set an example. Nongling, not lacking in wits, scrutinized Gu Niansheng with suspicion. She remembered a time when she had inadvertently revealed her flaw in her presence. She never expected Gu Niansheng would divulge it to Gu Niansheng. Nongling, I did not, Gu Niansheng insisted nervously. Who else could it be? Nongling, snot-pet. I have only met Gu Niansheng twice. If it were not for you, she would have no way of knowing. In that moment, even Qin Minglang had no doubts, as Gu Niansheng had only encountered Nongling at the polo field previously. Such subtle matters were beyond her knowledge. I truly did not, Gu Niansheng pleaded, looking anxiously at Gu Niansheng. Sister, please say something. Gu Niansheng nodded repeatedly. It has nothing to do with Niansheng, I know it myself. However, the more she insisted, the more Nongling became convinced that Gu Niansheng sought to mock her while pretending to defend Gu Niansheng. How infuriating! Nongling, Qin Minglang said in a low voice, enough. Nongling huffed disdainfully, her gaze toward Gu Niansheng and Gu Niansheng filled with animosity. Gu Niansheng found herself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered as to how Gu Niansheng had come to know of her secret. Could it be that her conversation with the maid had been overheard? The atmosphere grew tense, yet Gu Niansheng remained composed. For the culinary offerings of her establishment were indeed exceptional. Look, even the king of Jinbei has arrived. It appears that Ling Shenglu is quite remarkable. Not only have the princess and princes graced this occasion, but the king of Jinbei has also made his appearance. I dare say this establishment boasts the most esteemed guests among all the taverns. Today marks the monthly competition of Lingsheng's culinary delights, and naturally, everyone eagerly anticipates this event. Chapter 31. Remember to call the emperor uncle. What does jingling vegetable mean? Qin Minglang inquired, puzzled. My third brother. You seem to be unaware. A young man clad in a cerulean robe approached joyfully and sat beside Qin Minglang. You have already tasted the spirit tea from Lingsheng Tower. It is said that there is a gifted spirit master behind the tower. Quite impressive indeed. Every month, they offer a special spirit vegetable, which, as the name suggests, is infused with spiritual energy and differs entirely from ordinary dishes. Hence, many have come today specifically for the jingling vegetable. Sixth brother? Qin Minglang looked at him in surprise. What brings you here? I merely wish to experience this spirit vegetable for myself, but alas, all the reservations are fully booked, and I had no opportunity. Qin Yunjing lamented, but then added, fortunately, I ran into you. Third brother, you wouldn't mind bringing me along, would you? Of course, Qin Minglang replied. I didn't expect you to be so well informed about Lingsheng Tower. Naturally, Qin Yunjing declared proudly, his gaze falling upon Gu Niansheng. Third brother, you have brought Nanling and sister-in-law out for a stroll today. He was well aware that his third brother had affections for Gu Niansheng, and that the engagement to Gu Niansheng was likely being contemplated for dissolution. That unattractive woman was certainly unworthy of his third brother. However, when his eyes landed on Gu Niansheng, a flash of astonishment crossed his features. Such a breathtaking beauty. How had he never heard of her? Third brother, who is this stunning beauty? Qin Yunjing exclaimed. Gu Niansheng regarded the young man before her, recognizing the sixth prince. He was known for his playful nature and indifference towards power, which allowed him to maintain amicable relations with both the crown prince and Qin Minglang. It was likely that regardless of who ascended the throne, he would remain a carefree prince. Qin Yunjing's admiration and delight were unabashed, while the expressions of Qin Minglang, Gu Niansheng, and Nanling turned peculiar. Commoner Gu Niansheng, I am honored to meet the sixth prince. Gu Niansheng responded gracefully. What? Qin Yunjing stammered. You are Gu Niansheng? Indeed. She confirmed. Qin Yunjing glanced at Qin Minglang, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, a singular thought surged through his mind. Had the people of the imperial city lost their sight? How could such an exquisite beauty be deemed unattractive? Ah, it is Miss Gu. A pleasure to finally meet you, Qin Yunjing said with a cheerful smile. Gu Niansheng inwardly chuckled. The sixth prince was indeed quite familiar, completely disregarding that he had just referred to Gu Niansheng as sister-in-law before her. Nonetheless, she found it quite pleasant. Brother Wei, Nanling's thoughts were solely occupied with Wei Xianqi. Having heard discussions downstairs, she knew he had arrived, and upon seeing him seated at the adjacent table, she could hardly contain her excitement. I didn't expect all of you to be here, Wei Xianqi remarked with his usual indifference. Sister, Jiangcheng and Han Quan were both excited to see Gu Niansheng. Wei Xianqi had always shunned the company of women, but now he finally had a lady of interest. Previously, they believed that Miss Gu's reputation was rather unsavory. However, upon gazing at the Lingsheng Tower and reflecting on the identity of the spirit master, it became evident that this sister-in-law was quite extraordinary. The term sister-in-law almost escaped their lips instinctively, but they quickly restrained themselves upon realizing the inappropriateness of the occasion. Gu Niansheng looked at the two with curiosity, wondering if they were indeed considering addressing her as sister-in-law. In her previous life, she had often heard them call her that, just as they had just now. Nanling also caught wind of this remark, her expression brimming with excitement. Could it be that Jiangcheng and the others had recognized her identity? Brother Wei, may I join you? Nanling proposed, yet Wei Xianqi suggested. It would be better for the princess to sit with her brother. Our table is rather crowded. Nanling couldn't help but interject. Jiangcheng's eyes lit up as he remarked, Indeed, your table seems a bit too full. Given that the competition for the spirit cuisine will soon require a performance from the ladies, why not borrow someone from your table? Nanling couldn't contain her delight. Thinking Jiangcheng was exceedingly considerate, Wei Xianqi cast a glance at Qin Minglang and the others, deciding, then let Miss Gu come over. The atmosphere momentarily froze. Upon realizing this, Nanling shot an irate glare at Gu Niansheng. Could this unattractive girl truly garner such special treatment from Brother Wei? Lord of the North, this. Qin Minglang was somewhat vexed. Although he did not particularly care for Gu Niansheng, she was still his fiancé. For Wei Xianshi to call her over was akin to a slap in his face. At that moment, Han Quan chuckled lightly and remarked, "Third prince, you can no longer refer to the Lord of the North as such. You should address him as imperial uncle now." Cough. Gu Niansheng coughed lightly, looking in astonishment at the neighboring table. How had Wei Xianshi suddenly become an imperial uncle? The sixth prince, noticing her bewilderment, explained, during the morning court session today, Father declared that the Lord of the North had achieved great merits. Mere rewards were insufficient, so he recognized the Lord of the North as his brother, making him our imperial uncle. Gu Niansheng. So formidable? Has he truly ascended a generation? Qin Minglang's expression also darkened. Han Quan's words, though seemingly playful, were indeed a form of pressure. Wei Xianshi was now his elder. To oppose him would be an act of disrespect. Niansheng, you should go to your imperial uncle. Qin Minglang stated heavily, emphasizing the title imperial uncle. All right. Gu Niansheng rose and moved to sit at Wei Xianxi's table. Rather than endure watching Nanling cause a scene, she found it much more comfortable here. Has my sister suddenly become quite close to the Lord of the North? Gu Niansheng expressed her confusion. Was it not said that the Lord of the North rarely interacted with women? Why was he treating her sister differently? However, as soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Nanling and Qin Minglang turned grim. The sixth prince recoiled, realizing he had unwittingly broached a sensitive topic. Today's competition for the spirit cuisine was centered around musical talent. I wonder which lady from which table is willing to challenge. Shi Yong'an's smile resonated through the air. The spirit cuisine competition could take various forms, either through direct bidding or alternative methods, and today it was a contest of musical prowess. The riverside has been adorned with a stage for performances, distinct from the brothels, as the participants here are predominantly refined young ladies. This serves as a splendid opportunity for the maidens to garner acclaim. Consequently, as soon as the notion was proposed, several young ladies eagerly took to the stage. Miss Gu, do you possess any skill in playing the zither? Jiang Cheng inquired, his expression betraying his unease. Generally, young ladies of noble birth have some proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, Gu Niansheng has only returned for a year and naturally cannot compare to those who have devoted years to their studies. The thought of losing face on stage is indeed daunting. If it proves too challenging, perhaps you should step forward, suggested Han Quan. After all, are you not adept at playing the zither? Jiang Cheng hesitated, but it seems rather inappropriate for a man to take the stage among all these ladies. Chapter 32. I want to cancel the engagement upon realizing this. Nanling's mind sparked with a clever scheme. Nianin, I have often heard of your unparalleled musical talent. Having inherited the skills of the Duchess of the State, you shall take the stage shortly. Gu Niansheng noticed that the young ladies who had performed earlier were met with great acclaim, making it an opportune moment to showcase her abilities, and she readily accepted. Gu Niansheng, your sister has taken the stage. Surely, as her elder sister, you will not refuse? Then Ling exclaimed, it is a rare opportunity to witness a contest between you sisters. I am certain everyone is quite eager to see. Nanling's call drew attention not only from the third floor, but also from the first and second. As the most beautiful woman in the royal city, Gu Niansheng naturally attracted much scrutiny, and now, with Gu Niansheng also in the limelight, their simultaneous display of musical prowess was impossible to overlook. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances, realizing that Princess Nanling, unable to garner envy, had begun to target her sister-in-law. I almost forgot. You grew up in a remote village. Perhaps you have never even touched a guqin. This request is truly too burdensome for you. Nanling mocked. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Gu Niansheng's eyes. Is Princess Nanling some sort of mind reader? Even my sister has yet to speak. Yet you claim to know that I have never laid hands on a guqin? By your logic, you must be quite adept yourself. Nanling's eyes sparkled with surprise, not anticipating that Gu Niansheng would dare to retort at such a moment. Do not think me disdainful. If you possess the capability, then come forth and perform. Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly, her breathtaking beauty momentarily shrouded in an icy demeanor, her calm gaze now sharp as a blade. You think I shall perform merely because you command it? Who do you think you are? These words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Gu Niansheng and the others were expressions of sheer disbelief, unable to fathom that Gu Niansheng would utter such defiance. What did you say? Nanling stammered, taken aback. Have you lost your mind to speak to me in such a manner? Why should I fear? Gu Niansheng rose gracefully, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. Her eyes deep and enigmatic, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. Her gaze lingered, evoking a sense of unexplainable oppression within Nanling. In name, I am the fiancé of the third prince, and you are his sister. Ostensibly, I am to be your future sister-in-law. As a princess, you ought to set an example for the world, yet you continuously mock and belittle me before so many. This disregards not only my dignity, but also the honor of the third prince and his majesty. Nanling's complexion shifted dramatically, hastily retorting, I did not. You did. Gu Niansheng asserted confidently. This engagement was decreed by his majesty, and your insinuations express disdain for it. You may look down upon me, but his majesty has arranged this union. Thus your discontent reflects poorly upon his decision. Such a grave accusation left Nanling momentarily dumbfounded. Third brother, that is not what I meant. Please help me, she implored urgently, glancing at Qin Minglang, fearing that if this matter reached their father's ears, her downfall would be imminent. Qin Minglang found himself unable to suppress his admiration for Gu Niansheng. He had always perceived this woman as foolish and unattractive. Yet it had become evident that her beauty was striking, and her intellect was anything but lacking. How many women could engage in a rational discourse with a princess, maintaining their composure without being subservient? However, her choice to leverage the situation to criticize Nanling was indeed excessive. Niansheng, Nanling is merely a child playing pranks. There is no need for you to take it to heart, Qin Minglang remarked solemnly. A simple assertion of just a joke elicited a light laugh from Gu Niansheng as she shifted the conversation. Since the moment I stepped into Ling Sheng Tower, you have listened intently to every taunt directed at me, insinuating that I am inexperienced. I have endured your provocations for far too long, and now that I have simply countered your remarks, you accuse me of being petty. Third prince, your treatment of me is truly commendable. Rendered speechless, Qin Minglang felt the heat of embarrassment as he noticed the curious gazes of the onlookers. She dared to humiliate him before such a crowd. Niansheng, stop your nonsense. Gu Niansheng arched an eyebrow. I shall continue my nonsense. What can you do about it? You. Qin Minglang rose abruptly, striding towards Gu Niansheng, his once handsome visage darkening with anger. Come back with me. In that instant, Wei Xianxi intervened, blocking Qin Minglang's outstretched hand. Qin Minglang's fury intensified. Royal uncle, must you meddle in my personal affairs as well? Third prince, you are not yet married. How can this be considered your personal affair? Wei Xianxi replied coolly. I believe Miss Gu has a valid point. You should return for now. Royal uncle, Niansheng is my fiancé. Why do you protect her so fervently? Qin Minglang's brow furrowed, perplexed by Wei Xianxi's recent behavior. I am simply upholding justice, Wei Xianxi stated, gazing intently at her. As her fiancé, if you cannot provide fairness, then I must ensure she receives it in my presence. Recognizing Wei Xianxi's unwavering stance, Qin Minglang understood the authority he wielded in the court and refrained from losing his temper. He turned to Gu Niansheng. Will you accompany me? I shall not. Think this through. Qin Minglang's voice deepened, laced with menace. I have thought it through, Gu Niansheng replied, her expression indifferent. She had grown weary of this despicable man and the pretense that accompanied their interactions. Initially, she had considered biding her time for an opportunity to accuse him and then call off the engagement. But the events of today had compelled her to act sooner. Since you hold me in such disdain, there is no need for pretense. You and my sister share a mutual affection. I shall withdraw. Her voice was melodious, her demeanor as calm as if she were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day. Yet the content of her words left everyone in stunned silence. Qin Yunjing gazed at Gu Niansheng in awe, thinking that Miss Gu was indeed a woman of remarkable character, beautiful, articulate, and now displaying such courage. She was truly admirable. Gu Niansheng felt a surge of astonishment. She had previously heard Gu Niansheng utter similar sentiments, albeit at that time Ming Lang had resolutely rejected them. Yet today, to her utter disbelief, the matter was brought up once more in front of such a multitude, and it seemed that this news would inevitably circulate, perhaps allowing her to rightfully be with Ming Lang after all. With a resounding crash, Qin Ming Lang hurled the teacup to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Very well, I shall grant you this wish. You are no longer my betrothed. Gu Niansheng could not help but smile, finally ridding herself of this loathsome man. Her plan had always been to dissolve the engagement first. As for vengeance, that would unfold gradually. To allow him an easy demise would indeed be too lenient. Chapter 33. Do you dare gamble? Very well. Gu Niansheng gracefully settled down, her exquisite jade-like face adorned with a faintly sweet smile, completely unconcerned about the matter at hand. You. Qin Ming Lang was nearly seething with rage. Gu Niansheng had never dared to confront him so boldly. She, who was ostensibly terrified of losing their engagement, usually sought to appease him in every possible way. Yet this time, her demeanor was strikingly different, as if she had taken leave of her senses. Niansheng, take the stage, Qin Ming Lang commanded. Gu Niansheng glanced at the furious Qin Ming Lang and then at the composed Gu Niansheng, secretly reveling in delight. Indeed, Gu Niansheng was quite foolish, in a fit of anger. She had seemingly cast aside their engagement, thus presenting Niansheng with an opportunity. Nanling was equally infuriated. What was Gu Niansheng thinking, daring to publicly challenge their authority? Niansheng, step up. This country bumpkin is merely posturing. It would be truly astonishing if she dared to take the stage. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng smiled knowingly and replied, Nanling, your provocation holds no sway over me. However, if you genuinely wish for me to take the stage, I am more than willing to oblige. Let's make a wager, shall we? Nanling scoffed. What is there that I would not dare to wager? What shall we bet on? Let us wager on who can procure the spirit vegetable. Nanling burst into laughter. Gu Niansheng, have you truly lost your mind today? Do you genuinely believe you can outdo Niansheng? Gu Niansheng paid no heed to her mockery, a beguiling smile playing on her delicate features. 100,000 taels. How's that sound? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had all noted Gu Niansheng's earlier humiliation at the hands of Princess Nanling. Yet her audacious bet of 100,000 taels was utterly shocking. Nanling was momentarily taken aback, incredulity written across her face. 100,000 taels? Are you serious? Indeed, Gu Niansheng replied nonchalantly, you need not concern yourself with my means. Nanling hesitated. Although she was a princess and received numerous gifts from her parents, these were not easily convertible to cash. As for her own monthly allowance, 100,000 taels was indeed a substantial sum. Sister, Gu Niansheng cautioned, 100,000 taels is far too much. If you were to lose, it would spell considerable trouble for the entire Zhangue Gongfu. Many onlookers were similarly influenced by her words, deeming Gu Niansheng's actions excessively reckless. Earlier, they had heard tales of the Gu family's eldest daughter being willful and unreasonable, and now it seemed their impressions were not unfounded. I previously thought such rumors were exaggerated. It appears I had underestimated the situation. Just look at how Gu Niansheng spoke without a care for the Zhangue Gongfu. Gu Niansheng saw through Gu Niansheng's ploy, always eager to use her supposed sensitivity to highlight her own lack of decorum. Yet, so what? I say, dear sister, when I'm being bullied, you remain silent. Now that I wish to stand up for myself, you obstruct me at every turn. Since you were so concerned about the reputation of the Duke's mansion, why did you fall silent just now? Gu Niansheng inquired. Older sister, Silence. Gu Niansheng interjected coldly, her indifferent gaze shifting to Nanling. Will you gamble or not? If you dare not, then say so. I will gamble, Nanling replied, having discreetly inquired about Niansheng beforehand. She knew that Gu Niansheng had not practiced the art of the zither since her return, and this claim was merely an attempt to intimidate her. It was clear now why Gu Niansheng dared to propose such a hefty wager. She intended to frighten her into submission. If Nanling refused, she would undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage. However, should she agree, it would be Gu Niansheng who would face embarrassment. As she contemplated reveling in Gu Niansheng's anxious expression, she was taken aback when Gu Niansheng smiled and declared, "It is settled." Gu Niansheng soon took the stage. As the previously acknowledged beauty of the royal city, she was not only stunning in appearance, but also exceptionally skilled in the arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with the zither being her forte. The moment she stepped onto the stage, the entire Ling Sheng Lu fell into a hushed silence. With a gentle sweep of her delicate fingers, a melodious tune cascaded forth, fluid, elegant, and enchanting. While the other young ladies who had performed earlier had also displayed commendable skills, the disparity became starkly evident with Gu Niansheng's arrival. Truly, she was a lady of refinement. Her zither playing was unparalleled. I have never heard such exquisite music. It is as though I am transported to another realm. As the notes flowed, even those outside the Ling Sheng Lu paused to appreciate the performance, showering praises. Han Quan and Jiang Cheng exchanged glances. Although they held no favorable opinion of the second young miss of the Gu family, they could not deny her exceptional talent. As Gu Niansheng concluded her piece, applause erupted and cheers resonated from the street outside. With a smile gracing her face, she gracefully descended the stage. "Gu Niansheng, it is your turn," Nan Ling declared triumphantly. "You wouldn't dare to run away, would you? The princess worries too much," Gu Niansheng retorted as she stood and strode confidently towards the elevated platform. "Can sister-in-law really win?" Jiang Cheng remarked, unable to contain himself. "If it comes to it, shall we claim there are assassins infiltrating? We could disrupt this match entirely." "I think that is a splendid idea." Han Quan nodded, unwilling to watch his future sister-in-law humiliate herself publicly. Just as they prepared to act, Wei Xianqi halted them. "Have you forgotten who owns this establishment?" With those words, they faltered, suddenly recalling that the Ling Sheng Lu belonged to their future sister-in-law. Therefore, this zither performance was entirely at her discretion. "How careless of us to overlook that," Jiang Cheng exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. "It seems the wager of 100,000 taels is as good as won." Han Quan instinctively glanced at Wei Xianqi, who had already proven himself to be quite the entrepreneur, and now he learned that their future sister-in-law was equally adept at amassing wealth. "Is there no respite for us?" As Gu Niansheng ascended the stage, the crowd quieted once more, intrigued by what this rumored simpleton would present that warranted such a gamble. A cold smile danced in Gu Niansheng's eyes. She had previously thought Gu Niansheng had grown cleverer, but it now appeared she was even more foolish than before. A path to self-destruction. As everyone awaited the unfolding of a spectacle, a melodious sound emerged from the hands of a woman. Clad in an elegant white gown, she radiated a subtle brilliance. The crescent moon woven with silver threads reflecting a delicate glow under the sun. The crimson headband adorning her forehead harmonized beautifully with the red sash around her waist, accentuating her exquisite and breathtaking features. Merely gazing upon her was akin to beholding a masterpiece. The enchanting melody she played diverged from Gu Niansheng's refined elegance, yet was replete with profound emotion that resonated deeply within the heart. How could this be? Nan Ling stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Gu Niansheng, whose exceptional musical prowess left her incredulous. "Did you not say that Gu Niansheng had never learned to play the instrument? Were you deceiving me?" Chapter 34. Infuriating yet unpunished, I am not deceiving you. Gu Niansheng hastily shook her head, genuinely unaware of such skills. "Then what do you suppose I am witnessing? Do not tell me this is all self-taught." Gu Niansheng found herself at a loss for words, unable to fathom how the exquisite melodies could be produced by Gu Niansheng, who had never touched the piano since joining the family. As the final note faded, the entire Ling Sheng building was enveloped in silence, the audience momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, thunderous applause erupted. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Gu family could conceal such talent? To claim she knew nothing was utterly absurd. Compared to the second daughter's sentimental piece, this stirring battle song truly exemplified the grace of a master. Listen to what some had said before, labeling the eldest daughter as wasteful. Clearly, she is a woman of remarkable talent. In my opinion, it seems someone has maliciously tarnished her reputation. How else could she be portrayed as a worthless individual? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Their previous impressions of Gu Niansheng as an inept and plain individual shattered. Her beauty first captivated them, and her extraordinary musical prowess was a stark contrast to the rumors. Many began to ponder who would benefit most from the deliberate defamation of Gu Niansheng's character. Gu Niansheng keenly sensed the scrutinizing gazes directed at her, as if the onlookers had deduced that she was the source of these malicious rumors. When Gu Niansheng returned, Shi Yongman approached with a platter of exquisite dishes. "Miss Gu, your unparalleled artistry has earned you this delicacy. Please, savor it at your leisure." Though Shi Yongman's demeanor remained composed, his heart brimmed with astonishment. Until today, he had been unaware of his master's true identity. Who would have imagined she was the renowned eldest daughter of the Duke's residence, infamous throughout the imperial city? Clearly, she was a woman of great intellect, undeservedly branded with such title. "Thank you," Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile, her already enchanting visage becoming even more captivating, causing those around her to momentarily lose their focus. Miss Gu truly embodies the charm of a captivating smile. Qin Yinjing could not help but exclaim. If Gu Niansheng's beauty was gentle and elegant, then Gu Niansheng's allure resembled that of a bewitching spirit. Even without intention, her smile was utterly mesmerizing. Upon hearing Qin Yunjing's remark, he noticed his third brother's indifferent gaze and shrugged, tempering his enthusiasm. Yet, internally, he mused, "My brother is surely blind." Gu Niansheng is far more striking. Gu Niansheng observed the increasingly dark expression of Princess Nanling beside her. "Princess Nanling, I await your 100,000 taels within 3 days. Oomph. Nanling scoffed, her heart racing with anxiety. If she were to part with that sum, her allowance would be entirely depleted. "Gu Niansheng, you shall pay for this." "Very well," Gu Niansheng replied, her smile radiant. "Let us depart." Qin Minglang's face was already clouded with displeasure as he strode away, with Gu Niansheng and Nanling hastily following suit. However, Qin Yunjing seemed reluctant to depart, casting a playful wink at Gu Niansheng before leaving. "Miss Gu, until we meet again." Gu Niansheng, taken aback by the unexpected warmth of their initial encounter, felt a flicker of confusion. In her previous life, she had scarcely interacted with this sixth prince. "He's already left," Wei Xianqi remarked. Gu Niansheng returned to her senses, noticing Jiang Cheng and Han Quan gazing at her. "What are you looking at?" "Miss Gu, you truly conceal your talents," they exclaimed. "Just a trifle. Nothing to concern yourself with," Gu Niansheng replied with a radiant smile, waving her hand dismissively. The two couldn't help but chuckle, and a glimmer of amusement appeared in Wei Xianqi's eyes. Upon returning to the Gu residence, she encountered the anxious Yi. "Miss, you have finally returned. The master is calling for you. Has Gu Niansheng caused a ruckus again?" Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. Yi nodded. The second young lady returned in tears, seeking out the master. "He said you should come to him immediately." "What on earth has happened?" "Nothing of consequence." Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively. "I shall go. Her tears are of no concern to me." Upon entering the main house, she discovered not only her parents and Gu Niansheng, but also her elder brother present. "Father, I hear you were looking for me?" Gu Niansheng entered with a graceful demeanor, her delicate features adorned with a gentle smile, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. Gu Hanxian, initially in a foul mood, felt a considerable weight lift upon seeing his daughter, though he maintained a stern expression. "I have heard that you wagered publicly with Princess Nanling today and emerged victorious, winning 100,000 taels." 100,000 taels? Gu Hongxian exclaimed in astonishment. Having just arrived and unaware of the circumstances, he was taken aback that his sister had engaged in such a daring wager. "Indeed," Gu Niansheng nodded, returning the question. "Is that not commendable?" "Quite so," Gu Hongxian responded instinctively. After all, who could ever have too much silver? "Hongxian," the Duke of Jinghua admonished sharply. Gu Hongxian promptly closed his mouth, watching Gu Niansheng with a look of helplessness, realizing she would have to navigate this situation on her own. "Sister, 100,000 taels is no trivial sum. You risk offending the princess." "And what of it?" Gu Niansheng countered. "This wager was mutually agreed upon. I did not coerce her into placing her bet. Since she accepted, she must abide by the rules of the game, regardless of how this unfolds." The principle remains firmly on my side. Luo, he added. Though the situation may seem absurd, it is indeed Princess Nanling who consented. It cannot be blamed on Niansheng. I concur, Gu Hongzhen nodded. Games of chance among princes are not uncommon. It would be truly disgraceful to back out. Gu Niansheng, observing that everyone seemed to absolve Gu Niansheng of blame, felt a twinge of anxiety. She had previously promised Princess Nanling that she would return to persuade her. Such matters, as they pertain to subjects, should ideally warrant a degree of deference. Yet, to my astonishment, Gu Niansheng exhibits not a trace of remorse. The South Spirit Princess is the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Lady Lu. Should she return to lodge a complaint, it could spell misfortune for us. Thus, it would be prudent to abandon this wager altogether. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng let out a light laugh. Sister, are you truly so naive? The news of my wager with the South Spirit Princess has already spread far and wide. Do you honestly believe that if I forfeit this silver, she will not be incensed? Since she is already angered, I must claim this silver. Moreover, I have conducted this wager with utmost transparency. If I were to withdraw now, the South Spirit Princess might even perceive it as a slight against her, would she not, dear brother? Chapter 35. The Prince of the North is truly a good man. Gu Niansheng glanced at Gu Hongzhen, who nodded in agreement. Niansheng's assertion was indeed reasonable. Why should the royal offspring require our deference? Such behavior would only serve to diminish their dignity further. Gu Hongzhen understood this as well. The royal family has always upheld the principle that a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Now that this situation had unfolded, it would be inappropriate to act otherwise. However, Niansheng, you must remain vigilant in the future. Although the warning was stern, his tone had softened. I understand, father. Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile. I am aware that my elder brother is on the brink of a breakthrough and requires resources for his cultivation, which necessitates a substantial amount of silver. I intend to allocate 50,000 taels to our parents and the remaining 50,000 to my brother. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered in the eyes of Gu Hongzhen and the others. They had not anticipated her to harbor such intentions. Niansheng, Gu Hongzhen's expression was complex. This is your hard-earned money. How can you give it to me? Elder brother, this is precisely when you need it most. I have no worries regarding my own sustenance at home. So why would I require such a large sum? Gu Niansheng replied with a soft smile. She understood that their parents were currently troubled by her brother's quest for strength. Although her father, as the Duke of the nation, earned a respectable salary, as a virtuous official, it was not extravagant. Originally, she had intended to wait until the tavern generated more profit before honoring her parents. But with the unexpected windfall from Nanling, she seized the opportunity to make a substantial gain. Seeing Gu Niansheng's thoughtful demeanor, the gazes of those around her softened. Only Gu Niansheng felt a surge of discontent amid their warmth. Niansheng, are you truly unafraid of offending the princess? Gu Niansheng could not help but interject, for she was the younger sister of Minglang. Mentioning Qin Minglang prompted Gu Hongzhen to recall the day's most crucial matter. Niansheng, I heard from Niansheng that you publicly announced your intention to withdraw from the engagement with the third prince today. I did, Gu Niansheng replied calmly. Moreover, he consented. Preposterous. Gu Hongzhen slammed the table. This engagement was personally arranged by His Majesty. How can it be annulled at your whim? Gu Hongzhen's expression shifted as well. Wagering with Princess Nanling was one matter, but proposing to dissolve an engagement was a grave issue. Disobeying the emperor's decree could result in the direst consequences. Niansheng, did you not have affection for the third prince? Why would you retract your engagement today? Indeed, what transpired? Luo, he inquired with concern. Mother knows you have always held him in high regard. You would not withdraw without reason. Today at Lingsheng Tower, Princess Nanling subjected me to relentless humiliation, and Minglang said not a word in my defense. Had it not been for the princess's repeated affronts, I would not have resorted to a wager, Gu Niansheng stated earnestly. Father, mother, deep down, you are both aware that Minglang does not harbor feelings for me, though I am your biological daughter. I have spent many years outside the confines of a noble upbringing. I do not meet the standards to become a member of the royal family. Who says you do not meet the standards? Gu Hongzhen exclaimed in outrage. They have humiliated you time and again. This is utterly intolerable. I shall take this matter to the court tomorrow. The marriage arrangement personally decreed by His Majesty. My own daughter, could she possibly be deemed unworthy? Father, please calm your anger. Gu Niansheng hastily interjected. I understand you both wish to spare me heartache. Yet consider this. If the other party holds me in disdain, should I force myself upon them? There are countless fine gentlemen in this world, and I seek one who will wholeheartedly cherish me. A hint of pride glimmered in Gu Niansheng's eyes. In her past life, she could not fathom it. The scoundrel she would have gladly kicked away. However, in the presence of her parents, she must maintain decorum. You are right, Sheng. Luo affirmed with a nod. My Sheng is not inferior to anyone. If she were to marry and be scorned, I would prefer she remain unwed. My dear husband, you must consider this lifelong matter carefully for Sheng. I care not for power. My sole desire is for her happiness. Gu Niansheng sighed, observing his wife's demeanor. Though he understood her sentiments, the engagement had already been established, and rejecting it could lead to dire consequences. Gu Niansheng cast a glance at Gu Niansheng. Since this girl so ardently pursued that fiery pit as her elder sister, it was her duty to lend a hand, was it not? Father, in truth, Minglang harbors affections for Niansheng. For years he believed her to be his betrothed. Had I not returned unexpectedly, they might have already wed. Gu Niansheng was taken aback by Gu Niansheng's sudden mention of her, unable to believe that her sister was genuinely preparing to facilitate this union. In my view, we should report to His Majesty to promote this marriage, ensuring satisfaction for all parties involved. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng and the others exchanged glances. They were aware of the situation, yet refrained from mentioning it, knowing that Niansheng also held feelings for the third prince. Niansheng, do you truly wish for this? Indeed. Gu Niansheng smiled lightly. I have only just returned. I wish to spend more time with my parents and elder brother. Why the haste to marry? After pondering for a moment, Gu Niansheng said, My dear, you shall sleep with Niansheng tonight. Very well. That night, Luo confirmed Gu Niansheng's intentions repeatedly, feeling no sorrow for her decision. Yet, in wanting to fulfill her sister's wishes, she could not help but feel a pang of heartache. For her daughter was not only obedient and sensible, but also kind-hearted. Only Gu Niansheng understood that Gu Niansheng was indeed a hot potato, staying in the family. She could not act excessively. It was best to wait until she was married, becoming the third prince's consort, before any incidents arose, minimizing the impact on their family's reputation. The following day, upon returning from court, Gu Niansheng and Gu Hongzheng awaited Gu Niansheng's arrival. As soon as Luo saw her husband return, she hurriedly inquired, My dear, what news? Gu Niansheng's expression darkened. After the morning court session concluded, before I could seek an audience, His Majesty summoned me directly. The events of yesterday have reached the palace, and His Majesty is furious. At this, the three felt a weight in their hearts. The emperor had personally arranged the marriage. Yet Gu Niansheng and the third prince dared to annul the engagement privately. This was indeed inappropriate. Curiously, the king of the north had also been present, and His Majesty did not shy away, allowing him to hear the proceedings. In my daily life, I seldom intersect with the king of the north. However, today he unexpectedly spoke on my behalf, managing to soothe the emperor's fury. Is that so? Luo exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the king of the north is indeed a good man. Through his persuasive words, the emperor acquiesced to the matter. Gu Niansheng's face broke into a smile. Upon hearing this, the three of them finally exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with contentment. The emperor has decreed that Niansheng shall wed the third prince on the 10th of next month. Chapter 36. How dare she be so swift? Luo exclaimed in astonishment. His Majesty had initially intended to postpone matters for a while longer, but the Duke of Northern Town asserted that the marriage had already been arranged, and given that they had now reached a suitable age for matrimony, it would indeed be beneficial to proceed sooner rather than later. The Duke of the State reflected on the day's events and found it quite remarkable. The Duke of Northern Town had always been indifferent to matters outside his purview. Countless individuals sought his favor in the court, yet he remained unresponsive. Nonetheless, even without allies, his position in the court remained unassailable. He held a deep admiration for the Duke of Northern Town, who, despite his youth, had achieved such remarkable feats. While others might deem his approach unwise, he believed it to be the very essence of the Duke's astuteness. His military accomplishments had already garnered significant influence within the Great Xia dynasty. Should he also cultivate relationships with the ministers, it would inevitably raise concerns for His Majesty. Presently, the emperor placed great trust in him, having conferred upon him the title of imperial brother, establishing an inseparable bond between them. Was the Duke of Northern Town truly so helpful? Gu Hongzhen instinctively glanced at Gu Niansheng. On that day, at the polo field, the Duke had similarly aided Niansheng. Was this mere coincidence? Under the gaze of her elder brother, Gu Niansheng averted her eyes, feeling somewhat guilty. If the Duke of Northern Town were a genuinely affable person, it might be understandable. However, given his character, it was improbable that he would extend assistance without a compelling reason. Nevertheless, she had not anticipated such fortunate timing. Had the Duke not been present, the situation would have likely been far more complicated. This is fortuitous. Nianin actually harbors feelings for the third prince. Luo turned her gaze toward Gu Niansheng. She had previously discussed this matter with her father, acknowledging the debt they owed to Niansheng, and had resolved to make sacrifices for Nianin. It was unexpected that Niansheng had come to terms with this. They would eventually find a suitable match for her. A harmonious resolution for all. Gu Niansheng smiled faintly, relieved that this troublesome star could finally be sent off. At that moment, Gu Hanxian could not suppress a sigh. A few days prior, the Prime Minister had boasted about his rare tea, and when I later informed him that I possessed 3 jars, the old fellow became exceedingly jealous. Today, to atone for my transgressions, I brought 2 jars of this exquisite tea as a tribute to His Majesty, leaving only this one remaining for myself. How disheartening! Upon hearing this news, the Prime Minister would surely seek me out again tomorrow. How vexing! Witnessing Gu Hanxian sulking with his hands clasped behind his back, the 3 exchanged helpless smiles. Both father and the Prime Minister were prominent figures in the court, revered by many, yet together they behaved like children, perpetually engaged in their playful rivalry over the years. Father, the next time I encounter that spirit master, I shall request 2 more jars from her, Gu Niansheng proposed. Really? Gu Hanxian responded joyfully. Of course. In the imperial palace. With a resounding crash, Qin Minglang swept his hand, sending the teacup crashing to the ground, tea splattering everywhere. What did you say? Gu Niansheng has truly called off the engagement? Your Highness, it is rumored that the Duke of the State informed His Majesty today, proposing that Gu Nianin take Gu Niansheng's place, and the Emperor has agreed, scheduling the wedding for the 10th of next month. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Imperial concubine Lu emerged, somewhat taken aback, but ultimately perceiving a silver lining. Minglang, it is fortuitous that your affections lie with Nianin. Were you not previously racking your brains over this matter? Now that my wishes have been fulfilled, why are you still angry? I truly hold no esteem for Gu Niansheng. Yet she had the audacity to propose an annulment of our engagement in front of so many people yesterday. Today, the Duke of Jinghua has approached father to discuss this matter. Where does that leave my dignity? As Qin Minglang, the favored third prince and one of the 4 talents of the imperial city, countless young ladies aspire to marry me. Now, I am scorned by a woman of such lackluster appeal proposing an annulment. Is this not a jest? The expression on concubine Lu's face shifted slightly. What could have compelled Gu Niansheng to make such a bold move? Qin Minglang fell silent, genuinely taken aback by Gu Niansheng's audacity. In the past, no matter how egregious his actions, Gu Niansheng would not dare to voice a complaint, instead striving to please him. Recently, however, her courage has swelled. Could it be attributed to the Northern King? Observing this, concubine Lu began to speculate. Gu Niansheng's temperament was not one to engage in such outrageous behavior. Perhaps a cornered rabbit would bite. Since His Majesty has already made a decision on this matter, do not dwell on it. I have a fondness for Nianin, but alas, I shall no longer savor Gu Niansheng's culinary skills. With a sigh, concubine Lu reflected on how unexpectedly talented that child was in the kitchen. Recently, Nianin had attempted the lotus seed soup a few times, yet paled in comparison to Gu Niansheng's creations. Mother, the newly opened Lingsheng Pavilion offers exquisite dishes. I shall send someone to procure some for you. It will surely surpass what she could make. Very well, concubine Lu nodded. Do not overthink this matter. since it was Gu Niansheng who initiated it. You are spared from punishment. Should you express dissatisfaction at this juncture, His Majesty shall not be lenient. If you are truly wed to Gu Niansheng, you would not find contentment. Understood, Qin Minglang replied, though the ire in his eyes was uncontainable. Never had he experienced such humiliation. A woman devoid of talent and virtue dared to annul their engagement. He would ensure that Gu Niansheng would regret this choice. Miss, do you truly intend to take the entrance exam for Lingan Academy? He inquired, having seen Gu Niansheng practice diligently all day, only emerging for dinner, her concern evident. Of course, Gu Niansheng replied with certainty. What practitioner wouldn't he aspire to enter Lingan Academy? The examination is but a month away. I must seize the opportunity. But miss, the assessment for Lingan Academy is notoriously challenging, and your training time has been so brief. Yi hesitated, recalling how the master had previously remarked that the miss lacked exceptional talent and cultivation. Despite the considerable resources invested over the past year, progress had been minimal. It would perhaps be wiser to abandon this path. Although admitting this was somewhat embarrassing, the word had already spread. If she were to take the assessment now and fail, Yi feared Gu Niansheng might not bear the weight of that disappointment. I am well aware of my own capabilities. There is no need for your concern. Gu Niansheng replied, raising an eyebrow. By the way, what the matter I asked you to investigate? You were correct, miss. The second young lady also intends to take the entrance exam for Lingan Academy. Gu Niansheng nodded lightly. For anyone who could gain admission to Lingan Academy, it would bestow an entirely new aura of prestige. Nianin would undoubtedly be a participant as well. My elder brother will be sitting for the intermediate examination at Lingan Academy in a couple of days. I hope he passes with ease. Her elder brother was a few years her senior and had previously passed the preliminary examination at Lingan Academy. Now, he was preparing for the intermediate examination. Once he succeeded, his status and influence would undoubtedly elevate. Miss, it is grave news. The young master has been injured. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, breathless. What? Gu Niansheng rose to her feet, her gaze sharpening with concern. How could her brother, who was typically so composed, find himself in such a predicament? The intermediate examination at Lingan Academy was merely days away, and her brother was not one to seek conflict. It was inconceivable that he would engage in a dispute at such a critical moment. Clearly, something was amiss. It turned out that the young master of the Zhu family had quarreled with her brother today and, without warning, resorted to violence. Accompanied by several associates, he overwhelmed her brother, who was outnumbered 4-1, leading to his injuries. Chapter 37. The schemes of the Zhu family when Gu Niansheng arrived at Gu Hongzhen's courtyard. Luo, he had already been there. Gu Hongzhen's handsome face bore 2 fresh wounds, and his body showed signs of considerable injury. While external wounds could be managed, the internal injuries posed a far graver concern. Witnessing her elder brother spit out blood, Gu Niansheng urgently inquired of the physician, "How is my brother?" The young master's injuries are severe. While the external wounds are not too grave, the internal injuries are serious. The assailants aimed specifically at causing internal harm. The physician, a resident of the estate, spoke candidly. "Hongzhen, what on earth happened?" Luo, he asked anxiously. "Today, as I returned from court, I happened upon Zhu Yuxuan and his group. They were disrespectful from the outset, deliberately seeking trouble with me." As he spoke, Gu Hongzhen instinctively cast a glance at Gu Niansheng, suppressing his ire. "I lost my temper and engaged them in a scuffle. You're usually quite astute. How could you possibly take on a group by yourself? It was far too impulsive." Luo admonished. "He must have said something derogatory about my worthiness for the third prince, which prompted my brother to act," Gu Niansheng deduced, understanding the underlying reasons. The news of her broken engagement had spread widely, garnering both support and disdain. The upcoming mid-level examination at Lingan Academy was drawing near, with far fewer candidates than the preliminary round. Zhu Yuxuan, aware of his disadvantage against her brother, likely devised such underhanded tactics to ensure her brother's defeat in the competition. Gu Niansheng narrowed her beautiful eyes. It was no surprise that Zhu Yuxuan, of questionable character, would resort to such treachery. "Physician, is there any chance of hastening Hongzhen's recovery?" Luo inquired with concern. "This opportunity is crucial for him. If missed, it would mean a significant setback. The physician's expression grew troubled. These individuals had premeditated their actions. While typical internal injuries could heal swiftly, they deliberately targeted a single area, compounding the injury. Recovery in the short term is unlikely. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned grim. "Mother, please do not worry about me," Gu Hongzhen reassured. "Even injured, Zhu Yuxuan is no match for me. But a competition is not merely against one. Since they are targeting you, they will undoubtedly strike at your vulnerabilities." Luo Yi was no mere ornament. She was well-versed in martial matters. The malevolence of their strategy lay precisely in this aspect. Should they publicize Hongzhen's weak points, he might falter even before facing them. Gu Hongzhen's expression grew serious. He realized that he had succumbed to provocation today, falling into a trap he had known existed. After Luo Yi departed, Gu Niansheng took her brother's hand. "Brother, let me take a look." Seeing Gu Niansheng's earnest demeanor, Gu Hongzhen chuckled lightly. "What? Do you possess medical skills?" "I do," Gu Niansheng replied. In recent times, she had largely forgotten about Zhu Jinyao, only to find her reckless brother stirring up trouble again, courting danger. Upon comprehending Gu Hongzhen's injuries, Gu Niansheng devised a plan. "Elder brother, with only a few days remaining until the competition, allow me to administer acupuncture and prepare herbal remedies for you. Your injuries could mend significantly. Will you trust me?" Observing the earnest expression on the young lady's face, Gu Hongzhen was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Of course," she replied. "I trust you." Without hesitation, Gu Hongzhen affirmed, "The martial skill you gifted me last time has proven to be remarkably powerful after my training." When Niansheng visited him previously, she not only presented him with spiritual tea, but also with a martial technique. Initially skeptical, he was utterly astonished after studying the content of the technique, recognizing its high caliber and formidable strength. "Had I utilized this move today, it would have easily incapacitated Zhu Yuxuan." Gu Niansheng smiled gently. Indeed, the martial skill was of superior quality. In her past life, Qin Minglang had excelled due to this very technique, earning the emperor's favor and ultimately securing his eligibility to compete for the throne against the crown prince. Now that this skill had fallen into her elder brother's hands, it might well earn him significant recognition as well. "But sister, how did you acquire your medical knowledge?" Gu Hongzhen inquired with curiosity. During this time, Niansheng had undergone considerable transformation. The spiritual tea that eluded many in the imperial city was effortlessly gathered by her in abundant jars. The fact that she had also delved into medicine was truly astonishing. "I learned it from a remarkable mentor," Gu Niansheng replied, blinking innocently. "He remarked that my innate talent was exceptional and that I was a genius. Thus he took special interest in teaching me." Initially, Gu Hongzhen found this hard to believe. However, given the myriad of extraordinary occurrences in the world, he recognized his sister's exceptional nature and deemed it a rare fortune to be acknowledged by such a master. "Then you must study diligently. Many would envy such an opportunity." "I understand." Once prepared, Gu Niansheng commenced the acupuncture treatment for Gu Hongzhen. Her medical skills had advanced considerably since then, and she had recently learned techniques for treating internal injuries. Although her elder brother's internal wounds were not overly severe, merely requiring time and care to heal, any physical exertion could exacerbate the issue, precisely the strategy Zhu Yuxuan intended to exploit. Her acupuncture combined with herbal remedies would expedite the healing process, and with some spiritual cuisine, she believed Gu Hongzhen would be nearly recovered by the day of the assessment. Gu Hongzhen held an unwavering trust in his sister. Even if he were unable to participate in the evaluation, it would matter little, for his sister's intentions far outweighed the importance of the competition. Gu Niansheng felt profoundly touched. Both their parents and elder brother treated her with great kindness. She would not allow anyone to harm her loved ones. Before long, the day of the intermediate assessment at Lingan Academy arrived. Gu Niansheng and Gu Nianen accompanied Gu Hongzhen to the event. The assessment was a grand affair in the imperial city, with each enrollment period for Lingan Academy drawing numerous spectators. Once one achieved fame in such assessments, their reputation would soar. Gu Hongzhen's complexion was still somewhat pale, indicating that his injuries had not fully healed. Nevertheless, he appeared spirited and resolute, clearly determined to excel in today's assessment. "Elder brother, Your injuries have yet to mend. Is it not too arduous to participate in the examination today? Gu Niansheng expressed her concern. It is of no consequence. Gu Hongzhen waved his hand dismissively. This triennial recruitment is an opportunity one cannot afford to miss. Should I let it slip by, I would have to wait another 3 years. And I cannot bear such a delay. I have heard that some have even lost their lives during this assessment, Gu Niansheng interjected. Niansheng, will you not also partake in the preliminary evaluation in a few days? Indeed, Gu Niansheng sighed. Unlike my elder sister, I cannot forego the examination. Brother Minglang also wishes for my participation. Chapter 38. Who is the waste? The vast arena was already filled with spectators. As the talented cultivators of the great Xia dynasty gathered here today, whether they were noble offspring or prodigies from humble backgrounds, those who passed the assessments had boundless futures ahead of them. Upon her arrival, Gu Niansheng quickly recognized several familiar faces. Rumor had it that even the emperor would personally attend the event today, prompting every cultivator to muster their utmost effort, eager to showcase their talents before the sovereign. Brother Minglang. Gu Niansheng spotted Qin Minglang and waved joyfully. Qin Minglang approached slowly, his gaze sweeping over Gu Niansheng before pointedly ignoring her. Niansheng, you've come, he said. Gu Niansheng beamed. She was indeed Minglang's fiancé, now, a fact she owed largely to Gu Niansheng. However, she had anticipated Minglang would initiate the annulment of their engagement, only to be preempted by Gu Niansheng. To everyone else, it seemed as if the third prince was merely given to her by Gu Niansheng, a notion that felt rather awkward. Brother Minglang, you have worked so hard in your cultivation. Today is finally your chance to shine. You must give it your all. I will, Qin Minglang replied with a faint smile. Gu Hongzhen, observing Qin Minglang's deliberate dismissal of Gu Niansheng, felt a twinge of concern. Yet, he noticed his sister was keenly surveying her surroundings, occasionally inquiring about the young masters and ladies present, seemingly unfazed by the situation. It has been a year since we arrived in the imperial city. Apart from those I met at the polo match, I hardly recognize anyone. Brother, could you introduce me to them? Gu Niansheng asked. Of course, Gu Hongzhen replied. Meanwhile, Qin Minglang, noticing Gu Niansheng's nonchalance, felt a dark cloud settle over his expression. That damn woman. Is she looking for the king of the north again? Qin Minglang scoffed. Gu Niansheng turned her head, puzzled. Future brother-in-law, what are you saying? Her simple 4 words only served to infuriate Qin Minglang further. Seeing the indifference in her gaze, he felt an inexplicable frustration rise within him. Why had this woman suddenly ceased to care for him? As Qin Minglang strode away, Gu Niansheng hurried after him. Just then, Zhu Yuxuan approached with a smile. Gu Hongzhen, you truly have no fear. You dare to participate in the assessment today. Do you think everyone is as cowardly as you? Gu Hongzhen retorted. Don't try to act tough. Zhu Yuxuan responded, unfazed. Go ahead and pretend. Soon enough, you will find yourself unable to maintain that facade. You are given the title of one of the 4 talents of the imperial city, yet you cannot distinguish who you truly are. Have you even considered if you are worthy to be mentioned alongside the crown prince and his peers? My elder brother is unworthy? Are you worthy? Gu Niansheng shot a cold glare at Zhu Yuxuan. She had already witnessed this petty man's true nature at the polo match, and here he was again, attempting to provoke her. You are older than my brother and participated in the imperial examination in the same year. My brother was the top scholar. Well, he didn't even make it into the top 3. In terms of strength, you lack even the courage to spar with my brother, relying instead on numbers to bully the few. As for appearances, there is no need for further elaboration. A discerning eye can easily perceive the truth. You believe my elder brother does not merit the title of one of the 4 talents of the imperial city. Yet what do you amount to? Being far inferior to him? The woman spoke with clarity and precision, her disdain unmistakable, as if she had encountered a foul insect in a stagnant ditch, utterly revolted. Gu Niansheng, what did you just say? Zhu Yuxuan seethed with rage, for no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. What? Is it that you have a problem with your hearing? Gu Niansheng retorted in astonishment. You seek death. Zhu Yuxuan raised his hand, intending to strike Gu Niansheng, but was swiftly intercepted by Gu Hongzhen. He grasped Zhu Yuxuan's wrist, applying pressure to his knuckles, his expression icy. What do you intend to do? Let go, let go. Zhu Yuxuan's face contorted with fury. Release me at once. After a moment, Gu Hongzhen flung Zhu Yuxuan's hand aside and coldly declared, "If you dare to bully my sister, I shall not let you off lightly." At that moment, others had begun to direct all participants of the assessment to queue for the drawing of lots, and Gu Hongzhen offered a few instructions before departing. Seeing Gu Niansheng alone, Zhu Jinyao approached. "Gu Niansheng, have you truly given up? You had at least shown some restraint in front of the third prince, but now you seem utterly shameless. If I am shameless, then your brother is even more so, is he not?" Zhu Jinyao momentarily faltered, taken aback by the woman's audacity. "Did you not claim the third prince as yours? In just over a month. How is it that you're no longer his fiancé? I had always advised you to be self-aware, yet you refuse to heed my words. Have you finally come to realize your shortcomings?" Zhu Jinyao mocked without reservation. In the past, whenever she considered the fact that Gu Niansheng could become the third prince's fiancé, she felt as though a beautiful flower was placed amidst dung. Now, she was relieved to see that status stripped away. "I call this supporting my sister, demonstrating generosity. This matter is of no concern to you," Gu Niansheng retorted dismissively. "Are you suggesting someone is putting on a show here? Who is the one performing? You, without needing to act, are the very monkey." Gu Niansheng languidly cast a glance her way and remarked indifferently, "I did not grow up in the imperial city, thus cannot be considered a lady of high standing. Yet, did you not grow up in privileged circumstances? Why is it that even the prince does not take a liking to you? At least I have never exerted effort in vain, which is far better than some who toil endlessly yet remain a laughingstock, pitifully oblivious even now." Each word struck at Zhu Jinyao, who, upon regaining her composure, understood the underlying meaning. Over the years, as a friend of Nianen, she had encountered the third prince numerous times, yet he had never shown any interest in her. Gu Niansheng's words landed like a stinging slap across her face, leaving her reeling. "And so what? Regardless, I am far superior to you." A waste who has practiced for a year and is still merely at the second level of chi refinement, unqualified even to participate in the Lingan Academy assessment. Zhu Jinyao raised her voice, drawing the attention of those around them who listened intently. Gu Niansheng was deemed a failure, a notion she had long heard from Yan'an. After a year of training, even with the abundant resources provided by the Duke of the State's residence, she remained a mere second-tier chi refinement practitioner, a veritable jest. It is essential to note that the minimum requirement for assessment at Lingan Academy is a fifth-tier chi refinement. Who, then, can be labeled as a failure? Gu Niansheng's exquisite visage was shrouded in an icy demeanor. Her enchanting features now exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Her eyes, deep and unfathomable like a bottomless abyss, radiated a chilling essence that sent shivers down one's spine. Strangely, a chill crept along Zhu Jinyao's back. Chapter 39. Do you resemble a fool? The worthless one is you. Upon realizing that she had been intimidated by Gu Niansheng's imposing presence, Zhu Jinyao felt a surge of anger. You lack the courage to participate in the Academy's assessment, yet you refuse to acknowledge it? Who says I won't go? Gu Niansheng retorted. Zhu Jinyao regarded her with pity, asserting, "Spare yourself the pretense. Everyone knows your true worth. Thus, it is only fitting that you relinquish the third prince. In every regard, you are unworthy." Gu Niansheng chuckled softly, her dark, ink-like eyes radiating an enthralling brilliance. "Allow me to state this clearly. Just as your brother cannot rival mine, you too shall not be my match." "Oh, what do I hear?" Zhu Jinyao laughed heartily, her companions beside her giggling uncontrollably. "You certainly have a knack for boasting. One might fear you would strain yourself with such utterances. Gu Hongzhen is a prodigy, a fact well acknowledged by all. Yet Gu Niansheng is deemed worthless, a sentiment shared by many. However, this information is obscured beneath her unattractive facade, garnering little attention. Since you are skeptical, how about we place a wager? 10,000 taels on the outcome of today's match between your brother and mine. Shall we?" With a slight lift of her brow, Gu Niansheng grew weary of exchanging trivialities with Zhu Jinyao, who seemed incapable of uttering anything substantial beyond her sharp, caustic remarks. Zhu Jinyao was momentarily taken aback. She had heard that Gu Niansheng had recently won 10,000 taels from the South Spirit Princess, and now it seemed that fortune had turned against her. Such a sum was substantial. She lacked the means to wager that amount. Gu Niansheng saw through her hesitation. If you lack the courage, do not waste your breath. Anyone can speak empty words. With that, she disdainfully cast a glance at Zhu Jinyao and sauntered over to a nearby viewing platform to sit. Zhu Jinyao's expression darkened as she felt the weight of the surrounding gazes upon her, their whispers mocking her lack of courage. As Gu Niansheng had so easily unveiled her insecurities, she recalled her elder brother's account of how Gu Hongzheng had been injured recently. Surely, Gu Hongzheng would lose this time. Just as those thoughts crossed her mind, Zhu Yuxuan sent a message her way. Miss, the eldest young master requests that you accept the wager. Today, Gu Hongzheng is destined to lose. Zhu Jinyao's eyes lit up. Really? The eldest young master also mentioned that Gu Niansheng had won 10,000 taels from the South Spirit Princess, who has yet to recover her pride. If you can win back the stakes, she may regard you with newfound respect. The smile in Zhu Jinyao's eyes deepened. She was eager to accept the challenge, especially now that her brother had assured her of victory. Gu Niansheng, I wager 10,000 taels on the outcome of my brother's match today. Hearing this, a glimmer of amusement danced in Gu Niansheng's eyes. Another fool has taken the bait. The speed at which I can profit here surpasses even that of running a tavern. Are you certain? Gu Niansheng questioned, casting a dubious glance her way. There are so many witnesses to this affair. It cannot be denied later. Zhu Jinyao, emboldened by Gu Niansheng's demeanor, felt her resolve strengthen. I would never renege on my word. I accept the wager. Excellent. Gu Niansheng agreed, settling the matter with a firm word. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances as they observed their future sister-in-law, once more placing her bets. Do you not find her rather reminiscent of someone? Han Quan remarked. Xianqi is just the same when he schemes against others. He continued, look at Zhu Jinyao. Her smug demeanor resembles that of a fool who, despite being duped by Xianqi time and again, still counts his money for him. Indeed, the resemblance is striking. Jiang Cheng nodded, reflecting on his own meager finances. Why am I unable to encounter such a fool? Xianqi and our sister-in-law seem to ensnare them effortlessly. That's true. Han Quan stroked his chin, pondering where the flaw lay. On the high platform, the emperor had arrived, accompanied by the king of the north and the headmaster of Lingan Academy. The three took their seats at the forefront, affording them a clear view of the battles unfolding on the arena. Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, having thought that the king of the north would not attend today. She was surprised to see him seated on the platform. As the competition was about to commence, the time had come to draw lots. All participating cultivators began to draw, and Gu Niansheng noted that a considerable number had entered the assessment. This was already a reduced count after prior eliminations. The initial rounds had been team battles, where only those remaining on the stage after a stick of incense would continue, while those who fell would be eliminated. She was well aware of her brother's strength. Had he not been injured, passing the assessment would have been a certainty. Even now, she believed he would navigate the early rounds without issue. As expected, her elder brother made it through to the final stages with ease. As one of the four prodigies of the imperial city, Gu Hongzhen genuinely possessed that level of skill. Not only that, but the crown prince and the third prince also demonstrated formidable abilities, standing out remarkably in this selection. After several rounds of combat, it was finally time for Gu Hongzhen to face Zhu Yuxuan. Gu Hongzhen, I advise you not to overexert yourself. Your sister has wagered a considerable sum of 100,000 taels with my sister, Zhu Yuxuan taunted. If you concede now, you'll only lose that amount. Otherwise, you'll not only lose the wager, but also incur medical expenses. Now, that would be quite unwise. Zhu Yuxuan's expression was one of mockery, yet internally, he was perplexed. They had severely injured Gu Hongzhen's vital points on that day, even with the help of a divine physician. It was implausible for him to recover in such a short span. How was he managing to endure until now? That remark should be directed at you. Gu Hongzhen replied with an unperturbed demeanor. 100,000 taels. Should you lose, your reputation as a dashing young lord will be tarnished, and you may find yourself barred from flower houses. Zhu Yuxuan's countenance shifted slightly. He indeed enjoyed frequenting flower houses, but to have such a matter raised in this circumstance, especially if overheard by the emperor, would tarnish his reputation severely. Stop dreaming. Prepare to weep shortly. I shall await that moment. At that instant, the judge called for the match to commence. As the words fell, both contenders launched into action with remarkable speed. Being of the same youthful generation and having numerous conflicts, they were well acquainted with one another. With their first strikes, neither held back. The crowd gathered beneath the platform was particularly engrossed in this contest, as it not only pertained to the victory or defeat of the two contenders, but also the fate of 100,000 taels. This event promised to be far more exhilarating than any other competition. Zhu Jinyao could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Her chances of securing the substantial sum rested entirely upon her elder brother's performance. She had already envisioned how she would spend this windfall, and with this endeavor, she would ensure that Gu Niansheng could never hold her head high in her presence again. Bang! Zhu Yuxuan landed a decisive blow to Gu Hongzhen's vital point, causing the latter's already pale countenance to turn almost ghostly white. The change in his complexion revealed just how unbearable the impact was. The amusement in his eyes deepened gradually. Today, victory was assured. Chapter 40, A Gamble. Once more upon witnessing Gu Hongzhen's performance, the emperor could not help but furrow his brow. As the son of the duke who stabilizes the nation and this year's top scholar, he had always held a deep admiration for him. He had also heard of Zhu Yuxuan, yet the disparity between them was evident, making it surprising that Zhu had gained the upper hand today. Gu Hongzhen's showing was rather lackluster. I have heard that young Master Gu was injured a few days ago, remarked the northern duke. It appears that his wounds have not yet healed. Injured? The emperor was taken aback. How did this happen? It seemed to be related to this Zhu gentleman. As Gu Hongzhen had been assaulted, the northern duke spoke with an air of indifference, as if he were merely making a casual observation, while the emperor's gaze shifted to the two on the platform, and he began to grasp the situation. It seemed the emperor's favored scholar was destined to face a regrettable defeat today. The northern duke shook his head. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly. He had high hopes for Gu Hongzhen, and a loss today would indeed be a pity. Gu Hongzhen, you are bound to lose. Zhu Yuxuan's face was increasingly adorned with a look of triumph as a fierce attack surged towards his vital points. If this strike were to connect, Gu Hongzhen would undoubtedly be defeated, and his injuries would require him to rest for quite some time. By then, this fellow would become his stepping stone. Yet, Gu Hongzhen remained composed, unperturbed by the onslaught. He summoned the formidable energy within him, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and nimbly evaded Zhu Yuxuan's anticipated strike. At the same time, a fierce and domineering aura erupted forth. This surge of energy was exceptionally fierce, palpable to all within proximity, and Zhu Yuxuan, standing closest, felt his countenance change in an instant. He instinctively sought to evade, but as they brushed past one another, Gu Hongzhen seized his left hand, leaving him no opportunity to escape. In that moment, the terrifying strike landed squarely upon his back. Bang! The astonishing force surged forth, and Zhu Yuxuan's face turned ashen. Under such overwhelming power, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing down off the arena. The sudden reversal transpired in the blink of an eye, turning the outcome that all had deemed certain into an astonishing twist. Gu Hongzhen wins. The judge's voice rang out, followed by a wave of fervent cheers from the crowd. Young Master Gu is truly formidable. I said there was no way he, one of the 4 talents of the imperial city, could lose to a scion of the Zhu family. Many young ladies in the stands displayed expressions of delight, for there were countless admirers of Gu Hongzhen in the imperial city. Compared to the other 3, he was the most approachable of the scholars. Having seen him previously subdued, many had felt anxious, and now their joy was unmistakable. Gu Niansheng's lips curled into a slight smile. The might of this move was indeed impressive. Seizing a single opportunity was sufficient to subdue his opponent. Zhu Jinyao, remember to deliver 100,000 taels to my residence by tomorrow. At this moment, Zhu Jinyao was left speechless, unable to comprehend how they had suddenly turned from certain victors to losers. 100,000 taels. Where would she procure such an amount? If it is not delivered by tomorrow, do not blame me for making this matter known to all, for when the uproar ensues, not only will this sum of silver be inescapable, but your reputation will be utterly tarnished. Gu Niansheng's sweet smile illuminated her already radiant visage, rendering her beauty both enchanting and dangerously alluring. Zhu Jinyao's complexion gradually turned pale. The prospect of such failure was unbearable for her. How could this happen? This is impossible. Miss, you should hurry and check on the young master, came the reminder, prompting Zhu Jinyao to hasten towards Zhu Yuxuan's location. Upon witnessing Gu Hongzhen's last-minute triumph, the emperor's countenance brightened with delight as he smiled at Wei Xianqi, saying, "Lord of the northern town, you have indeed misjudged this time. The scholar I value still possesses remarkable skills." Wei Xianqi replied with a faint smile, acknowledging the emperor's keen insight. The emperor's amusement deepened, growing increasingly pleased with Gu Hongzhen. The son of the Duke of the State was indeed exceptional. Even grievously injured, he managed to turn the tide. Had he not been wounded, the outcome would have been even more pronounced. This final move was truly impressive. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining yet another talented individual, Wei Xianqi remarked. Though Gu Hongzhen could not hear the conversation between the lord of the northern town and the emperor, he was suddenly taken aback by the emperor's praise. The lord had previously assisted Niansheng at the polo field and then aided his father. Today, receiving such commendation from the emperor surely had something to do with the lord's support. He found it perplexing why this esteemed figure, whom everyone wished to befriend yet had no opportunity to do so, would show such favor to their duke's household. With a heart full of confusion, Gu Hongzhen descended from the platform, having passed today's examination. "Elder brother, how are you?" Zhu Jinyao anxiously inquired as she watched Zhu Yuxuan spit out blood. "I am fine," Zhu Yuxuan replied, his face ashen as he gazed at the praised Gu Hongzhen atop the platform, his eyes filled with resentment. That final move had nearly incapacitated him. It seemed he would need a rest in bed for some time after returning home. "Elder brother, we lost 100,000 taels. What shall we do? Father will surely be furious." Zhu Jinyao was in a state of panic. If her father found out, she would be doomed. Zhu Yuxuan recalled the gravity of the situation, nearly spitting out another mouthful of blood. This was indeed 100,000 taels. "You can continue to gamble with her," Zhu Yuxuan said darkly. "Gu Hongzhen may be a genius, but Gu Niansheng is a fool. Do not bet on whether she dares to participate in the examination. Bet on whether she can win against you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinyao's eyes brightened. "You're right. As long as I can win back the 100,000 taels." This time, she was certain of victory. "Let us wager 200,000 taels." Zhu Yuxuan's eyes glinted with determination, resolute not to let them profit. "You must propose it before everyone," giving her no chance to refuse. "All right." Zhu Yuxuan could no longer endure and was directly carried away. Zhu Jinyao, now composed, realized she still had an opportunity to reclaim their losses. After Gu Niansheng's brother had won and the examination concluded, she made her way down from the stands, only to be intercepted by Zhu Jinyao midway. "What's the matter? Do you have something to say?" Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, playfully gazing at the woman before her. "Today, I have lost this wager. I shall deliver 100,000 taels to your residence by tomorrow. However, I wish to challenge you once more. What shall we wager upon?" Gu Niansheng inquired languidly, yet her clear eyes sparkled with a confident understanding. This fool, having fallen for a trick once, was still unwilling to concede, preparing to dig her own grave further. "Let us bet on the entrance examination of Lingan Academy. I wager that one of us shall outshine the other." Zhi Jinyao replied earnestly. As these words left her lips, the crowd, which had been preparing to disperse, abruptly halted, their gazes fixated on the two. For this promised to be a grand spectacle. Chapter 41. Have I spent your money? I have heard whispers that the eldest daughter of the Duke's residence is a cultivation failure. How could she possibly participate in the assessment at Lingan Academy? This rumor has circulated widely, and it only fueled the belief that she is unworthy of the third prince, let alone the esteemed Miss Zhu. It seems she may not even meet the standards set by Lingan Academy. Zhu Jinyao has evidently lost a staggering 100,000 taels, seeking to reclaim her losses. Yet in this glaring spotlight, the young lady of the Gu family finds herself in a precarious position. Many present are aware of Gu Niansheng's situation. If their strengths were comparable, it might be one thing, but to comprehend that one is merely a cultivation failure raises questions about the validity of any wager. Gu Niansheng, Did you not just assert that you're not a waste? If you dare not accept this challenge, then what distinguishes you from being one? Zhu Jinyao's face radiated mockery. This woman, clearly devoid of merit, dares to flaunt her arrogance before her. Now, she is eager to witness how long that bravado will last. Qin Minglang and Gu Niansheng approached, and upon hearing Zhu Jinyao's remarks, Gu Niansheng's expression turned anxious. Her sister is utterly inept in cultivation. Is this not a certain defeat? Let her lose, then, Qin Minglang scoffed. She had just won 100,000 taels from Zhu Jinyao, and Zhu Jinyao merely seeks to recuperate her losses. Your sister possesses no skills other than her incessant scheming. One cannot blame others for that. The last time, Gu Niansheng employed this very ruse to deceive Namling out of 100,000 taels, and now she shamelessly resorts to the same tactic. Fortunately, my engagement with her has been dissolved. Otherwise, I would be utterly embarrassed. Qin Minglang's eyes brimmed with disdain. Gu Niansheng had the audacity to bring up the annulment herself. He would ensure she understands her insignificance in the imperial city without the halo of being his fiancé. Gu Niansheng felt a surge of pride. Indeed, Jinyao was a true friend, inadvertently aiding her in a significant way. Ever since Gu Niansheng adopted a more conventional appearance, Minglang's demeanor had shifted. Today, witnessing his disdain for Gu Niansheng once more provided her with a sense of relief. However, such a display would surely make her the subject of ridicule. Gu Niansheng feigned concern. She is already a joke, Qin Minglang remarked coldly. If you were to intervene now, it would only draw you into the fray. As Zhu Jinyao noted the gathering crowd, her smugness intensified. Gu Niansheng, if you have the audacity, accept my challenge. This time we shall wager 200,000 taels. The declaration of such an exorbitant sum elicited gasps from the onlookers. What audacity! Gu Niansheng observed the triumph etched on the woman's face, a flicker of derision crossing her own. This fool, 300,000 taels. She would eventually bring the Zhu family to ruin. Before she could voice her thoughts, Gu Hongzhen interjected swiftly, Niansheng, you must not agree. Zhu Jinyao's expression shifted slightly as she retorted mockingly. If you refuse, simply admit your worthlessness. What do you consider yourself to so brazenly declare me a waste? Gu Niansheng feigned displeasure. Very well, I accept your wager. 200,000 taels is nothing. I shall wager 300,000 taels against you. Niansheng. Gu Hongzhen could not help but exclaim. The others present were equally taken aback. 300,000 taels? What an exorbitant sum. Have these two young ladies lost their minds? The stakes they propose are utterly astonishing. Should they lose, even a vast family fortune would be rendered empty. It seems the eldest daughter of the Gu family has been driven to madness, her mind clouded by her anger. After all, this is 300,000 taels. Those gathered gazed at Gu Niansheng, convinced that she had lost her sanity to utter such words. Gu Hongzhen attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Zhu Jinyao immediately agreed. Very well, let us wager 300,000 taels. No one is allowed to renege. Naturally, Gu Niansheng replied. Not far away. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances. The future sister-in-law certainly possesses audacity. She speaks of 300,000 taels with such ease. If she were to lose, the Duke of Zhenggu's residence would surely be left aghast. Previous wagers were one thing, but I have heard that my sister-in-law is quite inept at cultivation. Jiang Cheng glanced at Wei Xianqi beside him. Xianqi, if the Duke of Zhenggu's residence ends up selling a daughter to repay debts, you might need to step in. Ahem. Han Quan was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's peculiar line of thought. It was quite impressive he could come up with that. How can you be so certain she won't win? Wei Xianqi remarked calmly, casting a glance at the distance. Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned. You know as well as I do that she has started cultivating later than others. She has barely progressed in a year. How could she possibly have the upper hand? Just wait and see, Wei Xianqi replied, leading the way. Jiang Cheng looked at Han Quan, puzzled. Does he mean to imply that my sister-in-law could actually win? That is precisely his implication, Han Quan confirmed. Is it truly that miraculous? That seems rather unlikely, Jiang Cheng said, a look of skepticism on his face. If that were the case, then my sister-in-law must be concealing her abilities far too well. Contentedly, Zhu Jinyao departed. Initially thinking that Gu Niansheng would hesitate at the prospect of 20,000 taels, little did she expect this fool would raise it to 300,000. Since someone was willing to offer such a sum, she would, of course, not refuse. She would return to share this splendid news with her elder brother, bringing him some joy. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Niansheng followed Gu Hongzhen out. "Niansheng, you are far too impulsive." Gu Hongzhen expressed his concern. "I am well aware of your capabilities. If you were to participate in the academy assessment, I fear for you. You are worried that I might not even qualify for the assessment, aren't you?" Gu Niansheng interjected, having discerned Gu Hongzhen's reluctance to voice his thoughts. "Since you are aware, why did you still agree?" Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, casting a contemplative glance at Gu Nianen in the distance. Gu Hongzhen assumed that Gu Niansheng was having second thoughts and felt too sympathetic to press her further. "Since you have already committed, do not dwell on it. You still have a considerable portion of the 100,000 taels you previously earned. Combined with the additional 100,000 from today, we can surely gather the necessary funds from the estate. You need not worry. Gu Niansheng, your audacity is truly remarkable, to speak so nonchalantly of 300,000 taels." Qin Minglang looked at her coldly, his expression filled with disdain. "If you continue on this path, the Duke of Zhengguo's residence will inevitably fall into your hands." Gu Niansheng lazily raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. "Am I spending your money?" Qin Minglang was momentarily taken aback. "What? Since I have not spent a penny of your money, why should you concern yourself?" Gu Niansheng replied with a cold smile. "You should focus on your fiancé, and my affairs require no attention from a third prince." "Utterly unreasonable." Qin Minglang waved his sleeve dismissively. "Sister, how can you speak to Minglang brother in such a manner?" Gu Nianen exclaimed anxiously, noticing Qin Minglang striding away, and hurriedly pursued him. Gu Hongzhen, deep in thought, remarked, "Niansheng, it seems you harbor a bias against the third prince." "My prejudice extends not only towards him, but also towards Gu Nianen," Gu Niansheng candidly admitted. Chapter 42. All have been led astray the next day. At the Duke of Zhen's residence, Gu Hanxian gazed at the 100,000 taels of silver sent by the Zhu family, his emotions in a state of turmoil. Zhu Jinyao had first caused Niansheng to fall into the water, and then Zhu's eldest son had severely injured Hongzheng. Were it not for the fact that this was merely a dispute among the younger generation, he would have sought an explanation as a senior, as he found it utterly intolerable, now that Hongzheng had triumphed and gained the emperor's favor. While Niansheng had inflicted a loss of 100,000 taels upon the Zhu family, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Yet, the thought of Niansheng betting 300,000 taels against Zhu Jinyao on the outcome of the Lingan Academy assessment filled him with concern. While 300,000 taels might seem trivial, if they were to lose, the Zhu family would undoubtedly spread rumors and create chaos. Gu Hanxian furrowed his brow, anxiously observing Niansheng. He could clearly perceive that, in recent times, she had grown increasingly confident, yet he feared that if she were to lose in front of everyone, she might not be able to bear the weight of such humiliation. "Hongzheng, you ought to restrain your sister." Luo, he also wore a worried expression. Zhu Jinyao was truly going too far. Gu Hongzheng felt somewhat helpless, as he had been unable to intervene at that moment. It was not that Niansheng had acted impulsively. It was entirely reasonable for her to be unable to swallow the insults hurled at her by Zhu Jinyao, who constantly called her a worthless fool. However, should they lose, their retaliation would undoubtedly escalate. Clenching his fists, Gu Hongzheng's eyes flashed with determination. "When the time comes, I will silence Zhu Jinyao. Otherwise, I shall confront Zhu Yuxuan every time I see him, and we shall see who the real fool is." "Well said." Gu Hanxian nodded. "If they dare to bully my daughter, let them see their son brought low." Gu Niansheng watched as her usually gentle elder brother prepared to confront someone at every turn, and even her father concurred, finding it quite amusing. "Father, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems." Luo pondered aloud. Why not take the opportunity before the assessment begins and have someone teach Zhu Jinyao a lesson? This is indeed a splendid idea. Gu Hongzheng's eyes brightened. "If she cannot participate, then my sister shall certainly not lose. To return the favor in kind, excellent." Gu Hanxian approved, insisting that they should act discreetly. "Gu Niansheng, is this still the upright Duke of Zhen and my gentle elder brother? Now even my tender mother has been led astray, No, no. I do not wish for the reputation of the Duke of Zhen's residence to be tarnished because of me. Gu Niansheng waved her hands, assuring them, I am not foolish. You silly girl, are you not foolish to accept this wager? Gu Niansheng sighed, looking at his Navi daughter. Gu Niansheng, it is complicated. Slowly, she extended her hand and grasped her elder brother's. Niansheng, what are you doing? Before Gu Hongzheng could finish his question, he felt the surge of spiritual energy within Gu Niansheng, and his expression changed drastically. How could this be? Shu. Gu Niansheng placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Gu Hongxian and Luo exchanged bewildered glances, but upon sensing Gu Niansheng's cultivation level, astonishment filled their eyes. Gu Niansheng smiled and winked. Once I win this 300,000 taels, the Zhu family will soon find themselves on the brink of ruin. As they exited their parents' courtyard, Gu Hongzhen gazed at her in perplexity and inquired, Why can't you speak freely? To avoid raising suspicions. Gu Niansheng's clear eyes glimmered with a hint of chill. Do you believe Nianen would betray our trust? Gu Hongzhen furrowed his brows. Sister, ever since your near-drowning incident, it seems there has been a rift between you and Nianen. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, Gu Niansheng finally spoke, Elder brother, whatever I share next, regardless of whether you believe it or not, I implore you to keep it confidential. Very well, I promise. Before my return, Nianen may have genuinely cared for you all, but now that I am back, certain dynamics will inevitably shift. Just as with the betrothal to the third prince, which was originally mine, Nianen has long claimed it as her own. With my return, what she believes to be hers will vanish. Can we expect her to harbor no resentment? Gu Hongzhen frowned. We have already discussed this matter with Nianen. She is capable of understanding. Of course, she would say so in your presence, Gu Niansheng replied earnestly. I do not intend to target Nianen. I merely wish to acknowledge human nature. Thus, I merely wish to caution you. Whether my concerns are excessive will soon be revealed. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongzhen fell silent for a moment, then said with a hint of solace, Niansheng, knowing you have such foresight brings me much comfort. His heart ached for his sister, who had seemingly forgotten the trials of the past years upon her return, and he hesitated to draw it too close, fearful of unsettling her. During this period, it was evident that Gu Niansheng had matured significantly, demonstrating thoughtfulness that reassured him. Gu Niansheng offered a gentle smile. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall look after myself and ensure your well-being as well. In the Zhu family, Zhu Yuxuan lay in bed, discomfort coursing through him. Yet thoughts of swiftly reclaiming 100,000 taels and earning another 200,000 brought him a sense of exhilaration. Gu Niansheng is undoubtedly a foolish woman. With just a few words of irritation, she has already lost her reason. In due time, not only will the Duke of the State lose wealth, but Gu Niansheng's reputation as a failure will also become widely known, serving as sweet revenge. At that moment, someone whispered into Zhu Jinyao's ear, causing the smile on her face to abruptly freeze. I underestimated Gu Niansheng. I wondered how she dared to challenge me, only to realize she concocted such a malicious scheme. Zhu Jinyao fumed. What is it? Zhu Yuxuan questioned, furrowing his brow. Gu Niansheng intends to injure me before the assessment begins, rendering me unable to participate, thereby ensuring her victory. Zhu Jinyao scoffed. I always said that girl lacked talent, but had an abundance of all tactics. You must be cautious and refrain from going out in these days. Be wary of her schemes. Understood. Gu Hongzhen, who had always been upright, was astonishingly different from his sister, who appeared to be entirely the opposite. Weren't you just expressing your discontent with her previously? Seizing the opportunity presented by this confrontation, I shall inflict severe injury upon her, thus avenging myself. A malevolent glimmer flickered in Zhu Yuxuan's eyes. Since Gu Hongzhen incapacitated him, he would ensure that her sister suffered grave harm as well. Zhu Jinyao's face broke into a sinister smile. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for you. In the days that followed, Gu Niansheng immersed herself in seclusion for intensive cultivation. Although her training period was shorter than that of others, she was fortunate to possess her own little world, where time flowed at a more languid pace. This granted her ample opportunity for enhancement, while she continued to indulge in medicinal baths, steadily augmenting her strength. Chapter 43. The conspiracy of Gu Niansheng, the business at Lingsheng Tower, has been thriving. And with Shi Yong'an as the manager, Gu Niansheng feels quite assured. The establishment has already built a solid reputation, attracting a considerable number of patrons daily, most of whom are of respectable status. Thus, incidents of drunken brawls are notably rare. After all, offending someone could easily lead to dire consequences. Her cultivation has indeed improved. However, mere cultivation without martial skills is insufficient when the time comes for confrontation. As Gu Niansheng dines, she contemplates her forthcoming plans. She does not underestimate Zhu Jinyao. For the very reason that she has formed a friendship with Gu Niansheng is due to her exceptional prowess among the younger generation of women. In order to catch up with Zhu Jinyao in such a short span, she must prepare meticulously. She retrieves the martial skills given to her by Gu Hongzhen. Many of these techniques require one to reach the foundation establishment stage for effective practice, and there are few martial skills suited for those in the qi refinement stage. The skill she holds is also meant for foundation establishment cultivation, unless she can break through to that stage. Achieving this in a brief period poses a significant challenge, let alone mastering the techniques. Miss, doesn't the second young lady possess the martial skills gifted by imperial concubine Liu? I heard those skills can be learned from the qi refinement stage. Perhaps you could ask the second young lady to borrow them? Suggested Xiao Chui. Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. That girl is not to be trusted. She has been in the limelight lately and must surely harbor resentment towards me. If I were to request the skills now, she might not lend them genuinely. A careless mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. As Gu Niansheng reflects on Gu Niansheng's recent behavior, her brows furrow involuntarily. The girl has been acting peculiarly of late, entirely unlike her usual self, and something feels amiss. Second young lady. Hasn't the eldest young lady already landed herself in trouble? 300,000 taels. If she loses, her reputation will be ruined, Xiao Chui remarked. Gu Niansheng propped her chin on her hand. Do you think there might be some deception involved? How could there be? Xiao Kui replied, puzzled. I have heard that the master purchased a considerable amount of precious herbs to concoct medicinal liquids for the eldest young lady to enhance her cultivation. The master is indeed biased. The assessment involves more than just the eldest young lady, yet he has provided nothing for you, second young lady. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng's expression darkened. Are you speaking the truth? I overheard the housekeeper instructing Yi to retrieve the medicinal liquids from the storeroom, but she did not inform me. The maid explained. Infuriating, Gu Niansheng clenched her fists, her typically gentle smile now twisted with jealousy and rage, rendering her visage grotesque. Since they have treated me this way, I shall not be held accountable for my actions. Observing her change in demeanor, Xiao Chui added, second young lady. Perhaps it is commendable that the eldest young lady has relinquished her marriage to you. Do I require her concession? Gu Niansheng slammed her palm on the table, declaring, Brother Mingliang's heart has only ever belonged to me. This marriage must be annulled. Now that she has suddenly chosen to withdraw, I have inadvertently gained an advantage. She harbors a deep loathing for Gu Niansheng, believing that this woman ought to perish beyond return. Since the return of this woman, she has taken everything that rightfully belongs to her, and now it appears as though she is the one benefiting from it all. Even Minglang, who had his affections solely directed towards her, has become a pawn given to her by Gu Niansheng. It is truly laughable that a woman who could not even obtain what she desired is now cloaked in a false reputation. Miss, what do you intend to do? Asked Xiao Cui. The elixir was meant for me. What use does that useless person have for it? Aside from bringing shame and financial loss to the family, what else can she achieve? Once she suffers disgrace in the assessments, I will reclaim our family's glory, and everyone will understand the vast disparity between her and me. A trace of derision flickered in Gu Niansheng's eyes as she whispered a few words to Xiao Cui, her smile widening. Gu Niansheng is merely a jester, unworthy of anything other than serving as her stepping stone. Miss, the elixir prepared for you by the master has arrived today, and I will fetch it now. Yi sighed cheerfully. Gu Niansheng nodded lightly. She had been soaking in medicinal baths herself, as the elixir was crafted from Wei Xianqi's formula, proving far superior to any purchased remedy. However, this was her father's intention, and she cherished it dearly. Half an hour later, seeing that Yi had yet to return. Gu Niansheng was about to go look for her when she spotted Yi, pale and tearful, returning. "Miss, the elixir is gone." "What happened?" "I was just on my way to retrieve the elixir when I was suddenly struck from behind and lost consciousness. When I awoke, the elixir had vanished." Yi wept, her tears flowing like rain, and knelt down. "Miss, it is all my fault for failing in my duty to safeguard such a precious item. Punish me as you wish, as long as you do not expel me from the estate." "Yi, Rise, this is not your fault," Gu Niansheng reassured her, helping her up. "If someone had been struck down within their own home, it must certainly be an inside job." Did the steward mention this incident in the presence of others? He thought for a moment and replied, "The steward only spoke of it to me, though I did see the second young lady maid, Xiaotai, before I went. However, by the time the steward informed me, she had already left." Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. There were not many within the estate bold enough to commit such an act. Besides her, it seemed no one else would dare. "What shall we do, miss?" "Do not panic." Gu Niansheng gestured calmly. "Since a thief has emerged, we need only to capture them." She promptly went to find Luo Yi, dispatching guards to secure the estate's gates, forbidding anyone from leaving. Upon hearing that someone had stolen the elixir, Luo Yi realized the gravity of the situation. There was indeed a thief within their ranks. "Who is so audacious?" The Duke of Jinghua exclaimed in fury. "We must seize this person and punish them severely. Father, mother, the elixir is exceedingly valuable, and it is unacceptable that someone within the estate dares to covet it. I believe we must search everyone," Gu Niansheng proposed. Gu Hongzhen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this person is brazen. If they remain in the estate, who knows what further troubles may arise." Gu Niansheng had also arrived upon hearing the news, accompanied by Qin Minglang. Having met the third prince, Gu Huanshuan performed a respectful gesture. "Lord Protector, I fortuitously came to visit Niansheng today, only to learn that there has been a thief within the estate." Qin Minglang expressed his astonishment. After all, the Lord Protector was a renowned general, and the inhabitants of the estate were expected to be fiercely loyal. The emergence of such a rogue was indeed unfathomable. "The laxity within the estate has brought shame upon the third prince," Gu Huanshuan remarked. "Your words are too harsh, Lord Protector," Qin Minglang replied, waving his hand. "Such incidents can occur anywhere. However, we must swiftly identify the culprit to ensure the safety of the estate. Father, all exits within the estate have been secured. No one can escape. What shall we do next?" Gu Hongzhen inquired. Gu Huanshuan replied solemnly, "Search." Chapter 44. Midnight Thief Father. With so many people in the manor and such an expansive area, it may prove quite challenging to locate the item, Gu Niansheng expressed with evident concern. "I am unaware of the details regarding this medicinal liquid, yet it seems the adversary is informed. I suspect it may well be someone close to my sister. If such a person indeed lingers near her, she could be in peril." Upon hearing this, both Gu Hongzhen and Luo Yi's expressions shifted subtly. Niansheng's words held merit. "And this individual must be apprehended. I too have sensed that someone has been watching me lately," Gu Niansheng revealed, fear evident in her eyes. "Previously, several of my belongings had gone missing, which I attributed to my own carelessness. Little did I anticipate that such an event would transpire today. Is such a thing truly possible?" Gu Hongzhen's countenance darkened. "Today, we shall comb through the entire estate to unearth this person." The Duke of Jinghua's residence had already commenced a thorough search, with guards scouring every nook and cranny, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. Seeing the commotion unfold, Gu Niansheng could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Given Niansheng's temperament, she would traditionally shun drawing attention to such matters, opting instead to keep them concealed. Yet, unexpectedly, she had undergone a significant change in disposition, opting for a direct search of the entire manor. Even if she had hidden her possessions well, the gravity of the situation was enough to induce a sense of panic. Despite the visible concern among those present, Gu Niansheng remained remarkably composed. "There is no need for such an extensive search. Once darkness descends, we shall naturally uncover both the medicinal liquid and the thief," she stated calmly. "What do you mean, sister?" With a slight smile, Gu Niansheng explained, "After my belongings began to vanish a few days ago, I sensed something amiss. Thus, when Yi went to retrieve the medicinal liquid for me today, I took certain precautions to deter any potential theft. However, I did not foresee that this individual would be audacious enough to incapacitate Yi. What methods did you employ? Gu Niansheng quickly pressed. She had not heard of Gu Niansheng's missing items until now. Would today's events be uncovered? Indeed, what strategy did you employ? Gu Hongzhen inquired, his curiosity piqued. His sister was growing increasingly astute. Gu Niansheng smiled enigmatically. As the hour has not yet come, I fear revealing my methods may alert our adversary. Once the moment is right, we shall discern the truth. Such theatrics, Qin Minglang expressed with disdain, skeptical of Gu Niansheng's capability to devise a solution. Whether it is theatrics or not, time will reveal all. Gu Niansheng responded confidently. Noticing the tension between Qin Minglang and Niansheng, Luo Yi, aware of the past engagement debacle that had caused discomfort, interjected to ease the atmosphere. Since Niansheng asserts that we must wait until nightfall to locate the thief, why not have the third prince join us for dinner? Very well, Qin Minglang agreed. I too am eager to discover what means you possess to unearth the culprit. As night gradually enveloped the sky, the stars twinkled brightly, and Gu Niansheng finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace her lips. Shall I reveal it now? Qin Minglang asked impatiently. Today, when Yi came to fetch the medicine for me, I clandestinely coated her hands with fluorescent powder. This powder is colorless and odorless, rendering it imperceptible during the day. However, it reveals a luminous glow in the darkness of night. Instinctively, the crowd turned their gaze towards Yi, and indeed, her hands shimmered with an otherworldly light amidst the shadows. Miss this. Yi gazed at her own hands, momentarily taken aback. She had been completely unaware of this scheme and had never anticipated that I would be so well prepared. Having touched the medicinal liquid, Yi's hands bore remnants of the luminescence. Not only that, but the fluorescent powder I utilized was specially formulated, ensuring that it could not be washed away for 3 days, leaving a trail of twinkling remnants in its wake. Thus, by extinguishing the candles within the manor and following the trail of fluorescence, we could uncover both the location of the medicine and the identity of the thief. Impressive, Gu Hongzhen exclaimed in admiration. Niansheng, this tactic of yours is truly ingenious. Gu Huanshuan and Luo Yi also displayed expressions of delight, recognizing that their daughter was indeed becoming increasingly astute. However, Gu Niansheng's countenance paled instantly. She hastily concealed her hands within her sleeves, too afraid to reveal them. She could not fathom how Gu Niansheng had devised such a clever plan. Immediately send someone to extinguish the candles in the manor. We must ascertain the whereabouts of this item and identify the thief, Gu Huanshuan commanded. Suddenly, the brightly lit Duke of State's residence was engulfed in darkness. The crowd gathered at the spot where Yi had been knocked unconscious, and, unsurprisingly, they discovered a scattering of luminous traces on the ground. Following these traces, they ventured onward, only to realize that this location was behind Niansheng's courtyard, their expressions shifting to one of peculiarity. At that moment, the guards brought 2 individuals before Gu Huanshuan. Sir, during our investigation, we found that both the steward and this girl have hands that glow. Xiao Chui. Luo Yi instantly recognized the girl and noted that the fluorescent trail pointed directly to Niansheng's courtyard, intensifying her fury. How dare you steal from a miss? Xiao Chui stood there, bewildered. She had no idea why her hands had turned this way. Just moments ago, the guards had extinguished the candles, and now her hands appeared exceptionally conspicuous in the darkness. Madam, I truly do not understand why this is happening. Gu Niansheng cast a calm glance at Gu Niansheng, refraining from exposing the truth immediately. I never imagined Xiao Chui would be so audacious. Sister, you should not keep such a girl by your side. Gu Niansheng was at a loss for words when Qin Minglang interjected. This girl's hands are not clean. She must not remain near Niansheng. Let us investigate further. She has undoubtedly stolen numerous items. We must uncover what she has hidden. The group entered Niansheng's courtyard, where the fluorescence was particularly pronounced. Soon, they discovered that the glow emanated from within Niansheng's room. Upon spotting a locked cabinet, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. After a moment, Gu Huanshuan finally spoke. Niansheng, is this cabinet yours? Father, I have no knowledge of this matter at all. Gu Niansheng hurriedly explained. This cabinet is where I usually store some items I seldom use. I haven't opened it in days. Xiao Zui is aware that I wouldn't open it, so she placed it here. It truly has nothing to do with me. Gu Niansheng and the others were filled with complex emotions, and they remained non-committal regarding her statement. As they searched for the thief, they unexpectedly found a connection to Nianen's maid. What, then, is the true relationship between this incident and Nianen? They hesitated to make a definitive judgment. Yet if it were indeed Xiao Zui's doing, it certainly raises some questions. Chapter 45. Undeniable evidence, my dear Minglang. You must believe me. Gu Niansheng pleaded anxiously, casting a desperate glance at Qin Minglong. I truly had no knowledge of this matter. I trust you, Qin Minglang replied gently. I recognize your kind heart. You would never commit such an act. Now that the thief has been identified as Xiao Zui, let us leave the matter at that for now. Gu Niansheng, having discerned the situation up to this point, felt a sense of clarity. Continuing the investigation could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he concluded that it would be best to refrain from further discussion. Gu Niansheng silently exhaled in relief. Her gaze towards Gu Niansheng tinged with annoyance, even questioning whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate trap set by the girl. Yet, how could she anticipate such actions from her? It seemed implausible. Gu Niansheng sensed her father's concerns. The seeds of doubt had been sown in the minds of many. In truth, everyone was aware that it was unlikely for this to have no connection to Gu Niansheng. However, she was about to become the consort of the third prince, and should such a scandal arise, it would be quite disgraceful. Before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Minglang interjected. This matter must be thoroughly investigated to clear Nianen's name. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Niansheng. In my opinion, it is possible that someone has deliberately framed her. He could not accept that Gu Niansheng had fortuitously employed luminous powder. Perhaps it was a calculated effort to wrongfully accuse Nianen. Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly. There is no need for the third prince to be so circumspect. Why not directly state your suspicions of me framing her? At least you are aware. Qin Minglang did not deny it. You are the only one who knows precisely when the powder was acquired. Others may not be privy to that information. If you wish to frame someone, it would be much simpler. Otherwise, how would you know Xiao Zui would take action? According to your reasoning, I would have deliberately placed the items in Nianen's cabinet and arranged for someone to touch Xiao Zui. Qin Minglang's expression shifted slightly. It may not be impossible, he reiterated. I have already mentioned that the luminous powder does not dissipate for 3 days after contact. Are there any other individuals in this household who have been identified? Gu Niansheng inquired. Qin Minglang hesitated, and then Gu Niansheng whispered, the steward also has some. Doesn't the steward also possess it? Qin Minglang narrowed his eyes. Perhaps you colluded with the steward to stage this entire scenario. Third prince, you lack evidence and cannot indiscriminately tarnish others' reputations. Gu Hongzhen interjected solemnly. The steward had no opportunity to carry out such an act, Gu Hongzhen remarked. Today, I instructed the steward to deliver the potion to Yi, after which he reported to me on recent affairs of the estate. He had no chance to intervene. It just so happens that today is the day for his monthly report, compounded by the wager between Niansheng and Zhu Jinyao, which required his careful calculation. Yet that does not prove this matter is related to Nianen, Qin Minglang asserted. His belief in Nianen's kindness and gentleness led him to conclude that, by any measure, she cannot be involved. I never claimed it was connected to Nianen, Gu Niansheng replied. Xiao Zui is surely implicated. Once we clarify her involvement, the truth will come to light. As she spoke, she made her way outside, inadvertently twisting her ankle and colliding uncontrollably with Gu Niansheng. Oh dear! At the moment Gu Niansheng fell, her instinctive reaction was to brace herself against the ground with a hand hidden in her sleeve. In the darkness of the night, her glowing hand stood out remarkably, causing Qin Minglang, who had immediately wanted to help Gu Niansheng up, to freeze momentarily. His gaze fixated on the delicate hand exposed to view, a layer of frost settling over his expression. Sister, how is it that your hand also glows? Gu Niansheng exclaimed in surprise. It was only then that Gu Niansheng realized her hand had been exposed. She instinctively withdrew it, but it was too late to conceal it. Gu Huanshuan's eyes narrowed. As a seasoned veteran, he grasped the truth of the situation merely from her involuntary reaction. For years, he had raised Niansheng as his own daughter, never expecting her to engage in such behavior. At that moment, Xiao Zui was brought in, and upon seeing her mistress with a similarly glowing hand, she quickly knelt down. Master, Madam, Xiao Zui has only acted on Mrs. Instructions. Please spare me. Her confession was unbidden. You lie, Gu Niansheng shouted in anger and embarrassment. This is your doing and has nothing to do with me. Xiao Zui froze, realizing that her mistress had not been exposed, and her words had inadvertently solidified her own guilt. Yet, she dared not acknowledge the crime of a family thief, for it could lead to her being beaten to death. Even if she survived, she would be sold off, and no one would ever wish to purchase her again. Miss, please save me, Xiao Zui pleaded, kneeling before Gu Niansheng, tears streaming down her face. If you don't help me, I will be finished. This matter has nothing to do with me. How dare you slander me? Gu Niansheng fumed. Someone expel Xiao Zui from the estate. Miss, I have been loyal to you. Xiao Zui was dragged away, her desperate cries echoing hauntingly. I truly do not know. Gu Niansheng wept, her delicate face becoming even more pitiful in tears, softening the hearts of those who beheld her. The candlelight flickered to life, yet the people in the room fell into a heavy silence. What they had presumed to be the audacity of a family thief had unexpectedly fallen upon Gu Niansheng. Brother Minglang, Gu Niansheng sobbed. Surely someone has framed me. I would never do such a thing. Qin Minglang had initially harbored doubts about Gu Niansheng, but upon witnessing her distress, his heart softened. Perhaps there truly was someone orchestrating this, or perhaps Xiao Zui had been bribed. Noticing the man's gaze, Gu Niansheng smirked derisively. The third prince need not speak in riddles. Xiao Zui was chosen by Niansheng herself. I have never had any dealings with her. Moreover, my sister has already stated she has never touched that cabinet. I truly do not know where the glow on her hand originated. Her voice was melodious and light, like a gentle breeze brushing past, yet the content of her words struck like irrefutable evidence. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng trembled, her complexion paling. She actually forgot this crucial point. Qin Minglang was rendered speechless, gazing at Gu Niansheng in disbelief. Why would you do this? A few vials of medicine, though valuable, paled in comparison to the fact that she was soon to become his princess. Yet at this moment, she chose to act in such a manner. Brother Minglang, I didn't. Gu Niansheng wept even more pitifully. I did not intend to steal this medicine. I merely saw that the Academy's assessment was about to commence, and my parents only provided the medicine to my sister. I felt a pang of distress, and in my confusion, I acted foolishly. Chapter 46. They are all complicit ever since my sister returned. Our parents have shown a marked preference for her. I am acutely aware that I am not their biological daughter. This love was originally meant for my sister, and I should not covet it. Yet, having lived here for so many years, I have always regarded them as my true parents. The shift that occurred with my sister's arrival is something I find hard to accept, prompting me to act in such a foolish manner. Gu Niansheng's eyes glistened with tears, large droplets cascading down her fair cheeks, her expression one of poignant distress that stirred compassion in the hearts of onlookers. I harbor no malice. I am simply overwhelmed with sadness. Upon hearing her words, Qin Minglang's initial anger gradually dissipated. The sight of the girl in tears, resembling a delicate little rabbit, tugged at his heartstrings. Over the past year, Niansheng had never voiced such sentiments, always presenting herself as the obedient and understanding one, leading him to mistakenly believe she was indifferent to these matters. It was only at this moment that he comprehended how fragile and sensitive her kind-hearted nature truly was. She did care, but had merely suppressed her feelings deep within. Observing the shift in Qin Minglang's demeanor, Gu Niansheng couldn't help but smirk inwardly at his foolishness. How naive he was, making him an easy target for the venomous Gu Niansheng, devoid of any wit. At this instant, rather than harboring anger towards Niansheng, Qin Minglang found himself indignant at the Gu family's actions. Duke of the State, though Niansheng is not your biological child, she has always regarded you as her true parents. Is this treatment not excessive? Gu Hanchuan's emotions were equally complicated. He never anticipated that Niansheng held such thoughts. The medicinal liquid I procured was not solely for Niansheng. Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback, while Qin Minglang frowned, perplexed by the implication. The preliminary assessment of Lingan Academy is imminent, and with many purchasing medicinal liquids recently, I only received a portion today, with the remainder to arrive tomorrow. Given Niansheng's lack of strength and her recent wager, I chose to provide her with the liquid first. Gu Niansheng sighed. Over the past year, while they had cared for Niansheng, they had never neglected Nianin, always preparing two of everything. To discover that Nianin harbored such feelings was indeed disheartening. My lady, let us return, Gu Niansheng said as he departed alongside Luo. Qin Minglang still wished to say more, but Gu Niansheng simply produced the receipt for the medicinal liquid, stating, "You may examine it for yourselves." Upon receiving the receipt, it indeed indicated an equivalent quantity of medicinal liquid, explicitly noted as intended for the second young lady. Gu Niansheng cast a fleeting glance at Gu Niansheng, feeling no sisterly affection toward her. The supposed helplessness was merely an act. She had already experienced the true nature of this woman's venomous heart. With the third prince so protective of Nianin, we can rest easy, Gu Niansheng remarked with a faint smile, confident that after marrying the third prince, Nianin would no longer endure such indignities. With that, she took Gu Niansheng's arm and departed. Gu Niansheng, too, felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had not expected Nianin to resort to such actions. If it were merely jealousy, it would not be considered a grave matter. However, it was evident that Nianin intended to accuse Niansheng of framing her, a fact that many had overlooked. This alone suggests that the situation is far more complex than it appears. Niansheng and Zhu Jinyao had not stepped outside for quite some time, Gu Niansheng remarked. Gu Niansheng was not surprised. A playful smile graced her lips, confirming her expectations. Nian and truly. Gu Niansheng felt a tumult of emotions. For years, he had regarded Nian En as a beloved sister, yet now such a situation had unfolded. How could he not feel heartbroken? Brother, the most fickle thing in this world is the human heart. Some people cannot be tamed merely by kindness, Gu Niansheng replied, her expression serene, her gaze even betraying a hint of indifference. We share a blood bond, but what if Nianin's presence was a conspiracy from the very beginning? Gu Niansheng was taken aback. Niansheng, what do you mean by that? Shortly after my disappearance, when our parents were at their most sorrowful, someone conveniently abandoned Nian En at her doorstep. Do you not find this suspicious? Gu Niansheng arched an eyebrow, having lived a second life. The once inexplicable matters now unraveled before her, revealing clarity. Perhaps her initial disappearance was inexorably linked to Nian En's biological parents. Gu Niansheng's expression grew increasingly grave. The implications of Niansheng's words were profound. Are you suggesting that this was all orchestrated? He asked. Gu Niansheng smiled faintly. Brother, without evidence. You may not believe me now. Give me some time, and I will prove it. However, before that, I hope you can protect our parents. They are bound to feel tender towards their children, but you and I must remain steadfast. We must safeguard this family. Niansheng, what exactly is happening? Gu Niansheng grasped her hand. Anxiety etched across his face. You can tell me anything, and I will protect you, not the other way around. He was completely unaware of the events that had transpired, and the transformation in Niansheng was staggering. Just a few words from her suggested an underlying, monumental conspiracy. His sister was secretly investigating everything, while he, as her brother, was oblivious. Gu Niansheng pondered for a moment, gesturing to the hairpin atop her head. Brother, do you truly believe I was born ugly? I have been poisoned. Gu Niansheng was rendered speechless by shock. Poisoned? We consulted numerous physicians before, yet none detected it. Gu Niansheng sighed. It is a highly sophisticated poison that not only disfigured my appearance, but also suppressed my cultivation. Only the detoxifying fruit can cure me. The one that was auctioned off recently? That was I. Gu Niansheng found himself at a loss for words, grappling with his emotions. Unbeknownst to them, Niansheng had faced such trials alone. No wonder your cultivation has suddenly increased so dramatically. Gu Niansheng instantaneously grasped the entirety of the situation, realizing why your demeanor had undergone such a profound transformation. You have been masquerading all along. Gu Niansheng, witnessing her elder brother rationalizing her year's worth of changes and casting her in a wise light, could only nod in reluctant acknowledgement. It was all part of her design. Thus, You suspect this matter is related to Yanin? There is no one else in the family. You and our parents would never conspire against me. Even the most ordinary of villains merely resort to thievery. Given the elaborate machinations aimed at my ruin, who else could it possibly be? Gu Niansheng understood fully. From several matters previously mentioned by Niansheng, he had already discerned the underlying significance. I comprehend now. Chapter 47. Who dares to steal my lady? On this day, Gu Niansheng was engrossed in her cultivation when Yi suddenly informed her that Shi Yong'an was seeking her presence. Thus, she made her way to Lingan building. Master Shi, what is it that you require of me? Esteemed one, we have received word from the Duke of Northern Jun, requesting us to send a table of spirit cuisine. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng furrowed her brow. The Duke of Northern Jun? Wei Xian must have already discovered that Lingan building is my establishment. Why the sudden request for spirit cuisine? Is it to entertain a guest of utmost importance? Does he not know that our restaurant does not provide spirit cuisine for delivery? Typically, the restaurant only offered spirit tea. While some of the other dishes contained a hint of spiritual energy, it was merely infused in the seasonings and did not constitute true spirit cuisine. What Wei Xian was interested in could not possibly be those offerings. He was undoubtedly referring to the coveted spirit cuisine auctioned monthly. However, esteemed one, he has offered to exchange a martial technique for it, something like the Crimson Lotus Sword technique. Gu Niansheng paused momentarily, realizing that this man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to predict her thoughts. Gu Niansheng had been bestowed with martial techniques by the favored consort Lu, which could be cultivated at the Qi refinement realm. This meant that without mastering a martial skill, it would be impossible to triumph over her in assessments. And she was determined to win. Previously, she had encountered this sword technique at the Duke's residence, yet had not mentioned it nor sought to learn it. Now, as she contemplated how to acquire this technique, it had been presented to her on a silver platter. Accept his offer. Gu Niansheng prepared a table of spirit cuisine, a smile blossoming in her eyes. After delivering it, remember to extend my gratitude. Shi Yong'an, witnessing the expression of his master, could not help but feel astonished. Rumors portrayed the Duke of Northern Jun as cold and brutal, indifferent to others, especially women. Yet, he had observed the Duke as apparent kindness towards his master previously, and now this offering of martial knowledge. While spirit cuisine was indeed precious, exchanging it for a martial technique was evidently more advantageous for his master. It was puzzling why the Duke, whom everyone sought to curry favor with, would be so benevolent towards her. I shall see it through. Gu Niansheng smiled gently and inquired, how is your sister's health? She has been taking her medicine daily, and her condition has improved significantly. She can now move about. In recent days, whenever she found some free time, she would come to the restaurant to lend a hand. The moment Shi Yong'an spoke of his sister, his face brightened considerably. Previously, many physicians had declared her beyond saving, but now, not only was her health gradually recovering, but she was also able to assist, a prospect he had never dared to dream of. That is wonderful. Gu Niansheng felt a sense of relief. For now, let her continue with the herbal remedies. In due course, I will employ acupuncture to eradicate the root of her ailment, and she shall be fully healed. Thank you, esteemed one, Shi Yong'an exclaimed as he contemplated kneeling in gratitude. You are truly our benefactor. Without you, my sister would not have endured, and I would have lost my will to live, unable to become the steward of Lingan building as I am now. Do not mention it. Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively. As long as you're under my care, it is my duty to ensure your well-being. You have worked hard these days. It is all within my purview. Gu Niansheng glanced at the account statement of Lingan Tower. Shi Yong'an is an exceptionally upright individual, devoid of any malicious intent. The financial records are crystal clear. All profits, aside from the necessary daily expenditures, are entrusted to Yi. With him managing the affairs, she feels utterly reassured. As night descended, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan gazed in disbelief at the table laden with dishes, staring at Wei Xianqi. Is this all spirit cuisine? Taste it, Wei Xianqi remarked nonchalantly. The two quickly picked up their chopsticks, and upon taking a single bite, their eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, this was the spirit cuisine they had savored at Lingan Tower. After tasting it once, it had lingered in their memories, but alas, it was only available once a month, and one could not guarantee winning the bidding. Jiang Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, nearly moved to tears. The flavor was simply exquisite, and it seemed as if the elemental energy within him harmonized with the spiritual essence of the cuisine, leaving him invigorated and even enhancing his strength. How could you possibly procure such a feast? You are truly fortunate. Han Quan, unable to stop eating, exclaimed, Xianqi, when will you bring your sister-in-law home? One must strike while the iron is hot. Indeed, Jiangqing nodded earnestly. Such a wonderful sister-in-law should be brought home swiftly. If someone else claims her, we will have no place to weep. Who dares to steal my wife? Wei Xianqi's gaze darkened, emanating a sense of threat. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances and declared in unison, whoever dares will meet their demise. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the day of the Academy's assessment finally arrived. Miss, today is the day of the assessment. You will surely succeed. Yi grasped Gu Niansheng's hand, her small face brimming with confidence as she cheered her on. Gu Niansheng cast her a sidelong glance. Your legs are trembling. It hardly seems you have faith in me. Huh? Yi looked at her own legs, her expression pained. I don't want to, but my legs refuse to obey. Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly. Do not worry. I am not anxious, so why should you be? Today, Gu Hongzhen had purposefully accompanied his two younger sisters to Lingan Academy. However, following the recent events, the atmosphere between Gu Niansheng and the others felt somewhat awkward. Gu Niansheng remained silent, for after the assessment, her grand wedding day would soon arrive. At that time, she would be the illustrious princess consort of the third prince, Ming Wang. No matter how esteemed Gu Niansheng was as the true young lady of the duke's residence, her future marriage could never eclipse Nianen's brilliance. Although today marked the primary academy's assessment, the turnout was considerably more lively than the previous intermediate assessment, with practitioners from across the entire Daxia dynasty in attendance. Niansheng, over there is the initial testing area. Only those who have reached the 5th tier of Qi refinement are eligible to participate in the assessment. Gu Niansheng gazed ahead, noticing a long queue forming where all registrants were required to undergo the most basic tier test. Brother, we shall proceed ahead, Gu Niansheng stated. The two individuals walked forward together, and during the queue, it was uncertain whether Zhu Jinyao's encounter was deliberate, yet it was remarkably coincidental. Upon seeing Gu Niansheng, Zhu Jinyao's animosity was palpable. It was as if an old adversary had emerged, igniting a fierce resentment within her. For the past few days, she had confined herself at home, nearly suffocating from the confinement, all thanks to Gu Niansheng. I can't believe you actually dare to show up today. Zhu Jinyao scoffed. Since you have the audacity to come, why should I not? Gu Niansheng replied with a casual glance, her demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze. Zhu Jinyao sneered. The girl was still putting on an act. The assessments at Lingan Academy are not open to just anyone. With your qualifications, you likely lack even the eligibility to compete. If you fail to pass here, you'll be unceremoniously expelled, and that would be quite the spectacle. Chapter 48. A Hidden Genius? Gu Niansheng's brow arched slightly. What we're wagering on is merely the outcome of the competition. If I cannot pass this hurdle, then there is no contest to speak of. Besides, I previously won a substantial sum of 100,000 taels. Not competing entails no loss for me. What do you mean? That cannot be allowed. Zhu Jinyao's countenance changed, instinctively glancing at Gu Niansheng, who merely shook her head. Gu Niansheng observed their interaction keenly and waved her hand dismissively. Fear not. If you are so eager to bestow silver upon me, how could I possibly refuse? With these 300,000 taels, my forthcoming advancements will be greatly facilitated. How boastful! Zhu Jinyao scoffed, her expression one of disdain. You truly possess no self-awareness. Are you oblivious to the origins of your reputation as a useless individual? Miss Zhu, the assessment has yet to commence. Your remarks seem rather excessive. At that moment, a warm and clear voice interjected. The three turned to behold the 6th prince, Qin Yunjing, approaching. Greetings, Your Highness. The trio bowed respectfully. Qin Yunjing chuckled softly, his gaze fixed upon Gu Niansheng. Miss Gu, since our last encounter, I have not had the opportunity to see you again. Today, fate has finally brought us together. Gu Niansheng, puzzled, inquired, does the 6th prince seek something from me? Not at all. Qin Yunjing replied, shaking his head with a smile. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Gu Niansheng and Zhu Jinniao exchanged glances, a thought crossing their minds. Could the sixth prince have taken a liking to Gu Niansheng? A seemingly unattractive and inept individual, who once was the betrothed of the third prince. How could the sixth prince possibly be interested in her? Ignoring their astonished expressions, Qin Yunjing stepped behind Gu Niansheng, effectively isolating the two. If you succeed in today's assessment, we shall be fellow disciples henceforth. Gu Niansheng nodded gently. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Yunjing appeared in high spirits. Previously, I was only aware of the second miss of the Gu family. I had no idea that the eldest Miss Gu possessed such exquisite beauty. Your Highness is too kind, Gu Niansheng replied with a light laugh. You must have heard tales of my reputation in the imperial city. Those rumors are erroneous. I too once accepted the hearsay as truth, but upon meeting you, I realized they were entirely unfounded. Gu Niansheng gestured toward her hairpin. That may not necessarily be the case. I speak only the truth. Do look around. Is it not true that many gentlemen are stealing glances at you? Qin Yunjing remarked with a playful blink. Gu Niansheng instinctively surveyed her surroundings, and indeed, numerous eyes were upon them. Perhaps they are merely observing you, she countered. Though Qin Yunjing was 2 years younger than Qin Minglang, being the younger brother of the crown prince, born of the empress, he held a prominent position within the royal family. Today he donned a white, auspicious brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a wide belt adorned with lychee patterns. His long, jet-black hair was elegantly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead, and his piercing eyes shone brightly beneath his brows. Though he was of the same age as Gu Niansheng, he towered over her by nearly half a head, his distinguished demeanor setting him apart amidst the throng of cultivators. Perhaps they are watching us, Qin Yunjing said with a cheerful smile. Gu Niansheng observed as Zhi Jinniao, gazing at the handsome and radiant sixth prince, engaged in conversation with her, his words laced with affection. A wave of displeasure washed over her. First, it was the northern king, and now he was flirting with the sixth prince. Gu Niansheng truly was not to be underestimated. How could she possibly deserve such attention? Gu Niansheng also felt a surge of discontent. What was happening lately? It seemed that everyone was regarding Gu Niansheng with newfound admiration, a result she had not anticipated. Upon this realization, her face once again adorned its signature gentle smile. With her hair tied up, her sister appeared valiant and striking, distinctly different from ordinary young ladies, naturally capturing everyone's attention. Zhi Jinniao's gaze fell upon Gu Niansheng's headband, which she believed concealed her flaws, leading others to mistakenly regard her as a beauty. Today, she intended to reveal Gu Niansheng's true appearance before everyone, exposing just how unattractive she truly was. Before long, it was Zhi Jinniao's turn to showcase her cultivation level. 8th grade of Qi refinement. As the instructor marked her name with an upper grade, a satisfied smile spread across Zhi Jinniao's face. Gu Niansheng followed suit with her own result, 9th grade of Qi refinement. Previously, many cultivators were at the 6th or 7th grade. Achieving the 8th grade was already commendable, yet here stood a 9th grade, truly an impressive revelation. The instructor promptly annotated her name with a special grade. After their success, the two did not rush to depart, but rather lingered to await Gu Niansheng's results. In my estimation, she will be lucky to achieve the 5th grade. Perhaps she may not even qualify for the assessment. Zhi Jinniao chuckled lightly. Qin Yunjing, 1st grade of foundation establishment. This proclamation drew the attention of others in the vicinity, turning their gazes toward the striking figure clad in white amidst the crowd. The sixth prince's prowess had astonishingly reached the 1st grade of foundation establishment, a level that exempted him from the assessment. Lingan Academy had a stipulation that anyone under 18 who attained foundation establishment could bypass the examination and directly enter the academy. Gu Niansheng, equally astonished, looked at Qin Yunjing, realizing he was indeed a prodigious talent. In the realm of cultivation, the Qi refinement stage was the most arduous, and even Qin Minglang had only reached the 9th grade of Qi refinement. This demonstrated that Qin Yunjing's innate abilities surpassed those of his brother. Zhi Jinniao's expression shifted slightly. Her hopes for the third prince had vanished, yet she had not anticipated the usually modest 6th prince to possess such formidable strength. Marrying the sixth prince would elevate her status to that of a princess, and since he was the direct younger brother of the crown prince, her standing would even surpass that of Nian'an. Sister, it is your turn. Gu Nian'an smiled graciously at Gu Niansheng, believing that her sister's diligent training must have yielded significant improvements in her abilities. The staggering wager of 300,000 taels had become common knowledge over the past month, and many were keenly interested in who would ultimately claim this sum. Most notably, Gu Niansheng had long been labeled as the Waste, a designation that made her defeat seem all but certain. Yet here she was, audacious enough to show up today. Gu Niansheng let out a cold laugh. This girl was digging a pit for her again, but today, her good sister was destined to be disappointed. All eyes were drawn to the mentor testing Gu Niansheng, their curiosity piqued by the impending results. Gu Niansheng, 9th rank of the Qi refinement realm. As the mentor's words echoed through the square, a momentary silence enveloped the crowd. Many individuals widening their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Did I just hear that correctly? Gu Niansheng is at the 9th rank of the Qi refinement realm? I heard it too, but surely that cannot be true. Qin Yunjing observed the mentor inscribing the words special grade next to Gu Niansheng's name, his expression betraying both surprise and admiration. Miss Gu truly is a hidden gem. Zhu Jinyao was rendered speechless, astonished that Gu Niansheng's cultivation surpassed her own by an entire rank. How could this be possible? Chapter 49. Brother San's vision is truly lacking Nian'an. How could this be? She swiftly turned her gaze towards Gu Nian'an. Previously, she had inquired about Nian'an, who was merely at the 2nd-tier realm, even if there had been some recent advancement. Reaching the 5th-tier realm was utterly impossible, let alone the 9th tier. Gu Nian'an was equally astonished. How could Gu Niansheng, who was clearly incapable, suddenly experience such a significant leap? Unless she had been intentionally concealing her true abilities from the very beginning. Gu Niansheng cast a casual glance at Zhu Jinyao and mockingly remarked, "We shall meet on the martial arts platform shortly." In the stands, Gu Hongjin observed the exceedingly proud Zhu Yuxuan beside him and said, "The Zhu family is indeed affluent." Young Miss Zhu boldly proposed a wager of 200,000 taels. Refusing would be unthinkable. "I dare say that a mere 400,000 taels is hardly a concern for your family." Zhu Yuxuan instinctively swallowed hard. After losing 100,000 taels last month, his father had been furious. They had promised to win back 300,000 taels today to secure their comfortable existence. If they were to lose another 300,000 taels today, he could hardly fathom the consequences that awaited him upon returning home. "Gu Hongjin, are you resorting to trickery?" Zhu Yuxuan quickly grasped the implication. Gu Niansheng's cultivation level could not have risen so dramatically in just a month. This meant she had been deliberately hiding her true prowess, intending to entrap them in a grand scheme. No wonder she had the audacity to bet 300,000 taels. How shameless. This wager was proposed by you. Must it be that only your cultivation is superior, while ours is not? Gu Hongjin scoffed. "Zhu Yuxuan, you ought to maintain some decorum while speaking." Zhu Yuxuan fell silent, realizing that the matter was indeed as such. They were in the wrong. "Sister, when did your cultivation improve?" Gu Nian'an could not help but inquire. Clearly, Gu Niansheng had been utterly outmatched by Zhu Jinyao when she had fallen into the lake not long ago. She herself had used the medicinal liquid, which had shown significant effects, yet it could not account for such astonishing progress. "Have I not been cultivating all along?" Gu Niansheng replied with a light laugh. Beside them, Zhu Jinyao's eyes filled with disbelief. Gu Nian'an had informed her that Gu Niansheng had poor innate talent and progressed very slowly. After realizing her advancement was too sluggish, she had given up following the initial earnest efforts when she first awakened her spiritual roots. Zhu Jinyao had always thought Nian'an was on her side. Could it be that this was merely a trap meticulously designed by Gu Niansheng and Nian'an together? "Nian'an, I truly did not expect this." Zhu Jinyao's expression turned sardonic. She was utterly taken aback that Gu Nian'an had colluded with Gu Niansheng to deceive her. "Jinyao, please allow me to explain." Gu Nian'an hastily pursued her. Presently, she found herself at a loss for words. This was nothing but Gu Niansheng's scheme. Watching her younger sister attempt to placate Zhu Jinyao, Gu Niansheng withdrew her gaze. Such sisterly bonds were easily shattered. It seems the relationship between Miss Gu and my sister-in-law is rather strained. Qin Yunjing observed the scene with great interest and inquired. Gu Niansheng glanced at him. Individuals of the royal family were astute, and they could discern the intricacies of such matters with just a single glance. The most intense struggles undoubtedly arise within the royal family, where their disputes are merely trifling skirmishes. My sister has numerous friends, while I possess a reclusive disposition, inevitably leading to friction with her acquaintances. Qin Yunxing chuckled lightly, observing, Miss Gu, you hardly strike me as a person of solitary nature. What does the sixth prince think? Gu Niansheng replied with an air of composure. If you suggest that I harbor profound thoughts. She was indifferent to the sixth prince's opinion. After all, she had proactively severed her engagement with Qin Minglang, thus freeing herself from any ties to the royal family. The perspectives of these princes and princesses held no significance for her. However, before she could elaborate, Qin Yunxing interjected. I've come to realize that my third brother's judgment is quite lacking. How could he forsake a gem like you for a mere counterfeit? Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the young man before her in surprise, for such a statement was truly unexpected. Qin Yunxing beamed brightly. My third brother is my third brother, and I am myself. I do not wish for Miss Gu to conflate you with my sister, just as I hope to avoid being lumped together with my third brother. Is that agreeable? After a brief silence, Gu Niansheng replied, very well. Meanwhile, Gu Nianen found herself weary from explaining to Zhu Jinyao. Jinyao, I genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. Had I been aware, I would certainly have informed you. Zhu Jinyao regarded her with skepticism. You reside in the same household. How could you be oblivious to the time it takes to progress from the second rank to the ninth? Surely, you must have realized that 2 months prior, when you fell into the water, her cultivation was merely at the second rank. If I were deceiving you, would it be reasonable to think she could ascend from the second to the ninth rank in such a brief span? Zhu Jinyao was left momentarily stunned by this line of reasoning. At that time, Gu Niansheng had indeed been in a weakened state, so much so that she had merely employed a few minor tactics to send her into the lake. Are you implying that Gu Niansheng had deliberately concealed her cultivation? What could her motive be? Over the past year, Gu Niansheng had been deemed unattractive and talentless, her reputation in tatters. Any ordinary individual would be eager to rectify such a tarnished name. Why would she pretend to be inept when her abilities were substantial? I cannot ascertain the reason, but I can assure you that she has concealed her true self, not just from you, but from me as well. Gu Nianen was now certain that Gu Niansheng had distanced herself from her. Previously, she had believed in her unconditionally, but since the incident in the lake, that trust had eroded. Perhaps after the fall, she realized that I was allied with you, which is why she has concealed all her actions from me henceforth. Fortunately, you are soon to become the princess consort, and with such a promising match, you will no longer need to remain in the Duke of Jinggui's household. Zhu Jinyao's eyes sparkled with envy, for in truth, Gu Nianen was not a genuine member of the Gu family. Her status could not be compared. Yet, having been adopted by the Gu family, she now stood on the brink of becoming the princess consort, while she herself felt unable to reach such heights. Ultimately, I have emerged from the Duke of Jinggui's household, and Gu Niansheng's attempts to garner attention are bound to capture even Brother Minglang's notice. Gu Nianen's expression was one of melancholy. Ever since the incident with the medicinal concoction, Minglang had not paid her a visit, clearly indicating a growing rift between them. Fortunately, this matter had not been divulged, leaving others oblivious to it. All of this turmoil was instigated by Gu Nian's younger sister. This vixen, despite her unattractive appearance, insisted on masquerading as an ethereal beauty. Zhu Jinyao's gaze fell upon Qin Yunjing, who was engaged in conversation with Gu Niansheng not far away. The sixth prince, with a countenance as exquisite as jade, radiated a vibrant charm, especially when he smiled, which seemed to sweeten the heart. Gu Nianen, noticing Zhu Jinyao's expression, understood her thoughts. Minglang and the sixth prince shared a close bond. Once I wed Minglang, if the sixth prince were to visit, you could accompany him. Wouldn't that be delightful? Chapter 50. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhu Jinyao's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Are you truly serious? Of course, Gu Nianen nodded affirmatively. You are my dearest friend. If I do not assist you, Who else could I possibly aid? That's splendid. Gu Niansheng felt a surge of joy within her heart. She believed that with the opportunity for more interaction, there would always be a chance. However, Gu Niansheng's expression shifted to one of concern. Yet today, it seems the sixth prince has taken quite an interest in Niansheng. If this continues, Gu Niansheng's countenance changed. I am so unattractive. The sixth prince would never take notice of me. While we are aware of this, the sixth prince is not Gu Niansheng inside. Truth be told, Niansheng is indeed quite beautiful, and the title of the capital's most stunning beauty may soon be hers. Is she truly deserving of such a title? Gu Niansheng scoffed. I shall make her understand that the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Half an hour later, the initial assessment had concluded. Gu Niansheng then noticed that not only were the dean and instructors from Lingan Academy present today, but also the emperor and the prince of Northern Town, much like during the intermediate assessments. Isn't it customary for His Majesty to attend only the intermediate assessments? Gu Niansheng inquired, casting a curious glance at Gu Hongzhen beside her. Indeed, but today the sixth prince is participating in the assessment, hence His Majesty's presence, Gu Hongzhen explained. But the sixth prince has already advanced to the foundation establishment stage and does not require evaluation, Gu Niansheng remarked. Gu Hongzhen smiled faintly. It is said that the sixth prince bears the closest resemblance to His Majesty among all the princes, and being the offspring of the empress. He holds a distinguished status and is greatly favored by the emperor. Among the princes, he is the only one to have achieved the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng understood. The emperor was aware that Qin Yunjing had reached the foundation establishment stage and did not need to participate in the assessment. His presence was merely a demonstration of his favor. Then why is the Prince of Northern Town always present? Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. The Prince of Northern Town is currently the Emperor's brother, with an extraordinary status. He typically does not attend such occasions, yet for some reason, he appears particularly interested in the Lingan Academy's assessment today, Gu Hongzhen replied, equally puzzled. Instinctively, Gu Niansheng glanced at the stage and noticed that the man up there was also watching her, a vague understanding dawning in her heart. Could it truly be so? Xianxi, I did not expect you to accompany me to observe this preliminary assessment. It is typically quite difficult to summon you, the emperor remarked with a gentle smile. Wei Xianxi replied with a calm demeanor. Today, the candidates participating in the assessment come from various regions, and I wish to see if there are suitable individuals to recruit into the military. The emperor appeared enlightened, a look of gratification crossing his face. Indeed, the Prince of Northern Town does not forget the borders even in such times. That is my duty, Wei Xianxi responded. The emperor noticed Wei Xianxi's gaze lingering on a particular spot and instinctively followed his line of sight, landing on Gu Hongzhen and his two sisters. Have you taken a liking to Gu Hongzhen? The son of the Duke of State is undoubtedly remarkable. He would excel on the battlefield. Yet he is also quite distinguished among civil officials. Wei Xianxi withdrew his gaze, stating, I merely found the wager of 300,000 taels intriguing. Listening attentively, the emperor cast a lingering glance. The adopted daughter of the Duke of State was indeed exceptional, having garnered a reputation as a prodigy long before. However, his biological daughter was somewhat lackluster by comparison. The Duke's adopted daughter was soon to become Her Majesty's daughter-in-law, which pleased the emperor. Wei Xianxi remarked. The emperor smiled faintly, recognizing that Gu Niansheng was unaware of her own capabilities, having agreed to such an exorbitant wager. It seemed the Duke had been troubled of late. As you mentioned, Gu Niansheng had been well-educated and had known Ming Lang for many years, making them quite a suitable pair. Previously, concubine Liu had also hinted multiple times in hopes of securing Gu Niansheng for this marriage, but out of concern for the Duke, he had refrained from acquiescing. Now, it merely served to facilitate the union, aligning perfectly with this match. I have high hopes for Miss Gu from the Gu family. Oh, the emperor expressed surprise. Rarely did he hear you extolling someone. Wei Xianxi smiled softly, remaining silent. The emperor observed his expression closely, unable to resist casting another glance at Gu Niansheng, who was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Soon, the commencement of the assessment was announced. The preliminary and intermediate evaluations were identical, due to the overwhelming number of participants. The initial rounds were conducted as team battles. Gu Niansheng drew her number 16. This lottery meant that practitioners numbered 11 through 20 would compete on the same stage. Niansheng, be careful, Gu Hongjin cautioned. Gu Niansheng nodded, Ishad go. Ascending to the second competition stage, she began to assess the other 9 participants, only to suddenly discover that Xia Yingxian was among them. She recognized Xia Yingxian, the daughter of the Grand Tutor, and had heard of her reputation as someone comparable to Gu Nianyin among the younger generation of women. Furthermore, she had previously had a conflict with Zhu Jinyao, resulting in a strained relationship. Team battles were notoriously chaotic. It was best to ally with someone, for standing alone. Even a formidable practitioner could be easily overthrown by a coordinated effort from others. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even though Xia Yingxian did not know her, Gu Niansheng deemed her a commendable partner for collaboration. Miss Xia, Gu Niansheng approached her directly, proposing, shall we join forces? Xia Yingxian, unfamiliar with Gu Niansheng but having heard of her renown, furrowed her brow in skepticism. Why? With our strengths combined, remaining in the competition should not pose a problem. It is merely a matter of presenting ourselves favorably before His Majesty, Gu Niansheng replied nonchalantly. If you are unwilling, that is also acceptable. In the chaotic team battle, their chances of remaining were significantly increased. Yet, unexpected circumstances were unpredictable. Once allied, they could adeptly manage the situation with their combined prowess. Xia Yingxian hesitated, having always perceived the Gu family's eldest daughter as ineffectual, a mere fade of a true lady, constantly overshadowed by Gu Nianyin, who even usurped her rightful engagement. She had thought her utterly incapable of defending her most significant matrimonial prospects. Yet, upon hearing her speak, she suddenly recognized that Gu Niansheng might not align with her preconceived notions. However, given her current predicament, it would undoubtedly be best if someone were to join forces with her. Yet, it might inadvertently burden Gu Niansheng. Just as she hesitated, Gu Niansheng's voice resonated. If you do not seek assistance, overcoming this challenge will be far from easy. Upon hearing these words, Xia Yingxuan's expression transformed abruptly. She was taken aback that Gu Niansheng had discerned this and was willing to ally with her. Why do you wish to assist me? Let us discuss that after we secure victory. Very well. Let the team battle commence. With the referee's command, the atmosphere on all the combat stages shifted to one of palpable tension. Chapter 51. Introducing your sister-in-law, Gu Niansheng and Xia Yingxian stood together, while some individuals had already begun to engage in combat. However, the gazes of 2 individuals were persistently fixed upon Xia Yingxian. From the moment she stepped onto the martial arts stage, she noticed that these 2 seemed to have a particular interest in her. Gu Niansheng had heard that although Xia Yingxian was the daughter of the Grand Tutor, her biological mother had passed away and her father had remarried, producing a son and a daughter. Despite being the legitimate daughter, her life was far from easy, prompting her to train diligently to carve out her own destiny. In her previous life, Xia Yingxian had gained some notoriety, yet ultimately, under duress, she married a debauched scion, leading a life fraught with hardship and tragically. She met her end at a young age. During her own difficult times, Xia Yingxian had once lent her assistance, leaving a lasting impression on Gu Niansheng. Little did she expect that they would have the opportunity to join forces on the same stage, a fitting way to repay the kindness shown to her. As anticipated, when the 2 individuals directed their attention towards Xia Yingxian, they immediately charged at her. Take action. Gu Niansheng urged Xia Yingxian as her internal energy surged. She saw the 2 attempting to seize Xia Yingxuan's arms to hurl her off the stage, and without hesitation, she moved forward to confront the one closest to her. Xia Yingxian, taken aback by Gu Niansheng's proactive assistance, quickly redirected her focus towards the other assailant. Both adversaries were formidable, and if they had targeted her alone, the others would likely remain uninvolved, putting her at significant risk. Fortunately, with Gu Niansheng intervening, she only needed to contend with one opponent. The clash commenced with a series of fierce exchanges. Xia Yingxian unleashed her punches and kicks with the intent of forcing her opponent off the stage. Meanwhile, the man facing Gu Niansheng, irritated by her interference, launched a fierce strike aimed at her face. With remarkable reflexes, Gu Niansheng swiftly evaded his punch by bending backward, and in a flash, She appeared behind him, seizing his other hand. The man's expression shifted, but before he could react, Gu Niansheng delivered a swift kick to his back. With a resounding thud, he was sent tumbling off the stage. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that Gu Niansheng dispatched her opponent effortlessly. Shortly thereafter, a heavy sound echoed as Xia Yingxian sent her adversary plummeting from the stage as well. The two shared a knowing smile. Witnessing the prowess of the duo, the remaining competitors hesitated to engage them further. After a brief pause, 3 more individuals were eliminated, successfully passing this round. Once the team battle concluded, Gu Niansheng descended from the martial arts stage, while Xia Yingxian hurriedly followed. "Miss Gu, why did you choose to assist me?" Gu Niansheng paused and turned to face the young woman behind her, a radiant smile illuminating her delicate features. "I feel a connection with you." Xia Yingxian was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time anyone had expressed such sentiments to her. She typically dedicates herself to cultivation, often missing opportunities to appear at family events. Although she is the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor, most people are more familiar with her sister. "I understand your situation. As a fellow wanderer in this vast world, I wish to offer my assistance, and it is only reasonable." Xia Yingxian immediately grasped the implications, recognizing Gu Niansheng's plight. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, she had been abducted years ago and endured considerable suffering. Upon her return, Gu Niansheng had usurped everything that rightfully belonged to her. Over the past year, Gu Niansheng's reputation had taken a hit, with whispers claiming she was unattractive and bullied Gu Niansheng, unworthy of the third prince's affection and entangled in various scandals. In the eyes of the public, she was merely a pitiful creature. However, upon witnessing her today, it became clear that she was a striking beauty, full of grace, in stark contrast to Gu Niansheng. The allegations of bullying seemed utterly baseless. If she had truly been victimized, would she so readily relinquish her marriage prospects? Sharing a similar plight, Xia Yingxian quickly discerned that these were malicious rumors deliberately spread to tarnish her reputation. Relying solely on words would not suffice. She needed to seize the opportunity today to demonstrate her worth and silence the naysayers. In that moment, all doubt vanished from Xia Yingxian's eyes, replaced by a sincere smile. "Miss Gu, your assistance today has been invaluable. I will remember this kindness and will gladly offer my help whenever you require it." Observing the genuine warmth in the other woman's expression, Gu Niansheng chuckled softly. After all, they would be fellow sect members, united as allies. The phrase fellow allies resonated deeply with Xia Yingxian, who had always felt precarious in the Grand Tutor's residence, constantly targeted even in assessments. No one had ever referred to her as an ally before. "In my friendships, I seek only sincerity. I will be a friend and a comrade, unwavering in loyalty." How does that sound? Gu Niansheng's clear, confident gaze conveyed her earnestness. In this expansive imperial city, she had yet to find a true friend, and Xia Yingxian seemed a trustworthy companion. Xia Yingxian stared at her, captivated by her confident demeanor. Despite her notorious standing in the imperial city, Gu Niansheng's elegance remained unblemished, radiating a self-assuredness that Xia Yingxian herself lacked. Strangely, although it was their first meeting, her words resonated deeply within Xia Yingxian, compelling her to agree almost instinctively. "All right." The two exchanged smiles, two spirited young women forging a friendship in that fleeting moment. "Niansheng, when did you and Miss Xia become acquainted?" Gu Hongzhen approached, having noticed Niansheng's support for Xia Yingxian during the martial arts competition. He was somewhat familiar with the circumstances in the Grand Tutor's residence, but had not anticipated the extent of Xia Yingxian's struggles. "Just met." Gu Niansheng replied with a light smile. "This is my elder brother, Gu Hongzhen. I have long heard of the esteemed Gu young master. It is an honor to finally meet you," Xia Yingxian said with a respectful bow. "Miss Xia is also a remarkable woman, though we seldom cross paths. It is surprising that you and my sister have formed such a bond. My sister has only recently arrived in the imperial city and has few friends. Knowing she has found a companion in you brings me great relief. Miss Gu is truly admirable. It is my privilege to befriend her," Xia Yingxian replied. Until Xia Yingxian departed, Gu Hongzhen expressed his curiosity. "Niansheng, it seems you have finally begun to forge friendships." Previously, Niansheng had remained sequestered within the confines of the estate. and he had hoped she would venture out to meet others. However, she appeared to be apprehensive in such social settings, rarely stepping outside. To his surprise, today marked a significant change in her disposition. Since I am to enter the academy, it is only natural that I should seek to broaden my circle of acquaintances. After all, more friends lead to more opportunities, Gu Niansheng replied. Gu Hongzhen raised an eyebrow, finding it difficult to fathom such words emerging from Niansheng's lips. In the future, finding a sister-in-law will be a simple endeavor. I shall cultivate relationships with gentle and beautiful individuals and introduce them to you when the time comes. No need for that. Chapter 52. One of our own. After the team battle concluded, only half of the large group remained, as the individual competition was about to commence. Gu Niansheng glanced at her badge. Each participant was allowed 5 matches, and winning 3 would suffice to pass the assessment. Should one secure 3 consecutive victories, they would be exempt from the remaining bouts and rewarded with additional accolades from the academy. The first round of team battles had eliminated the less capable practitioners. Thus, one must not take the upcoming contests lightly, Gu Hongzhen advised. Gu Niansheng nodded gently, acknowledging his words. Above all, your life is paramount. If your opponent proves too formidable, do not hesitate to concede. Do you understand? Gu Hongzhen cautioned, his tone earnest. Gu Niansheng smiled lightly. Rest assured, brother, I am not foolish. Gu Hongzhen's gaze drifted to Gu Niansheng, who stood nearby beside Qin Minglang, her face adorned with a bright smile. He could not help but sigh. Prior to Niansheng's broken engagement, Niansheng had always lingered by the side of the third prince. Now that the marriage pact was established, Niansheng appeared utterly unreserved, as though she had already become a part of the Ming Wangfu, despite both he and Niansheng being present. Once the third prince marries, he will establish his own household. The emperor has already bestowed upon him the title of Ming Wang and granted him a residence. Gu Niansheng slightly nodded. I have heard of this. Do you truly have no regrets? Gu Hongzhen's eyes revealed the complexity of emotions. Initially, he regarded both as sisters. If Niansheng genuinely wished to annul the engagement, then Niansheng would suffice. Yet, after their last conversation, he discerned the underlying schemes. If indeed Niansheng had poisoned Niansheng, would that not be advantageous for them? No regrets, Gu Niansheng replied, waving her hand dismissively. Noticing the concern in her brother's eyes, she smiled reassuringly. Brother, he was never meant to be my true partner. If I were to marry him, it would be akin to ruining my life. I trust you do not expect me to wed into nobility, do you? Of course not. We only wish for your happiness, Gu Hongzhen replied earnestly. But that individual must possess the capability to care for you. They had never contemplated leveraging Niansheng's happiness for the sake of climbing the social ladder. Rather, it was imperative that her future partner be capable enough to ensure her well-being, or else they would remain uneasy. Gu Niansheng's smile was sweet, a warmth blossoming in her heart. She was acutely aware of the profound love her parents and brother held for her, and her current objective was to expel those detrimental influences, ensuring her family would not be tainted by them. Qin Minglang turned to see Gu Niansheng's enchanting smile. Clad in her training attire, she exuded an aura of grace and vigor, her hair ribbon a unique adornment that rendered her exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, her gentle and sweet smile was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. It felt as though a warm breeze had penetrated his heart, softly nurturing and exquisitely delightful. She had evidently advanced to the 9th rank of qi refinement, and yet he was utterly oblivious to this fact. He had long assumed her to be a cultivational failure. Stagnant for so long, a woman devoid of strength could only serve as a mere ornament in the royal residence, and she seemingly lacked even the qualifications for that role. He had often wished that the engagement partner would be the gentle and amiable Niansheng, yet now that the situation had changed, he found himself enveloped in a sense of bittersweet loss. Brother San, please take a seat. I shall make a brief visit, Qin Yunjing remarked. Where are you headed? Qin Minglang inquired as he grasped the beaming Qin Yunjing by the arm. I wish to extend my congratulations to Ms. Gu for her triumph in the team battle, Qin Yunjing replied with a gentle smile. Did you witness that splendid moment? It was truly captivating. Gu Niansheng aided Xia Yingxian, and anyone who was observing the duel platform could easily discern that. But you are not acquainted with her. Qin Minglang frowned. recalling that Yunjing had only recently met Niansheng for the first time at Lingsheng Tower. Today's enthusiasm seemed excessively fervent. What does it matter if we are not familiar? The more we see one another, the more we shall become acquainted. Qin Yunjing smiled lightly. Moreover, I believe we may find ourselves in the same class in the future. Observing this exchange, Gu Niansheng's eyes were filled with irritation. She had never witnessed Ming Lang displaying such concern for Gu Niansheng, and earlier, he had seemed entranced by her smile. They were to be wed soon. Yet following the incident with the potion and Niansheng's demonstration of prowess today, she sensed a distinct shift in Ming Lang's demeanor, intensifying her unease. This could not continue. She feared that Ming Lang might very well be enchanted by Gu Niansheng. She cast a glance at Zhu Jinyao, and they shared a tacit understanding. Today's examination must not allow Gu Niansheng to shine. They were determined to expose her flaws before all. You and Yin and will also be in the same class, Qin Yunjing remarked, and I believe Miss Zhu will be as well. His gaze flitted over Gu Nian and Zhu Jinyao, only to find Zhu Jinyao looking expectantly at him, prompting him to swiftly avert his eyes. Brother San's taste is truly beyond comprehension. Qin Yunjing approached Gu Niansheng and sat down beside her with effortless ease. Your Highness, I see you have arrived. Gu Hongzhen said, surprised to find a sixth prince present, and he promptly bowed. Why must you be so courteous, young Master Gu? Soon, you shall be my brother-in-law. Qin Yunjing replied with a warm smile, then turned to Gu Niansheng, asking, is that not so? Gu Hongzhen was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? Gu Niansheng glanced at him, and he continued, is it not true that the second miss is to wed my brother Sin soon? Thus, he will indeed be your brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongzhen finally understood. He had noticed how familiar the sixth prince appeared with Niansheng and had wondered why she, who seldom ventured out, had suddenly become acquainted with both the sixth prince and Xia Yingxian, leaving him in the dark. The sixth prince is exceedingly polite, Gu Hongzhen remarked. Qin Yunjing's smile radiated warmth. We shall be seeing each other frequently in the future. You may simply call me Yunjing. I cannot presume to do so. What is there to hesitate about? Qin Yunjing replied casually. Niansheng, you should inform your brother that we will all soon be family. Gu Niansheng regarded Qin Yunjing with incredulity. Your Highness, are you not being overly familiar? Nian, then is to wed Ming Wang. Thus the sixth prince is indeed family. He responded nonchalantly. By the way, I have come here to remind you of something. What is it? Qin Yunjing moved a few steps closer to Gu Niansheng, who instinctively retreated slightly. It was only after hearing his words that her expression subtly shifted. 300,000 taels was a substantial sum for the Zhu family. They might not be able to produce it. Even if they could, it would undoubtedly cause significant strain, sealing their fate in this matter. The conflict had long been established. Even without this incident, there would have been others. Gu Niansheng maintained a composed demeanor. Ever since Zhu Jinyao had repeatedly troubled her, she had made her decision. Chapter 53. Attitude towards enemies once it was determined that they were adversaries. The only course of action was to strike down the opponent with unrelenting force. What she desired was to see the Zhu family in utter disarray, brought to the brink of ruin. Qin Yunjing noted the fierce glint in Gu Niansheng's clear eyes, and his admiration for her grew ever deeper. A woman who was so unequivocal in her affections and aversions was far more intriguing than the mild and indifferent Gu Niansheng. His third brother had indeed misjudged her. Your thoughts are astute, yet Zhu Yuxuan is also acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and may resort to desperate measures. Exercise caution when you encounter Zhu Jinyao later. Gu Niansheng cast a lingering glance at Qin Yunjing, surprised by his sudden words of caution. However, as he had noted, when it reached such a critical juncture, Zhu Yuxuan would certainly employ every means at his disposal to ensure her defeat. Thank you for the warning. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan observed the closeness between Qin Yunjing and their future sister-in-law, their anxiety escalating. What is the matter with this sixth prince? Wasn't he this their first encounter with her at Lingsheng Tower? Why does it seem they are now so familiar? Jiang Cheng's expression was fraught with tension. In their eyes, their sister-in-law was an irreplaceable treasure that must not be snatched away. In my view, it appears that the sixth prince has also taken a liking to her. Han Quan sighed. As men, They understood that such enthusiasm could not arise without reason. Suddenly exhibiting such warmth could only stem from one motive. In truth, it was hardly surprising that a beauty like their sister-in-law would attract admirers. Jiang Cheng frowned. Wasn't he it said that there were hidden patterns beneath her hairpin? Does the sixth prince not mind that? Do you think Xianqi cares? Ang Guanyin kidat. He does not care. Then that settles it. Before long, the competition commenced, and Gu Niansheng's first opponent was a practitioner of the 7th rank in the Qi refinement stage. With a 2-rank disparity, she easily triumphed over him. However, upon seeing her opponent for the second round, her expression took on an intriguing twist. To her astonishment, she had drawn Zhu Jiniao. It seemed destiny had indeed played its hand. On the other side, Zhu Jiniao's eyes darkened with malice upon learning of her opponent. Today, she was determined to expose Gu Niansheng's true nature before everyone, revealing just how ugly this pretender truly was. On the martial arts stage, Gu Niansheng and Zhu Jiniao faced each other, the breeze fluttering their garments, dark hair swirling around them, and the confidence in the woman's gaze was striking. Gu Niansheng, although you are a rank above me, winning will not be as simple as you think. Zhu Jiniao's eyes were filled with venom. She had long regarded Gu Niansheng as a mere insect, a joke, someone who merely bore the title of a noble lady from the duke's residence without deserving it. Little did she expect that in just 2 short months, the woman standing before her would feel entirely transformed. Why waste words? Remember to deliver the 300,000 taels to my residence punctually tomorrow, Gu Niansheng stated coolly. You despicable wretch. Zhu Jiniao shouted furiously. You have set this trap solely for the sake of 300,000 taels, despite the simultaneous commencement of several arenas. All gazes were fixated upon Gu Niansheng and her opponent. The exorbitant wager had already stirred widespread excitement. What do you mean by claiming I set a trap? Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, recalling that it was you who instigated numerous provocations. When I refused, you labeled me a worthless fool. Yet upon my acceptance, you accuse me of being despicable. You alone have spun this narrative, claiming righteousness for both sides. Upon this declaration, many in the crowd chuckled. Memories of Zhu Jiniao's relentless pressure were vividly etched in their minds. To now assert that it was Gu Niansheng who orchestrated a trap is undeniably shameless. Rumors had long circulated that the eldest daughter of the Gu family was a talentless individual, lacking in innate qualities. It was evident that Miss Zhu aimed to exploit this opportunity to ensnare her, yet Gu Niansheng's entrance revealed her as a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, leaving Zhu utterly astounded. I had initially presumed that Miss Gu would undoubtedly lose. Her impulsiveness that day was glaringly apparent, and only now do I realize she was completely composed. However, this conclusion is not without its doubts. Miss Zhu's prowess was already renowned, while Miss Gu had only awakened her spiritual roots a year ago. To achieve the 9th level of Qi refinement in such a brief span could suggest she employed unorthodox methods to hasten her cultivation, potentially compromising her combat effectiveness. The crowd exchanged apprehensive glances. Such a rapid advancement within a year is indeed alarming. It could either imply the use of dubious means or the manifestation of genuine genius. Listening to the murmurs, Zhu Jiniao felt a tinge of reassurance. Earlier, Nian En and her elder brother had expressed similar sentiments. Perhaps Gu Niansheng, in her quest for glory and the 30,000 taels at stake, resorted to unconventional tactics to elevate her cultivation hastily. Such methods exist, yet once utilized, future advancements would become nearly impossible. Naturally, she would never consider such a path. However, Gu Niansheng, being a perceived failure, would be less affected by the risks involved. Gu Niansheng, your eagerness for recognition has driven you to such desperate measures. Observing the confidence and pride in Zhu Jiniao's eyes, Gu Niansheng's clear gaze reflected confusion. What nonsense was this woman spouting? Soon enough, she would be silenced. The match commenced. With the referee's command, both contenders struck simultaneously. Their internal energies erupted instantaneously. Gu Niansheng wielded her sword, meeting Zhu Jiniao's assault head-on. Clang! The swords collided, producing a crisp sound. Surprised by Gu Niansheng's strength, Zhu Jiniao wondered if the sudden surge in her cultivation was merely superficial. How could her power be so formidable? Gu Niansheng dismissed Zhu Jinyao's thoughts entirely. She was determined to claim victory today. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as both fighters unleashed fierce and calculated attacks, with Zhu Jinyao relentlessly targeting Gu Niansheng's vital points. Witnessing this exchange, the spectators below felt a shiver of apprehension, while other practitioners often engaged in friendly sparring. This contest was fraught with peril, where moment's inattention could lead to injury. On the high platform, Wei Xinqi's brow furrowed subtly. It appeared that Zhu Jinyao harbored lethal intent toward Niansheng. It seems that the pressure of 300,000 taels is considerable. The young lady of the Zhu family is indeed giving her all. The emperor observes this scene with keen interest, recognizing that this competition is distinctly different from others. However, you speak the truth. The daughter of the Duke of the State indeed possesses some remarkable abilities, revealing that the rumors are mere fabrications. Had it been known earlier, perhaps Minglang would have found it quite agreeable to marry Gu Niansheng. Wei Xinqi's gaze shifts, yet his demeanor remains remarkably calm in matters of marriage. The most crucial aspect is mutual affection. The third prince harbors feelings for the second young lady of the Gu family, and coincidentally, the eldest daughter of the Gu family is willing to oblige, which is indeed a delightful prospect. Upon hearing this, the emperor gives a faint smile and remarks that it is indeed true. One wonders to whom the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State will ultimately belong. Chapter 54. The End of Everything. Moments later, Zhu Jinyao's heart brimmed with astonishment. Gu Niansheng's strength, acquired through secret arts, proved to be no mere fade. She was formidable in both power and skill. Despite having trained for a full year longer than her counterpart, Zhu Jinyao found herself retreating step by step, unable to contend with Gu Niansheng. Gu Niansheng observed Zhu Jinyao's shock with a hint of derision. In her past life, she had been relentlessly marginalized by Zhu Jinyao. But in this life, she had undergone a complete transformation. Today marked the moment she would publicly demonstrate her rebirth. If one wished to conspire against her, they must first possess the capability to do so. Her obsidian eyes glimmered with a cold light as she struck with precision and decisiveness. During her recent period of seclusion, she had not neglected the importance of practical combat. She recalled the words of Wei Xinqi, who had once told her that mere cultivation does not denote strength. True power lies in combat prowess, lest one be merely a hollow shell. Having witnessed Wei Xinqi's rigorous training and ferocity in battle, she had engaged in numerous encounters with the little fox in the small world. There are no shortcuts to acquiring combat experience. It is only through repeated confrontations, teetering on the brink of life and death, that one can swiftly master the art of warfare, anticipate dangers, and predict an opponent's moves. Though the little fox was adorable, its display of strength during their duels was formidable. Zhu Jinyao, in her current state, was rife with flaws, easily discernible to Gu Niansheng. With a marked difference in their cultivation levels, the ensuing battle was a complete display of dominance. Seizing an opportunity, she deftly evaded Zhu Jinyao's sword, grasped her arm, and lunged forward, driving her knee forcefully into Zhu Jinyao's abdomen. The impact was tremendous and unrelenting. Zhu Jinyao emitted a muffled groan, her delicate features contorted in pain. Yet, before she could evade, Gu Niansheng's elbow struck her back with brutal force. The dual impacts rendered Zhu Jinyao's face pallid as she collapsed to the ground. Standing with her sword drawn, Gu Niansheng maintained a cold demeanor from the opposite side of the arena. She refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Mindful of the multitude of witnesses, including the emperor himself, such an act would leave her with no defense. However, she would seize every opportunity to address the grievances inflicted upon her by this woman. As the crowd witnessed the scene unfold, expressions of awe spread among them. The eldest daughter of the Gu family truly was a prodigy, achieving such remarkable cultivation in less than a year, an undeniable testament to her strength. Where had the previous rumors originated? They were nothing but fabrications. In this moment, Gu Niansheng stood before the audience as a radiant embodiment of genius, adorned with accolades that rendered all prior slanders mere shadows of the past. Since the return of the young Lady Gu, she has seldom made an appearance. likely remaining oblivious to the whispers circulating outside. It seems to me that someone has intentionally spread these rumors, aiming to tarnish her reputation. Had it not been for witnessing the events of today with my own eyes, one might never fathom how long Miss Gu would bear this unjust name, perhaps forever unable to cleanse herself of it. Many present began to ponder why such a prodigy was labeled as worthless. A moment's reflection reveals who benefits from the dissemination of such news. Seated in the stands, Gu Niansheng sensed the peculiar glances directed her way, mingled with fragments of suspicion, causing her to feel increasingly uneasy. She could hardly believe that Gu Niansheng would display such behavior today, so contrary to her previous impressions. Most troubling was the fact that everyone seemed to believe she was the one spreading these malicious rumors. When did Niansheng's abilities rise to such formidable heights? Qin Minglang regarded Gu Niansheng, his eyes filled with confusion. Did you not inform me that Niansheng had made no progress in her cultivation and was still at the second rank? I do not know. Gu Niansheng's voice instinctively softened, revealing a trace of sorrow. Perhaps a rift had grown between my sister and me, leading her to conceal the truth from me. Perhaps she discerned my feelings for you, thus deliberately keeping it hidden. It is all my fault for causing her to do so. However, Qin Minglang's demeanor this time was markedly different. He frowned and remarked, Niansheng has never been one to hide the truth. Even if there has been a recent discord between you, that is but a new development. Are you suggesting that she has ascended from the second rank to the 9th in merely 2 months? Since Gu Niansheng returned to the Duke of State's residence, he had come to know her well. He understood her infatuation with him and recognized her straightforward nature, which left her utterly unguarded around them. It was inconceivable that she could have concealed such matters for so long, and because he had dismissed Gu Niansheng, he had never inquired about her progress. Every encounter had been out of necessity. Otherwise, he would have preferred not to see her at all. All his information came solely from Niansheng's words. Now, upon realizing that Niansheng was entirely different from the woman he had perceived, he suddenly recognized how little he truly knew her, everything merely a reflection of Niansheng's biased perspective. I truly do not know, Gu Niansheng hurriedly explained, perplexed as to when the seemingly naive Gu Niansheng began to hide such things. Yet, her current explanations were met with disbelief. Are you questioning my sincerity? Gu Niansheng's eyes glistened with tears. I have always been genuine with you. I have never deceived you. Qin Minglang stared at the tears welling in her eyes, feeling a newfound annoyance. Do you not recall the events of a few days ago? Gu Niansheng's expression faltered, the tears momentarily freezing in her eyes. The matter of the medicinal liquid had taken root in Minglang's mind. Zhu Yuxuan observed as Zhu Jinyao was swiftly defeated by Gu Niansheng in just a few exchanges, his expression darkening considerably. The mere thought of losing 300,000 taels drove him to the brink of madness. The entire family would undoubtedly be plunged into dire straits due to this sum. His father might very well strike him down for being such an unfilial son, and this incident would render him a laughingstock. Contemplating this, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Zhu Yuxuan's eyes. There could be no hesitation. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. Zhu Jinyao was similarly plagued by doubt until she heard her elder brother's words, which solidified her resolve. No matter the circumstances, she could not afford to lose. To be bested by Gu Niansheng would be a disgrace she could never accept for the rest of her life. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Zhu Jinyao swallowed a pill. Chapter 55. Captivating beauty as the elixir coursed through her body. A robust surge of primal energy spread within, and Zhu Jinyao felt the intense pain dissipate almost instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming sense of strength. Gu Niansheng awaited the referee's announcement when Zhu Jinyao suddenly rose to her feet. Her bloodshot gaze locked onto Gu Niansheng, filled with ferocity. Do you think I would concede so easily? Dream on. Observing Zhu Jinyao before her, Gu Niansheng's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively sensing something amiss. She was acutely aware of the force behind their previous exchanges. Logically, Zhu Jinyao should not have been able to stand. Yet here she was, not only upright, but emanating an aura even more potent than before. Gu Niansheng could discern an unsettling instability within Zhu Jinyao's energy, as though an overwhelming force was on the verge of eruption. Prepare to perish. Zhu Jinyao charged at Gu Niansheng, her sword piercing the air with lethal intent. Gu Niansheng swiftly evaded, but the moment their weapons clashed, she involuntarily took a step back, her clear eyes reflecting astonishment. How could Zhu Jinyao's power have escalated so dramatically in such a brief span? Zhu Jinyao's demeanor had transformed. Her attacks were now vicious and relentless. Previously relying on finesse due to a lack of strength, she now seemed unencumbered by such concerns, as if her body were brimming with boundless energy demanding release. Gu Niansheng became the target for this explosive power, and Zhu Jinyao yearned to unleash it upon her with lethal force. Gu Hongjin observed the unfolding scene on the combat stage, his previously relaxed expression now tense with apprehension. Something was amiss. Zhu Jinyao's strength was evidently inferior to Niansheng's. The disparity between their ranks was not easily surmountable. Many spectators speculated that Niansheng's recent surge in cultivation was unstable. But Gu Hongjin knew his sister's prowess had not been hastily acquired through dubious means. How could Zhu Jinyao, previously subdued, suddenly manifest such formidable strength in an instant? Clang! 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 Gu Niansheng found herself retreating under the relentless barrage, as Zhu Jinyao seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Each strike was accompanied by an overwhelming force that made Gu Niansheng's hands ache. Blood seeped from her palms, yet Zhu Jinyao showed no signs of retreat, pressing forward with unyielding ferocity. She was acutely aware of the price she had paid for the elixir, and all of it was directed at the woman before her, her hatred boiling over. Many spectators began to recognize the peculiarities of the situation, with the discerning quickly pinpointing the root of the issue. Zhu Jinyao had violated the rules by consuming the elixir. Qin Yunjing could not help but exclaim. This woman possessed audacity beyond measure, daring to use an elixir in the presence of the emperor. Such folly could only lead to her demise. The emperor, too, had noticed. Zhu Jinyao, in her haste to channel the elixir's energy, was recklessly allowing it to leak uncontrollably during their confrontation. Who would have thought that the Zhu family would be so audacious, daring to engage in such tricks before my very eyes? The stakes were too high. Wei Xianqi spoke lightly, yet a fierce glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes. Indeed, the temperament of the Zhu family's offspring resembled that of their father. The emperor regarded Wei Xianqi with surprise. He typically dismissed such matters, but this statement directly implicated the entire Zhu family. In that instant, a thunderous surge of energy propelled Zhu Jinyao to a breakthrough, reaching the 9th rank of Qi refining. The spectators below, bewildered, gazed in awe. Who would have imagined that the Zhu family's daughter possessed such strength, achieving a breakthrough on the arena to the 9th rank? Despite the gap of 1 rank, she had managed to hold her ground, even suppressing the eldest daughter of the Gu family. We had truly underestimated the prowess of the Zhu family's young lady. She's indeed formidable. Gu Niansheng's gaze was firmly locked on Zhu Jinyao, hoping she would seize this opportunity to unveil Gu Niansheng's unsightly visage to all. With her ascension to the 9th rank, Zhu Jinyao's strength surged considerably, yet her internal energy remained abundant, her smile growing ever more radiant. Gu Niansheng, you are finished. After the previous exchanges, Gu Niansheng's internal energy had already been depleted by more than half, and she was now at her peak. How could she possibly compete? In just a few brief encounters, Gu Niansheng's attire was stained crimson. Bang! Under Zhu Jinyao's full force strike, Gu Niansheng was compelled to stagger back several steps. However, Zhu Jinyao swiftly pursued, her sword flicking upward, severing the hairpin atop the young woman's head. The red ribbon was abruptly released, and her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, swaying in the breeze, revealing an enchanting visage of extraordinary beauty. Her snow-white skin gleamed radiantly, and beneath her delicately arched willow-like brows were a pair of captivating eyes, their slightly upturned corners exuding an alluring aura. Just a glance was enough to captivate the heart. Her exquisitely refined nose was charmingly petite, and her alluring red lips beckoned. A crimson flower, the red spider lily, blossomed at her brow, adding a touch of seduction to her stunning countenance, its vibrant petals both mysterious and resplendent. With every smile and frown, she emanated an intoxicating beauty. Against the backdrop of her flowing ebony locks, her face was breathtakingly exquisite, a beauty unforgettable with just a single glance. The vivid crimson blooms upon her attire blossomed forth, her delicate countenance tinged with a hint of pallor. Amidst the enchanting allure lay an air of tragic beauty. Though she stood upon the martial stage, she seemed to inhabit the pinnacle of a lofty mountain, her exceptional grace eliciting deep admiration. In that moment, the once boisterous arena plunged into profound silence, the only sounds being the thumping of heartbeats and faint gasps. All eyes were drawn to that stunning figure, as if the moment her hairpin was removed, her sealed beauty was irrevocably unleashed. Such a woman could only exist in the heavens. How rare is it to behold her on earth? Even in paintings, one would scarcely find such a beauty. Truly, she is the daughter of the capital S most beautiful maiden, and her appearance is nothing short of astonishing. The crowd below had entirely forgotten the occasion, lost in the presence of such a mesmerizing beauty. Gu Niansheng's movements came to an abrupt halt as she gazed at the woman before her, disbelief evident in her eyes. How could this be possible? She was undeniably an unattractive girl. She had witnessed her ugliness firsthand, yet the stunning woman standing in front of her was a complete enigma. Gu Niansheng was equally taken aback. She could hardly fathom that the woman on the martial arts stage was Gu Niansheng. The moment she laid eyes on Gu Niansheng with her hair tied back, an unsettling tension surged within her. She was acutely aware that, as the daughter of the most beautiful woman, Gu Niansheng's appearance would be remarkable, yet she had clung to the hope that the dark marks on her face were irreparable. However, upon witnessing her true beauty, her heart was filled with astonishment. Chapter 56. A proud spirit Qin Minglang gazed transfixed at Gu Niansheng. Throughout the past year, he had scarcely taken the time to truly observe her. However, ever since she transformed her appearance, he found her strikingly beautiful, yet that dark pattern marred her visage. Now, as he beheld this enchanting woman, every smile and frown exuded an allure that stirred an uncontrollable flutter in his heart. His fiancé, he was such a stunning beauty, and he had been oblivious to it all this time. If such a celestial beauty were deemed unattractive, then surely the entire imperial city would be filled with the homely. The scent of conspiracy grew ever stronger. The rumors were in stark contrast to Miss Gu's true nature, clearly orchestrated to tarnish her reputation. Such despicable acts. The third prince, apparently unimpressed by the eldest daughter of the Gu family, had forced her to annul their engagement. Was this not akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? Many could not suppress their laughter. For although the engagement had been initiated by the Gu family, everyone had witnessed the third prince's indifference towards Gu Niansheng at the tavern. He consistently accompanied Gu Niansheng in public, never once bringing Gu Niansheng along. From that moment, they had already grasped the situation. Yet none had anticipated that Gu Niansheng was such an exquisite beauty. Third brother, I never knew you held such genuine affection for the second daughter of the Gu family. I had truly misjudged you, Qin Niansheng remarked, his face aglow with admiration as he regarded Qin Minglang. This statement garnered agreement from many, for it was well known that the third prince and Gu Niansheng had grown up together. Yet to remain unmoved in the presence of a beauty such as Miss Gu was indeed remarkable. Qin Minglang felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, and his discomfort was palpable. He had never realized how captivating Niansheng was. Now, when he looked at Gu Niansheng, she seemed to radiate an insipidness that rendered her utterly incomparable. Yet he was unable to express his discontent and could only swallow it down. At that moment, Zhu Jinyao found herself at a loss, as the situation was wholly contrary to what Niansheng had described. Witnessing her rival basking in the limelight only intensified her inner turmoil, and in the next moment, she launched herself at Gu Niansheng in a fit of rage. She could not permit this woman to overshadow her. Others had already discerned her intentions. She had to seize this opportunity. Without hesitation, she charged at Gu Niansheng with terrifying force. Gu Niansheng had already grasped the abnormality of Zhu Jinyao's behavior. She must have ingested some potion that unleashed her latent potential, granting her strength beyond her usual capabilities. Otherwise, such power would be unfathomable. Yet, she had not anticipated that this woman would strike with such ferocity in the brief moment that others were caught off guard, clearly intent on her demise. Though Gu Niansheng had managed to evade the initial blow, she was still a fraction too late. She was violently hurled from the high platform. Bang! Under that overwhelming force, Gu Niansheng's face turned pale, and crimson blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Wei Xianqi rose, his voice cold as that of a demon from the depths of hell. Zhu Jinyao has committed a foul. The bewildered referee, upon receiving this reminder, quickly regained his composure and declared, Zhu Jinyao has cheated by taking a pill in this competition. At that moment, everyone comprehended the situation. No wonder Zhu Jinyao's sudden surge in power was attributed to her consumption of a pill. Certain pills are known to dramatically enhance a cultivator's combat prowess, albeit with significant side effects. No one anticipated that Zhu Jinyao would resort to such despicable tactics to secure victory, even displaying a murderous intent towards Gu Niansheng while others were distracted. However, just as the referee prepared to announce Zhu Jinyao's disqualification, Gu Niansheng's voice unexpectedly resonated. Wait. The referee looked at Gu Niansheng, puzzled, as she continued, I can continue. Gradually rising to her feet, her delicate, fair visage now bore a frost-like demeanor. Zhu Jinyao had committed a foul, thus any consequences of this match should be borne by her, should they arise. Her gaze fixated on Zhu Jinyao, exuding an air of dominance with every frown and smile. As her words settled in, the expressions of those present subtly shifted, their understanding dawning. Was it not detrimental for her to continue fighting against an opponent who had taken a pill? The referee, seeking guidance, glanced towards the high platform. For such a scenario had never before transpired. First, one audacious individual dared to consume a pill, and now another was unwilling to halt the contest. What was he to do? It appeared that the daughter of the Duke of the State possessed quite a bit of pride. The emperor chuckled softly, recognizing that Zhu Jinyao had already violated the rules by injuring her with the aid of the pill, and her refusal to concede was a testament to her obstinacy. Xianqi, what do you think? Wei Xianqi cast a deep glance at Gu Niansheng, who met his gaze unwaveringly. The steadfastness shimmering in her clear eyes captured his attention. In the next moment, he withdrew his gaze. Since it was Miss Gu's own request, he might as well acquiesce. With a wave of his hand, the emperor commanded, continue the match. He, too, was eager to discover what capabilities this young lady from the Gu family possessed. Her performance thus far had shattered the rumors. And should she manage to defeat Zhu Jinyao, who had taken a pill, it would be nothing short of remarkable. Zhu Jinyao felt a surge of panic upon realizing that others had discerned her use of the pill. Yet, upon witnessing Gu Niansheng's determination to proceed without seeking to terminate the match, she couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, a foolish individual. Today, she would ensure that Gu Niansheng lost all face. The competition continues. The referee announced once more, and the contest resumed. However, this time, it was not Zhu Jinyao who struck first, but Gu Niansheng. Like a wraith, she surged towards Zhu Jinyao, her internal energy erupting in full force. Her striking black and white eyes became as sharp as a hawk's, her momentum reaching its zenith in an instant. Sensing the shift in Gu Niansheng's demeanor, Zhu Jinyao's expression altered, bewildered by the rapid developments. However, when she sensed the aura within Gu Niansheng escalating steadily, she immediately comprehended the unfolding situation. She had also consumed a medicinal pill. The surging aura and the explosive power were indistinguishable from her own experience after taking a pill. It turned out that she had been suppressing Gu Niansheng, only to find herself subdued in return. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were utterly astonished. Were they treating the assessment of Lingan Academy as a mere joke? One had ingested a medicinal pill, and the other had done the same? This was inconceivable. Gu Hongzhen cast a glance at his sister, fully aware that Niansheng would never resort to such measures. If she had wished to triumph, she could have sealed her victory during the previous contest without needing to jeopardize her foundation by consuming a medicinal pill. Chapter 57. The True First Beauty, Gu Niansheng, undeterred by Zhu Jinyao's frantic cries, felt the energy within her surge, swiftly replenishing her previously depleted spiritual power. Her vitality and spirit reached their zenith, and her reflexes sharpened. This was a remarkable transformation. Zhu Jinyao, caught off guard, was sent flying. Thud! She landed heavily on the ground, letting out a muffled groan. However, Gu Niansheng offered her no respite. Another attack swiftly followed. Fear flickered in Zhu Jinyao's eyes as she realized she was utterly outmatched by Gu Niansheng. Despite her desperate attempts to evade, the blade still left a crimson mark upon her skin. She has broken the rules, Zhu Jinyao shouted. Yet those who heard found her outburst amusing, for it was she who had first transgressed. How could you blame another now? Did my sister truly consume a medicinal pill? Gu Niansheng could not help but inquire, her eyes gleaming with excitement. If she had indeed made such an impulsive decision in a moment of anger, it would be most advantageous. Qin Yunqing cast a sidelong glance at Gu Niansheng, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sister-in-law, your discernment seems lacking. Niansheng has not taken any pills. Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback. Not at all. She's breaking through. Qin Minglang discerned Gu Niansheng's state at a glance. She was on the verge of achieving the foundation establishment stage. At that instant, Gu Niansheng's aura peaked, a rich wave of spiritual energy emanating from her. The spectators soon realized that her presence had transformed entirely. She had achieved a breakthrough. The eldest daughter of the Gu family had unexpectedly advanced amidst this duel. While both contenders had experienced breakthroughs during the match, Zhu Jinyao had resorted to a medicinal pill, while the Gu family's heiress had triumphed through sheer combat. Wei Xinqi's previous concerns dissipated as he gazed at the proud figure clad in white upon the arena, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a swift turn, Gu Niansheng channeled all her spiritual energy into her feet and delivered a powerful kick to Zhu Jinyao's abdomen, sending her tumbling off the stage. Zhu Jinyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she listened to the crowd's words, struggling to comprehend that this woman had indeed advanced to the foundation establishment stage. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. The force of the blow nearly shattered her internal organs. The excruciating pain contorted her face, for it was evident that Gu Niansheng intended to see her perish. Yet, the agony of her body paled in comparison to the tumult within her heart. How had this woman ascended to such formidable heights in such a brief span of time? Zhu Jinyao fainted. Meanwhile, Gu Niansheng stood calmly on the arena, her white dress adorned with blossoming spots of crimson. Her beauty was enchanting, her demeanor exceptional. Simply standing there, she was a mesmerizing vista. With a sword in hand, draped in white, her flowing dark hair framed a flawless countenance of exquisite allure. In that moment, her silhouette etched itself into the hearts of many. Years later, when recalling this day's assessment, that ethereal figure would remain vividly beautiful in their memories. Gu Niansheng is victorious, declared the judge. The audience erupted in a thunderous applause, for this contest was undoubtedly the most exhilarating they had ever witnessed, filled with twists and turns. And Miss Gu delivered the finest response. At this moment, her status as the most beautiful woman was beyond dispute, as was her prowess as a genius cultivator. All the rumors and slanders paled in comparison to her radiance at this moment. The more mud was thrown at her previously, the more precious she appeared now. In this instant, the people of the great Xia dynasty comprehended the depth of their misunderstanding regarding the young lady of the Duke of the State. Among the young women, she stood as a paragon of excellence. Not only the men, but even the women were moved, gazing at the enchanting figure on the platform, their hearts brimming with excitement and admiration. Many had faced slander, yet she had always endured in silence, never attempting to explain herself, until today when she utilized her strength as the most compelling evidence to reveal to all that it was their misunderstanding. Xia Yingxian's heart trembled at this moment. She grasped the meaning behind Gu Niansheng's earlier words, realizing that their purpose for being here today was indeed identical. Tears inexplicably welled in her eyes, as all the humiliation she had endured flashed before her. And like Niansheng, she too would cleanse all of it. From now on, she would live for herself. The eldest daughter of the Gu family had indeed faced great hardships. It was unfathomable who had spread such baseless rumors, branding an innocent girl with such disparaging titles. From this day forth, the eldest daughter of the Gu family would be my utmost idol. Her hairpin was truly unique and beautiful. Was it not unjust to label her a plain woman simply because she wore a hairpin? Zhu Jinyao even deliberately untied her hairpin, which was utterly despicable. The assembly of young women rallied in support of Gu Niansheng, their eyes filled with admiration. She was indeed a role model for all women. As Gu Niansheng descended from the arena, Gu Hongzhen swiftly approached, only to discover that the sixth prince had also followed closely behind him, leaving him perplexed. However, upon noticing Niansheng's injuries, his eyes were filled with concern. "Come, brother, I will take you to tend to your wounds. I have some excellent healing ointment." Qin Yunjing produced an exquisite, intricately designed golden porcelain bottle and handed it over. This ointment was remarkably effective and would not leave scars. Gu Hongzhen could not help but glance at Qin Yunjing. Although he hesitated to accept it, hearing that the medicine would not leave any scars, he readily took it. Items from the palace were always of the highest quality. "Thank you, Sixth Prince." Qin Yunjing waved his hand with a smile. "It is only right." "Thank you," Gu Niansheng said with a gentle smile. Upon seeing her smile, Qin Yunjing momentarily froze, but once he regained his composure, his smile grew even brighter. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel envious, realizing they had gained yet another rival. Although the majority of onlookers usually focused on the crown prince and the third prince, believing them to be the most competitive for the next ruler, they recognized that this sixth prince was also an impressive figure. Had he not consistently refrained from expressing any ambition for the throne, he would not have been overlooked. In truth, the reason the sixth prince has never revealed himself may stem from the fact that the crown prince is his elder brother, rendering his involvement unnecessary. However, in terms of strength, capability, and the emperor's affection, he is undeniably on par. It was merely unexpected that he would take an interest in their sister-in-law. As they turned their heads, they noticed Xian Qi's icy gaze, causing them to involuntarily shudder. Xian Qi is indeed astute. It is remarkable that such a stunning beauty as their sister-in-law has not gone unnoticed. Previously, it may have been excusable for others to remain oblivious, but now, with her captivating beauty unveiled before the crowd, it seems the number of future rivals is bound to increase. If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed towards Zhu Jinyao. Chapter 58. Fawning one by one. Your Majesty, the Academy's assessments have always prohibited the use of medicinal pills. Today, in your presence, such an act must be met with severe punishment. Wei Xianqi gazed at the fallen Zhu Jinyao, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Imprison Zhu Jinyao. The proclamation shocked those present, who quickly comprehended the implications. Should she have merely violated the rules of the Lingan Academy, the most she would face would be the forfeiture of her opportunity to enter the academy, and she would never be able to participate in the assessments again. However, today was different. The emperor was in attendance, and Zhu Jinyao's actions were nothing short of treason. It was a capital offense. Zhu Jinyao, who had been struggling to maintain her composure, felt utterly defeated, realizing that her loss only served to elevate Gu Niansheng's triumph. The thought of losing 300,000 taels added to her despair, and she could hardly fathom how to account for it upon her return. When she heard that she would be imprisoned, the weight of the situation became too much, and she fainted. Jinyao! Jinyao! Zhu Yuxuan, witnessing this, hastily knelt, pleading, "My sister acted out of momentary confusion. I implore your majesty to show mercy." "Please, your majesty." Once imprisoned, the chance of release would be slim, particularly given Jinyao's injuries. Her survival was uncertain. In response to Zhu Yuxuan's entreaties, the emperor did not even cast a glance, and the guards swiftly escorted Zhu Jinyao away. Gu Niansheng observed this scene, inadvertently glancing at Wei Xianqi on the platform, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, the dean of Lingan Academy announced, "Gu Niansheng has successfully reached the foundation establishment stage and is now a student of Lingan Academy, exempt from further assessments." This declaration once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Having triumphed in 2 out of 3 assessments, there was no longer any need for her to compete in the final round. Gu Niansheng had achieved the foundation establishment stage in merely a year of cultivation, truly a prodigy. The Lingan Academy was renowned for its numerous geniuses, and now another one had emerged. Gu Hongzhen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this outcome, given Niansheng's injuries. He sincerely wished for her to refrain from further competition. Niansheng, since you no longer need to participate, let us return. At his words, Gu Niansheng nodded slightly, all right. As the two prepared to depart, Qin Minglang approached, his gaze lingering on the breathtaking beauty before him, barely concealing his admiration. Allow me to escort you home. Gu Niansheng, standing beside Qin Minglang, felt a twinge of discomfort. There's no need for the third prince to trouble himself. My sister's assessment is not yet concluded. You should take care of her, Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile. My elder brother will accompany me home. Seeing Qin Minglang, Gu Hongzhen experienced a moment of displeasure. This fellow had previously disregarded Niansheng, yet now, upon witnessing her beauty, his demeanor had shifted, truly untrustworthy. Indeed, I could take Niansheng home, he affirmed. Noticing their refusals, Qin Minglang felt slightly awkward and said, I have some excellent wound medicine. I shall send someone with it shortly. The sixth prince has already provided it, Gu Hongzhen stated, revealing a porcelain vial. Yunjing? Qin Minglang furrowed his brow. Not long ago, Yunjing exhibited a keen interest in Niansheng, and today he was exceedingly cordial. Could it be that he has truly taken a liking to her? Third brother, I happen to have some with me. However, the quantity may only suffice for Niansheng. He remarked with a smile. On the martial arts stage, weapons are unpredictable. Should sister-in-law sustain any injuries, you might find yourself compelled to provide additional assistance. Hearing the man refer to her as sister-in-law, Qin Minglang had never found the term so grating before. He glanced at Gu Niansheng, who was gazing at him with eager anticipation. Gu Niansheng had no desire to engage further with Qin Minglang and walked outside with Gu Hongzhen. Just as they were about to board the carriage, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan arrived. Sister, Gu Niansheng paused as she recognized the two, though she was not particularly surprised. Gu Hongzhen, however, observed with curiosity this influx of suitors. Previously, Niansheng had only the third prince by her side, yet today, after her injury, not only had the sixth prince come, but now two more had appeared as well. Miss Gu, this elixir has healing properties, and its consumption will expedite the healing process and alleviate pain. Jiang Cheng presented the medicine to Gu Niansheng, explaining that due to Wei Xianxi attending to the emperor, they had taken it upon themselves to deliver this on his behalf. Moreover, this elixir possesses beautifying effects and will ensure no scars remain. Han Quan also offered a delicate porcelain vial. Gu Hongzhen's expression grew complex. The sixth prince's healing ointment was already quite precious, and now these two were presenting elixirs as well. Furthermore, weren't these two supposed to be close allies? Simultaneously offering elixirs. Was that appropriate? He wondered if Niansheng would accept them and which one she would favor. However, in the next moment, Gu Hongzhen observed in astonishment as Gu Niansheng accepted both elixirs. What would he do now? Gu Niansheng remained oblivious to how astonishing this scene appeared to her brother. She recognized that the elixirs were sent by Wei Xianxi and remembered the moment he stood up to advocate for her, given that she already owed him a favor. Accumulating a bit more seemed inconsequential. Please convey my gratitude to him, Gu Niansheng whispered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged brief glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. Indeed, their sister-in-law was astute. Without uttering much, she had already grasped Wei Xianxi's intentions. Gu Hongzhen watched his sister utter a few words, and the two men laughed like simpletons, unable to suppress a sigh. It was truly a sight to behold. He felt compelled to remind his sister, lest a rift arise between the two men in the future. Inside the carriage, Gu Niansheng noticed her brother observing her with a peculiar gaze and could not help but ask, Brother, do you have something on your mind? Gu Hongzhen pondered for a moment, uncertain how to broach the subject, before finally saying, Niansheng, do you have someone you hold dear? Gu Niansheng was somewhat taken aback. Brother, why do you suddenly ask this? I was merely considering that you are not so young anymore. It is time for you to think about marriage, Gu Hongzhen replied. I am not in a hurry. Gu Niansheng smiled gently. Did I not mention that I would spend more time with my parents? Very well. Gu Hongzhen nodded, reminding her to inform her elder brother should she find someone she truly cares for in the future. At the Duke of the State's residence, after Gu Niansheng had attended to her injuries, she was met with the curious gazes of her parents. Gu Hanxian and Luo exchanged a glance filled with astonishment as they beheld their daughter before them. Niansheng, your face. Is it truly healed? Gu Niansheng exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. Gu Niansheng offered a slight smile, assuring him, it has been completely cured. Luo, her eyes brimming with tears of joy, clasped her daughter's hand and said, this is wonderful news. My heart is filled with happiness. Chapter 59. The subtle struggle in the imperial garden as a woman, the devastation of one's appearance is the most difficult burden to bear. Although Luo had never voiced her anguish, she often wept in secret during the night. The mere thought of Niansheng brought her heartache, yet unexpectedly. This formidable dilemma had found resolution. Today, Niansheng was hailed as the most exquisite beauty by all. Gu Niansheng wore a beaming smile. Not only had he demonstrated remarkable prowess by advancing to the foundation establishment stage on the martial arts platform, but he also left everyone in awe. Listening intently, Gu Niansheng and Luo absorbed Gu Niansheng's vivid recount of the day's events, especially reveling in the news that Niansheng had completely redeemed her tarnished reputation. Upon learning that Zhu Jinyao had resorted to consuming elixirs to secure victory, Gu Niansheng rose in a fit of anger. The audacity of that old man from the Zhu family was astounding, and it was equally shameful that his daughter would stoop so low. Luo gazed at Niansheng with concern, asking if her wounds still pained her. Niansheng shook her head, assuring her that they were merely superficial injuries and nothing to fret over. You poor child, what hardships have you endured? So many injuries upon your body, yet you remain unfazed. Luo thought, silently wiping away her tears. It is a great injustice for any woman to suffer such wounds. Yet this girl seemed utterly indifferent, as if it were of no consequence. Father, Zhu Jinyao has already been imprisoned, but the Zhu family will undoubtedly seek to plead for her release. After all, the sister of Zhu Duzong is a consort of the emperor. Surely, tomorrow will bring another spectacle, Gu Niansheng remarked. Once he regained his composure, he assessed the current situation, noting that Zhu Jinyao had clearly harbored murderous intent towards Niansheng. Should she be released, Niansheng could be in peril. I am aware, Gu Niansheng nodded. Zhu Duzong has a share of unsavory dealings. I only need to implicate him once. However, there remains a more pressing matter. Niansheng, you shall accompany me to the palace tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng hesitated for but a moment before grasping the reason. Is it due to my appearance? The world perceives you as possessing an unsightly visage, especially after the incident at the polo grounds, compounded by your recent broken engagement, leading all to believe that you withdrew out of self-awareness of your inadequacies. Today, in full view of the public, you revealed your true self, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Yet, to speak plainly, this also constitutes a crime of deceiving the emperor. Gu Niansheng regained his sagacity from court affairs, recognizing that Zhu Duzong would undoubtedly seek to exploit this situation to his advantage. If my suspicions are correct, he will also implicate me tomorrow. My lord, could this put you in danger? Luo inquired anxiously. Niansheng did not intentionally conceal this. It was merely that the poison has been dispelled. Gu Niansheng interjected hastily. At this revelation, both Gu Niansheng and Luo exchanged startled glances. Poisoned? They had initially believed Niansheng's condition stemmed solely from her frail state upon her return, marked by dark patterns upon her face, unaware that she had been poisoned. Father, mother, I assure you, there is no cause for concern. I am perfectly fine. Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively. Her plans were merely commencing, and she was resolute in unearthing all those who lurked behind Gu Niansheng. All of this is but a conspiracy. In her past life, her entire family perished beneath this orchestrated plot, and in this lifetime, she shall ensure that these scoundrels pay the price they deserve. Gu Niansheng has also passed the assessment, yet throughout the process, she felt no joy. Instead, she sensed that everyone's gaze upon her was laden with ulterior motives. Even Ming Lang, who had previously devoted all his attention to her, seemed distracted today. I have underestimated Gu Niansheng. Gu Niansheng's eyes turned icy. Initially, she had not succeeded in directly eliminating Gu Niansheng, so she resorted to poisoning her appearance, rendering her unable to cultivate. The intention was to make her a stepping stone. The more inept Gu Niansheng became, the more remarkable she appeared. Little did she anticipate that Gu Niansheng would diverge from her expectations, slipping beyond her control without her noticing. It appears that I must employ some tactics. Gu Niansheng penned a letter. The current circumstances necessitated that she devise a means to destroy her, or else Minglang's heart would surely be swayed. The next day, Gu Niansheng accompanied her father to the palace. This matter, though seemingly trivial, could lead to dire consequences if not resolved properly today. In the imperial garden, the empress spoke. "Your Majesty, Jinyao is but a child and does not understand. She was merely frightened by the 30,000 wager and acted in haste. Please, for the sake of this humble servant, grant her your forgiveness this once." A beautiful woman in a green dress knelt before the emperor, pleading for mercy. Her name was Zhu Qingwan, the younger sister of General Zhu. True to her name, she possessed a gentle and graceful demeanor that calmed the hearts of those who beheld her. "Lady Wan, please rise," the emperor commanded. "Your Majesty, Jinyao is my niece. Her mistakes are my own. I seek to atone for her transgressions." Zhu Qingwan continued, her voice soft and soothing, evoking no ire. Jinyao had already sustained severe injuries upon being imprisoned, and without proper treatment in the dark and damp confines of the cell, her life was in jeopardy. General Zhu also knelt beside her, saying, "Your Majesty, I have gravely erred this time. I am willing to accept her punishment, pleading only for a chance at her survival. I bow and serve with utmost dedication." The emperor regarded the two kneeling figures with a hint of hesitation. The assessments of Lingan Academy do not permit the use of elixirs. Zhu Jinyao's blatant violation warrants punishment. Even if I do not pursue this matter, you must provide an explanation to the Duke of the State. At that moment, the Grand Tutor entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Duke of the State requests an audience with his daughter." Let them approach. When Gu Niansheng arrived at the imperial garden, she indeed found General Zhu and the Empress present, sighing inwardly as her suspicions were confirmed. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. Be at ease." The Emperor's face brightened with a smile. "Duke of the State, you have arrived at an opportune moment. General Zhu has been discussing the matter concerning Zhu Jinyao. What is your perspective?" "All is at your Majesty's discretion," Gu Niansheng replied with a respectful bow. Gu Niansheng stood quietly to the side, her gaze sweeping over the General Zhu and the beloved concubine Wan. The reason why Zhu Jinyao, despite her lesser status than that of the Duke of the State, dared to adopt such an attitude towards her was due to this very concubine Wan, sister of General Zhu and favored by the emperor. Though her tenure in the palace has not been extensive, her ascension to the rank of one of the 4 concubines, with only the noble consort and empress above her, undoubtedly required a measure of cunning. The Duke of the State remarked, "Yesterday, my daughter acted thoughtlessly, and I offer my apologies on her behalf. Upon our return, I shall ensure she receives a thorough reprimand. She will certainly not err in such a manner again." However, her injuries from the fall during the martial arts competition were grave. She had lost consciousness after plummeting from the stage, and her life now teetered precariously on the edge. Remaining confined in the prison, if she did not emerge soon, her very existence would be at stake. Chapter 60. Slander? Not a chance. The graceful Wan Fei's eyes brimmed with tears. After all, Jinyao was but a young lady, unaccustomed to such grave injuries. I genuinely fear she may not endure this." Gu Niansheng, sharp as a tack, recognized that although Commander Zhu's words seemed to convey an apology, they subtly implied her harshness. Together with Wan Fei, they painted her as cold-hearted. She was not one to suffer silently. It was impossible for others to unjustly tarnish her reputation. The Duke of State also grasped this reality and hastily interjected, "My daughter's actions yesterday were not intentional. She's by no means a cruel person. I perceive that Miss Gu's presence today is rather." Just as Commander Zhu was about to dismantle the Duke's statement, he turned to find Gu Niansheng, who had appeared perfectly well, now with blood seeping from her wound, starkly visible against her white gown. Her previously rosy complexion had turned pale, and she appeared utterly drained, as if on the brink of fainting, yet she stubbornly clung to a semblance of strength, struggling to maintain her composure. That sight even made him ponder the difficulty of her maintaining the audience with the emperor. "Your Majesty, please spare Jinyao this time. It is merely a youthful contest of pride, a transgression not deserving of death." Wan Fei, in tears, was suddenly struck with concern for Gu Niansheng, but upon turning, she was met with the sight of the extremely weakened Gu Niansheng, and her voice was abruptly stifled. What transpired? Why had Gu Niansheng's injuries escalated so severely the moment she turned? The emperor, initially softened, found his gaze hardening upon Gu Niansheng. Duke of State, what is the condition of Miss Gu's injuries? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The Duke bowed slightly. My daughter's injuries have been tended to. The imperial physician indicated her constitution is already frail, and having sustained severe wounds, she merely requires proper care for a period to avoid lasting repercussions. He had anticipated Commander Zhu would employ the strategy of feigned injury, and with one phased, tearful display, it was likely Gu Niansheng would be easily exonerated. However, the fact remained that Gu Niansheng was at fault from the outset, repeatedly scheming against Niansheng. He felt a surge of indignation, knowing these individuals wished to shift the blame onto Niansheng. Thus, he spoke with a tone tinged with pity. Yet, he could not overstate his words. For Niansheng's injuries had already been dressed, and the extent was not overtly evident. As he awaited the rebuttals from Commander Zhu and Wan Fei, he noticed they had fallen silent, stirring his curiosity. Instinctively, he cast a glance at his daughter. Upon this glance, he was taken aback. What was happening? Fortunately, the Duke, seasoned from years of navigating the political arena, quickly comprehended the situation, his face a mask of concern as he pressed, Niansheng, how are you holding up? Can you persevere? Father, I'm fine. Gu Niansheng, with her pale visage, shook her head, struggling to conjure a semblance of smile, though faint traces of blood were discernible at the corners of her lips. Upon witnessing this scene, the emperor felt a pang of sympathy. He had observed the ferocity with which Gu Niansheng had acted the day before, yet the Duke of State had not uttered a word regarding it. Comparing this with the words of General Zhu, he found the Duke's restraint truly commendable. General Zhu cast a sidelong glance at the Duke, recognizing his cunning nature. The beauty of Miss Gu was indeed astonishing. She was undeniably the daughter of the realm's most exquisite maiden. Suddenly, Consort One shifted the conversation, saying, "What a marvel!" Gu Niansheng inwardly scoffed, realizing that this seemingly unassuming consort was far from naive. It was puzzling how her reputation had suffered so, especially after losing the engagement with the third prince. Was that not a grievous error? The emperor's gaze fell upon Gu Niansheng, and he involuntarily frowned, recalling the matter of her broken engagement. At that moment, a series of footsteps approached, causing everyone to turn and see the empress and the sixth prince arriving. Your Majesty, you two are in the imperial garden? The empress expressed surprise, smiling as she approached with Qin Yunjing. Gu Niansheng observed the empress, who exuded grace and elegance. Time had barely left a mark upon her, instead lending her a charm that youthful women often lacked. Her regal poise was evident in her every gesture, and even a mere smile revealed her innate grace. While Consort One appeared gentle and tender, she seemed somewhat overshadowed in the presence of the empress. Are you here to admire the blossoms? The emperor inquired, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing the empress. Father. Qin Yunjing bowed respectfully before turning his attention to Gu Niansheng, who regarded him with equal curiosity, surprised by the serendipitous encounter with the sixth prince and the empress. Just as this thought crossed her mind, two more individuals approached. Lady Lu, third prince, you have also arrived. The empress's face radiated warmth, her calm gaze directed toward the newcomers as if she had anticipated their arrival. Upon seeing the empress, Lu Guifei's expression subtly shifted, casting a knowing glance at Qin Minglang, while maintaining a serene smile. Your Majesty, Empress, the weather is splendid today, and Minglang has accompanied me for a stroll. I did not expect such a fortuitous meeting. Qin Minglang also bowed respectfully, his gaze drifting toward Qin Yunjing, his brow instinctively furrowing. After the events of the previous day, he had surmised this would be the outcome. Hence he had sought his mother's assistance to ascertain the emperor's whereabouts, and had come specifically to find him, only to encounter the empress and his sixth brother here. Yunjing had previously shown great warmth toward Niansheng, and now his unexpected presence here seemed too coincidental to be mere chance. Consort One, noticing the sudden influx of guests, pondered whether the situation would prove advantageous or detrimental to them. The Duke of State was equally perplexed. The feud between two young individuals hardly warranted such a crowd. Miss Gu's injuries are quite severe. Qin Yunjing observed the bloodstains on Gu Niansheng's garments and her pale visage, concern etching itself upon his features. The queen glanced at her son. Although Yunjing often delighted in playful antics and did not share the burden of concerns for his majesty like his elder brother, he would never summon assistance for the sake of a lady. At this moment, her gaze fell upon Miss Gu, the daughter of the Gu family, who indeed possessed a captivating beauty. However, her frailty rendered her precariously close to collapse, as if she might faint at any moment. Your Majesty, how could Miss Gu have entered the palace in such a serious condition? She ought to be resting and recuperating, the queen remarked. Mother, yesterday, Miss Gu faced off against Ms. Zhu during the Academy's assessment. That encounter was nothing short of spectacular, yet fraught with peril, Qin Yunjing lamented. The queen realized the gravity of the situation. It appeared the assault had been quite severe. My lady, my injuries are merely a reflection of my own inadequacies. I am grateful for your concern, Your Majesty. Gu Niansheng expressed her gratitude. Chapter 61. Caught red-handed? A shadow flickered in the eyes of the Duke of Zhu as he underestimated the seemingly ineffectual young lady of the Gu family. Every word she uttered was a pointed retort to his own statements. This insinuated that Jinyao's severe injuries were due to her lack of prowess, making her adversary blameless. Yet here he was, using the situation as a means of exoneration. In comparison, he appeared petty, while the Duke of the State showcased humility and magnanimity. The gaze of concubine Wan swept between the third prince and the empress before landing on the stunningly beautiful Gu Niansheng. It dawned on her that this enchantress had not only spurned the third prince's betrothal, but had also caught the eye of the sixth prince. What a coincidence! This was clearly the sixth prince, accompanied by the empress, coming to her aid. Fortunately, the third prince and concubine Lu were also present. Concubine Lu had always disdained Gu Niansheng, and mentioning her would provoke her displeasure. Given that Gu Niansheng had rejected the engagement, it was unlikely she would come to offer assistance today. Upon seeing Gu Niansheng, concubine Lu was inevitably taken aback. The last time they met, she had realized the girl was not as inferior as she had imagined. Today, she could only affirm that she truly was the daughter of the most beautiful woman, surpassing her mother in grace and charm. Ming Lang had often expressed his displeasure whenever Gu Niansheng was mentioned, yet this time, upon hearing of her entrance to the palace, he had made a special effort to arrive. Concubine Wan noticed the peculiar expression on concubine Lu's face, further solidifying her suspicions. The young Lady Gu was indeed a paragon of beauty, and seeing her ill evoked a profound sense of sympathy. It would be better for her to return and rest. She feigned concern. Concubine Lu furrowed her brow. If Gu Niansheng's beauty remained intact, why then would she reject the engagement? Even Qin Minglang could not comprehend this. At that moment, Gu Niansheng suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty, this daughter has come to the palace with her father to offer an apology. The Duke of Zhu and concubine Wan would not let this opportunity slip. It would be better for her to confess, thereby removing their leverage. Oh, the emperor replied with calm composure. What sin is there? This daughter's appearance was grievously marred, not an intentional concealment. It was only recently that I discovered my disfigurement was not innate, but rather a consequence of poisoning. Upon hearing this, expressions of astonishment spread among the gathered attendees. Since reclaiming his daughter, the Duke of the State had dressed her in a peculiar manner, rarely allowing her to venture outside, and whenever she did, she became the subject of ridicule. Her disheveled appearance had long been ingrained in the minds of the people until the commotion caused by Zhu Jinyao revealed that her odd attire was an attempt to mask her unfortunate looks, turning her into a mere laughingstock. However, the notion of poisoning was altogether different. The poison I suffered from is exceedingly rare. My parents had sought physicians, but to no avail, until a few days ago, when I encountered the King of the North, who discerned my affliction and revealed the truth. Thus, I came to understand the reason for my condition. The King of the North? The Emperor inquired, intrigued. The King of the North is truly a benevolent soul. He saw through my poisoning and extended his hand to assist me, allowing me to break free from the poison. Gu Niansheng's eyes sparkled with heartfelt gratitude, her expression a testament to her infinite appreciation for the king of the north. However, the expressions of those present were somewhat peculiar. They all understood the character of the northern king, known for his aloofness and emotional detachment. The likelihood of him helping someone was exceedingly slim. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a god of death. As for being a benefactor, that was a connection too distant to fathom. Qin Minglang couldn't help but recall the earlier encounter at the tavern where he saw the northern king in the company of Niansheng. At that time, she merely mentioned a matter to discuss, and he had assumed it to be mere nonsense. Now, connecting the dots, he grasped the situation. Surely, it was related to the matter of antidotes. Otherwise, these two unrelated individuals would never have met. He had not anticipated that the northern king possessed such a facet. The emperor's displeasure dissipated somewhat upon mentioning the northern king. Gu Niansheng's brilliant performance yesterday was indeed impressive. Yet as the emperor, he could easily discern the underlying issue. If there were an intention to conceal matters and withdraw from the engagement, it would be audacious for a mere subject's daughter. The northern king truly had a heart of compassion. The young lady was immensely grateful. Gu Niansheng lowered her head, appearing joyful and moved in the eyes of the onlookers. But in her mind, she pondered how to shift the blame onto Wei Xianqi. Surely he wouldn't expose her, right? Given the current circumstances, he was the most suitable scapegoat. If she continued to use her spirit master as a shield, it might not convince anyone. And if inadvertently uncovered, it would be them who faced imprisonment. After all, her poison was no ordinary toxin, and the matter of the cleansing fruit could scarcely remain hidden. To her astonishment, the image of the northern prince loomed large in the eyes of Miss Gu. A familiar, cool voice resonated from behind, and the crowd turned to see a tall figure clad in black striding forward. Even with a mask obscuring his features, he emanated an unparalleled elegance and charm. Gu Niansheng thought, why is Wei Xianqi here as well? I had arranged to play chess with the northern king today. I did not anticipate such a lively gathering. The emperor remarked with a faint smile, directed at Wei Xianqi. Ah, so it was you who assisted Gu Niansheng. Gu Niansheng could only cast a pleading glance toward Wei Xianqi, silently urging him not to reveal her secret. Yet, in the face of her urgent gaze, he appeared oblivious. Responding with, I was unaware, a wave of despair washed over Gu Niansheng. This was troublesome. Miss Gu's gratitude is evident. It seems my assistance has not gone unrewarded. Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback, nearly terrified by Wei Xianqi's pause. So it was indeed the northern king who extended his help? Qin Yunji inquired, astonished. What kind of poison is this that proves so difficult to resolve that so many physicians are at a loss? Qin Minglang questioned skeptically. This poison is peculiar and rare. Had it not been for the northern king possessing a cleansing fruit, Miss Gu's toxin would indeed remain unresolved. With the mention of the cleansing fruit, understanding dawned upon everyone. The cleansing fruit was a precious treasure, capable of neutralizing any toxin. The necessity of this fruit to cure Gu Niansheng's poison underscored its severity. The cleansing fruit? Qin Minglang's expression shifted slightly. The favored concubine Lu is also poisoned, and the physicians claimed only the cleansing fruit could cure her completely. Despite seeking numerous doctors, they have only managed to alleviate her condition temporarily. Yet, I had no idea the northern king possessed one. The Duke of the State was inwardly astonished. The northern king, known for his aloof demeanor, had surprisingly come to the aid of Niansheng on multiple occasions. It seemed that the two shared an unusual bond. Indeed, the northern king affirmed, although it felt somewhat uncomfortable to lie in the presence of the northern king. Gu Niansheng continued, the poison in this humble maiden has only just been alleviated. There is no intention to conceal the truth, and I beseech your majesty to discern wisely. At that moment, the emperor's doubts were allayed. With the northern king vouching for her, what further issues could arise? Unexpectedly, the northern king's singular detoxifying fruit had bestowed an additional beauty upon the imperial city. The emperor chuckled lightly. Commander Zhu and concubine Wan exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected developments. It was no wonder that Gu Niansheng had undergone such a remarkable transformation in recent times. Chapter 62. Who tempts whom? Miss Gu is truly understated. Having known you for such a long time, it was only yesterday that I discovered your remarkable talent. remarked General Zhu. It is permissible that the girl's beauty has only recently been restored, but surely her cultivation could not have improved so swiftly. General Zhu's statement is misguided, interjected Gu Niansheng. The Lady Zhu is acquainted with is my younger sister. It is only natural that she is unaware of my existence, as I seldom engage with her. Gu Niansheng sighed, saying since her return, my daughter has been reclusive due to her disfigured appearance, seldom stepping beyond our threshold. And it is only recently that she has regained her confidence. This statement rings true. Since Gu Niansheng's return, her infrequent outings have left many unfamiliar with her. Yet the rumors surrounding her have been abundant for reasons unknown. General Zhu scoffed inwardly, doubting the girl's simplicity. Given the exorbitant wager, it seems she has deliberately set a trap, yet her feigned innocence renders him unable to find evidence, which is quite frustrating. Now, with Miss Gu being the most beautiful woman in the imperial city, having gained admission to Lingan Academy, she is indeed a fitting match for the third prince. I wonder about this marriage. General Zhu's gaze fell upon the third prince. As a man, he could discern the glimmer of thoughts reflected in the young man's eyes. How could any young man remain unmoved by such beauty? As expected, upon hearing this, Qin Minglang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Simultaneously, Qin Yunjing's expression subtly shifted, instinctively glancing at the empress. Before the empress could speak, Wei Xianqi solemnly remarked, "The marriage between the third prince and the Duke of Jinghua is set to take place in 3 days. This matter is already common knowledge, and everyone extends their congratulations." What is the meaning of General Zhu's words at this moment? The emperor's gaze turned icy. It was getting late. General Zhu, Lady Wan, it is time for you to depart. General Zhu quickly knelt. Your Majesty, I misspoke. I hope leave. The emperor's fury was palpable. Observing the emperor's anger, Lady Lu glanced at Qin Minglang, silently urging him to abandon any thoughts of interference. Duke of Jinghua, Miss Gu's injuries are still serious. You should return and recuperate. With that, the emperor turned to the empress, who immediately declared, I shall send someone to prepare nourishing provisions for the Duke of Zhenggua's household. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Empress. It was only upon boarding the carriage that the Duke of Zhenggua anxiously inquired, Niansheng, what of your injuries? Father, it is of no consequence. Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile, her complexion already regaining its rosy hue, as she had deliberately employed her yuan power to create the illusion. Seeing this, the Duke chuckled softly, surprised by his daughter's cleverness. General Zhu had intended to shift the blame onto us. Had I not acted as I did, Lady Wan's performance would have been effective. Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. If it is indeed a tragic act, then it must be a competition of woes. As long as she can endure her own hardships, the emperor shall not easily grant forgiveness. Gu Niansheng gazed upon his daughter, realizing that he had previously underestimated her. She was far more astute than he had imagined, filling him with pride. My daughter is indeed clever, far more so than General Zhu's girl. It is only fitting she digs a pit for her own downfall. Gu Niansheng chuckled softly, acknowledging that Zhu Jinyao's crimes did not warrant death. Eventually, she would be released, though by then she would have suffered greatly. Such lessons must be learned. Gu Huanchuan naturally concurred. Upon returning to the Duke of State's residence, Luo Yi and Gu Hongzhen welcomed them, breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing that the grave crisis had been averted. However, what surprised Gu Niansheng was that after their return, Qin Minglang had specifically come to see her, fresh from rebandaging her wounds. Gu Niansheng regarded the suddenly appearing Qin Minglang with a gaze full of perplexity. Third Prince, what brings you here? I saw you in the palace and noticed your injuries were severe. I was concerned and came to check on you. Qin Minglang replied, his face radiating warmth and kindness, with genuine concern etched across his brow. A close inspection would even reveal a hint of pain in his eyes. You are too courteous, Third Prince. My injuries are trivial. With some recuperation, I shall recover. Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively, already contemplating how to see him off. The mere sight of this scoundrel filled her with disdain. Wishing fervently for him and Gu Niansheng to be together, never to harm anyone else. Yet at that moment, Qin Minglang unexpectedly grasped her hand and asked Niansheng, why have you suddenly grown so distant with me? Third prince, you are my brother-in-law, and given our previous engagement, we must maintain appropriate boundaries, Gu Niansheng replied coldly, withdrawing her hand, hoping he would show some restraint. I know you are still angry about my previous actions, Qin Minglang said, seemingly unfazed by her reaction, and continued earnestly. The reason for my behavior was my displeasure at seeing your closeness with the king of the north. If I had known your connection with him was solely for the detoxification fruit, I would have never acted thus. Gu Niansheng furrowed her brow, perplexed by his words. Third prince, none of this is of any consequence now. Niansheng, the one destined to marry me, should be you, Qin Minglang declared, his gaze fixed upon her captivating beauty, his resolve intensifying. If you are willing, I can speak to my father immediately. What does that sound? As Qin Minglang reached out once more, Gu Niansheng swiftly brushed his hand away, her exquisitely alluring face now cloaked in coldness. Qin Minglang, you previously treated me as if I were worthless, engaging in a public engagement while secretly consorting with Niansheng. Do you not find it laughable to say such things to me now? Qin Minglang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her words. What did you say? Niansheng, I had a profound misunderstanding of you before, but I have come to realize. Brother Minglang, sister, what are you two doing? Gu Niansheng, having heard of Qin Minglang's arrival, rushed out to greet him, but upon not seeing him, learned he had come to Niansheng's courtyard. She hurried over, only to be confronted with the scene before her. Sister, I have always treated you sincerely, yet you dare to seduce my fiancé? Observing the tears welling in Gu Niansheng's eyes, Qin Minglang felt an unusual indifference for the first time. Instead, Gu Niansheng raised her hand and said, Sister, you arrived just in time. Could you kindly escort your prospective fiancé back? Sister, you have seduced Brother Minglang, and yet you dare to utter such words? You truly go too far. Gu Niansheng's face flushed crimson, her right hand trembling slightly as she pointed at her, evidently infuriated. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng let out a light laugh, her brows and eyes reflecting her impatience. Gu Niansheng, there are only the three of us here. Why must you continue this charade? What did you say? Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback. This past year, what have you done behind my back? Are you truly so oblivious? A woman's dark, ink-like eyes resembled the frigid glaciers of the far north, lacking even a hint of warmth. Chapter 63. Unmasking her hypocrisy. Gu Niansheng, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Niansheng exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration. Nonsense? A cold smile graced Gu Niansheng's lips as she advanced step by step toward Gu Niansheng. For years, you have usurped what rightfully belongs to me, and upon my return, you cling to the engagement without a hint of relinquishment. You feign delicacy, putting on a pitiful performance, while simultaneously spreading rumors about me to tarnish my reputation, merely to cast yourself as the epitome of gentility and grace. I haven't, Gu Niansheng stammered. Haven't you? Gu Niansheng retorted sharply. Since my return, I have been confined within these walls, obedient to your every whim. Pray tell, from where have these rumors originated? If not from your deliberate machinations, could they possibly be from our elder brother or our parents? Driven back by the relentless interrogation, Gu Niansheng's expression turned increasingly frantic. Of course, Gu Niansheng continued, her voice growing more forceful. To preserve your image, you enlisted that foolish Zhu Jinyao to assist you in targeting me, ensuring that any fallout could be conveniently cast upon her, thus safeguarding your own reputation. But, Gu Niansheng's tone intensified. Do you truly believe others are fools? Every garment I wear has been chosen by you. Every brushstroke of my makeup has been applied by your hand. Surely you cannot attribute these matters to Zhu Jinyao as well? Or is your aesthetic truly that lacking? Then why do you never adorn yourself in such a manner? Her inky black eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, yet the piercing brilliance within them seemed to strip away all pretense. Faced with such a Gu Niansheng instinctively felt a pang of guilt and fear. The intensity of her gaze was suffocating, leaving her devoid of the courage to defend herself. Nearby, Qin Minglang stood in stunned silence, having been oblivious to these revelations. He had always assumed Gu Niansheng to be merely rustic, unworthy of attention. Now, witnessing the once gentle Niansheng rendered speechless under scrutiny, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. I, I. In that moment, a realization dawned upon Qin Minglang. His understanding of Gu Niansheng had been solely derived from Nianen's narrative. He had seldom looked her way unless absolutely necessary. Who would have thought there was so much more beneath the surface, and that he had remained in ignorance until now? Brother Minglang, do not heed her fabrications. Gu Nianen, sensing the shift in Qin Minglang's demeanor, recognized the peril she faced. She must hold onto him tightly, ensuring he would not be swayed by Gu Niansheng's allure. Is she who has wronged me? I have done nothing. Tears streamed down Gu Nianen's pale cheeks, her countenance exuding helplessness. Sister, even if you disapprove of my engagement with Brother Minglang, there is no need to utter such words. Spare me the act of fragility. I am utterly weary of your tears, Gu Niansheng scoffed. Indeed, I am the biological daughter of our parents. What of it? Do you think I would bully you merely for that reason? Who in the entire imperial city is unaware that Miss Gu is a prodigious cultivator? Who does not know that your brother Minglang is constantly watching over you? Pray tell, with my cultivation level, how could I possibly bully you? Or are you merely a fool incapable of defending yourself? With your incessant wailing, has the third prince not troubled me enough? Gu Niansheng's eyes blazed with fury. In both this life and the last, she had witnessed the destruction of the lives of hundreds in the Duke of Zhengguo's household due to Gu Nian's incessant theatrics. Now, as she beheld the loathsome tears before her, she could hardly contain her desire to rend this woman before her into shreds. After being doused in slander time and again, how dare she even think herself worthy? At that moment, outside the room, the Duke of Zhengguo, Luo Yi, and Gu Hongzhen stood frozen, having hurried over upon hearing the commotion, only to be struck by Niansheng's vehement words. In their eyes, Niansheng was a solitary soul, though obedient and cared for. She seldom expressed her thoughts until today. Today, as they heard her pointed inquiries, they began to grasp the myriad events that had unfolded unbeknownst to them. Gu Hongzhen, with clarity in his heart, recalled the shock he felt when Niansheng had spoken candidly to him days prior. It was only now that he comprehended why she had remained silent for so long. They had always believed Nian to be kind and gentle, yet they were oblivious to the undercurrents that had been swirling in secret. Had Niansheng voiced her concerns earlier, they might have dismissed her. Hence, she had endured until this moment. Understanding the nature of the relationship between Nian and the third prince, she had taken the initiative to call off the engagement, willing to facilitate their union rather than bear further indignity. Gu Nian, eager to explain herself to Qin Minglang, suddenly noticed that her parents had arrived unbeknownst to her. Their gazes now fixed upon her. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and her countenance turned rigid. At that instant, Qin Minglang appeared to grasp the entirety of the situation. He had not anticipated Nianen's cunning, nor had he realized the extent of Niansheng's grievances. It was no wonder she had insisted on breaking off the engagement after reclaiming her beauty. Niansheng, I was in the wrong for allowing you to be wronged before. I swear you shall never be wronged again, he declared. Just then, a deep, grave voice resonated through the air. The third prince, startled, Qin Minglang, turned to see the Duke of Zhengguo enter the room. You are to wed Nian in 2 days. Yet here you are speaking such words in Niansheng's quarters? Though I may not match your lofty status, you shall not treat my daughters as mere objects to be claimed at will. Duke of Zhengguo, that is not my intention, Qin Minglang stammered, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Niansheng requires rest. I shall not permit you to linger, Gu Hongzhen interjected sternly. Qin Minglang dared not protest further. Casting a glance at Gu Niansheng, he took his leave. Father, mother, what my sister just said is not true. I did not. Gu Nian rushed to explain. Nian, it is getting late. You should return to rest, her mother advised gently. Gu Hongzhen interrupted her words. The ensuing 2 days within the residence were remarkably tranquil. Neither Gu Nian nor Qin Minglang made an appearance. However, Gu Niansheng could distinctly sense that her parents were increasingly attentive towards her. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. In truth, her family had never treated her unjustly. It was she who felt remorse towards them. Tomorrow marked the day of Gu Nianen's wedding, and once this troublesome matter was resolved, the household would find solace. As she lifted the lunch that Yi had sent, Gu Niansheng was just about to take a bite when she paused, struck by the aroma wafting through the air. Chapter 64. Someone has poisoned the dish, miss. Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking today? Gu Niansheng pondered over the dish before her and inquired. Did you bring this meal directly from the small kitchen? Indeed, Yi replied with a nod. Was there anything unusual during the journey? Yi shook her head. No. I took it and returned immediately. There was nothing amiss. A light chuckle escaped Gu Niansheng's lips as she realized that Gu Niansheng had developed a deep-seated hatred toward her. Previously, she had merely resorted to petty tricks, but now she had resorted to direct poisoning. With her rebirth and the changes it entailed, many events had transformed, including this act of poisoning which had not occurred before. Miss, there wouldn't be any poison in this dish, would there? Yi had also grown more astute. Ever since she discovered that the second young miss was not as benevolent as she appeared, her vigilance had heightened. Gu Niansheng refrained from answering immediately, scrutinizing the food closely, a cold smile creeping into her eyes. This poison, while not lethal, was intended to disfigure. Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, clearly aware of Gu Niansheng's obsession with ruining her appearance. Fortunately, her medical skills had significantly improved. Otherwise, she would have never detected this colorless and odorless substance. Thankfully, this dish was one of her favorites, so she could easily identify even the slightest alteration. Disfigurement? Yi's eyes widened, and she hastily responded, Miss, I'm exceedingly cautious now. I understand, Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile. Since the incident with the medicinal liquid, Yi had indeed become much more careful. There were countless ways to poison, with so many individuals in the small kitchen. It would be simple to bribe one of them. In the past, she had been oblivious to the poison, but now, attempting to use the same trick was nothing short of fantasy. Miss, should we inform the master? No need. Gu Niansheng's eyes darkened with a hint of coldness. Only a defeated child would seek their parents' aid, but I prefer to retaliate in kind. The next day, the Duke of State's residence, adorned with red silk, radiated an atmosphere of festivity. The maids and servants busily attended to their tasks, and numerous guests arrived to celebrate with the Duke's family. As the elder sister, Gu Niansheng donned a resplendent purple gown, her appearance more exquisite than usual, yet her face was veiled with a thin gauze. She stood in the inner courtyard, observing the incessant stream of guests, her clear eyes gleaming with amusement. In light of recent events, both Gu Hanxian and Luo Yi displayed a shift in their emotions as they accompanied Gu Niansheng to her wedding. Gu Niansheng, unfazed by these changes, was aware that her ascendance to the position of the crown princess was inevitable. It wasn't until she saw Gu Niansheng adorned in a veil that her eyes sparkled with joy as she climbed into the bridal sedan. Gu Hongzhen, puzzled, gazed at his younger sister. Niansheng, why are you wearing a veil today? Afraid that my beauty might overshadow the bride, Gu Niansheng replied. Gu Hongzhen, not humble at all, yet there is some truth to that. The Duke of State's residence. Gu Niansheng accompanied Gu Hongzhen to the Ming Wangfu, a magnificent residence bestowed by the emperor, befitting the favored third prince. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, filled with joy as officials and notable figures gathered to offer their congratulations. Upon their arrival, many gazes turned toward the duo, particularly to Gu Hongzhen, one of the four talents of the imperial city. However, today, the spotlight was undeniably on Gu Niansheng. Recently, she had shed the label of a worthless individual by defeating Zhu Jinyao, who had relied on elixirs, and had gained admission to Lingan Academy with her foundational strength. Moreover, she had inadvertently revealed her true beauty, ascending to the title of the unrivaled first beauty of the imperial city. Most remarkably, she had relinquished the position of Ming Wangfei, a choice that seemed imprudent given the esteemed match that the Ming prince represented. Finding another suitor of such caliber in the future would prove challenging. As Gu Niansheng descended from the carriage, she felt the collective gaze of the crowd fixated upon her. Many attendees were eager to seize the opportunity to witness the first beauty's charm, although her veil obscured her features, adding an air of mystique to her allure. Qin Minglang, clad in a resplendent red wedding robe, greeted the congratulations with a smile that upon closer inspection did not reach his eyes. In recent days, He had come to realize many truths. Niansheng was not the innocent, uncalculating person he had believed her to be, and Niansheng was far from the pitiful figure he had imagined. This stark contrast left him feeling manipulated by Gu Niansheng, stirring discontent within him. "Congratulations, Ming Wangye," Gu Hongzhen said with a smile, though his emotions toward his new brother-in-law were rather complex. Niansheng, Qin Minglang regarded Gu Niansheng, who appeared even more elegant and noble in her splendid attire, stirring a deeper admiration within him. "Congratulations," Gu Niansheng replied coolly before proceeding inside, finding even a fleeting glance at him distasteful. "Do you think the eldest daughter of the Gu family will regret her decision?" One wondered aloud. In truth, the Ming Wangye's affections lie with the second daughter of the Gu family. Her choice to step aside is truly commendable. I fail to understand the Ming Wangye's perspective. Isn't the eldest daughter superior in every way to the second? Why would he choose an adopted daughter? In the eyes of the onlookers, though the engagement had been initiated by Gu Niansheng, it was evident that she would not have made such a choice unless compelled, rendering the Ming Wangye's judgment quite peculiar. Were they in his position, they would undoubtedly select Gu Niansheng. "Niansheng, you have arrived." Qin Yunji greeted Gu Niansheng with a cheerful smile, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Today is my third brother's wedding. Are you not disappointed?" "What could I possibly be disappointed about?" Gu Niansheng replied with a light laugh. "I only wish for their enduring happiness." Indeed, she was a forthright individual. Qin Yunjing exclaimed, "Come, let me show you around this estate. It is indeed a splendid gift from father to third brother." Observing how Qin Yunjing regarded this place as his own home, he casually took her by the hand and led her on a leisurely stroll. Gu Niansheng initially intended to decline, yet, seeing the multitude of individuals approaching for conversation, she opted to accompany him instead. Remaining in one spot would only lead to greater tedium, especially his elder brother seemed more accustomed to such social gatherings. Within the Ming Wang mansion, pavilions and towers adorned with intricate carvings and paintings manifested exquisite artistry at every turn. Streams meandered through the estate, harmonizing with the verdant vines and ancient trees, creating an atmosphere of serene elegance, distinctively unique. I had also taken a liking to this residence, Qin Yunjing sighed, but unfortunately, third brother married before I could. Chapter 65, A Grand Gift for My Sister. Gu Niansheng smiled lightly, suggesting that the sixth prince should have been the one to marry first. "My third brother has long been engaged, and I cannot compete with him." Qin Yunjing spread his hands, appearing both helpless and playful. "Why do you wear a veil today? Are you afraid of overshadowing the bride? Why is the sixth prince so warm towards me? Is it because we will soon be in the same class?" Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. Over the past few days, she had made a point to inquire about the sixth prince and discovered that, although he had concealed his brilliance, he was indeed a very astute prince. She felt that there was nothing extraordinary about his attentiveness. "We will frequently encounter each other at Lingan Academy. Is it not advantageous to have more friends?" If anyone else had expressed such sentiments, she would have readily believed them. "Yet, you are the sixth prince, and I am merely the daughter of the Duke of the State. What assistance could I possibly offer you?" Gu Niansheng replied with a calm demeanor. Seeing this, Qin Yunjing chuckled helplessly. "Why does my third brother consider you foolish? You are clearly quite intelligent." Gu Niansheng remained silent, simply observing him. "In fact, you have a connection to Lingsheng Lu, do you not?" Although framed as a question, Qin Yunjing's tone was resolute. In that instant, Gu Niansheng understood. There was indeed an underlying reason for this. "Niansheng, Lingsheng Lu was perhaps originally a coincidence. But I just happen to know that you are quite familiar with the establishment's manager, and connecting that with your name certainly suggests a relationship." Qin Yunjing's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. "So what does that imply?" Maintaining her composure, Gu Niansheng refrained from disclosing to others that she was the proprietor of Lingsheng Lu. However, even if this information were spread, she would not be concerned. After all, this matter would eventually become known to all. "That's all," Qin Yunjing said, spreading his hands. "Niansheng, who wouldn't want to know you in the entire imperial city? Is it not perfectly natural for me to wish to make your acquaintance? I merely happen to know a bit more about your connection to Lingsheng Lu than others." His expression was sincere. Gu Niansheng regarded his candid demeanor and concluded that he was not lying. This sensation was reminiscent of her sudden friendship with Xia Yingxian. There was no malice intended, merely a desire for companionship. "Sixth prince, there you are." At that moment, a servant hurried over. "The third prince is looking for you urgently." "Very well," Qin Yunjing responded. Then turned to Gu Niansheng. "Shall we go together? Since it is an urgent matter, you should go quickly." "I shall return alone," Gu Niansheng replied, making her way toward the banquet area. Along the path, she heard the sound of a woman weeping. "Please let me in. I am the concubine of the Ming prince. Why must I be driven away? The Ming princess has issued a decree. Today is the joyous occasion for the prince and princess. What right does a mere concubine have to enter? Begone." The guards of the Ming prince's residence responded coldly to the woman's pleas, showing no mercy as they expelled her. The woman appeared somewhat familiar to Gu Niansheng. Upon closer inspection, she recognized her as Qing Lian, a maidservant of Qin Minglang. Although he had not taken a formal wife, the presence of concubines in his household was well known. It was only later that she learned of this woman's existence. By that time, was already married to Qin Minglang. It was rumored that Gu Niansheng had expended considerable effort to deal with this maid, yet she was no ordinary girl, having conceived Qin Minglang's child and eventually becoming his concubine. Indeed, much had changed. Gu Niansheng sighed inwardly. In her previous life, had she not called off her engagement? Even if she had wed Wei Xianqi, Qin Minglang would have married Gu Niansheng 2 years later. Now everything had transpired prematurely, and perhaps Qin Lian's fate would also be altered. With this thought in mind, Gu Niansheng approached and swiftly incapacitated 2 guards. Qin Lian, witnessing their sudden collapse, was filled with panic. "What? What are you going to do?" she stammered. Gu Niansheng crossed her arms and smiled gently. "Did you not wish to enter? I am merely assisting you." Qin Lian paused, her brow furrowing slightly. "But why would you help me? I cannot abide by 2 burly men bullying a frail woman. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda. How could I stand idly by while a defenseless girl is cast to the streets?" Gratitude washed over Qin Lian's face. "Thank you, miss. If there is ever a chance, I shall repay your kindness." Just as she prepared to enter, Gu Niansheng called out, "You might be recognized if you go in like that." Instead, a moment later, Gu Niansheng surveyed the scene, pleased to see Qin Lian donned in her attire. "Now you may enter with peace of mind." "Thank you, miss," Qin Lian replied gratefully. "Not all. A guest is always welcome." Gu Niansheng responded with a sense of entitlement. "My lady," the little fox interjected, unable to contain her curiosity, "are you not concerned that others will discover your involvement? What is there to worry about?" Gu Niansheng replied dismissively, "I have already severed ties with Gu Niansheng. Besides, I am not ushering an assassin in. Qin Lian is already a part of Qin Minglang's affairs. I am merely lending a helping hand." The little fox chuckled. "It seems it will be quite the spectacle to behold." She mused, as her elder sister, "I possess nothing to offer her, but sending someone to add a touch of joy for my sister will surely leave a lasting impression." With a cold smile lingering at the corners of her lips, Gu Niansheng trailed Qin Lian from a distance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Just then, a maid approached Qin Lian. "Miss Gu, why are you still here? The banquet is about to commence. Allow me to escort you." Qin Lian momentarily hesitated, recalling her obligation to attend the banquet, and nodded in agreement. Gu Niansheng scrutinized the maid, her brow furrowing involuntarily. This girl did not belong to the Duke of Jingguo's residence, and given that Qin Yunjing had departed only recently, it was unlikely he would send someone to find her. Who then had dispatched this maid? Something felt amiss. She immediately sensed deceit afoot, but since the other party had mistaken her identity, she decided to follow and uncover the truth. "Master, did you not administer the poison to Gu Niansheng? Why has she not yet shown any signs of reaction?" The little fox inquired with curiosity. "The poison I administered has a delayed effect. If she were to be disfigured before her marriage, it would reflect poorly on the Duke's residence. However, should an issue arise after she is wed into the Ming Wang estate, it would no longer concern us." Gu Niansheng's clear eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Since Gu Niansheng took such pleasure in poisoning and disfiguring her, she would allow Gu Niansheng to experience the taste of disfigurement herself. As for anything that could implicate the Duke's residence, that was simply out of the question. The little fox then grasped the situation, and a look of astonishment spread across her face. "Impressive, truly impressive. Chapter 66. The Unveiling of Infidelity. Meanwhile, within the marriage chamber, Gu Niansheng's eyes glimmered with malice. Today, the sight of Gu Niansheng donning a veil revealed the ruin of her visage. The rare antidote was a mere singularity in the possession of the northern king. It had saved her once, but would not grant her salvation a second time. The fairest maiden of the imperial city must be none other than myself. Gu Niansheng clenched her fists tightly, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to eclipse her brilliance. "Miss, I have summoned Gu Niansheng to the rear courtyard, as per your instructions," Cui Shan announced with a smile. This time, she would ensure that Gu Niansheng was utterly disgraced, with no chance of redemption. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. In just a few short months, both of her maidservants had perished because of Gu Niansheng. Cui Shan, being a trusted confidant placed by her family, was undoubtedly loyal. Regrettably, she had been summoned away by the sixth prince. Otherwise, if the plan had succeeded, it would have been a spectacle indeed to witness a spring palace scene unfold within the royal residence. Gu Niansheng, pondering why the sixth prince had developed such an unusually close relationship with Gu Niansheng, especially while Jin Yao remained imprisoned and had yet to be released. "Miss, even without young Miss Zhu, today is still sufficient," Cui Shan reassured. Gu Niansheng nodded. "Has Ming Lang already departed?" "Rest assured, miss. I have informed the prince that Gu Niansheng wishes to meet him in the rear courtyard, and indeed, he is gone." A cold hue washed over Gu Niansheng's gaze. Despite orchestrating this scheme, the knowledge that Ming Lang had gone without hesitation still filled her with displeasure. Cui Shan, sensing her unease, comforted her. "Miss, the prince is merely momentarily bewitched by that vixen's beauty. Now that her visage is marred, he shall surely keep his distance. You are the unrivaled beauty of the imperial city. From this day forth, she shall never again hold a candle to you." A smile finally graced Gu Niansheng's lips. "You speak true. From now on, she is utterly finished." Gu Niansheng trailed behind Qing Lian, realizing that she had been brought to the rear courtyard instead of the banquet hall, confirming her suspicions. However, she had not anticipated that she would soon be made a scapegoat. "Miss, please wait here for a moment," the maid instructed before departing. Qing Lian, perplexed, contemplated how to reach the banquet hall when a familiar voice called out. "I hear you were seeking me?" Qin Minglang hurried over upon learning that Gu Niansheng was looking for him. In recent days, the Duke of the State had declined visitors, leaving him with no opportunity to see Niansheng. He was astonished that she had taken the initiative to find him. Had she finally come to a realization? Qing Lian beamed at the sight of the familiar figure, rushing into Qin Minglang's embrace. Observing this scene, the little fox remarked, "Master, Qin Minglang is clearly quite unwell." Such misplaced confidence. Wei Xianqi, Gu Hongzheng, and their entourage were being shown around the Ming Wangfu by Qin Yunji. Wei Xianqi led the way, and under the natural pressure emanating from the man, the entire group fell silent. As they passed by, they caught sight of the two in an embrace, causing them to instinctively halt and gaze curiously ahead. On a day such as this, how could anyone meet in secret? That striking red wedding robe, could it possibly belong to the Prince of Ming? Jiang Cheng gazed ahead in confusion. The attire was far too conspicuous to overlook. Today marked the grand wedding of the Prince of Ming, so how could there be clandestine meetings in the courtyard? Han Quan, ever the onlooker, was eager for the spectacle. The third prince had wronged their sister-in-law, and naturally, they reveled in his discomfort. Such a scandal on the day of his wedding would surely become a source of ridicule. Upon catching sight of the familiar dress, Gu Hongzhen felt a sense of foreboding wash over him, his mind swirling with questions. Had Niansheng not abandoned her aspirations for the Prince of Ming? What was transpiring now? Qin Yunjing recognized the garment as well and silently cursed his misfortune. Just as he contemplated leaving with his companions, the voice of the second prince broke the tension, expressing surprise that his younger brother would be secretly meeting a lady on such an important day. The second prince, Qin Juanhao, strode forth with an amused smile. Everyone present was aware of the long-standing discord between the second and third princes, and this delightful opportunity was not to be missed. Upon hearing the second prince's remark, Qin Minglang's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a gathering in their vicinity. Qin Lian, in a state of panic, hid behind him, sensing the abrupt appearance of the crowd and beginning to grasp the situation. At that moment, someone recognized Gu Niansheng's attire, exclaiming, "Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Gu family veiled today? Who would have thought she would be clandestinely meeting the Prince of Ming?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Gu Niansheng had clearly severed her engagement, yet here she was, embracing Qin Minglang on the very day of his wedding. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan, initially entertained by the spectacle, stood frozen in disbelief upon realizing that the woman in Qin Minglang's arms was their sister-in-law. Could this truly be happening? Jiang Cheng's expression stiffened as he glanced at Gu Hongzhen, who appeared anxious, his heart sinking. It was over. The two instinctively swallowed hard, casting sympathetic glances at Wei Xianqi. They had never witnessed him take an interest in a woman, except for this singularly unique eldest daughter of the Gu family. Yet, now he had fortuitously stumbled upon this scene. Surely, he must be seething with rage. Contrary to their assumptions, Wei Xianqi regarded the scene before him with a cool demeanor, his expression tinged with confusion rather than fury. This was unexpected. The eldest daughter? Cui Shan, having arrived unnoticed, stared incredulously at the unfolding drama. Eldest Miss, today is the second Miss S Day of joy, even if you harbor feelings for the prince. You cannot act in such a manner today. The second Miss was known for her quiet demeanor, and should the eldest wish to marry the prince, she would undoubtedly remain silent. Yet, what could she possibly do in light of this? As speculation about Gu Niansheng's identity began to spread, the words of Gu Niansheng may confirm their suspicions. The eldest daughter of the Gu family seemed to have overstepped her bounds, clinging to unfulfilled desires even after the engagement had been dissolved. The third prince is indeed formidable. Could it be that he intends to marry both daughters of the Gu family? I once believed that this renowned beauty possessed a proud spirit, yet I never anticipated she would engage in such demeaning acts. The crowd shook their heads in disapproval, their admiration for Gu Niansheng dissipating entirely, leaving them to pity the second Miss Gu, who appeared to be nothing more than a pawn being exploited. Behind the rockery, Gu Niansheng has now grasped the nature of this insidious trap, her clear eyes gradually turning icy. Gu Niansheng is indeed ruthless. It seems she intends to bring about her complete disgrace. Chapter 67. A grand deception. Just as Gu Niansheng prepared to step outside, a voice, cold yet commanding, resonated through the air. "This lady is not the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Do not casually defame her and tarnish the purity of the young lady." The man's voice carried an icy chill, infused with an unsettling authority that silenced the assembly of murmurs, compelling those engaged in conversation to instinctively fall silent. The speaker was none other than the Prince of the North. The mere mention of the Prince of the North evoked an aura of untouchability in the hearts of all present. Even the princes regarded him with utmost respect. Once he spoke, no one dared utter another word. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan were filled with astonishment, never expecting that Xianqi would go to such lengths for the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Such is the grandeur of love. Gu Niansheng gazed in astonishment at the tall, imposing figure clad in black before her, a presence impossible to overlook. The breeze tousled the hair at his forehead, and the silver mask glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling light, while his dark eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. He possessed an undeniable power to silence all with but a word. How could he? She was unaware that Wei Xianqi recognized her at a glance. Or perhaps he was fully aware, yet wished to uphold her reputation. Just as in her past life, where she was a woman of ill repute, he had always unconditionally defended and protected her. A feeling akin to a heavy blow struck her heart, stirring a complex blend of emotions, both moving and intricate, that spread within her. In this world, there existed a man who steadfastly stood by her side, regardless of her actions, even to the point of sacrificing himself for her. The crowd shared a similarly tumultuous sentiment. The third prince had remained silent thus far, clearly feeling guilty, while Gu Niansheng's maid had outright revealed Gu Niansheng's identity, a fact that was indisputable. Yet, the Prince of the North denied it. With his denial, none dared to assert otherwise. The cost of offending the Prince of the North was too great for anyone to bear. Such a commotion even drew Gu Niansheng's attention, as a throng of guests arrived, encircling Qin Minglang and Qin Lian. "Your Highness? Sister?" Gu Niansheng looked at the two before her, her delicate face turning pale in an instant. Her lips parted and closed again, her hands trembling slightly, rendering her utterly helpless. "How could you treat me this way?" It seemed as though the scene before her threatened to overwhelm her consciousness. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Cui Shan quickly supported Gu Niansheng, preventing her from fainting. The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. It appeared they had misjudged Gu Niansheng during the assessment at Lingan Academy. Betrayed by her own sister and fiancé on the day of her grand wedding, and under such scrutiny, who could bear it? "I am not Gu Niansheng." At that moment, Qin Lian realized who had saved her before. It was indeed the eldest daughter of the Gu family, as a concubine of the third prince. How could a maid in the palace fail to comprehend that this was a carefully orchestrated trap? A wave of disbelief washed over her. She never imagined that Gu Niansheng would not only force her out, but also devise a scheme to tarnish her sister's reputation. How malicious! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Minglang's expression shifted slightly. He could easily discern that it was Qin Lian. Meanwhile, Gu Hongzhen breathed a silent sigh of relief. That voice did not belong to Niansheng. He instinctively glanced at Wei Xianqi, astonished that the prince of Northern Town would go to such lengths to protect Niansheng's honor even in such a setting. The atmosphere became tense, as Gu Niansheng had already arranged for her people. When Qin Lian denied the accusations, they chimed in, "Then remove your veil." "What a lively scene we have here." Gu Niansheng emerged from behind the rockery, her expression one of bewilderment and curiosity, as if she had just arrived after hearing the commotion, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon catching sight of her ethereal figure, the attendees were momentarily stunned, and their gaze shifted to the woman beside the prince, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. "Two Gu Nianshengs?" Qin Minglang was equally astonished to see Gu Niansheng approaching from the rear. Reflecting on the earlier report from a servant that Niansheng sought him out, he realized something was amiss. Why was Qin Lian wearing Niansheng's attire? Was this all part of her scheme? If Miss Gu was present, then who was this young lady? Everyone stood in shock. Those who had previously felt Gu Niansheng's actions were excessive now witnessed her emergence from another direction, clearly unaware of the preceding events. Was this not an enormous misunderstanding? Those who had been so vocal moments ago felt as if they had been slapped in the face, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Did Gu Niansheng's maid not insist that she was indeed Gu Niansheng? This was sheer nonsense. At that moment, Qin Lian had removed her veil, revealing a delicate visage. Many servants recognized her instantly. It was Qin Lian, the one who had always attended to the prince. How could she be here? Qin Yunjing and Qin Junjie both recognized her, having lived in the palace where she often accompanied Minglang. "Princess Ming, your heart is truly ruthless." Qin Lian had long suppressed her fury. As a concubine of the prince, she was entitled to move into the estate granted to her. "I am but a servant and fully aware of your esteemed status. I never intended to claim anything for myself, nor do I deserve to. However, you knew I carried the prince's child, yet you heartlessly sent someone to expel me without a single coin to my name, condemning me to starve on the streets." At her words, an uproar erupted, and all eyes turned towards Gu Niansheng. It was a common occurrence for a legitimate wife to be intolerant of a concubine, but to expel one who was with child was utterly excessive. Qin Minglang looked at Qin Lian in astonishment, clearly unaware of the situation. "When I was expelled, I encountered Miss Gu alone and rendered her unconscious, donning her clothes with the intention of seeking the prince, only to be led here by a maid. As I was engulfed in confusion, the prince arrived, and it dawned upon me that this was an elaborate trap." Qin Lian gazed incredulously at Gu Niansheng, her words laced with fury and incredulity. "Are you truly willing to betray your own sister? Such a heartless soul you possess." Gu Niansheng felt a jolt of surprise. Qin Lian was indeed quite astute. Not only had she unraveled this deceitful web, but she had also deftly cleared Gu Niansheng's name in the process. The saying goes, to perform a play is to see it through to the end, and Qin Lian had already played her part halfway. Thus, Gu Niansheng must see this act to its conclusion. She touched the back of her head, a look of realization dawning upon her. "So, It was you who had rendered me unconscious just moments ago. Chapter 68. The confrontation with Gu Niansheng in this moment. The onlookers finally comprehended the reason behind Gu Niansheng's change of attire. However, Qinglian's words were utterly astonishing. If she were merely an ordinary concubine, her dismissal might be excusable. But the fact that she was pregnant and yet still to be cast out was simply intolerable. I had always believed that the second daughter of the Gu family possessed a heart of compassion and the capacity to forgive, yet to my dismay, she revealed herself to be so malicious. The eldest daughter of the Gu family had already relinquished her engagement to her, yet she still sought to ruin her reputation. Since her return, the eldest daughter of the Gu family had endured a tarnished reputation. Little did anyone anticipate that during the recent examination, she would shine brilliantly, provoking Gu Niansheng to the point of orchestrating such a diabolical scheme. Gu Niansheng gazed incredulously at Gu Niansheng, her exquisite features marred by sorrow. Sister, I understand that my sudden return to the Duke of the State's residence has been a considerable shock to you. I have been yielding at every turn. I recognize your mutual understanding with others. Hence, even regarding my engagement, I voluntarily propose to withdraw, for if blame is to be assigned, it can only fall upon my late return. I never imagined you would go so far as to set this grand trap to harm me. Disappointment and heartbreak filled Gu Niansheng's eyes, igniting a flame of anger that surged forth from her previously restrained anguish. Gu Niansheng had long been dumbfounded upon witnessing Gu Niansheng's unscathed presence, her beauty untouched. It is impossible. The poison should have taken effect by now. Her face ought to be ruined today. How could she emerge unscathed? Realizing that Gu Niansheng was donning a veil, she understood that her sister had seen through her plan, wearing the veil merely to confound her. You slander me, Gu Niansheng exclaimed, growing frantic. It is clear that the prince does not favor you, and you were left with no choice but to withdraw from the engagement. How could this be for my sake? Who else could it be for if not you? Gu Niansheng retorted. Over the past year, you have continuously belittled me to win the favor of Prince Ming, tarnishing my reputation in the process, all to showcase your superiority over me. I have spent these years in the countryside, lacking the refinement of a true lady. As your sister, I never cared for such superficial accolades, believing that my sincerity would help you understand. Yet, I never anticipated your relentless pursuit, culminating in your attempt to poison me yesterday. As Gu Niansheng's words fell, the crowd collectively gasped in shock, realizing there was even more explosive news to uncover. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the physician, my face would likely have been irrevocably marred today. Gu Niansheng offered a self-deprecating smile, her expression devoid of righteous indignation, as if she had long since become accustomed to such treacherous ploys. Observing her expression, filled with disappointment and irony, the onlookers were further convinced that indeed, everything had unfolded as they had suspected. The eldest daughter of the Gu family had endured tremendous grievances over the years. Having been estranged during her time away, her return, while familial, could not erase the distance. She had been cautious and circumspect, yet Gu Niansheng had seized her opportunity, relentlessly pressing her with an array of despicable tactics. Truly, Gu Niansheng was a heartless and ruthless adversary. Yesterday, there was an attempt to tarnish Gu Niansheng's beauty, and today, the aim is to ruin her reputation. Can malice be more profound than this? On the surface, gentle and demure, yet harboring a heart as treacherous as a wolf's. If the Duke were to learn of these machinations, his heart would surely be shattered. A treacherous wolf, still pretending. How utterly revolting! Disdainful glances fell upon Gu Niansheng, whose once radiant beauty appeared feeble before such a sordid soul, rendering the sight nauseating. No, I did not. You speak falsely. Gu Niansheng's complexion turned ashen. She had previously wondered why Gu Niansheng had never disclosed these matters to their family, only to be blindsided by the revelation on this very occasion. On her wedding day, the day she was to become the envy of all women, she found herself drenched in a deluge of slander. These deeds are not mine, not yours. Gu Niansheng scoffed. When I returned, every outfit was curated by you. Each appearance was ill-timed. Was that not your doing? Rumors abound that I bully you, relying on our blood ties. Yet the entire household could attest to my innocence. Whence originated these slanders? I seldom venture beyond the confines of our home, who spread tales of my supposed ugliness. With an icy demeanor, Gu Niansheng regarded her, seemingly resolute after her heart had been cleaved by betrayal, filled with bitterness and resentment. I regarded you as my sister, yet you sought my demise. Had I not been ensnared by Qinglian's deception and she had come in my stead, how could I have silenced the whispers that would ensue? Gu Niansheng, your heart is truly ruthless. Each word resonated heavily in the hearts of those present, echoing with pathos, leaving the assembly in shock. Gazing at the slender figure amidst the crowd, empathy surged, for such a treacherous creature is indeed intolerable by the heavens. Gu Niansheng, rendered speechless, felt the blood drain from her face as sharp gazes pierced her like daggers. In this gathering, where clarity had always shielded her, she found herself utterly unprepared to confront the situation. As she turned to seek aid from Qin Minglang, his cold voice pierced the air. Niansheng, did you send someone to expel Qinglian? Qin Minglang's face was ashen as he regarded Gu Niansheng. The revelations from Gu Niansheng had shaken him profoundly, making him realize he had been deceived by Niansheng's fa virtue, kept in the dark all along. Initially, he had suspected it to be a ploy by Gu Niansheng, but how could she orchestrate such a scheme without prior knowledge of Qinglian's existence? Moreover, Qinglian had no ties to Gu Niansheng and thus would not advocate for her. The truth of today's events was becoming painfully clear. Your Highness, I did not. Gu Niansheng hastily protested. She slanders me. Faced with the loathing stares of the assembly, Gu Niansheng understood that if this matter was not resolved today, her fate would be irrevocably sealed. I have never committed such acts. Your Highness, you must believe me. Gu Niansheng's delicate gaze was filled with warmth. Her bright, glistening eyes, innocent and moist, betrayed a hint of unjust suffering. You are well aware of my character. I would never engage in such excessive behavior. Tears streamed down the young woman's cheeks in large droplets, as if she bore an immense grievance. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in the imperial city, her tearful display indeed stirred the hearts of onlookers, making one wonder how such a stunning maiden could commit an act of such malevolence. However, upon hearing Gu Niansheng's every word, the crowd was left with nothing but indifference. Your Highness, it is evident that today's events are but a trap, and we must investigate thoroughly. Wei Xianqi suddenly spoke, his cold gaze fixed upon Gu Niansheng. No matter how heart-wrenching her tears appeared, his eyes reflected only indifference. Chapter 69. An explanation is required. This matter pertains to the reputation of the esteemed Miss Gu, and if not clarified by someone, it could become irreparably tarnished. Regardless of the circumstances, I, the prince, sincerely hope that the Ming Palace will provide a satisfactory explanation. As the words of the northern prince echoed in the air, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their gazes flitting between Gu Niansheng and Wei Xianqi. The fact that she had managed to elicit such support from the northern prince was utterly astonishing. When had he ever shown concern for others? Though his words held merit, it was unprecedented for him to defend a young lady in such a manner. Qin Minglang's expression was equally complex. Having witnessed the northern prince's repeated interventions on Niansheng's behalf, he sensed something amiss. Today's statement made it abundantly clear that while the northern prince wished to remain uninvolved in his family matters, he demanded accountability when it came to Niansheng. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of clarification in this situation. Your Highness, Qinglian would never dare to slander the princess, she asserted earnestly, her fragile gaze betraying a hint of resolute determination. I am aware that the princess cannot tolerate my presence. Even if I were to remain in the palace, I would not survive. I only wish to express my sorrow for the child, hoping for a final meeting with the prince before my demise. Yet, in an unfortunate turn of events, I stumbled into this trap and discovered that the princess would even conspire against her own sister. As she spoke, Qinglian directed a gaze filled with resentment and obsession towards Gu Niansheng. Princess, your reputation for grace and kindness is well known. It is shocking to find that your heart is twisted with malice. Your actions will surely bring about retribution. I possess no connections and am powerless to contend with you. It is unbearable to think of dying unjustly in the shadows. The assembly listened in shock to Qinglian's revelations. Her audacity in articulating such words was undeniably a declaration of enmity. In the next moment, she charged toward the nearby pillar. I am willing to die to affirm my truth. All I have spoken is genuine. With an unexpected fervor, Qinglian rushed forward, and her sudden action caught everyone off guard. Bang! She collided with the pillar, blood streaming from her forehead as she crumpled to the ground. Yet, even in her fall, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Niansheng, a silent accusation lingering in her eyes. You will face retribution. Qinglian. Qi Minglang was equally taken aback by the scene, urgently calling for a physician. The shocking turn of events left the crowd in stunned silence. No one could have anticipated witnessing such a bloody spectacle on this grand wedding day. If there had been any lingering doubts about the veracity of Qinglian's words, they were now dispelled in light of this dramatic incident. She bore child. Had she not been driven to desperation, she would not have chosen to perish alongside her unborn. Reflecting on her previous statements, the assembly now regarded Gu Niansheng with a disdainful coldness. It was truly unexpected that beneath her seemingly gentle and benevolent exterior, she could harbor such ruthless intentions. Unwilling even to spare a pregnant woman, Gu Niansheng had already relinquished the engagement, yet she relentlessly pursued her destruction. How cruel must her heart be? As I gazed upon the Duke's residence, I could hardly fathom the malevolence of this adopted daughter. Surely, the eldest daughter of the Gu family has endured considerable suffering over the past year. Gu Niansheng's complexion turned ashen, confronted with Qinglian's resolute determination to end her life. All her words appeared utterly feeble and laughable. She could never have anticipated that her wedding day would devolve into such chaos. Gu Niansheng hurried to Qinglian's side, realizing that the girl was not merely feigning distress, but genuinely resolved to perish. However, she comprehended the rationale behind Qinglian's actions, with Gu Niansheng present. The girl was condemned to a life devoid of hope. She simply could not resign herself to an unceremonious end, and thus chose to stake her life as a means of vengeance against Gu Niansheng. The physician arrived promptly, and upon assessing Qinglian's injuries, he could only shake his head in despair. Your Highness, the young lady's injuries are grievously severe. I can only make a desperate attempt to see if she can be saved. As the physician's words echoed, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd, confirming the grim possibility that Qinglian might truly be beyond rescue. In that moment, who could still doubt her claims? She had wagered her very existence, along with the life of her child, solely to indict Gu Niansheng. Just as Gu Niansheng was about to retrieve her own medicine, the ever-composed Wei Xianqi produced a porcelain vial. This elixir held the potential to save Qinglian's life. Upon recognizing the familiar vial, Gu Niansheng instantly understood the significance of the remedy. Any potion presented by Wei Xianqi was undoubtedly of immense value. Yet, given his character, he had never been one to extend aid to strangers, which made his current gesture all the more astonishing. For my sake, Wei Xianqi declared in a low voice. The physician, upon witnessing the northern duke produce the elixir, hastily accepted it with gratitude and administered it to Qinglian. Gu Niansheng's words remained unspoken. Her own medicine could also heal Qinglian, albeit not as effectively as Wei Xianqi's potion and at a far lesser cost. Nevertheless, she understood that Wei Xianqi's motivation was to prevent any association between her and Qinglian. Presently, Qinglian's assertions had garnered the trust of the onlookers. But had Gu Niansheng been the one to rescue Qinglian, suspicions might arise regarding prior preparations, which Gu Niansheng could exploit to counter her. He wished to leave her devoid of any incriminating evidence. Thus he offered the elixir. Jiang Cheng watched in dismay as the precious elixir he had long coveted from Wei Xianqi was instead bestowed upon the Duke's concubine. The pain was palpable. In that moment, Gu Niansheng had been all but forgotten by the crowd. She could only witness as Wei Xianqi administered the elixir to Qinglian, observing the interaction between Gu Niansheng and him. Suddenly, it dawned upon her why Gu Niansheng had forsaken her engagement with Minglang. This woman had plainly chosen to align herself with the Northern Duke, masquerading her decision as a selfless concession, leaving no room for rebuttal. Ruined, what should have been her most resplendent day had been trampled beneath the feet of all. Qinglian's maneuver effectively pinned her to the pillar of shame. rendering her utterly incapable of presenting equally compelling evidence to refute the allegations. "Princess, what has happened to you?" Cui Shan implored anxiously, while Gu Niansheng, unable to bear the sight before her, succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, in response to her cries, no one in attendance paid her any heed. Thanks to the assistance of the medicinal concoction, Qin Lian's life was preserved, though she remained in a state of unconsciousness and was subsequently escorted to a guest room. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd as Gu Niansheng and her companions departed from the Ming Wangfu. The wedding ceremony had indeed been an extraordinary affair, undoubtedly the most memorable nuptial event in the annals of the imperial city, marking the day the Ming prince wed his princess. Chapter 70. Do I appear foolish? I never anticipated that the day of the Prince Ming's wedding would stir such a tremendous uproar. The Princess Ming never struck me as such a person. In truth, Miss Gu was poisoned yesterday, and her silence was likely an effort to preserve her family's reputation. However, today she has fallen into an even more insidious trap, and if she succumbs, her fate will indeed be sealed. For a woman, beauty and virtue are undoubtedly paramount, and the two snares set by Gu Niansheng have succeeded flawlessly. Had it not been for Qin Lian's timely intervention, Gu Niansheng would have had no defense. The thought alone sent chills down everyone's spine, for the consequences appeared irrevocable. Her reputation was tarnished. Gu Hongjin walked beside Gu Niansheng, reflecting on the news he had just heard, a shiver running down his spine. He could scarcely believe that his gentle and kind sister, with whom he had shared his life for over a decade, could be such a person. Had Qin Lian not fortuitously stumbled into the trap, Niansheng's life would have been irrevocably ruined. Niansheng, was everything that just transpired true? Did Niansheng poison you yesterday? Gu Hongjin found himself at a loss for words to convey his astonishment. He believed in Niansheng, yet could hardly fathom the depths of Niansheng's malice. Gu Niansheng understood her elder brother's turmoil and nodded, saying, "Brother, do you now comprehend why I chose to wear a veil today? I intended to confront Niansheng regarding this matter, but unexpectedly encountered Qin Lian." At that moment, Gu Hongjin grasped the entirety of the situation, recognizing why he had been puzzled by her veiled appearance. As they walked, sympathetic glances were cast upon Gu Niansheng. Those who had previously looked down upon her now felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards the young woman, having endured humiliation and misunderstanding for an entire year. One can only imagine the emotional toll it had taken. Do you think the Princess Ming could be sent back to her family? Someone speculated. Surely not. The wedding has already taken place. She is now the Princess Ming. If Prince Ming were to discover her true nature soon, perhaps the marriage would not stand. A collective sigh arose, as it seemed a pity that such a stunning woman as Gu Niansheng was overlooked in favor of Gu Niansheng. Yet, in light of recent revelations, it felt as though that pity had reached new heights. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Niansheng knew that Gu Niansheng would not be sent back to her family. Qin Minglang still had to maintain some semblance of dignity. This debacle had become sufficiently scandalous. To send Gu Niansheng back would be an unprecedented embarrassment for the great Xia dynasty. Moreover, she was aware that Gu Niansheng was not an orphan. This entire affair was merely a trap, ensnaring the entire Jinghua Gong residence, a truth she had only uncovered at the end of her previous life. And fortunately, she was now enlightened. Little by little, she would unearth the truth, until all was laid bare before the onlookers. Upon exiting the prince's residence, Gu Niansheng turned to her brother and said, "Brother, please wait for me in the carriage." Gu Hongjin glanced at the king of northern Zhen beside him and replied, "Very well. Thank you for your assistance earlier." Gu Niansheng gazed at the tall and elegant figure before her. This was not their first encounter. He had assisted her numerous times without ever seeking recompense. "What is there to thank for?" Wei Xianqi inquired. Gu Niansheng fell into silence, sunlight cascading over her, while her fan-like eyelashes cast shadows upon her eyelids, obscuring her emotions. Just as Wei Xianqi was about to change the subject, he noticed the woman lift her head, her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a serious expression. "I thank you for your elixirs, for seeking justice on my behalf, and, most importantly, for believing in me." As she uttered these words, Gu Niansheng's voice quivered slightly. For years, she had misjudged this man's sincere feelings towards her. The abruptness of such affection coupled with a powerful possessiveness, instilled a sense of panic within her. She had never truly considered that he might genuinely care for her. In truth, even now, she could not comprehend why a man of his stature would be drawn to her, especially when her past self had been marred, bereft of beauty and talent. Yet, despite her confusion, she was overwhelmed upon learning that he had been safeguarding the entire Duke of State's residence without her knowledge, even willing to sacrifice himself for her protection. No one could fathom the depth of her astonishment. The person she had long despised had been desperately shielding her, while the one she had sought to protect had been responsible for her family's demise. The course of events had since diverged, yet he remained unwavering in his belief in her and his assistance. Her life was but a trivial matter to him. The earnestness of the young woman exceeded his expectations, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, yet revealing other emotions that were difficult to discern. Why did Gu Niansheng's solemn demeanor evoke a sense of noble sacrifice? Suddenly, her weighty feelings were disrupted by his remark, causing her to look at Wei Xianqi with a mix of exasperation and surprise. She had not anticipated the prince would joke. "It is because of you." The woman was momentarily taken aback. His nonchalant tone did not come across as frivolous, for she knew he was not that type of person. Today's incident has stirred quite a commotion. Prince Ming is a favored royal. Lu Guifei will not overlook this. You must exercise caution, Wei Xianqi cautioned, aware that Qinglian's life was now precarious. Gu Niansheng remained silent for a moment before replying, "I understand." Once they returned to the carriage, Gu Hongzheng could hardly contain his curiosity. "Niansheng, since when have you grown so close to the Duke of North?" He had been astonished to witness the Duke's defense of Niansheng earlier, given that their encounters had been few. It was utterly unfathomable that the usually distant Duke would take such care of her. "I do not know," Gu Niansheng replied, shaking her head. "Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. He sees the hardships I endure and has developed a sense of compassion." Compassion? Gu Hongzheng's lips twitched slightly. Though he would find such sentiments peculiar when applied to others, using them to describe the Duke of North seemed utterly incongruous. "Niansheng, do you perceive your elder brother as a fool?" "Ahem." Gu Niansheng spat out a mouthful of tea, and facing her elder brother's helpless expression, she replied, "Brother, I have indeed only met the Northern King a few times. You ought to pose that question to him." Gu Hongzheng pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing the validity of her statement. Upon returning to the Duke of State's residence, Gu Hongzheng promptly took Gu Niansheng to see their parents. Given the magnitude of today's events, news would soon spread throughout the imperial city. Nianen's actions had exceeded their expectations, yet, regardless of the circumstances, she was a member of their family by marriage. Should the emperor lay blame, they would likely find it difficult to absolve themselves of responsibility. Chapter 71. Unveiling the true face. After hearing the events of the day, the Duke and Duchess of the state were filled with astonishment. How could Nian have committed such acts? Luo Yi anxiously pulled Gu Niansheng closer, scrutinizing her with concern. "Did this poison affect you?" "Mother, I am fine," Gu Niansheng replied, waving her hand dismissively. "I've learned from my mistakes and have grown wiser. I will not be easily ensnared again." However, upon hearing this, Luo Yi felt no relief. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "Why didn't you tell us about such a grave matter? It is we, your parents, who have wronged you. I believe I had cared for you well this past year, yet I never anticipated you would face such threats." The regret she felt mirrored the years of sorrow when Niansheng had been taken by her enemies. For over a decade, she had lamented, yearning to make amends, only to find her daughter living in fear. As a mother, her heart was shattered. "I feared for your hearts," Gu Niansheng said, her eyes reflecting her compassion. "You have nurtured Nian for so many years. She is like another daughter to you. I never expected her to repay kindness with malice. She has turned into a wolf in sheep-esque clothing." The Duke of the State was equally distressed. They had never treated Nian poorly, believing she would be grateful. To their dismay, she not only showed ingratitude, but also plotted against them at every turn. This venomous heart left them utterly disheartened. "Father, mother, not long ago, Nian stole Niansheng's spiritual medicine and feigned innocence before Prince Ming. With each of these incidents, she has shown that she does not regard us as family. In my opinion, we must never consider her as one of our own again, or we shall only bring harm upon ourselves." Gu Hongzhen spoke earnestly. They had lived together for so many years, yet they had never discerned her true nature. How arduous had Niansheng's past year been? If they continued to be lenient towards Nian, it would be tantamount to cruelty towards Niansheng. Gu Hongzhen nodded, slamming her hand on the table. Her actions are inhumane. A sibling could act so ruthlessly, and from this day forth, she shall no longer be a part of the Duke's household. Previously, Luo had felt a twinge of sympathy for Nian due to her deceptions, but in that moment, her affection dissipated. They had been mistaken from the very beginning about this ungrateful wretch. Father, with today's affair causing such a stir, it will surely have repercussions in the court tomorrow. Gu Hongzhen sighed. Even though Gu Niansheng was not their biological child, she had always held the title of the Duke's second daughter. Now, with such a scandal, they could not escape blame and would inevitably be labeled as lax in their parenting. Moreover, this incident had tarnished the royal family's reputation. Prince Qin Minglang was not an ordinary prince, but one favored by the emperor. What should have been a wedding celebration had turned into a city-wide mockery. The factions already at odds with him would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to chastise him. Gu Hongzhen recognized this truth as well. I indeed bear an inescapable responsibility for this matter. I shall go and offer my apologies tomorrow. My lord, Luo said anxiously. The royal family places great importance on face. Although today's events have caused quite a commotion, if the truth comes to light, everyone will see that we were deceived, which would only reflect poorly on Prince Ming's judgment. Perhaps the emperor shall not bring this matter to light. Yet it is futile. Gu Hongzhen waved his hand dismissively. After years of navigating the court, some matters are simply unavoidable. It is certain that Qinglian will not survive this. Gu Hongzhen spoke solemnly. In such royal scandals, it is always those without powerful connections who are buried alongside the incident. Compared to the Princess of Ming, a mere concubine is of little consequence. Even if she is with child, her plight pales in comparison to the reputation of the Prince of Ming. Gu Niansheng sighed inwardly, recalling that Wei Xianqi had spoken similarly to her. She understood that in order to suppress this incident, the royal family might very well resort to silencing Qinglian. She simply felt a pang of sympathy for the girl and wished to save her life. If Qin Minglang were to feel a shred of compassion and quietly facilitate her escape, there might still be a chance, but the outcome rested solely on Qin Minglang, not on anyone else. Father, I shall accompany you tomorrow, Gu Hongzhen declared. This matter does not concern you. Why would you go? Gu Hongzhen brushed aside. How can it be unrelated? We are family. As your elder brother, I too share the burden of guilt. Gu Hongzhen insisted with conviction. Rest assured, while this situation bears significant consequences, the emperor, mindful of my years of service, will not cast me into the dungeons. It will merely result in verbal reprimands and a reduction in salary. My old bones are unlikely to face dire repercussions. Gu Hongzhen's typically stern visage softened momentarily with a touch of tenderness. Father, you have battled for our homeland all your life, though you can no longer fight, and your health has deteriorated. As long as you do not lose your life, it is of little consequence. The future of the Duke's household relies on your strength. Father, I shall not bring shame upon our name. Gu Niansheng observed this exchange and was transported back to her memories of years past, the clang of swords and the life of a soldier. She recalled her father's desolation as he faced death. Now, despite her efforts to distance Gu Niansheng from the family, she found herself inevitably entangled in this turmoil. She did not wish for her parents to suffer as a result. Thus, she must uncover the person behind Gu Niansheng. This matter cannot wait. Father, mother, what led to my abandonment? Gu Niansheng inquired, filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongzhen and Luo exchanged glances. For this was a chapter of their past they preferred not to revisit, an enduring regret. When your mother became pregnant, your father departed for the Northwest. I had hoped he would stay, but he was the only one capable of undertaking such a grave responsibility. He was away for nearly a year, and by the time I gave birth to you, he had yet to return. After your father achieved victory, while we awaited his return, his enemies, having suffered defeat, infiltrated our home to exact vengeance upon me. Fortunately, my guards intervened, but they soon discovered you had been taken. Luo could not suppress her tears. That night had been the most harrowing of her life. Niansheng had been but a month old, not even having met her father, when she was snatched away by vengeful foes. She had been so fragile, so small. How could she possibly have survived in the hands of her captors? Only then did Gu Niansheng grasp the truth. Her father had not been home, and the assailants had stormed in and abducted her directly. In retrospect, her survival was indeed nothing short of a miracle. Regrettably, she harbored no recollection of the memories from a year prior, completely oblivious to how the preceding decade had transpired. She often sensed that it was an exceedingly significant period of her life, and time and again she endeavored to recall it. Yet she found herself unable to summon any fragments of those memories. How then was I discovered? Gu Niansheng inquired with curiosity. You fainted at the entrance of the estate. Gu Hongzhen replied. Upon seeing you, Mother felt an instant sense of familiarity and remarked on your striking resemblance to her. It was only after noticing the birthmark on your body that she was truly convinced. Chapter 72. A web of doubts. It was only then that Gu Niansheng began to comprehend the situation. In her previous life, she had never paid much attention to these matters, believing instead that her parents' negligence had led to her being lost. She had spent merely a year in the Duke of Zhen's residence before moving to the residence of the Prince of Zhenbei. At that time, she had never harbored any suspicions until just before her demise, when Gu Niansheng revealed to her that everything was merely a scheme, a trap set long ago. Over a decade prior, after probing a few questions, Gu Niansheng remarked, Mother, when father won the battle, his trusted confidant returned immediately with the news. Could the enemy have been swifter than father, managing to strike against us before his return? Luo, he was momentarily taken aback, her understanding not immediate. How did you know it was the enemy? Gu Niansheng further inquired. The assailant bore the enemy's tattoo. I saw the markings on his arm. Luo, he explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxian and Gu Hongzhen exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt crossing their eyes, for they understood the implications of Niansheng's words. Niansheng, do you imply that there may be deeper motives at play? Gu Hongzhen asked. Gu Niansheng gazed out the window, observing the guards still patrolling, and spoke solemnly. Our residence has always been under strict guard. When father was away, the security should have been even more rigorous, correct? Indeed, Gu Hanxian affirmed. Our courtyard is quite intricate. I have heard that father designed it this way to avoid making enemies. The guards have always been vigilant, and the layout is complex. Even if the enemy sought information, it would be challenging for them to gather it accurately. How did he manage to evade all observation and appear directly in Mother's chamber? Gu Niansheng's eyes were earnest. She had never considered this before, taking everything for granted. Yet upon closer examination, she realized there were indeed numerous discrepancies. As Gu Hanxian and Gu Hongzhen pondered, their expressions grew grave. It seemed they had overlooked certain aspects. Tattoos can be forged. Perhaps someone, having witnessed father's triumphant return, harbored malicious intentions and sought to eliminate us. Gu Hongzhen's spine chilled at the thought. This could be an attempt to undermine father, robbing him of his fighting spirit. When Niansheng was abducted, the Duke of Zhen's residence had been enveloped in despair for a long time. Should they all perish, father would likely have returned utterly disheartened. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Gu Niansheng turned to Gu Hanxian. Father, what do you think? If this is indeed the case, then it must be my adversaries in the court who orchestrated it. He has dedicated his life to safeguarding the nation, striking fear into the hearts of enemies on the battlefield. Yet in the realm of civil intrigues, he was indeed less astute. The appearance of Gu Niansheng was also suspicious. It is plausible that someone aware of father and mother's profound grief over their lost daughter might have sought to advance their own child's prospects. But what if this was all premeditated? As these words left her lips, Gu Hanxian's pupils constricted, his heart pounding in alarm. If all of this were true, then this trap was indeed terrifyingly intricate. Gu Hongzhen gradually comprehended the situation, a chill running down his spine. If all of this were indeed true, what a terrifying trap had been laid by the adversary. In a moment, Gu Hanxian also regained his senses. Currently, this matter could only be a conjecture, as there was no concrete evidence. If this truly was a scheme, then the perpetrator must possess a heart as fierce as a wolf. willing to invest over a decade to orchestrate a plot that toyed with the entire Duke of Gu's household. Brother, do you know Cui Shan? Gu Niansheng inquired. Gu Hongzhen furrowed his brow. Who is she? The maid who appeared by Nian on side today. The woman's clear eyes were filled with wisdom. She is not one of our household staff. Her previous maid has already been dismissed. However, given how Cui Shan has consistently defended her today, it is evident she possesses an intimate understanding of our circumstances. Then, from where did this girl emerge? Gu Hongzhen's expression shifted. Today, that maid appeared to be Nian's confidant. Such acts of framing and sabotage could only be entrusted to one's most trusted allies. Since Gu Nian had just married into the Ming Wangfu, it was implausible for her to have a confidant so soon. Thus, the timing of this girl's appearance is indeed suspect. Do you recall that when I first returned, I was not disfigured? It was only after regaining consciousness that I inexplicably bore the scars. Gu Niansheng articulated each question, peeling back the layers like silk, elucidating the underlying issues. Perhaps I was not poisoned initially, but rather succumbed to poison upon returning to the estate. At that moment, the group was rendered speechless, astonished by thoughts they had never entertained. Yet now, as Niansheng spoke, all events began to coalesce, revealing a singular truth. The poison administered to me by Gu Niansheng yesterday did not mar my appearance. You may summon a physician to verify, for this toxin is far from ordinary. From where did she procure such poison? Gu Niansheng cast a sidelong glance at Yi, who promptly hurried to Niansheng's courtyard. Yesterday, her lady had instructed her to preserve evidence, which would still be of use. Initially, she believed her lady sought to expose the second miss, but it turned out to be a means to prove her claims to the master and mistress. The room fell into a profound silence. The events of the day had left them in a state of immense shock. If everything were true, then they had been mere puppets in the hands of their adversaries for all these years. Even without direct evidence, through each point raised by Niansheng, they found themselves at a loss for explanations. Should it merely be a single point of suspicion, it could be dismissed as coincidence. However, as each doubt interconnected, the issues became glaringly apparent. There cannot be an abundance of coincidences in this world, nor could all of them possibly occur to a single individual. Gu Niansheng maintained a calm demeanor. Initially, she too had not pondered deeply on these matters, but during this time, she had meticulously reflected upon them. In her previous life, until her demise, the individuals behind Gu Niansheng remained well concealed. It was only moments before her death that Gu Niansheng had uttered a single remark. At that time, she had suffered a fatal blow, her consciousness gradually fading, rendering her unable to fully grasp the words. The only certainty she possesses is that Gu Niansheng was indeed a meticulously crafted trap designed by the other party for the Duke of the State. The truth that eluded her in her past life must be uncovered in this one. Soon, Yi returned, bringing with her the poisoned meal, while the physician was summoned as well. Upon examining the poison, the physician's expression shifted dramatically. This poison is exceedingly rare, colorless, and tasteless. Had it not been for the young lady's warning, even I, an old man, might have fallen victim to it. The pallor on everyone's faces revealed just how formidable this poison truly is. Chapter 73. My brother is truly talented, my lord. This poison is exceedingly rare and cannot be acquired through ordinary means. Once afflicted, a woman's beauty will be marred, and her spiritual roots will also suffer, significantly hindering her cultivation speed. Moreover, the more one cultivates, the more this toxin will thrive within the body, and over time, it could even threaten her life. The physician's eyes brimmed with concern. Who could have administered such a poison? This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Gu Niansheng gestured dismissively. You may leave now. Yes. The room fell into silence, with myriad thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. As they pieced together the events of the past years, they began to realize that there indeed seemed to be a problem we had never once noticed before. At that moment, Gu Hongzhen grasped his previous ignorance. He believed himself astute, yet a grand conspiracy had unfolded right before him, unnoticed. Gu Niansheng, too, was taken aback. However, upon regaining his composure, he swiftly assessed their current predicament. This matter should remain confidential. For one, We lack evidence and cannot ascertain the truth. Furthermore, if it is indeed true, we must not alarm the enemy. If Gu Niansheng is an agent of the adversary, it implies that there might be others within the estate who are also planted. Should we raise an alarm, they would undoubtedly retreat in haste. Everyone nodded in agreement. We shall act as if we are unaware. Once this was settled, Gu Niansheng turned his gaze toward Gu Niansheng, curiosity etched upon his brow. Niansheng, do you possess medical knowledge? The physician had already stated that the poison was colorless and odorless, and even he could fall victim to it. Thus, an ordinary person would have no chance of detection. The very fact that Niansheng had discerned the truth indicated her familiarity with the healing arts. Otherwise, how could she have known? In that moment, she chose not to conceal her knowledge. In truth, I have been studying medicine ever since I discovered my poisoning. I heard that there is a young divine physician by the side of the Northern King, and when you return to the family, the Northern King also visited the great Xia dynasty. Could it be that your master is that very divine physician? Gu Niansheng had long pondered the closeness between his sister and the Northern King. Now it seemed the key to understanding had finally revealed itself. Actually, Gu Niansheng admired her brother's intellect. Just as she prepared to clarify her position, Gu Niansheng interjected. It is precisely because you're already acquainted that the Northern King frequently aids you, even providing you with the detoxification fruit. His willingness to stand up for you today makes perfect sense. I truly did not expect this. Gu Niansheng marveled. Little sister, you are impressive. To have concealed this so deeply. Gu Niansheng, she had yet to utter a word, and her brother had already pieced together everything seamlessly, crafting an explanation so coherent that even she herself could scarcely conceive a more perfect rationale. Confronted by the eager gazes of her three companions, Gu Niansheng pondered that her fabricated excuse paled in comparison to the one crafted by her elder brother. Moreover, the relationship between her and Wei Xianqi was indeed shrouded in ambiguity. This dilemma was one only Wei Xianqi could elucidate, and she resolved to inquire further when the opportunity arose. That night, the four of them found themselves restless, with Gu Niansheng and the others unable to sleep. Overwhelmed by the shocking news that intertwined countless thoughts in their minds, growing more dreadful the deeper they contemplated. Gu Niansheng, on the other hand, was consumed by thoughts of how to extricate the Gu family from this predicament entirely. Gu Niansheng was indeed a significant burden, lacking any emotional ties to the Gu family. She had never targeted Gu Niansheng in her past life, yet she had systematically undermined the Gu family, leading them towards ruin. This was destined to be a malignant tumor, and her immediate goal was to sever all ties with the Gu family. She needed to devise a plan to capture the puppet master behind the scenes. In the darkness of night, Gu Niansheng's eyes sparkled with determination. That Shui Shan undoubtedly had something amiss. Perhaps by shadowing this girl, she could uncover with whom Gu Niansheng was colluding. Mistress, but this matter has already involved the Duke. The one lurking in the shadows will not be easily apprehended, and time may be of the essence, the little fox expressed anxiously. Gu Niansheng remained unperturbed. As her father had stated, the emperor would indeed be incensed, but it should not escalate to grave proportions. The emperor was a sagacious ruler, and the brunt of the ire should fall upon Gu Niansheng, for they too had been deceived, albeit their years of indulgence had been culpable. The following day, the sky was a dreary gray, with a gentle drizzle falling, mirroring the somber mood of the Gu family, shrouded in gloom. Gu Niansheng ventured alone to the palace, while Gu Niansheng was advised to remain home. The events surrounding the Ming Wangfu had fermented, and now the streets buzzed with gossip. The Ming Wangfei, once the most beautiful maiden of the royal city, had transformed from an abandoned daughter into a lady of the duke's estate, ultimately marrying the third prince, one of the four exceptional talents of the realm, a fortune that many women envied. No one could be deemed luckier than the Ming Wangfei. Her tale was nothing short of an inspirational legend. Yet, following the events of the previous day, all fantasies were shattered, revealing the gentle and kind Ming Wangfei as a treacherous ingrate. The duke had nearly lost his beloved daughter, transforming the duke's estate into an object of public sympathy. Within the Ming Wangfu, on the wedding night, Gu Niansheng sat alone in a vacant chamber, her heart sinking. "Have you inquired with the prince? Is he not coming?" Gu Niansheng gazed at Cui Shan in disbelief. Cui Shan, her face beset with difficulty, nodded. The servant has summoned the prince thrice, yet the last time. I was unceremoniously dismissed and did not even catch a glimpse of his face. What shall we do now? Gu Niansheng's complexion turned ashen as she overturned the tea on the table. Today is my wedding day. How has it come to this? Miss, please keep your voice down. Cui Shan anxiously glanced at Gu Niansheng. This was the Ming Wang mansion, where walls had ears. If this news reached the prince's ears, he would surely become even more enraged. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng also realized the gravity of the situation. Today's events had already tarnished her reputation in the eyes of many, and if this matter were to spread further, the consequences would be dire. Miss, I have gathered information. The maid reported. The servants who were previously tasked with expelling Qing Lian were suddenly rendered unconscious. I suspect that the one responsible for this is likely Gu Niansheng. It was all Gu Niansheng. This woman had clearly seen through everything and had deliberately ensnared me in her trap. Gu Niansheng's expression twisted with fury. She had never anticipated that Gu Niansheng possessed the cunning to unravel such a scheme. Chapter 74. Disfigured? Indeed, this was a miscalculation, allowing Gu Niansheng to seize the opportunity. Cui Shan's expression darkened. They had meticulously deliberated over this matter, yet unexpectedly, such a blunder occurred. Qing Ling must not be allowed to live. I demand her death. Gu Niansheng declared with a malicious glare. Miss, I will arrange for someone to handle this matter. I assure you she will not survive, Cui Shan replied. What is paramount now is to think of ways to regain the prince's affections. How could I possibly mend things now? Gu Niansheng laughed bitterly. Everyone believes my heart is as venomous as a serpent's. Ming Liang's gaze towards me has changed drastically. Miss, you are being foolish. Cui Shan quickly interjected. Recall how you once made the prince utterly devoted to you. Simply replicate those actions now. The incident was abrupt, and you're merely at a loss for words at the moment. With Gu Niansheng gone and Qing Ling dead, you can easily shift the blame onto them, harboring resentment against you. If Qing Ling dared to take her own life to prove her innocence, could you not do the same? Gu Niansheng's dim gaze began to brighten with newfound resolve. The following day, Qin Ming Liang intended to escort Gu Niansheng to the palace to meet the emperor, but after yesterday's incident, he found himself utterly ashamed to bring her along. Unexpectedly, Gu Niansheng fell ill and refused to rise from her bed. When he sent someone to check on her, they were turned away, prompting him to neglect the matter altogether. He entered the palace alone, the union he had long anticipated now a source of humiliation. Upon awakening, Gu Niansheng was elated to learn that the prince wished to take her to the palace, but that joy was swiftly overshadowed by Cui Shan's incredulous expression. Cui Shan, why do you look at me like that? Gu Niansheng, curieux, instinctively touching your face. Is something wrong with my appearance? As her fingers brushed against her skin, she immediately sensed something amiss. The uneven texture was a stark contrast to her usual smooth complexion. Quick, bring me a mirror. Cui Shan's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost as she hurried to fetch one. Gu Niansheng gazed into the mirror, horrified to find her face marred by numerous red spots, grotesque and terrifying, resembling festering sores that throbbed painfully upon contact. How could this happen? She exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom how her visage could have transformed so drastically. Why has my face turned into this? Miss, I shall summon a physician at once, Cui Shan exclaimed, disregarding all else as she dispatched someone to fetch the doctor. Upon seeing Gu Niansheng's disfigured face, the physician was taken aback. Your Highness, it appears that these are merely ordinary sores. However, I have never encountered a case where such festering afflicts the entire face. It is indeed peculiar. Could it be poison? Cui Shan could not help but inquire, perplexed by the bizarre condition. How could so many red sores appear out of nowhere? The physician scrutinized further, but shook his head. It does not seem to be the case. Perhaps my medical skills are lacking, but this resembles common sores. Then you must treat me at once. Gu Niansheng anxiously expressed that this visage was of utmost importance to her. Should her beauty be marred, it would spell her utter ruin. Indeed, moreover, this matter must remain strictly confidential. Should you dare to utter even a single word, I shall not spare you. The old man comprehends. Gu Niansheng then instructed Cui Shan. Let it be said externally that I am in deep sorrow over yesterday's events and shall remain out of sight for the next few days. Rest assured, Princess. At the Duke of Zhen's residence, Gu Niansheng and Luo Yi waited with bated breath until dusk, when at last they beheld the Duke being returned by carriage. Witnessing this scene, they exchanged glances, both filled with an ominous premonition. As a military general, the Duke was accustomed to riding to court. Thus, this carriage was far from their usual mode of transport. As anticipated, upon seeing the Duke, they noticed his pallid complexion, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. "Father, what has happened to you?" Luo Yi rushed forward, her eyes already reddened with concern. Gu Niansheng regarded his wife and daughter with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, claiming it was nothing serious. "My lord, you have been lashed 20 times. A servant wept nearby. Has His Majesty punished you?" Luo Yi cautiously supported Gu Niansheng, her gaze filled with compassion. "It is but a trifling injury. Consider all the wounds I have endured on the battlefield, both grave and minor. This is nothing to fret over. Why are you crying? Do not alarm Shenger." Gu Niansheng gently patted Luo Yi, reassuring her His Majesty did not punish me, but this matter is indeed tied to me. It was my own request. "My lord, why must you endure such suffering? Enough, enough. If this minor injury placates His Majesty's wrath, it is worth it." Gu Niansheng's once stern countenance softened as he looked tenderly at Gu Niansheng. "Shenger, your mother is simply overly worried. At my age, these little wounds are inconsequential. In the past, I would not have batted an eyelash at such injuries. Indeed, even now, I remain unfazed." Observing her father's affectionate demeanor, a complex emotion unfurled within Gu Niansheng, touched, warmed, yet guilt-ridden, for this matter indeed pertained to her, and her father was still offering her comfort. "Do not boast. Luo Yi intergested, frowning. Haven't you accumulated enough ailments over the years? You should have been recuperating under the physician's care, exercising utmost caution. And now you have sustained further injury. My lady, do I not have my dignity? What dignity? If you value it, then do not get injured." Gu Niansheng turned to her elder brother, noting his worried expression, and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" "Father was injured in his foundation during a confrontation with a formidable enemy years ago, which hindered his strength from advancing. Thus, he has been recuperating at home. I overheard the physician mention that father's condition has worsened, and he must absolutely avoid further injury. These 20 lashes will certainly take their toll." Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng's expression shifted subtly. Since her return, she had relied on her father as a pillar of strength, often indulging in reckless behavior, oblivious to the gravity of his condition. "So, father has been enduring this in silence?" "Indeed." Gu Niansheng nodded, as the family had long been in search of rare treasures of heaven and earth, hoping to heal their father's injuries. Regrettably, the accumulation of chronic ailments over the years had left his meridians somewhat damaged. Inside the room, Gu Niansheng coughed, staining the handkerchief with blood. Luo Yi's expression shifted dramatically, while Gu Niansheng swiftly approached and grasped her father's hand. "Shengye?" Gu Niansheng looked at her in surprise. "Father, allow me to take your pulse and assess your condition." Gu Niansheng insisted, pulling at Gu Niansheng's arm and disregarding his objections as she began her examination. Upon doing so, her heart sank. Though her father appeared robust and vigorous on the surface, reminiscent of his younger days, she was taken aback to discover the severity of his actual condition. It was merely a FAAD he had maintained. With damaged meridians and stagnant blood already a considerable challenge, the recent whip injury had compounded his suffering even further. Chapter 75. The sweetest medicine for my daughter Sheng. I am perfectly fine. Gu Niansheng, noticing the change in his daughter's expression, understood that she had discerned his condition. "Rest assured, I shall not falter until I witness your marriage." Gu Niansheng's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Her father had always indulged her, tirelessly mending the chaos she created. Despite his own struggles, he consistently prioritized her well-being, never once considering his own needs. The blood seeping from his wounds was a testament to his sacrifices for her. "Father, allow me to tend to your wounds," Gu Niansheng said, suppressing her tears. "Have faith in me. I shall restore you to health." Gu Niansheng smiled gently. "My daughter is truly capable. Carefully, Gu Niansheng bandaged her father's injuries and retrieved her specially formulated golden wound medicine, which proved far more effective than ordinary remedies. While the superficial wounds were manageable, addressing the underlying affliction would require considerable effort. Father, I will brew medicine for your internal health. Once your external injuries have healed, I will administer acupuncture to gradually treat the old ailments concealed within you. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng expressed surprise. Treating old ailments? Sheng, the physician has stated that your father's chronic conditions are difficult to cure. Even the rarest herbs can only alleviate them. Luo Yi, unable to bear the truth, voiced her concerns, recalling the tears she shed upon learning this news. Father, mother, I will find a way, Gu Niansheng declared earnestly. I am certain I can heal father's ailments. We have faith in you. After tending to Gu Niansheng's wounds, Gu Niansheng set about brewing the medicine. The physician later examined her work and, upon witnessing her adeptness, felt a measure of relief, though concern lingered. Master, the young lady is still a novice in medicine. Leave us be. Could my daughter possibly wish me harm? Gu Niansheng dismissed the physician with a wave, insisting he refrain from such talk in front of her. Yes, yes. After preparing the medicine, Gu Niansheng was surprised to find that her father, typically averse to medicinal concoctions, found this one quite palatable. Returning to her room, Gu Niansheng began to contemplate her finances. Understanding the gravity of her father's condition, she realized that ordinary remedies would merely alleviate his symptoms. To truly restore his strength, she would require rare and precious herbs, items of considerable value. The Lingsheng Tower was undoubtedly profitable. Despite its recent establishment, it attracted affluent patrons willing to pay handsomely, accumulating thousands of taels of silver. This pace of profit was remarkable, yet still insufficient to fully remedy her father's illness. Fortunately, she was confident in her medical knowledge, believing that with a little ingenuity, she could generate the necessary funds. At that moment, she turned to her companion, Yi, and inquired, "Has there been any news from the Ming Wangfu today?" "What kind of news do you seek, miss?" Yi asked curiously. "I have heard that today the prince entered the palace alone, without the princess accompanying him. Is that all?" "That is all." Yi shook her head, having heard that the princess was deeply affected by the events of yesterday, and had been confined to her bed all day, while the esteemed Prince Ming remained in a state of anger, neglecting to visit her. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Even if Qin Minglang wished to visit, Gu Niansheng would surely not permit him. The poison she had administered had already begun to take effect, and Gu Niansheng was undoubtedly hiding away, too fearful to meet anyone. After all, transforming from a beauty into an ugly woman right after marriage, coupled with this latest turmoil, surely jeopardized her position as the princess of Ming. In the following days, Gu Niansheng remained at the estate, tending to Gu Niansheng. "My dear sir, you appear to be more spirited than usual," Luo Yi remarked, surveying Gu Niansheng. Although his back injury had yet to heal, the physician had suggested that the illness would descend like a mountain, and this punishment was but the final straw that could break the camel's back. However, she noticed that Gu Niansheng's condition was unexpectedly much better than anticipated. Despite the wounds still unhealed, his vitality seemed markedly different from before. "My lady, I have discovered that Sheng possesses remarkable medical skills," Gu Niansheng exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment. "I have been taking the medicine brewed by Sheng, and I feel considerably more at ease. Surely you realize that this is merely the psychological effect of your daughter's concoction?" "No," Gu Niansheng shook his head. "I'm not so muddled as to be unable to discern such things. Sheng's daily medicinal meals contain spiritual energy, which explains your swift recovery. You are indeed reaping the benefits of your daughter's care." Luo Yi responded joyfully. Gu Niansheng pondered for a moment. "I have heard that a spirit master has recently opened an establishment in the imperial city called Lingsheng Tower. Could it possibly be related to our Sheng?" The two exchanged knowing glances. The meals Sheng had prepared for them in recent days were exceptionally fragrant. The spiritual essence infused within them invigorated anyone who partook. And although Luo Yi had not been injured, she felt rejuvenated after consuming the food. Her physical state greatly improved. "Since Sheng has not spoken of it, let us refrain from inquiring further," Gu Niansheng suggested. They were both astute individuals. How could Sheng produce such exquisite meals without assistance? It must certainly be connected to that spirit master, and Sheng had previously mentioned a mysterious mentor. It seemed that Sheng had exhausted all means for their health. There was no need for further questions. Truly, their daughter surpassed their expectations in every regard. At Lingan Tower, Gu Niansheng followed her routine of delivering the spiritually infused seasonings when she noticed Shi Yong'an gazing at her with an expression that suggested he had something to say. At that moment, his sister, Shi Wanwan, stood beside him. Having been treated by Gu Niansheng, she had fully recovered from her illness and was no longer the frail figure she once was. Now, she was a lively and utterly charming young girl. Helping out at Lingan Tower, grateful from the depths of her heart, she worked with an extra spring in her step. Master Shi, do you have something to discuss with me? Gu Niansheng inquired. Master, I. Shi Yong'an appeared troubled, seemingly unsure of how to begin. Gu Niansheng furrowed her brows slightly and said, Master Shi, if you have any difficulties, feel free to speak candidly. I shall assist in any way I can. However, if you wish to depart from Lingan Tower, you must present a compelling reason. Otherwise, I cannot acquiesce. No. Shi Yong'an quickly waved his hands. I have no intention of leaving Lingan Tower. I have a favor to ask. I hope my esteemed master can help save a life. Save a life? Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Shi Yong'an and Shi Wanwan, and inquired, Is it a friend of yours? It is a friend I have known since childhood. Her illness bears a striking resemblance to Wanwan's. A few days ago, her family visited Lingan Tower and, upon seeing that Wanwan had been cured, inquired about the healer responsible. I informed them it was a divine physician who performed the treatment. They have since implored me to facilitate an introduction, and I assure you, the compensation will be substantial. Shi Yong'an's expression was hesitant. If my master is unwilling, it is of no consequence. Is the ailing individual your childhood sweetheart? Chapter 76. Is Gu Xiao returning home early every day? Gu Niansheng seldom witnessed such an expression on Shi Yong'an's face, and the hint of concern was unmistakably evident. Shi Yong'an was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Shi Wanwan remarked, Sister Xiangling has been a friend of my elder brother since childhood. Our families were once closely intertwined, and my brother was even betrothed to her. However, after our family's downfall, we lost everything and my brother and I were sold into the underground market. Did this engagement simply become void? Gu Niansheng inquired. The Su family no longer acknowledged the engagement once they saw our misfortune, Shi Wanwan said with a forlorn expression. Yet Sister Xiangling has always treated us with kindness. It's just that her family. She sighed. In truth, the Su family's actions are not entirely unjust. I was never worthy of Xiangling, nor could I provide her with a promising future, so the dissolution of the engagement was only fitting. I never anticipated she would fall gravely ill and that countless doctors would prove futile. Shi Yong'an's gaze grew complicated. Master, could you possibly save her? If you can, I would willingly sacrifice everything. He hesitated, realizing he had previously made a similar pledge when Gu Niansheng came to aid Wanwan, feeling unqualified to demand more. I have agreed, Gu Niansheng replied. Shi Yong'an was momentarily stunned, struggling to process the information, and then incredulously asked, Master, you truly agreed? Thank you, he expressed his gratitude. At a loss for words, he felt that Gu Niansheng was a benefactor in his life. Without her, his existence would remain dim and dreary. Gu Niansheng noticed his inclination to kneel and promptly supported him. I will save her, but the Su family will offer a reward. You need not thank them. This is not a debt you owe. A smile broke across Shi Yong'an's face. He had once promised Xiangling a future, yet now he could barely protect himself. All he wished for was her survival, and he would offer his blessings. Gu Niansheng sighed, recognizing from Wanwan's earlier demeanor that after the Shi family's decline, the Su family not only failed to assist, but likely added to their plight. Otherwise, it would have been no challenge for the Su family to purchase their contracts and restore their freedom. Coincidentally, she recently needed to earn money to buy medicinal herbs for her father, and it would not be excessive to extract a hefty sum from those unscrupulous individuals. Inform them that I will visit in 3 days. Understood. After leaving Lingan building, Gu Niansheng purchased some rare, medicinal herbs from shop before returning home to prepare medicinal meals for her father. After several days of her care, her father's condition had visibly improved. However, as this chronic ailment had persisted for far too long, even if a cure were available, his body could not withstand immediate treatment. Thus, a gradual recovery was essential. In this moment, she felt immensely grateful for her rebirth and newfound abilities as a spirit healer. Who could rival her expertise in nurturing health? Upon returning home, he joyfully greeted her. "Miss, you have finally returned." Gu Niansheng raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "The master has already sent someone to inquire several times whether you have returned." He chuckled softly. Undoubtedly the master is craving something. Gu Niansheng smiled faintly, saying, "Let us proceed to the kitchen." Meanwhile, Gu Hongzhen, after a long day's toil, was resolutely intent on returning home. As he was preparing to leave today, he was intercepted by his friend Meng Zhonglan. "Hongzhen, you seem off." Gu Hongzhen, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean I am off?" Meng Zhonglan continued, "Why have you been rushing home every time you finish your tasks these past few days? I have never seen you so homesick before. Could it be that you have a hidden beauty at home?" With eager anticipation, Meng Zhonglan gazed at Gu Hongzhen, who, with his handsome countenance, had undoubtedly attracted numerous admirers, possibly even a princess. Previously, he had been carefree, yet now he seemed consumed by the desire to return home. Despite Meng Zhonglan's attempts to coax him out for drinks, he had declined, which was exceedingly peculiar. "Absolutely not. Are you certain?" Meng Zhonglan queried skeptically. "Indeed, I am certain." "Then let me invite you for a drink today." "Enough of that." Gu Hongzhen looked at him disdainfully. "There is no meal as delectable as that at home. I suggest you eat at home more often and show some filial piety to your parents." Meng Zhonglan exclaimed, "Are you speaking human words? Just because you lack filial piety does not mean you should prevent me from being dutiful." After delivering this righteous retort, Gu Hongzhen departed, leaving Meng Zhonglan utterly bewildered. The night breeze carried a gentle chill, and Gu Niansheng, in high spirits, decided to move the evening meal outdoors. Gu Huanshuan and Luo Yi were equally cheerful, especially as they savored the fragrant and visually appealing dishes, feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Niansheng, I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional," Luo Yi praised. "Whoever marries you in the future will be truly fortunate." With Niansheng's remarkable qualities, her future husband must be chosen wisely. There is no rush for marriage, Gu Huanshuan added. At that moment, Gu Hongzhen returned, affirming, "Father is right. Niansheng should spend more time at home, and there is no need for a girl to rush into marriage. Are you all afraid that once I marry, no one will cook for you?" Gu Niansheng laughed lightly. "Absolutely not." Gu Hongzhen sat down, and upon seeing his beloved sister had prepared his favorite 8-treasure duck, his smile grew even brighter. Niansheng was indeed the finest sister in the world. Observing her elder brother's radiant smile, which outshone the moonlight, Gu Niansheng playfully remarked, "You should use that charming smile to win a sister-in-law." "At last I've caught you." Meng Zhonglan's voice echoed from behind. Having known Gu Hongzhen for many years, he understood his friend's character well. It was impossible for Gu Hongzhen to yearn for home without a reason. As he confidently walked into the courtyard, he suddenly found Gu Huanshuan and the others gathered there, and was left utterly astounded. Could it be true? Gu Hongzhen rushes home daily solely to honor his parents and share a meal with the family? Am I dreaming? Having encountered the Duke of the State and his esteemed wife, Meng Zhonglan executed a rigid salute. However, his demeanor faltered momentarily when his gaze fell upon Gu Niansheng. Over the years, he had frequented the Duke's residence and was acquainted with Gu Niansheng, yet he had not made the acquaintance of the young lady before him. Nevertheless, he had heard whispers in the imperial city and could surmise a few details. "Have we met, Miss Gu?" Gu Niansheng responded with a gentle smile and a graceful curtsy. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Meng." Upon receiving her affirmative reply, a smile graced Meng Zhonglan's face. "Miss Gu is familiar with me?" Observing Meng Zhonglan's unwavering gaze fixed upon his sister, Gu Hongzhen stepped forward to shield her from his stare. "What brings you to our home?" Chapter 77. Is this the goddess? However, Meng Zhonglan seemed to be oblivious to his words, merely craning his neck to gaze at the enchanting Gu family sister ahead. Indeed, she was worthy of being Gu Hongzhen's sister, Her beauty was otherworldly, a true paragon of grace. Gu Hongzhen shifted slightly, blocking Meng Zhonglan's view. What are you looking at? Only then did Meng Zhonglan snap back to reality, a smile of feigned innocence gracing his face. Oh, nothing. Luo Yi observed this scene with a bemused smile, finding it all too familiar. After all, in her youth, she often encountered similar situations, and now it struck her as a delightful reminder of how her own daughter was blossoming into womanhood. Zhonglan, since you are here, let's share a meal together? Meng Zhonglan's eyes lit up. Absolutely. What was once a table for 4 had transformed into a gathering of 5. While Meng Zhonglan beamed with joy, Gu Hongzhen was preoccupied with thoughts of how he had befriended such a glutton. Gu Niansheng wore a gentle smile, recalling Meng Zhonglan as her elder brother's childhood companion. He had frequently visited their household, though she seldom made an appearance, leaving little impression on her. She remembered vividly how, when their family was imprisoned, everyone steered clear of them. Yet Meng Zhonglan had tirelessly advocated for their release. Zhonglan, you haven't visited in quite some time. Do try this dish and tell me how it tastes, Luo Yi said with a warm smile. Thank you, Aunt, Meng Zhonglan replied, his face alight with joy. I could smell its aroma from afar, and it seems the chef has outdone himself this time. Upon tasting a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. The food was exquisite. Gu Hongzhen shot him a glance, feeling quite disgruntled by this freeloader at the table. His sister's dishes were never enough, and now there was someone who could eat even more. As Meng Zhonglan devoured the food with fervor, he couldn't help but sing the chef's praises. This culinary skill is incredible. I have never tasted anything so delightful. Gu Hongzhen, noticing Meng Zhonglan's lack of decorum, abandoned his usual etiquette and quickly joined in. Both of them now engaged in a friendly competition for the dishes. Brother, guests should be treated with courtesy, Gu Niansheng remarked, somewhat exasperated. Yet Gu Hongzhen dismissed her concern with a glance, prompting her to follow his gaze, where they noticed their father was not lagging behind in speed either. Zhonglan, have some rice, Luo Yi said, observing the boy's ravenous demeanor, and filled a bowl for him. Meng Zhonglan was aware of his unrefined eating habits and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he accepted the bowl. Upon tasting the rice, his eyes widened again in disbelief. Even the rice was delicious. The meal at the Gu household proceeded at a remarkable pace. Gu Niansheng initially thought she had prepared an ample feast. Yet, glancing at the now spotless plates, she realized something had been overlooked. Who is this remarkable chef you have contracted? May I borrow them for a few days? Meng Zhonglan asked, his face brimming with eager anticipation. You wishful thinker. Gu Hongzhen responded without hesitation. This was prepared by my sister. Do you think she's a mere cook? Upon hearing this, Meng Zhonglan was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at the enchanting beauty before him, struggling to fathom that she could produce such delectable dishes. Is this truly made by Miss Gu? Indeed, it was no wonder, for only a stunning figure like Miss Gu could conjure such exquisite cuisine. Her dexterity was truly remarkable, Meng Zhonglan exclaimed, realizing that the beautiful young ladies he had previously encountered paled in comparison to the true goddess that was Miss Gu. Noticing the familiar gaze of his companions, Gu Hongzhen urged, the meal is finished. It is time to return. Why the rush? Let us converse a little longer. The following day, Gu Niansheng tidied herself up and made her way to Lingan Academy, as today marked the commencement of the academic year. Niansheng, upon seeing Gu Niansheng, Xia Yingxian greeted her warmly. It has been a while since our last encounter after the competition. How have you been? Upon encountering a familiar face, Gu Niansheng's lips curled into a smile. Xia Yingxian appeared radiant, noticeably rejuvenated since their last meeting, likely due to her successful assessment at the academy, which had undoubtedly improved her circumstances at home. I am well, Gu Niansheng replied. Xia Yingxian, with concern, remarked, however, I have heard of your unfortunate incident. I did not expect Gu Niansheng to be so devious. Did this matter affect you in any way? Following the events at the Ming Wangfu, rumors swiftly spread the next day, declaring that Qinglian was mad and had died shortly thereafter. Though this was said, the truth was well known among them. The royal family had since silenced discussions on the matter, and it was evident that anyone who dared to continue would be courting danger. Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively, asserting, "This affair has nothing to do with me, so it will not implicate me." However, her father has faced repercussions, and I hold Gu Niansheng and Qin Minglang accountable for that. That is reassuring, Xia Yingxian replied, feeling somewhat relieved. Gu Niansheng has passed the academy's assessment, so she should be here today as well. If you happen to cross paths. A slight smirk appeared on Gu Niansheng's lips. That may not be the case. Xia Yingxian was momentarily taken aback, questioning. Although she is now the esteemed princess consort, being a student at Lingan Academy is a great honor for anyone. How could she possibly not attend? Perhaps she's entangled in some troubles, Gu Niansheng suggested, raising an eyebrow. She was confident in the poison she had concocted, much like the one Gu Niansheng had used against her. Ordinary physicians could not discern its presence. The poison she had crafted bore no visible signs, merely manifesting as red sores, which many doctors would dismiss as trivial ailments. Over time, these sores would become increasingly itchy, prompting the afflicted to scratch uncontrollably. By then, Gu Niansheng would not only escape disfigurement, but would likely mar her own visage in the process. Today merely marked a few days since the poison had taken effect. Her face was undoubtedly still unhealed. Even if she wished to attend the academy today, it would not be a simple endeavor. Initially, Xia Yingxian had harbored some concern for Gu Niansheng, but witnessing her composure, she felt reassured. Recalling the words spoken by Gu Niansheng on the martial arts arena, she had once struggled to comprehend their meaning. It was only recently that she fully grasped their significance. Both of them were legitimate young ladies of their families, yet they navigated their lives with trepidation. Fortunately, they are now embarking on a journey to alter this reality. In the Ming Wang mansion, Qin Minglang furrowed his brows as he gazed at the firmly shut door. Today marks the commencement of classes at Lingan Academy. She has feigned illness for several days. Is it not time for her to attend the academy? My lord, the princess is unwell and requires further rest, Shan interjected with a beaming smile, blocking Qin Minglang's path. Has someone harmed her? Or is there another reason for such prolonged recuperation? Qin Minglang scoffed. She is, after all, a practitioner. If she must feign illness, let her do so within reason, lest it become excessive. Chapter 78. Can such words be spoken? In recent days, he had meticulously contemplated the events that had transpired, realizing that he had been blinded by Nianen's tears. Upon deeper reflection, he acknowledged that Nianen's strength was not to be underestimated. How could she possibly be so fragile? Hearing Shan's words at this moment ignited a surge of anger within him. Shan's expression flickered with alarm. Your Highness, the princess truly is unwell. Step aside. I must ascertain the nature of her ailment. With a forceful push, Qin Minglang swung open the door and entered. Gu Niansheng, taken aback by his sudden intrusion, gasped instinctively and hurriedly raised a handkerchief to shield her face. Noticing her frantic attempt to conceal herself, Qin Minglang furrowed his brow. What has happened to your face? Nothing much, Gu Niansheng replied, her voice tinged with panic. Your Highness, I am feeling unwell. Enough. Without allowing her to finish, Qin Minglang interrupted, striding forward to snatch the handkerchief from her grasp. What followed was a sight that provoked nausea within him. The once delicate features of the woman were now marred by a multitude of red sores, oozing with white pus. Her pockmarked visage appeared utterly distressing, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though the woman before him could not possibly be Nianeng, though the familiar voice confirmed her identity. Gu Niansheng noticed the flicker of revulsion in Qin Minglang's eyes, and tears immediately blurred her vision as she hastily shielded her face once more. What could have caused your face to deteriorate in such a manner? He inquired, brows knitted in concern. I do not know, Gu Niansheng sobbed. Have you summoned a physician? Qin Minglang turned to Shan. What do they say? The physician suggested that the princess may have suffered a severe shock, leading to a surge of internal heat and anger, resulting in her current condition. She has been receiving treatment, Shan explained. Days have passed, and there is no sign of improvement? Qin Minglang's brow tightened, for her face displayed no indication of recovery. Rather, it seemed to worsen. None, Shan replied, her head bowed. At that moment, Gu Niansheng regained her composure. Realizing she could no longer hide her plight, she resorted to her last hope. Your Highness, the physician within the manor claims he is not proficient in treating such ailments. Could you possibly summon additional doctors for me? Clinging to this final thread of hope, she thought that if her face remained untreated, she would be unable to face anyone. Very well. Qin Minglang hesitated for a moment, understanding the implications for the reputation of the Ming Palace, before ultimately acquiescing. Gu Niansheng and Xia Yingxian had walked a considerable distance, having previously received word from the academy that they were in the same class. However, just as they were about to enter the room, a familiar voice called out from behind. Niansheng, we meet again. Turning around, Gu Niansheng was greeted by the sight of the sixth prince, Qin Yunjing, who appeared as handsome as ever after days apart. Xia Yingxian glanced at the two and whispered, I shall go in first. There's no need. Gu Niansheng waved her off. From now on, we are all comrades in the same school. It would be remiss not to make an introduction. Qin Yunjing also noticed Xia Yingxian and smiled, saying, Miss Xia, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, yet I have not had the opportunity to make your acquaintance until now. Xia Yingxian felt somewhat flattered. Her status was evidently inferior compared to the sixth prince, and she was surprised to hear such words from him. Your Highness is too courteous. I have long been aware of your illustrious name, and it is indeed a privilege to finally meet you. Observing their polite exchanges, Gu Niansheng couldn't help but find it amusing. Was she perhaps too casual in her demeanor towards Qin Yunjing? Miss Xia, there is no need for formality. Just take a cue from Niansheng. She does not regard me as a prince at all, Qin Yunjing remarked with a shrug. If I were to speak a little more, she might even find me bothersome. Xia Yingxian instinctively glanced at Gu Niansheng and recalled the scene she had witnessed in the arena. It indeed seemed plausible. Niansheng, may I speak with you for a moment? Qin Yunjing proposed. Xia Yingxian had already stepped into the room, leaving Gu Niansheng looking curiously at Qin Yunjing, uncertain of his intentions. Zhu Jinyao had fainted in the prison due to exhaustion. Later, after much pleading from concubine Wan and considering recent events, she was finally released. Qin Yunjing raised an eyebrow, noting that although she had taken medicinal pills during the assessment, even if Commander Zhu sought leniency from the academy, she still could not gain admission, thereby solidifying their enmity. Thank you for the information, Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile, as this was somewhat anticipated. Zhu Jinyao had undoubtedly suffered greatly in prison, but it was improbable that her life would be forfeited over this incident. The emperor would not let personal grievances dictate matters, especially since it did not cost her life. At most, it would result in such a punishment. I must warn you that Zhu Jinyao's elder sister is also at this academy, a senior student of greater prowess than ours. Given that Zhu Jinyao is currently bedridden, she may seek trouble with you. You should be cautious. It was then that Gu Niansheng understood the essence of Qin Yunjing's warning. It seemed that Zhu Jinyao's sister would indeed be a formidable challenge. Of course, as long as you remain by my side, she would certainly think twice before causing you trouble. Just answer me one question, and I will ensure your protection. What do you say? Qin Yunjing winked, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Thank you, but no need, Gu Niansheng firmly declined. Members of the royal family are all cunning. Upon seeing her turn to leave, Qin Yunjing was taken aback. This was entirely unexpected. You do not even know what the question is. Qin Yunjing blocked her path. It is certainly not anything pleasant. Qin Yunjing appeared helpless. Do not always conflate me with my third brother. Although we share the same father, we have different mothers and are thus not entirely alike. Gu Niansheng replied, You actually dare to say such a thing? What are you curious about? I wish to know what your relationship is with the Northern King and why he pays you such special attention. I take my leave. Gu Niansheng wore a look of helplessness, as everyone seemed to be posing the same question to her, a query she herself wished to direct at Wei Xianqi. Inside the room, the lively conversation among a few individuals came to a halt upon noticing the arrival of Xia Yingxian. Miaofeng, is that not your sister? One remarked in surprise. I never imagined she would actually gain admission to the academy. Xia Miaofeng cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yingxian. Her demeanor is so arrogant. I cannot abide her haughty attitude, as if she were the esteemed young lady of the Xia family. Does she not realize that the true matriarch of the Xia family is my mother now? Xia Miaofang regarded Xia Yingxian with cold eyes, realizing that this woman was also a legitimate daughter of the Xia family. Despite having remained within the confines of the family for years and never attending grand events, where everyone had long believed that she was the rightful heiress, this woman had the audacity to seek the limelight at Lingan Academy. Chapter 79. A resounding slap. Xia Yingxian cast a glance at Xia Miaofu, who, in their family, often regarded her with a condescending demeanor. However, she was acutely aware that her mother had passed away, and Xia Miaofu's mother had become the new matriarch, leaving her feeling neglected by the entire clan. Had it not been for the unbearably difficult marriage arranged by Madame Xia, she would not have sought an alternative path for herself. Look, my sister has begun to regard us with that haughty gaze once again, Xia Miaofu sneered. Indeed, one could hardly blame her. After all, she was the legitimate young lady of the Xia family, and her arrogance was not unexpected. Others echoed this sentiment, their words and glances rife with disdain. As the attention of those around turned towards her, Xia Yingxian could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, Xia Miaofu, you're going too far. How am I being excessive? Xia Miaofu raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that I should remain silent? What a grand display of authority you have. I believe it is you, second Miss Xia, who possesses quite the inflated sense of superiority. When Gu Niansheng entered the room, she immediately perceived the unfolding scene. A few brief exchanges had clarified the situation. Approaching Xia Yingxian, she recalled from her previous life how difficult Xia Yingshuan's existence in the Xia household had been. Though her talents were not remarkable, she had forged her own path through sheer determination. Today, it was evident that this second Miss Xia was exceptionally audacious. Oh, and who is this standing up for Xia Yingxian? Xia Miaofu observed the sudden appearance of the young woman before her, dressed in an elegant white gown. The girl possessed exquisite features. Although her attire was simple, it exuded an innate allure. Each smile and frown radiated beauty, and even while speaking with a frosty demeanor, her appearance left Xia Miaofu at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Miaofu deduced her identity. You must be Gu Niansheng? Indeed, I am, Gu Niansheng replied. At this revelation, Xia Miaofu's smile brightened even further. I wondered who could befriend Xia Yingxian. It appears to be none other than the unfortunate young lady of the Gu family, sharing in each other's sorrows. Two pitiful souls, seeking warmth in one another. Xia Miaofu's expression was one of triumph. Clad in a vibrant red gown, her appearance was undeniably striking, her fair face slightly rounded, embodying an air of delicate charm. The arrogance in her gaze towards Xia Yingxian was palpable, and one could hardly sense any sisterly affection from her. The young lady of the Gu family, having wandered for years, returned only to find everything taken from her. It was only on the day of the crown princess's wedding that you dared to voice these grievances. How painful it must have been to hold that in. Xia Miaofu's smile was one of derision, as she regarded Gu Niansheng as a mere jest. My discomfort is of no concern to you, but should you utter another word, I assure you, you will find yourself in a great deal of distress. Gu Niansheng's expression darkened gradually, the once radiant beauty now shrouded in an icy veneer. Her elegantly arched brows resembled blades, exuding an air of chilling intensity. Her voice, though soft and melodic, was laced with an unmistakable threat. In that fleeting moment, Xia Miaofu felt as though she had been marked by a demon, her brazen smile instinctively freezing in place. It was only when she noticed Gu Niansheng's beguiling grin at the corner of her lips that she realized she had been startled by just a few of her words. The gazes of those around them were tinged with confusion, and she, filled with indignation, retorted, Gu Niansheng, you are nothing but a waste. Slap! Gu Niansheng's palm struck Xia Miaofu's face, interrupting her words with a suddenness that took everyone by surprise. The previous verbal exchange had already been unexpected, but Xia Miaofu's ungracious opening was even more shocking. They could hardly anticipate Gu Niansheng's decisive response, a resounding slap that was utterly exhilarating. Xia Yingxian stared at Gu Niansheng in astonishment. So often had she been verbally bullied by Xia Miaofu, who basked in their father's favoritism while neglecting her. Yet now, witnessing Gu Niansheng's slap, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Xia Miaofu covered her stinging face, momentarily bewildered. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were already aflame with rage. She glared fiercely at Gu Niansheng. You dare hit me? Why should I not? Gu Niansheng retorted upon our first meeting. You chose to insult me. Do you think I am someone you can easily defame? The Duke of Zhengguo's estate is not one to be slandered lightly. As her commanding words echoed, those around Xia Miaofu began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The Duke of Zhengguo wielded considerable influence in court. Having earned his title through bloodshed, should this matter escalate, Miaofu would undoubtedly bear the blame. Miaofu, do not act rashly, Yan Ruili quickly interjected, grasping her arm. Xia Yingxian, already lacking support within her family, had endured countless taunts from Miaofu. However, Gu Niansheng was the esteemed daughter of the duke's household, and they could not disregard the dignity of the noble family. Nevertheless, Xia Miaofu was consumed by rage. No one had ever dared to strike her, let alone in front of so many witnesses. If this incident were to pass without consequence, how could she ever hold her head high in the academy again? Stay out of this. I am determined to confront her. Xia Miaofu forcefully shoved Yan Ruili aside, her face flushed as she charged at Gu Niansheng. At that moment, Xia Yingxian could no longer sit idly by. Miaofu, cease this madness. Otherwise, I will not stand idly by. This conflict had arisen because of her, and while she had tolerated the family's incessant mockery, to witness both Miaofu and Niansheng insult her was intolerable. Xia Miaofu was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. If you have the courage, then strike. As she prepared to make her move, Xia Yingxian stepped protectively in front of Gu Niansheng. Gu Niansheng noticed this gesture with surprise. How could Xia Miaofu's words have provoked such a response? Xia Yingxian had remained silent until now, yet here she was, willing to defend her? A gentle smile spread across Gu Niansheng's face. It seemed she had chosen her friends wisely. Xia Miaofu lunged forward with an attack, but Gu Niansheng quietly pushed Xia Yingxian aside and met the assault with a decisive palm strike. She preferred not to provoke trouble, yet when it had already found its way to her doorstep, she felt compelled to retaliate fiercely, ensuring that her adversary understood the consequences of offending her. She recalled that this cohort at Lingan Academy boasted several prodigies exempt from assessments, possessing extraordinary prowess. However, it was evident that Xia Miaofu did not belong to this elite group. In other words, Xia Miaofu, who had yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage, was courting disaster by challenging her. Chapter 80. Denying her a life of ease. Xia Yingxian never anticipated that Gu Niansheng would act in such a manner. By the time she sought to intervene, it was too late. Bang! The clash of two forces resulted in a tremendous backlash that struck Xia Miaofu's hand, causing her complexion to pale instantaneously. Step by step, Xia Miaofu retreated, the fiery pain in her right hand rendering her incredulous as she gazed at Gu Niansheng before her, astonished by the formidable strength this woman possessed. Miaofu, are you all right? Yan Ruili quickly supported her and spoke in a serious tone. Gu Niansheng has recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage on the competition platform. Ordinary students are no match for her at present. Why must you confront her head-on? In that moment, Xia Miaofu regained a semblance of rationality. The mere thought of the kind of friend someone like Xia Yingxian could attract, coupled with the deeply entrenched reputation of Gu Niansheng as a waste, made her realize that this woman was no longer the useless individual she once knew. Miss Gu, Miaofu spoke out of turn earlier. I apologize on her behalf and hope you can overlook it, Yan Ruili said. Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng regarded Yan Ruili with newfound respect, recognizing her intelligence surpassed that of Xia Miaofu. Ruili, why apologize to her? Xia Miaofu protested, a look of defiance on her face. Miaofu, stop making a scene, Yan Ruili admonished. Today marks the day of enrollment. Do you wish for the entire school to be aware of this ruckus by the end of the day? Humbled, Xia Miaofu fell silent, though her expression remained one of discontent. Gu Niansheng cast a fleeting glance at Xia Miaofu before turning and walking deeper into the room, finding a seat to settle down. Xia Yingxian sat beside Gu Niansheng, her eyes reflecting a hint of remorse. I am sorry that this incident has implicated you. Not at all, Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile, waving her hand dismissively. As friends, we share both joys and hardships. If I were in trouble, you would not abandon me. Would you? Xia Yingxian gazed at the charmingly smiling woman beside her, her resolve firming. I won't. Absolutely not. Then all is well, Gu Niansheng smiled lightly. While I may not be able to assist you with matters concerning your family, within the academy, I shall not stand idly by while you are bullied. In that instant, Xia Yingxian comprehended why Gu Niansheng had pushed her away earlier. Each family harbors long-standing issues, and she was acutely aware of the challenges she faced in the Xia household. Had she been the one to strike Miaofu today, the repercussions upon her return would be dire. After you return, if Xia Miaofu makes a fuss over this matter, simply attribute it to me, Gu Niansheng stated. Just as Qin Yunjing took a seat nearby, he overheard Gu Niansheng's words and felt a sense of helplessness. You truly do not care about your reputation at all. After bearing the brunt of criticism for a year, I have grown accustomed to it. What is there to be concerned about? Gu Niansheng shrugged, reflecting on how this notoriety had once troubled her. Upon further contemplation, she realized it was not entirely detrimental. For such a reputation enables one to discern the true intentions of those around them. Ultimately, these matters are superficial. As long as she can protect those she cherishes, that is all that truly matters. As she spoke, she turned to Xia Yingxian and declared, After all, she insulted me first. My actions are entirely justified. Even if this matter escalates in the future, the Xia family lacks the grounds to trouble me. The Xia family, being a prominent clan, would be ridiculed if they sought retribution for something so trivial. Qin Yunjing observed the woman's nonchalant demeanor and teased, At this rate, your prospects for marriage may dwindle. Rest assured, I need not your concern, Gu Niansheng replied, casting him a sidelong glance. If the man I marry is as shallow as you, I would rather remain single. Many in the room watched Gu Niansheng and Qin Yunjing engage in their lively conversation, envy filling their gazes. Their entry into this class was motivated not only by a desire to enhance their skills, but also by the prospect of interacting with the Sixth Prince. If they were to win his favor and become his princess, it would indeed be a meteoric rise. Had the Sixth Prince been a tad older during the selection of the 4 talents of the imperial city, he would undoubtedly have been among them. Gu Niansheng and the Sixth Prince appeared quite familiar with one another, exuding an ease that suggested no formality. The Sixth Prince, being the younger brother of the Ming Prince, and Gu Niansheng, the former fiancé of the Ming Prince, had reasons for their familiarity. One might presume that their relationship was innocuous. Otherwise, encounters with the Ming Prince would be exceedingly awkward. After some contemplation, the crowd deemed this possibility unlikely and felt reassured. Just then, a commotion was heard outside, and a woman in her 30s stepped into view. I am your mentor, Lu Rushua. The crowd's eyes brightened. They had heard of the mentor. Welcome to Lingan Academy. Should you need anything during your time here, feel free to approach me. Today, 20 of you are reported to be here. Everyone should be accounted for, correct? Lu Rushua smiled as she counted the attendees, only to find 19 present, with 1 still absent. Mentor, the Ming Princess has yet to arrive, Xiao Miaofu remarked. Lu Rushua glanced at her list and confirmed this. In the academy, regardless of status or background, everyone is merely a fellow student. You may address one another by name. At that moment, someone outside came to relay a message. Lu Rushua stepped out for a brief conversation and returned, stating, Gu Niansheng is unwell and will not be coming for the time being. As it was their first day at the academy, there were no immediate tasks. The focus was on familiarizing themselves with their peers and the academy itself. Upon hearing of Gu Niansheng's absence, several individuals instinctively turned their gazes toward Gu Niansheng, for this matter was inextricably linked to her. I told you, Gu Niansheng is hardly a virtuous person. On the day of Gu Niansheng's wedding, such a scandal arose, leaving her bedridden with anger, while Gu Niansheng appears utterly unfazed. Xiao Miaofu scoffed, her hands still aching from the humiliation she suffered in front of so many earlier that day. She could hardly swallow her resentment. This Gu Niansheng is not a simple character. You should tread carefully. Yan Rueli remarked that after enduring bullying for such an extended period, remaining passive would render her a mere fool. However, she chose to retaliate, and she executed her counterattack with remarkable finesse. In just a month, she has completely transformed her reputation, evolving from a despised outcast into a celebrated beauty. Do you truly believe this is mere coincidence? Xia Miaofu was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that all of this was premeditated? Naturally. Yanrueli's gaze was earnest. This only serves to demonstrate that she is equally ruthless, having schemed in the shadows for who knows how long. Xia Miaofu expressed her disdain, asserting that she would not allow her to live comfortably. Chapter 81. The anger of Princess Nanling when Xia Yingxian learned that Gu Niansheng truly would not be coming. She couldn't help but feel astonished. Was Gu Niansheng injured? She had now become a member of the Ming Wangfu, yet the circumstances remained unclear. Gu Niansheng spoke nonchalantly. Oh. Xia Yingxian nodded, conceding the point. Gu Niansheng then turned to Qin Yunjing. I've heard that there are still several prodigies at the academy who have not participated in the assessments. Why have I not seen them today? They have been exempted from the assessments and reported to the academy earlier. They will appear during the subsequent training sessions. And I will introduce you to them then, he replied. You're also exempt from the assessment, so why are you here today? I came to see you. Qin Yunjing stated matter-of-factly. Xia Yingxian was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock, as if she had stumbled upon an untold secret. His words are mere banter. If you take them to heart, you will have lost, Gu Niansheng remarked, having noticed the expression on Xia Yingshuan's face. Still in disbelief, Xia Yingxian nodded obediently, convinced that Niansheng would not deceive her. You believe her over me? Qin Yunjing said incredulously. Naturally, I find her more trustworthy. After each student introduced themselves, the group began to explore the academy, familiarizing themselves with the place they would frequent. In that moment, Gu Niansheng understood why Lingan Academy was the dream institution for all cultivators. It was a place meticulously designed for their training. Instructor Liu walked ahead, having provided a general overview and invited everyone to wander about before commencing formal studies the following day. Just then, a few individuals approached them unexpectedly. Yinjing, why are you with Gu Niansheng? A woman's petulant voice was laced with discontent, clearly unable to comprehend the situation before her. Gu Niansheng noticed Nanling and was instantly reminded of their past encounters. Years ago, when she was brought back to the residence by Wei Xianqi, Nanling had persistently sought to undermine her. She recalled that Nanling had indeed claimed to be a student of Lingan Academy. Back then, she had only wanted to escape Wei Xianqi and had considered Nanling's antics to be nonsensical. Little did she expect to meet her here at Lingan Academy. Gu Niansheng, I never realized you were so resourceful. Nanling sneered. Knowing that my third brother has no interest in you, and your hopes of marrying into the royal family are dashed. You've now set your sights on my sixth brother? I do not know what you're talking about, Gu Niansheng replied calmly. You do not know? I see that this has all been part of your scheme. Nanling's eyes were filled with disdain. On the day of the grand wedding, you humiliated Gu Niansheng, and now your father even intends for my third brother to take a secondary consort. Do you think that by elevating your status, you can become my sixth brother's princess? Dream on. Qin Yunjing had not anticipated Nanling's harsh words and frowned. Nanling, you have gone too far with your accusations. Whose side are you truly on? With a look of dissatisfaction, Nanling cast all the blame upon Gu Niansheng, realizing that she indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. I truly underestimated you. The others present were taken aback when Nanling directly confronted Gu Niansheng upon her arrival. Xia Miaofu, however, perked up, finally seeing someone who could help her vent her frustrations. To her surprise, Gu Niansheng actually seemed to harbor feelings for the sixth prince, daring to aspire to become his princess. How audacious of her! What does she possibly fear? As the most beautiful woman in the imperial city, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, and a student of Lingan Academy, how many young ladies could possibly rival her illustrious status? Yet, there were those present who understood the situation well. The previous misunderstandings were not Gu Niansheng's fault, and given the current favorable relationship between her and the sixth prince, should they indeed become a couple, it would only be a natural progression. Observing the unfolding drama, Xia Miaofu remarked, perhaps she has genuinely fallen for the sixth prince, which is why she feigned a broken engagement, claiming to be selflessly supporting her sister, yet only led to chaos. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Gu Niansheng cast a nonchalant glance at Xia Miaofu, who instinctively subdued her defiance, though her unwillingness remained evident. At that moment, Gu Niansheng turned her attention back to Nanling. Did you not previously accuse me of seducing the North Guardian King? How is it now that I am purportedly seeking to marry the sixth prince? At her words, the crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that this matter was somehow connected to the North Guardian King. Nanling faltered, retorting, "That is because you know there is no hope with the North Guardian King. Hence you altered your plans. How do you know there is no hope for me?" Gu Niansheng smirked, stepping closer to Nanling. "I had no such intentions before. But since the princess has repeatedly sought to attach this unfounded title to me, it seems rather unfair to be accused without cause. If that is the case, I might as well embrace this title and turn it to my advantage." Her voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to her and Nanling. Nanling's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the woman before her. "You dare? What do I have to fear?" Gu Niansheng smiled lightly, her exquisite features becoming even more enchanting with that smile, leaving many of the men present utterly captivated. Such a breathtaking beauty. Her mere smile was enough to ensnare hearts. Feeling a profound sense of crisis upon witnessing Gu Niansheng's mesmerizing visage, Nanling recalled how her brother had treated Gu Niansheng well before her beauty had been restored. Now, with this newfound allure, who knew what might transpire? "Gu Niansheng, should you truly dare to act upon this, I will not spare you." "Enough, Nanling." Qin Yunjing furrowed his brow. "You are a princess. To raise such a commotion in front of so many is utterly unbecoming." While he was unaware of the specifics of Gu Niansheng's exchange with Nanling, he could glean some understanding from Nanling's reaction. "Sixth brother, you're actually defending her?" Nanling was nearly beside herself with rage. "I am doing this for your sake," Qin Yunjing replied sternly. "In front of so many, you show no regard for your image. Upon our return, I shall report this to Mother and ensure you are properly disciplined. Upon my return, I shall certainly report this matter to the Queen," South Spirit declared, her indignation palpable. "Do as you please," Qin Yunjing replied nonchalantly. "You," South Spirit retorted, irate. Gu Niansheng regarded Qin Yunjing with astonishment. This fellow, who always wore a playful grin, surprisingly exhibited an air of authority at this moment. Xia Miaofu observed the scene before her, incredulous. Before the South Spirit Princess, the sixth prince actually defends Gu Niansheng? It appeared that this was not the first altercation between South Spirit Princess and Gu Niansheng. Yin Ruili spoke in a hushed tone, pondering what Gu Niansheng could have possibly said to incite such fury in South Spirit Princess. Chapter 82. Sisters married to one man? Upon exiting the academy, Gu Niansheng was unexpectedly approached by a carriage from the palace. Initially, she assumed it was there to escort Qin Yunjing and Princess Nanling, only to find it directed towards her. "Miss Gu, our noble consort wishes to invite you to the palace for a discussion." Upon hearing this, Gu Niansheng immediately understood the implications. After the tumultuous incident at the Ming Wang's residence, Wei Xianqi had already cautioned her that Consort Lu would not easily let her off the hook. The past few days had been quiet, yet today, the summons arrived unexpectedly. Xia Yingxian, standing beside Gu Niansheng, quickly deduced the identity of the consort upon hearing her title. "Very well," Gu Niansheng replied, casting a knowing glance at Xia Yingxian, who understood and headed towards the Duke of Jinggua's residence. The sudden summons from Consort Lu, without notifying the Gu family, was clearly a trap. Princess Nanling also noticed this scene and chuckled. Does Gu Niansheng truly believe that no one in the imperial city can bring her to justice? After causing so much chaos, she must inevitably face the consequences. Qin Yunjing furrowed his brow. It was undeniable that Gu Niansheng had executed her comeback splendidly. However, a careful analysis would reveal that her resurgence was built upon the backs of the Ming Wang and his consort. Consort Lu had placed all her hopes on the Ming Wang and would naturally not permit anyone to interfere with him. Undoubtedly, today's situation would prove challenging to navigate. The palace. This marked Gu Niansheng's second visit to Consort Lu's residence. The first was the trap set by Gu Nianin, and the second was orchestrated by Consort Lu, ensuring that each visit required utmost caution. Within the chamber, Consort Lu reclined languidly on a soft couch, her beautiful eyes partially closed, clearly still resting. The palace maids had exited, leaving only the two of them in a moment of profound silence. Gu Niansheng assessed the situation and recognized the intent behind it. Consort Lu was deliberately dismissive. She had summoned her over, only to feign sleep now? Gu Niansheng refrained from disturbing her, understanding that to interrupt the consort's peaceful slumber would be her own fault. Thus, she quietly remained beside her. Standing was not an issue. She doubted that the consort's pretense of sleep could be more comfortable than her own position. As time slowly passed, Gu Niansheng maintained her respectful silence, her mind analyzing the current predicament. At last, consort Lu opened her eyes, her beauty radiating an inherent elegance even upon waking. Niansheng has arrived? The consort's regal countenance displayed a hint of surprise. Have you waited long? I tend to doze off as I age. Your servant has just arrived, and, seeing the consort sleeping soundly, dared not to disturb. Gu Niansheng replied with a humble smile. Please take a seat. I merely wish to engage in casual conversation today. Your servant cannot accept such a request, Gu Niansheng replied, kneeling down, her delicate face marked by guilt and anxiety. Your servant acknowledges her fault. On the day of the Ming Wang's wedding, I could not contain my emotions. Regardless of the circumstances, I should have prioritized the Ming Wang's dignity and humbly asked for the consort's punishment. Your summoning today is likely to address this matter, and I shall bear the consequences willingly. Rather than being unjustly accused by the other party, it would be wiser for her to take the initiative. At this moment, the noble consort, Lu, truly scrutinized the young girl before her. In the past, she had only heard the descriptions of this girl from Yan'an and Yunlang, which painted her in an unflattering light. However, during their last encounter, she realized that the girl was not as dreadful as the rumor suggested. Upon seeing her again today, she discerned that it was Yan'an who was truly foolish, naively believing that this girl was an empty vessel, when in fact, her temperament and cunning far surpassed those of Yan'an. You, my dear girl, I have yet to utter a word, yet you have already misjudged. Now, I find myself at a loss for words. This situation was indeed the fault of the subject, and regardless of how the consort chose to punish her, the subject bore no complaint. Gu Niansheng lowered her head, unable to suppress her thoughts. Competing with the women of the palace was exceedingly troublesome, as every utterance dripped with insincerity. Perhaps Gu Nian'en's deceitfulness had been learned from them. Now, I ask you, do you truly harbor feelings for the Ming Wang? The sharp gaze of consort Lu locked onto Gu Niansheng, as if daring her to utter a falsehood, which would be instantly discerned. This girl was indeed the most beautiful in the land. Her mere appearance would elicit admiration from anyone who beheld her. With her intellect, it should be a simple task to cleanse herself of the previous slander, yet she chose to wait until now. The consort even suspected that this girl had never genuinely liked Ming Lang. It had all been a mere ruse. But why would she do such a thing? I genuinely hold affection for the Ming Wang, Gu Niansheng stated, raising her head to meet the consort's gaze, neither flinching nor evading. It was this deep affection for the man that had led to the tragic demise of her entire family. Now, the mere mention of love felt like a cruel jest. Nevertheless, she understood that the essence of a marriage lies in mutual affection. The Ming Wang cherished Nian'an, and she sincerely wished them well. That is a lie. Consort Lu rebuked. Gu Niansheng remained composed, showing no signs of panic. If you truly loved the Ming Wang, how could you bear to relinquish him to another? Gu Niansheng paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, I could not bear to do so. Thus, over the past year, I strived and competed. Yet all my efforts proved futile, only serving to deepen his disdain for me. Your Highness, I have grown up outside the palace, lacking the refinement of the noble ladies in the royal city. However, through this past year, I have come to understand a vital truth. That which is not meant for me cannot be seized, and it is better to retain some dignity. From Gu Niansheng's expression, Consort Lu perceived a multitude of emotions: persistence, unwillingness, and ultimately, the resignation of letting go. At that moment, she found herself unable to interpret this girl through the lens of her previous schemes. If even such emotions were merely feigned, then this girl was truly formidable. Yet, she believed them to be genuine. Since you genuinely adore the Ming Wang, how about I bestow you upon him as a concubine, to be on equal footing with the Wang Fei, without distinction? Gu Niansheng's heart jolted. She had not anticipated that Consort Lu would suddenly propose such a condition. Had she lost her senses? For two sisters to wed the same man? Was this an attempt to further stir the already bustling court? The mere thought of facing Qin Minglang and Gu Niansheng sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, if this news were to reach Gu Niansheng, it would undoubtedly infuriate her. "A mere subject dares not," she said. "I speak the truth. What grounds do you have for your reluctance?" The imperial concubine, Lu, nonchalantly toyed with her armor, though a hint of coldness flickered in her gaze. "Your Highness, my sister is only just wed into the Ming Wang residence. I truly wish to avoid serving a single husband alongside her." Boldness. Lu Guifei slammed her hand on the table. "I am offering you an opportunity, and you dare to refuse? Do you believe that serving the Ming Wang would be beneath you?" Chapter 83. Such many helpers? In the Kuan-Ning Palace. "Mother, your son has come to see you." Qin Yunjing entered with a cheerful smile, only to discover that his brother, Qin Xiuyu, was also present. "Elder brother, you are here as well. It is quite a rare occasion to see both of you together to pay your respects. Today feels lively indeed." The Empress remarked with a smile. "Mother, did you not mention that the recent heat has diminished your appetite? A few days ago, Lady Lu mentioned that Gu Niansheng's lotus seed porridge is exquisite. Since she is in the palace today, why not have her prepare some snacks for you?" Upon hearing this, the Empress replied with a hint of skepticism. "The young lady from the Gu family is also of noble birth. It is rare for her to enter the palace, and you wish to have her prepare snacks? I am now her peer, and it is merely a few dishes." "She would certainly not decline," Qin Yunjing asserted confidently. "Indeed, Miss Gu's culinary skills are commendable," Qin Xiuyu added. The Empress glanced at him in surprise. "You have tasted it?" "I happened to encounter Miss Gu while enjoying the scenery with the Prince of Jinbei and had the opportunity to sample her cooking. The flavor was truly remarkable." Qin Xiuyu, known for his discerning palate, had savored delicacies from various regions, and his approval was a testament to her skill. Yet, the Empress remained non-committal, her calm gaze seeming to pierce through the layers of the situation. "Is she currently with Lady Lu?" Qin Yunjing offered an awkward smile, realizing that nothing escaped his mother's keen perception. Qin Xiuyu quickly grasped the implications. On the day of the Ming prince's wedding, Gu Niansheng had garnered much attention. And now, hearing that the Ming princess was bedridden and numerous physicians had been summoned, it was clear that Lady Lu's invitation for Miss Gu to enter the palace was likely. Having lived in the palace for many years, they could easily deduce what Gu Niansheng would face today. In other words, Yunjing's intentions were not merely to procure snacks, but rather to assist Gu Niansheng in seeking support. "Yunjing, you seem quite fond of aiding this Miss Gu," the Empress observed thoughtfully, fully aware of her son's character. The last time in the Imperial Garden, he had also urged her to assist, which was indeed unexpected. "We are friends. Knowing full well that she is entering a treacherous situation today, how could I stand idly by?" Qin Yunjing responded logically. Third brother initially chose Gu Niansheng, and Gu Niansheng has endured much over the past year. Now, with Lady Lu making things difficult, I simply cannot bear to watch. "Mind your words," the Empress admonished sternly. "Mother," Qin Yunjing looked at her pleadingly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiuyu said, "Mother, perhaps we should assist this time." Seeing both of her sons speak, the Empress finally relented. "Very well." At the same time, Gu Hongzhen had just returned to the family, accompanied by Meng Zhonglan, who had been pestering him for another opportunity to sample Niansheng's culinary delights since yesterday. To his surprise, upon returning, he learned that his sister had been summoned to the palace by Lady Lu. The Duke of Zhenghua had initially planned to enter the palace himself. However, having been recuperating at home and absent from court for some time, he entrusted this task to Gu Hongzhen upon his return. The beloved consort Lu has always favored Prince Ming, and now that he has lost face, it is only natural that her mood is quite poor. She is likely to make things difficult for Niansheng. "You must exercise caution," Gu Hanxian advised. "Rest assured, father, I will ensure my sister's safe return," came the confident reply. Meanwhile, Wei Xianqi was engaged in a discussion with the emperor regarding the military affairs at the borders when he suddenly received news from his subordinates. His brow momentarily furrowed, only to return to tranquility. "Your Majesty, I have heard that consort Lu has not been in good health lately. Coincidentally, I have acquired a medicinal herb that may aid in her recovery." "Oh," the emperor exclaimed with delight, "you truly are considerate, dear brother." He then gestured for the chief eunuch beside him, instructing, "Summon Consort Lu to the palace." "Your Majesty, Consort Lu has just summoned Miss Gu into the palace. They are currently meeting," came the reply. At this, the emperor's countenance darkened slightly. After the incident involving Prince Ming, he had already expressed that such matters should not be mentioned again. Nevertheless, it was evident why Consort Lu had invited Gu Niansheng into the palace. "Miss Gu has entered the palace as well?" Wei Xianqi expressed slight surprise. "Didn't Your Majesty wish to sample the pastries I praised? They are indeed crafted by Miss Gu. Perhaps today we could let her prepare them to see if my words ring true." The emperor's interest was piqued. "It is rare to hear you commend culinary skills. Even my royal kitchen cannot compare. I am indeed curious to investigate." He rose and said, "Having sat here for quite a while, why not take a stroll over there?" "Indeed." However, just as the emperor and Wei Xianqi stepped outside, a messenger arrived with news that Gu Hongzhen sought an audience. "Your Majesty, Gu Hongzhen reports that the Duke of Zhenghua has been unable to eat since his punishment. Only the meals prepared by Miss Gu have been palatable to him. He has come to summon her back to cook," the guard reported. "To summon her back for cooking?" The emperor chuckled lightly. "With Miss Gu being summoned to the palace, it is only natural that the Duke is concerned for her safety. However, this reason, it seems Miss Gu's culinary skills are indeed commendable." Gu Hongzhen had not anticipated meeting the emperor so swiftly and quickly inclined in respect, saying, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." "Gu Shidu, it seems fortuitous today. The king of Jinbei has mentioned that your sister's culinary skills are quite impressive. Thus this evening, I, along with the king of Jinbei, intend to sample her creations." Gu Hongzhen was momentarily taken aback. The emperor was aware of his sister's culinary talents, but upon noticing Wei Xianqi, he quickly grasped the situation. Surely, this was a plan devised by the king of Jinbei to assist his sister in her predicament. Previously, he had found the king of Jinbei hard to approach, but now he felt that he had misunderstood him deeply. Beneath the king's aloof exterior lay a thoughtful and considerate nature. "It is a tremendous honor for my sister to have Your Majesty wish to taste her culinary expertise." As the group made their way towards the Changqian Palace, which was adjacent to the Imperial Garden, Wei Xianqi and Gu Hongzhen, being subjects, could not enter the inner palace, and thus waited in the Imperial Garden. However, upon their arrival, they noticed that the Empress had also come. "Your Majesty," they both greeted. The Queen gracefully executed a curtsy, her heart stirring with a hint of surprise. "Your Majesty, are you preparing to seek out Imperial concubine Lu?" the Emperor inquired. The Queen responded with a gentle smile. "I have recently found my palate lacking. I have heard that the young lady from the Gu family possesses exceptional culinary skills, and, as fortune would have it, she has just entered the palace today. I intend to ask Imperial concubine Lu to bring her to me." Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Gu Hongzhen's expression inevitably turned slightly awkward. It was only natural for him to come and fetch his sister, and the northern town prince had assisted her on more than one occasion. How was it that even the queen had become a benefactor to his sister? Oh, the queen too wishes to savor the culinary delights of the Gu family young lady? Chapter 84. Will you marry or not? The emperor chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance over the assembly. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that Miss Gu's culinary skills were so renowned. Upon entering the palace, everyone seemed eager to sample her creations. "I had no idea that this Gu family maiden possessed such remarkable talents, capable of captivating both the empress and the prince of Northern Town." Although this statement pertained to her culinary prowess, all present understood the emperor's keen intellect. He was acutely aware that they had gathered to assist Gu Niansheng in her predicament. It was unexpected that they had all united for this purpose and even articulated the same rationale. Initially, the empress was somewhat perplexed, but now the truth dawned upon her. Had she known that both the prince of Northern Town and Gu Hongzhen would be present, she would not have felt compelled to make this trip. Since the empress has arrived, let us proceed to the Changqian Palace together. Concubine Lu regarded the young girl before her. The previous events had inevitably rendered the Ming prince a subject of ridicule among the courtiers. To rectify this, the most prudent course of action would be to arrange for Gu Niansheng to wed him. In doing so, the whispers of his poor judgment would cease. as Gu Niansheng would fill the gaps in his reputation. To her, the fate of a mere woman was inconsequential. However, the Ming prince's pursuit of the throne was paramount, and being labeled as inept and discerning character would greatly tarnish his prospects. Moreover, just days prior, Ming Lang had clearly expressed his affection for Gu Niansheng. Once this matter was resolved, it would be a joyous outcome for all. Gu Niansheng was well aware of concubine Lu's intentions and would not acquiesce to such a proposal. For now, her only course of action was to buy time, awaiting her family's intervention. I shall inquire once more, will you marry or not? Concubine Lu's expression darkened, her patience waning. Your Highness, my sister's marriage to the Ming prince was bestowed by His Majesty. It has only been a few short days since their union. To demand my sister marry the Ming prince now would be an egregious disrespect, and I cannot dare to comply. Do you have the audacity to use His Majesty's name to intimidate me? Concubine Lu scoffed, her disdain palpable. It appears you are quite bold. Is the concubine dissatisfied with my decree of marriage? The emperor, having entered at that moment, felt his countenance grow cold at the implication. Concubine Lu was taken aback, quickly bowing in respect. I greet His Majesty and the Empress. Your Majesty has misunderstood. I harbor no dissatisfaction whatsoever, she replied, her face adorned with a forced smile, though inwardly she was astonished. She had anticipated that the Gu family would send someone to rescue her and had instructed them to feign ignorance should anyone from the Gu family arrive. However, she could never have anticipated that it would be the emperor and empress themselves. If there is no discontent, why the haste to wed the Ming prince, who is only just married? The emperor inquired nonchalantly. Realizing that any pretense before the emperor was futile, concubine Lu knelt. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I simply wish to alleviate the burden on the Ming prince, who has been troubled by recent events. I hope your Majesty can understand a mother's concern and forgive me. The empress, too, was taken aback by the unfolding scene. She had believed that concubine Lu sought to punish Gu Niansheng, only to realize that her intentions were to bring Gu Niansheng into the fold as a bride. It must be said that Gu Niansheng, who has recently risen to prominence, stands out remarkably among the other distinguished ladies. Had she wed the Ming Wang, all previous influences would have dissipated effortlessly. Indeed, a clever calculation. It seems her visit today has proven worthwhile. Your Highness, it was you who sought this marriage contract. Now that it has just been formalized, do you not think it is rather hasty to wish for Ming Wang to take another wife? The Empress sighed, acknowledging that the events surrounding the day of the wedding were truly unexpected. Your Majesty, Lady Lu is only acting out of concern for Ming Wang. Please forgive her. At this moment, Gu Niansheng was filled with confusion. Why had neither her elder brother nor the emperor and empress attended? If the emperor had come to see Lady Lu, it would not make sense for him to be accompanied by the empress. Fortunately, the immediate crisis she faced seemed to have been averted. This matter shall not be mentioned again, the emperor declared coldly. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Lady Lu trembled slightly, stammering in response. Lady Gu, I have heard that your culinary skills are quite commendable. I entrust you with preparing tonight's dinner for the emperor and empress, the empress said with a gentle smile. Her spirits lifted at having outmaneuvered Lady Lu. Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the responsibility of the imperial kitchen? More importantly, what had prompted the emperor and empress to select her for this task? As she exited the Changtian palace, she encountered her brother Gu Hongzhen and Wei Xianqi in the imperial garden, and it all became clear. Her brother had indeed come. Today, both the empress and the prince of Jinbei wished to sample Gu Niansheng's culinary artistry. Hence tonight's dinner had been entrusted to her. The emperor's indifferent demeanor revealed no emotion. Gu Shidu, let the Duke of Jingguo wait a little longer this evening. If my father were to know that my sister has the honor of preparing a meal for the emperor and empress, he would certainly feel immensely proud. After speaking, Gu Hongzhen cast a meaningful glance at Gu Niansheng, emphasizing the importance of preparing the dinner well. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. Understanding that there was no escaping this dinner, Gu Niansheng's gaze swept over Wei Xianqi, who seemed to have fortuitously arrived to lend her support. As for the empress's presence, could it be related to Qin Yunjing? Upon reaching the imperial kitchen, Gu Niansheng set aside her thoughts, resolute in her determination to prepare an exquisite dinner. She first inquired with the head chef about the emperor's and empress's preferences and any dietary restrictions before drafting the menu. The kitchen staff was astonished that a young lady had been entrusted with the evening meal. Their curiosity piqued regarding what made this Gu family girl so special as to earn the emperor's favor. Moreover, that the empress had specifically sought her out, and that the Prince of Jinbei had come drawn by her culinary prowess, was indeed a source of intrigue. Gu Niansheng methodically instructed the staff to wash and chop the necessary ingredients before beginning her preparations. As a gifted spirit master, she knew that infusing her dishes with a touch of spiritual energy would elevate their flavors to an unparalleled level. Furthermore, during her rather dull time at the Duke of Jinbei's residence in her past life, she had taken the opportunity to learn a great deal from the kitchen staff, discovering her own innate talent for cooking. Wei Xianqi is indeed quite discerning. The chefs within the residence possess exceptional culinary skills, which is one reason why Jiang Cheng and Han Quan frequently visit the Duke of Zhengguo's manor. However, now, as a spirit master, her culinary creations, measured against the standards of the Duke's kitchen, truly surpass the original. She refrains from infusing too much spiritual energy, as it could easily reveal her secret. Yet, even a modest addition elevates the flavor to a remarkable level. The head chef of the imperial kitchen, observing Gu Niansheng's adept techniques and her unique marinating methods, comes to appreciate that this young lady possesses her own distinctive culinary approach. Many of her methods are indeed unconventional, enabling her to maximize the freshness of the ingredients. Who would have thought that this Gu family young lady harbors such hidden talents? Chapter 85. The emperor's favor. Gu Hongzhen gazed at the emperor, the empress, and the prince of northern defense before him, quietly sighing to himself. Had he known his younger sister had so many capable allies, he would have preferred to remain at home in peace. Yet, here he was compelled to dine alongside the emperor and empress. At that moment, Qin Xiuyue and Qin Yunjing arrived, having heard the news while waiting at Kunning Palace. The presence of so many esteemed guests eager to sample Gu Niansheng's culinary skills rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The crown prince and the sixth prince were also curious to taste the delicacies crafted by the Gu family, a testament to the renowned reputation of her skills, which the emperor had previously been unaware of. The emperor's contemplative gaze swept over the two, enigmatic in nature. "Father, I happened to hear of this affair and thought to join the merriment," Qin Xue remarked with a subtle smile. Qin Yunjing, unable to suppress his concerns, recalled his elder brother's earlier mention of the event. Lacking any other pretext, he had voiced his intentions, unaware that everyone would adopt this as their excuse. If Gu Niansheng's dishes failed to meet expectations, it could become quite a predicament. He cast a glance at Wei Xianqi, noting the Prince of Northern Defense's calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Before long, a parade of exquisite dishes was presented by the palace maids. Buddha jumps over the wall, 8 treasures duck, cherry pork, osmanthus fish fin. Each dish was prepared according to the preferred flavors of the guests. As the dishes graced the table, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, catching even the previously indifferent Qin Yunjing by surprise. Could it be that his words had inadvertently struck a chord? Is all of this truly made by Gu Niansheng? The empress inquired, astonished by the exceptional quality of the dishes. Though they were familiar fare, they tasted entirely different. "Indeed, your majesty. All were crafted by the young lady of the Gu family," a eunuch replied. At that moment, a message arrived announcing the third prince's request for an audience. The emperor furrowed his brow and commanded, "Let him in." Qin Minglang felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Today, he had summoned several physicians, all echoing the same findings as those from his household, leaving everyone baffled by the situation of the princess consort, who was not suspected of being poisoned, a most unprecedented circumstance. The thought of that ghastly face filled him with revulsion, compounded by the fact that his mother had summoned Gu Niansheng to the palace. A meeting fortuitously witnessed by the emperor, who was now in the Chongqing Palace listening to her lamentations. As a son, he had no choice but to admit fault, a thoroughly unpleasant endeavor. However, upon entering, he was taken aback by the multitude present. Not only were the crown prince and sixth prince in attendance, but also the prince of northern defense and Gu Hongzhen, I pay my respects to Father and Your Majesty, he declared. Rise, the emperor replied, observing Qin Minglang with a sidelong glance. We shall discuss other matters later. Let us first enjoy our meal. Qin Minglang understood that this was not the moment for conversation and responded with a respectful nod. Gu Niansheng, having completed the dishes, showed no inclination to approach. She handed the introduction of the dishes to the eunuch, having been summoned to the palace due to a prior incident, and the atmosphere within was daunting indeed. The emperor should try this cherry pork, the empress suggested as she placed a piece into the emperor's bowl. The emperor took a bite, and his eyes instantly brightened, praising, "Indeed, the craftsmanship is remarkable." Gu Hongzhen and Qin Yunjing simultaneously exhaled in relief, and upon noticing their synchronized actions, they exchanged surprised glances. The culinary skills of this young lady from the Gu family were indeed exceptional. No wonder they had heard praises about her. The empress displayed a look of delight, remarking that this cherry meat was even more delectable than what the imperial kitchen produced. Gu family girl? Qin Minglang queried, puzzled. Third brother. These dishes were prepared by Gu Niansheng, Qin Yunjing replied. Qin Minglang was taken aback, gazing at the aromatic and visually appealing dishes, and at the moment of tasting, he felt as if he had encountered the most exquisite flavors of the mortal realm. To think that all of this was crafted by Gu Niansheng. In that instant, he suddenly understood why his mother had been so enamored with the lotus seed porridge made by Niansheng. It was indeed delicious, and yet he had never had the pleasure of tasting it himself. Princess Ming is also a daughter of the Gu family. Her culinary skills must not be lacking either, Qin Shuyue remarked with a gentle smile. Qin Minglang's expression grew slightly stiff, and he casually concurred, his thoughts drifting back to a recent scene where Gu Niansheng, while simmering lotus seed porridge, had complained to him. He suddenly felt as though he had been blind all along. This meal was truly revitalizing. The physician had said that delicious food could heal the body, and today he found that to be true. Qin Yunjing's eyes sparkled. Apart from the signature dishes from Lingsheng Tower that he enjoyed monthly, he had never experienced anything quite like this. Though others did not voice it, they shared the same sentiment. Everyone felt a noticeable uplift in spirit, their moods soaring, as every dish was devoured completely, leaving no remnants. Your Majesty, the Gu family girl has truly worked hard today. These dishes are crafted with great care, the Empress remarked with a smile. Indeed, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Bring forth a reward. Qin Xiuyue and Qin Yunjing exchanged glances, rarely witnessing their father in such high spirits. Today, Gu Niansheng had indeed earned her merit. After bidding farewell, Gu Hongzhen emerged to find his sister, only to discover her surrounded by the chefs in the imperial kitchen, engaged in lively conversation. Miss Gu, you truly possess remarkable insight. I have learned much from you. Here is my recipe, a gift for you, my young friend. Senior, I present you with this precious seasoning as well. You are too kind, my young friend. I have a hidden secret to share. Allow me to impart it to you. Senior, your generosity overwhelms me. Fortunately, I have some fine wine at home. I shall send some to you tomorrow. Witnessing his sister so seamlessly bond with the chefs, Gu Hongzhen was taken aback, especially as they all seemed eager to share their culinary secrets with her. Truly remarkable. It appeared they were in for many delightful meals in the future. Little sister, it is time to return. I'm coming. Gu Niansheng cheerfully approached Gu Hongzhen. This visit to the imperial kitchen had been worthwhile. These chefs each had their specialties, and she had learned a great deal, even acquiring some recipes. It appears that the time has come to expand and strengthen her restaurant business. At the Duke of Zhen's residence, Gu Hanxian and Luo Yi gazed at the bestowed gifts in the courtyard, their eyes filled with confusion. Your Excellency, may I inquire what this is about? The Duke of Zhen has a remarkable daughter. All of this is a reward from the Emperor for Miss Gu. Ah! Gu Hanxian expressed her bewilderment. Niansheng was summoned by the favored concubine Lu today, which was akin to a banquet of peril. It is already remarkable that she managed to leave unscathed, and yet she has received the Emperor's favor. Could it be that she was compelled to accept something? Rest assured, Miss Gu's culinary skills are exquisite, bringing great delight to the Emperor, and thus she's been granted such generous rewards. Chapter 86. Swallowing this indignation, the Duke of Zhen and his wife exchanged glances, initially fearing that their daughter would suffer in the palace today. They worried that Gu Hongjin might arrive late, but to their astonishment, she returned with rewards. Shortly thereafter, Gu Niansheng and Gu Hongjin arrived home. Upon seeing the rewards in the courtyard, Gu Niansheng's eyes sparkled. It seemed to be her first time receiving a gift from His Majesty. In the past, it was always Gu Niansheng who received such honor from the palace, and she had never experienced it herself, making this moment rather extraordinary. My sister is so remarkable. Surely, her future rewards will be plentiful. Gu Niansheng smiled and waved, directing that the rewards be brought into the young lady's quarters. It was only upon entering the house that everyone's expressions turned serious. Niansheng, what troubles have you faced with concubine Lu? It is not so grave, she replied. She wishes for me to marry the Ming Wang and be a concubine alongside Niansheng. Bang! Gu Niansheng slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming furiously, she is dreaming. Does she think that, as a concubine, she can choose freely between the two daughters of the Duke of Zhen? Father, you are still recovering. Do not let your temper rise. Luo interjected, though her eyes betrayed her displeasure. It was indeed excessive. Initially, the engagement was meant for Niansheng, yet they summoned Niansheng to the palace daily. Now, having married Niansheng, they desired Niansheng as well. While it was true that Niansheng had withdrawn from the engagement, it was clear to discerning eyes that concubine Lu and the Ming Wang valued Niansheng, and Niansheng's withdrawal was merely an attempt to preserve dignity for both parties. Now, in pursuit of the Ming Wang's reputation, they sought to marry both daughters of the Gu family, showing utter disregard for the Duke of Zhen's household. Father, mother, rest assured, neither His Majesty nor the Empress will consent to this, Gu Niansheng said lightly. If concubine Lu were to press the issue, perhaps the Emperor might relent in the future, but after today's events, with the Empress intervening, it was now impossible. As Gu Niansheng departed, Luo pondered. Now that Niansheng has gained the title of the most beautiful maiden in the imperial city and has been admitted to Lingan Academy, many suitors will undoubtedly come forth. The Ming Wang is ultimately a source of trouble. It would be splendid if we could find a worthy husband for Niansheng sooner rather than later. What do you think? My lord, Madam speaks wisely. At the Zhu Manor, Zhu Jinyao lay upon her bed. After several days of recuperation, her pallid complexion finally regained some color. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never experienced such a confinement. The honorable miss of the Zhu family had spent so many days in a prison. Returning in a state of disarray, elder brother, second sister, I cannot swallow this indignation. Jinyao, please take your medicine first, Zhu Yuxuan sighed. Indeed, they had suffered significant losses, both in fortune and in soldiers. 300,000 taels of silver had nearly depleted their family funds. And Jinyao had lost her opportunity to attend Lingan Academy, while Gu Niansheng thrived. Do not worry, I will surely avenge you. Zhu Qiaoying's eyes glinted with a cold light. Qiaoying, Gu Niansheng is not a soft persimmon. She is quite cunning. We must be cautious in dealing with her, Zhu Yuxuan advised. Ever since losing such a substantial sum to Gu Niansheng, he had realized that she was not as she was rumored to be. Her previous demeanor was merely a fade, for she was truly quite clever. Today, Xiao Miaofu came to visit me and remarked that Gu Niansheng is under the protection of the sixth prince at the academy. She mentioned that even the South Spirit Princess, who sought to trouble her today, faced setbacks. Sister, if you wish to create difficulties for her at the academy, it may prove to be rather challenging. Zhu Jinyao's expression was complex. She had never anticipated that Gu Niansheng would possess such fortune. It was uncertain whether the sixth prince had fallen under some spell, for he did not assist Niansheng, but instead favored that insufferable girl. Zhu Qiaoying let out a light laugh, her eyes darkening with malice. If her sister had suffered such a prison ordeal, a mere reprimand would be too lenient. Zhu Jinyao and Zhu Yuxuan could not help but glance at Zhu Qiaoying, who then assured them, "Rest assured, you shall witness an interesting spectacle." On the following day, Gu Niansheng went to the academy at the break of dawn, as today marked the official commencement of their training. Xiao Miaofu sat at a considerable distance from Gu Niansheng, her gaze still revealing discontent. Yet it was evident that she dared not trouble her as before. However, Gu Niansheng noticed the faint handprint on Xia Yingshuan's face and furrowed her brow. Did they still trouble you after I left yesterday? Xia Yingshuan instinctively covered her face with her hand, attempting to conceal it, but soon realized that such efforts were futile. So she lowered her hand. It's nothing to concern yourself with. I am accustomed to it at home, and it does not pertain to you. Gu Niansheng handed her a vial of ointment. This will reduce the swelling when applied. She understood that Xia Yingshuan was isolated in the Xia family, not due to a lack of will to resist, but rather because, when one is not sufficiently strong, resistance only exacerbates the situation. She recalled that Xia Yingshuan had progressed rapidly at Lingan Academy, eventually becoming a renowned cultivator, which altered her fate. For now, it was not yet time. Patience was required. If she urged her to stand up and resist now, it would only heighten her burdens. Xia Yingshuan grasped the porcelain bottle tightly and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Everything will turn out well. Seeing Gu Niansheng assist Xia Yingshuan with the ointment, Xia Miaofu taunted, such sisterly affection. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Today, Mentor Lu brought everyone directly to the training ground. Starting today, they were to learn to harness their internal elemental force, mastering its precise control to maximize their combat potential. Do you see those rows of trees in the distance? Your task is to walk vertically up the tree trunks on your own feet and reach the top. This is your first lesson. The first 10 to complete, it will earn academy points, which will be exchanged for precious resources or training in the cultivation tower. The faster you complete it, the more points you will accumulate. Mentor Lu succinctly explained the method and demonstrated it personally before allowing everyone to practice independently. Gu Niansheng gazed at the line of trees ahead, recognizing that previous students had practiced their first lesson here. She attempted to channel her elemental force into her feet. Mentor Lu had stated that merely concentrating it at a single point would not suffice to support her weight. The force needed to be distributed across the entire foot. While this may sound simple, the lack of prior practice in precise control revealed the significant gap in her abilities. Numerous individuals present began to experiment as well. Yet scarcely had they taken a few steps before they tumbled down. Gu Niansheng, however, remained unhurried, without comprehending the control mechanisms. Any attempts would be futile and might result in a rather undignified fall. The training ground was bustling throughout the morning, and it was not until nearly noon that everyone prepared to partake in lunch. The academy boasted a cafeteria, yet Qin Yunjing mentioned that he had exerted considerable effort the previous day, and today he intended to mooch another meal off Gu Niansheng. Let's go. I shall treat you to lunch at Ling Sheng building today. Gu Niansheng smiled gently, her arm draped around Xia Yingshuan, primarily inviting Yingshuan while bringing along Qin. However, scarcely had they stepped outside the academy when they encountered an unexpected predicament. Chapter 87. A disturbance at the yamen. I have never encountered such a beauty before. A man approached Gu Niansheng, his eyes filled with astonishment. Fair maiden, might I have the honor of treating you to a meal? Gu Niansheng furrowed her brow, wondering where this audacious fellow had emerged from. This was the entrance of Lingan Academy, and he dared to extend an invitation without a second thought. I have no interest, she replied curtly. Qin Yunjing and Xia Yingshuan paid little heed to the incident. As the most exquisite beauty of the imperial city, Gu Niansheng naturally drew attention as she walked among the crowd. It was not surprising that a common young man, unfamiliar with her, would react in such a manner upon encountering her. After Gu Niansheng spoke, she turned to leave, but to her astonishment, the man obstinately blocked her path. Miss, I extend my invitation with good intentions, yet you respond with such disdain? The man reached out toward Gu Niansheng, his eyes gleaming with desire. What is wrong with you? Qin Yunjing interjected, stopping the man. Are you incapable of understanding words? Since when has the imperial city produced such a fool? To dare to harass a lady at the entrance of Lingan Academy is akin to courting death. At that moment, an elderly man approached unsteadily. Miss, my grandson means no harm. I hope you will not hold it against him. The old man's hand reached out as well, but Gu Niansheng frowned and stepped aside. Nevertheless, the elder persisted, and his sharp nails grazed her skin. In instinctive response, she waved her hand, causing the old man to cry out in pain and collapse. The young man, still entangled with Qin Yunjing, suddenly heard the familiar cry and realized that his grandfather had fallen to the ground. Upon checking for a pulse, he discovered that the elder had ceased to breathe. "Help! A murder has occurred. You, beautiful maiden, with such a lovely appearance. How could your heart be so cruel? My grandfather merely wished to speak with you, yet you have taken his life." The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Gu Niansheng had previously focused solely on the young man, unaware of what had just transpired. "Do not speak ill of me. I merely brushed my hand aside," Gu Niansheng said, her voice steady. "My grandfather is old and frail. As a cultivator, do you not understand the force you applied? You have clearly intended to bring about his demise. I shall report this to the authorities. You have committed murder." The commotion quickly attracted the attention of many. The vicinity of Lingan Academy was already bustling with shops and students, and now a life had been lost at the entrance, a matter of grave consequence. It was not uncommon for cultivators to perish during duels, but for a cultivator to attack an innocent civilian without provocation was utterly unforgivable. "It is evident that you deliberately obstructed us. Niansheng did nothing wrong. How can this death be attributed to her?" Xia Yingxian interjected. "Do not think that numbers will protect you. My grandfather was pushed to his death by this young lady, and I will report you." Xiao Miaofu and others soon arrived, and upon learning that Gu Niansheng had allegedly killed an elderly man, they could not help but express their astonishment. I said that Gu Niansheng, relying on her family's status, was becoming increasingly reckless. Today, she has finally stirred up trouble. Xiao Miaofu smiled with satisfaction, proclaiming that wicked individuals are ultimately met with retribution. The audacity of her actions, even to the extent of disregarding human life, was astonishing. The onlookers gazed at Gu Niansheng in disbelief, taken aback by the extent of her misdeeds. At Shuntian Prefecture, the commotion had escalated to such a degree that Gu Niansheng, accompanied by Qin Yunjing and Xia Yingxian, arrived at the scene, attracting even a number of students eager to witness the spectacle. The governor, Cha Taining, a high-ranking official, found himself reluctant to assert his authority in the presence of the sixth prince. "Sir," a man knelt, weeping, "my name is Yushan. Today, I encountered that young lady and extended a kind invitation, only to be rebuffed. My grandfather attempted to intercede on my behalf, but was forcefully pushed aside by this malicious woman, resulting in his untimely demise. I beseech you to deliver justice for the common folk." Cha Taining regarded Yushan, who incessantly referred to the woman as vile. This young lady belonged to the esteemed family of the Duke of the State. He had seen her during the recent assessment at Lingan Academy, and never did he imagine that he would find himself embroiled in such a matter today. "Is what you say true?" Jia Dining in Guit. "We were in the company of Miss Gu today," another voice interjected. "This individual approached us with unreasonable demands. When Miss Gu declined, he persisted. In the midst of our altercation, the elderly gentleman unfortunately fell, and we lament his fate." "You lie!" Yushan exclaimed. "My grandfather, at his advanced age, could not possibly have pushed you. How could he have the strength to do so?" The elderly man, lying in the prefecture, appeared frail and gray-haired, lending credence to Yushan's claims. "I understand your esteemed status, yet our lives are as insignificant as grass. My grandfather's death cannot be in vain. That woman must be held accountable." Gu Niansheng regarded Yushan coolly, then cast her gaze upon the fallen elder. The circumstances surrounding today's events were indeed peculiar. At the entrance of Lingan Academy, all passers-by were practitioners of the academy. It was rare for an ordinary person to provoke such encounters. If Yushan were a wealthy young master, it would be understandable. Yet he was merely a commoner, exhibiting an audacity that was incongruous. Did he not realize that those within the academy were not to be trifled with? Moreover, Yushan did not reside nearby. The elderly man, despite his age, accompanied him. But why would he dare to flirt with a lady in front of his own grandfather? Additionally, while the elder feigned persuasion, his sharp nails clearly intended to inflict pain, forcing her to withdraw her hand. Even though she had no recollection of these two individuals, Gu Niansheng was certain that this was an elaborate trap. The entire situation appeared to unfold logically, yet was riddled with inconsistencies. "Gu Niansheng, what do you have to say?" "Jia rompet." Just as the sixth prince stated, this elder insisted on approaching me for reasons unknown. His nails grazed my hand, and in a moment of pain, I instinctively withdrew. I did not intentionally push the old man. Gu Niansheng extended her hand, revealing clear marks of injury upon her skin. I can attest to this, Xia Yingxian added. Cha Taining furrowed his brow. Such minor matters typically held little weight. The elderly man's advanced age made it plausible for him to have stumbled and fallen on his own. Yet, Yu Shun was relentless, and the crowd had gathered in increasing numbers. The situation has escalated to such an extent that even the desire to downplay the matter seems futile. Your Excellency, might I inquire about the condition of the elderly gentleman? Gu Niansheng spoke. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Yu Shun interjected, My grandfather is already deceased. What further schemes do you, this venomous woman, have in mind? Gu Niansheng cast a languid glance in her direction, and upon discerning the machinations at play, her conviction regarding Yu Shun's culpability only deepened. In recent times, she had indeed garnered a fair share of adversaries, yet it was astonishing that someone would go to such lengths, even sacrificing a life, to ensnare her. Chapter 88. The Arrival of the Northern King, Sir Governor. Perhaps we should summon the coroner for an examination, suggested Qin Yunjing. He understood Gu Niansheng's thoughts. The sudden demise of this individual was indeed perplexing. I witnessed my grandfather being shoved to his death by you. Do you intend to deny it? Yu Shun interjected, stubbornly refusing to relent. We are not acquainted with one another. Your sudden insistence upon me raises suspicions of deceit, Gu Niansheng retorted coldly. If I were responsible, I would not shy away from admitting it. However, attributing this blame to me is not as simple as you presume. Since you are so certain of the cause of death being unambiguous, why do you hesitate to call for the coroner? Yu Shun, having initially perceived Gu Niansheng as a pushover due to her silence, found himself at a loss for words as she unexpectedly erupted. Jia Taining raised his hand, commanding, Bring forth the coroner. Xia Miaofu, standing at the entrance of the yamen, observed Xia Yingxian beside Gu Niansheng and remarked, Xia Yingxian, you truly possess an extraordinary ability to stir trouble, bringing chaos to the yamen. While you may lack other talents, you excel at creating mischief. Xia Yingxian cast her a glance, her expression sour. Today's events were nothing short of an unforeseen calamity. The coroner soon arrived, and, as he examined the elderly man, Gu Niansheng observed closely. As a physician, she could discern many clues. The old man had collapsed and died instantly. Logically, even an elderly individual, barring a severe impact from sharp object, would only suffer broken bones. Even in the direst of circumstances, there should have been some time to gasp for breath. How could he have lost consciousness in the very moment of his fall? Upon inspecting the deceased's exterior, the coroner found no visible injuries. After examining the tongue and peering into the eyes, he reported, Sir, I have found no abnormalities. It is this woman. My grandfather was in good health. If it were not for her, how could he have perished? Yu Shun pleaded, prostrating himself repeatedly until his forehead bled. The onlookers were moved by his display of filial piety, casting glances of disdain towards Gu Niansheng. The Gu family girl had only recently cleared her name, yet here she was embroiled in another scandal. It now appeared that she and the Princess Ming were of similar ilk. The saying that beautiful women are perilous held true in this case. Qin Yunjing, listening to the discourse, furrowed his brow. With his keen perception, he recognized that this was clearly a trap, a scheme to frame Gu Niansheng through the loss of life, an evident attempt to ensnare her within the prison walls. Prison. At the thought of this, a certain name flashed instantaneously in Qin Yunjing's mind. Niansheng. I fear today's incident relates to the Zhu family. Gu Niansheng uttered two words, and as their eyes met, both understood the implication. Although she had made numerous enemies of late, Gu Niansheng was presently preoccupied with her own concerns, having learned that the Ming prince's residence had summoned many physicians, leaving her no room for distraction. As for Princess Nanling, despite her numerous raucous and insidious schemes, they are fundamentally the trivial antics of a young lady. Any genuine conspiracy would likely exceed her intellectual capabilities. Not long ago, Zhu Jiniao suffered greatly from her imprisonment, and her family incurred a loss of 400,000 taels as a consequence, which may have instilled a profound animosity within her. Initially, one would expect Zhu Jiniao's sister to cause trouble in the past few days. yet she has not been seen in the academy. Ironically, it is now Zhu Jinyao who has gotten herself entangled in such trouble. It must be said that her sister possesses significantly greater intelligence than both her and Zhu Yuxuan. Corner, can you ascertain the cause of this person's demise? Cha Tianing inquired. Given the multitude of individuals involved, failing to provide an explanation could lead to substantial complications. Replying to Your Excellency, there are no external injuries or fractures on this individual. Based on the appearance of the body, it seems to indicate a sudden heart attack, the coroner stated. A sudden heart attack. Yu Shun seized upon this detail fervently. My grandfather perished due to this woman's unexpected actions. You cannot evade responsibility now. His complexion flushed with rage, veins protruding at his temples. He charged directly at Gu Niansheng, seemingly intent on a confrontation. To onlookers, this scene merely painted Yu Shun as dutifully filial, while Gu Niansheng appeared increasingly cold-hearted, having shattered a family's joy without a hint of remorse. Qin Yunjing swiftly intervened. What are you doing? Such audacity, Cha Tianing echoed, in this court. How dare you behave in such a manner? Yu Shun was startled by the rebuke, promptly kneeling and refraining from further words. Lord Cha, Niansheng is innocent. I implore you to see through this, Qin Yunjing asserted. Cha Tianing found himself in a quandary. Yu Shun's obstinacy had escalated the situation, and with the sixth prince's clear stance to protect Gu Niansheng, he was left in a difficult position. At that moment, another figure emerged in the court. Look, the king of Northern Defense has arrived. He is a renowned hero, and surely he will deliver justice. Cha Tianing felt overwhelmed. Dealing with the sixth prince was already a considerable challenge, and now the king of Northern Defense had entered the fray. Most critically, he was uncertain of the king's allegiance. Though he held a respectable position, it paled in comparison to the presence of both the king and the sixth prince, presenting him with an overwhelming dilemma. The man strode in with a tall and commanding presence. His figure strikingly perfect, and a silver mask lent him an air of coldness. The moment he appeared, the previously raucous court fell into an almost instantaneous silence. He seemed to carry an aura of authority, commanding respect and silencing any who dared to speak, as if he were a sovereign surveying his domain. King of Northern Defense, you two have arrived. Cha Tianing bowed respectfully, hastily signaling for chairs to be prepared. Wei Xianqi took his seat unceremoniously, stating, Governor Cha, you may proceed with your fair judgment. I happened to be passing by and thought I would come to observe. Indeed, indeed. Shitaning wiped the sweat from his forehead. Having never encountered such a challenging case in all these years, one that had stirred so many influential figures, Gu Niansheng gazed at Wei Xianqi seated above. Although he uttered not a word, her heart found solace. In both this life and the past, despite having been slandered numerous times, never before had someone used a life to frame her. This revealed the insidious nature of the Zhu family. Prince of Northern, I wish to examine the corpse of the deceased. Gu Niansheng reiterated her request, certain that there was something amiss. Given that the opposing party could orchestrate such a scheme, it was undoubtedly crafted with great cunning. This time, without waiting for Yu Shun to create unnecessary confusion, she boldly stated, the Prince of Northern is known for his fairness. No petty tricks can escape his scrutiny, ensuring that no other means are at play. The circumstances of today are suspicious. I am a stranger to them, and yet harm was wrought at the Academy's gates. Had I even a modicum of common sense, I would never have committed such an act. I merely hope for an opportunity to prove my innocence. Chapter 89. As gentle as Jade Duan Linyu maintained an air of calm, her gaze clear and unwavering. Despite never having encountered such a situation before, she was resolute in her determination to take action. She understood that if she failed to prove her innocence today, the consequences would be dire. Cha Tianing instinctively glanced at the Northern King, seeking his approval. All right, Wei Xianqi replied. You aren't colluding, are you? Yu Shun eyed the group with suspicion. Aren't you here to observe? Qin Yunjing interjected. With so many witnesses present, if Niansheng were to resort to trickery, would all eyes be blind? The previously one-sided scenario shifted with the Northern King's presence and Gu Niansheng's eloquence, leading some to reconsider their stance on Cha. The man was already deceased. If Gu Niansheng dared to tamper with the evidence in front of everyone, it would be an audacious act indeed. If it is indeed true, there is nothing to fear unless one is guilty, Yu Shun conceded, allowing Gu Niansheng to inspect the body. After all, she was not a physician. What could she possibly discern? The elder had passed away, making it impossible to take his pulse. Gu Niansheng scrutinized his face and noticed a peculiar bluish vein near the sclera, something the coroner had overlooked during his examination. This detail was not easily detectable without thorough observation. The most plausible explanation for the elder's sudden demise was poisoning, as only a potent toxin could account for such a swift fatality. The redness around Yu Shun's eyes indicated a strong likelihood that the deceased was indeed his grandfather. Yet, how could anyone willingly sacrifice a loved one for such a scheme? Gu Niansheng turned to Yu Shun, stating, "I wish to take your pulse." The declaration stunned the attendees. With the corpse before them, her sudden request to examine Yu Shun seemed rather peculiar. "You just caused my grandfather's death. Do you intend to end my life as well?" Yu Shun exclaimed in alarm. "I have discerned that the elder did not perish from a fall. He was poisoned." Her assertion sent shockwaves through the crowd, as the revelation was utterly unforeseen. Poisoned? Nonsense. The coroner just claimed he found nothing unusual. How can you assert poisoning so easily? A flicker of panic crossed Yu Shun's eyes, yet he raised his voice defiantly. "Do you think you can absolve yourself of responsibility with mere words?" Qin Yunjing and Xia Yingxian shared their concerns, having never heard of Gu Niansheng possessing any medical skills. How could she possibly deduce such a thing? If Yu Shun were indeed a pawn in a deliberate scheme to frame someone, it could not be so casually unraveled by a few unfounded claims. The coroner, feeling somewhat vexed, had examined numerous corpses over the years and had his own insights regarding poison. Virtually no one present believed Gu Niansheng's assertions, as a young lady with no medical expertise was making such unfounded claims. Who could possibly take her seriously? "My dear sir, if you closely examine the sclera of the deceased, you shall notice the faintest hint of a purplish hue in the veins, a subtle indication of poisoning." Such an assertion, however, seems rather insipid, remarked the coroner. Given the advanced age of the deceased, this condition is not unexpected. This alone cannot serve as evidence. It is not uncommon for the elderly to exhibit such symptoms. He had only just observed this detail and did not deem it significant. Perhaps we should summon a physician. By employing a silver needle to pierce several acupoints on the corpse, the toxic blood could be released, revealing the truth in due course. Unfazed by the mockery and skepticism of the onlookers, Gu Niansheng remained composed. Having endured ridicule and scorn from so many in the past, she had long since learned to face such scrutiny with equanimity. The opinions of others mattered little. Her foremost concern was to clear her name, and she would not allow those who sought to target her to find satisfaction. Zhao Tianing hesitated. Gu Niansheng articulated her points with such clarity, yet she was not a physician. How could she assert such conclusions? If a physician were summoned and deemed her words mere nonsense, he would certainly face derision. Being accused of yielding to Gu Niansheng's influence and allowing her to disrupt the proceedings. A veritable hot potato, indeed. "I am a physician. Might I have a look?" At that moment, a voice as warm and luminous as jade resonated through the air. Its clarity and gentle timbre were reminiscent of sunlight filtering through the chill of winter, illuminating the heart upon its arrival. Gu Niansheng turned to see a man clad in a white scholar's robe, his long, dark hair elegantly tied back, a full and smooth forehead, and bright, expressive eyes. Truly, the phrase "a gentleman like jade" aptly described him. Duan Linyu. Gu Niansheng recognized him immediately. Duan Linyu was the esteemed physician in attendance with Wei Xianxi, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. During her time at the Wangfu of the Northern Prince, she had learned much from him. Unlike Wei Xianxi, who often exuded an air of pressure, he was akin to a gentle and warm jade, perpetually kind and amiable. In those days, she had often wondered why so many sought Duan Linyu's company when he chose to remain by Wei Xianxi's side, despite the absence of explanations. Yet, she understood that Duan Linyu was a trusted brother to Wei Xianxi. Her gaze shifted toward the back, where, as anticipated, she spotted Jiang Cheng and Han Quan, dispelling any lingering doubts. Clearly, Duan Linyu had been dispatched by Wei Xianxi. Dr. Duan, look, it is Dr. Duan who has arrived. The crowd murmured in excitement. Indeed, Dr. Duan possesses an aura as gentle as jade. His gaze is utterly captivating. If only he would cast a glance my way, I would be utterly content. Relief washed over them. With Dr. Duan's presence, the truth of the poisoning would soon be revealed. Jia Tianing, upon seeing Duan Linyu's arrival, breathed a sigh of relief. Given Dr. Duan's esteemed reputation, I naturally placed my trust in him. Just then, another figure entered the courtyard. I did not anticipate such a lively gathering today. I shall take a look as I happen to be passing by. It was Qin Minglang. Gu Niansheng noticed him and furrowed her brow. Her past infatuation with this man was now eclipsed by an overwhelming aversion. If only it were possible, she wished never to encounter this fellow again. It was evident that he had come to revel in her misfortune today. Upon the sudden appearance of another imposing figure, Chading, who had finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. One case, two princes, one lord. Not to mention the Duke of the State. Yun Jing, I previously cautioned you against mingling with those unworthy of your company. I never anticipated that you would one day find yourself standing in this court of justice. Qin Minglang's gaze, calm and unruffled, swept over Gu Niansheng and the others. His light-hearted words tinged with a hint of mockery. Third brother, today it is clear that someone is framing others. How can we speak of unworthy associations? Qin Yinjing replied coolly. When it concerns a life, if this is indeed a frame-up, it is quite a cunning scheme. Qin Minglang settled himself beside them, his demeanor casual. Sir Cha, please proceed with your judgment impartially. Chapter 90. The truth revealed. Dr. Duan, please take a look, Cha Taining urged, directing his gaze towards Duan Linyu. Gu Niansheng insisted that the individual had succumbed to poison. By determining whether the deceased had indeed been poisoned, the truth would emerge. Very well, Duan Linyu replied, proceeding to examine the elder's injuries. Observing his actions, Gu Niansheng felt a wave of calm wash over her. She was well aware of Duan Linyu's medical prowess. Despite his youth, he had already earned a reputation as a remarkable physician. Even if the poison was particularly insidious, she had full faith that he would uncover it. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that there was a peculiar issue with the deceased Scara. The elder's eyes exhibited a bluish-purple hue, but the shade seemed somewhat off, tinged with a hint of black. Duan Linyu articulated this observation, and no one dared to question him further, not even the coroner, who listened attentively. Duan Linyu then retrieved his needle pouch and deftly inserted needles into the elder's acupoints. As he did so, a faint black line began to emerge. Qin Yunjing and Xia Yingxian exchanged astonished glances at this revelation. Could it be that Niansheng possessed genuine medical skills? Her deductions were remarkably accurate. My lord, this man has indeed been poisoned, and by a potent toxin, Duan Linyu declared. The crowd, unable to discern the unfolding events, fell silent as the black toxic blood was released. The realization struck them. The elder had truly been poisoned, which implied that his death could not merely be attributed to a push. Could it be that this was a deliberate act of framing? Was Yu Shun complicit? Had he intentionally poisoned his own grandfather? Yu Shun, witnessing the scene, grew increasingly anxious. He had confidently asserted that everything was under control. Yet now the revelation of poisoning posed a grave dilemma. Gu Niansheng's gaze fixed upon Yu Shun. Dr. Duan, could you examine Yu Shun's pulse? At her words, Duan Linyu turned his head. Miss Gu suspects that he too has been poisoned? Perhaps, Gu Niansheng replied. This situation was clearly a trap set specifically for her. If Yu Shun possessed a conscience, he would not allow his grandfather to perish in such a manner. Thus, there remained only one possibility. His own life was similarly at the mercy of another. Yet, the nature of humanity is unpredictable. No one could definitively assert intentions. They merely wished to ascertain the truth. Suddenly, Yu Shun exclaimed, "My grandfather is an ordinary citizen. No one would use such a deadly poison against him. Perhaps it was you who administered the poison." "You speak slander," Xia Yingxian retorted, unable to contain herself. "Niansheng only swiped at your grandfather when he injured her. You previously accused her of pushing him to his death. Now you claim she poisoned him? She is not a physician. If she did not administer the poison, how could she possibly know of the poisoning? Yushun scoffed. It must be you. Whom do you accuse? Qin Yunjing interjected, his gaze sharp. Yushun stammered. I meant her. His words were not entirely unfounded. Gu Niansheng was not a physician, yet she had discerned the truth. Could it be that she had poisoned the elder to exonerate herself? Xiao Miaofu pondered, firmly doubting the woman's innocence. As far as I know, Miss Gu is not a physician, Qin Minglang remarked. His light comment instantly provided Yushun with a renewed sense of certainty, and he implored the third prince to exercise keen judgment and advocate for the common folk. Gu Niansheng cast a fleeting glance at Qin Minglang, recognizing him as the one who thrived on her misfortune. Do you know me well? The woman's cold voice dripped with mockery, causing the crowd's expressions to shift subtly. The Ming prince had once been engaged to Gu Niansheng, and now he had married Gu Niansheng. The situation was rife with intrigue that piqued the curiosity of outsiders. Who could have anticipated Gu Niansheng's boldness? What do you mean? Qin Minglang frowned. Gu Niansheng chuckled softly. The Ming prince's attentions are solely devoted to the princess. Naturally, my affairs, including my status as a physician, remain unknown to him. Qin Minglang's countenance darkened. That cannot be true. Are you fabricating nonsense to absolve yourself of guilt? Over the past year, despite his disdain for Gu Niansheng, he had gleaned some knowledge about her, and if she were indeed a physician, how could he not be aware of such a significant matter? Ming prince, allow me to offer a word of caution. Your complexion appears sallow, with dark circles under your eyes. There seems to be a mild toxin within you, coupled with your recent melancholy and excessive worries. If you do not seek a physician's counsel soon, you may find yourself bedridden in a few days. Upon hearing this, Qin Minglang scoffed. You are merely spouting nonsense. I am in excellent health. Believe it or not, Gu Niansheng replied with a mysterious smile. She had always harbored a distaste for Qin Minglang and had paid him little mind, but today she could not help but notice his deteriorating state. In her previous life, Qin Minglang had not suffered from poisoning. Indeed, many events had taken a different course this time around. Qin Minglang regarded her with cold disdain, convinced that this woman was deliberately attempting to provoke him with her venomous words. Miss Gu speaks with merit, Duan Linyu suddenly interjected. Ming prince, it would be wise to seek medical attention. This statement left everyone astounded. Did it imply that Gu Niansheng's assertions held truth? In that moment, Qin Minglang's expression grew peculiar. Duan Shanshi, are you speaking the truth? He remained skeptical, as Duan Linyu was a subordinate of Wei Xianqi, whose relationship with Gu Niansheng had recently appeared rather unusual, leading him to suspect a collusion between them to deceive him. Duan Linyu smiled gently. Ming prince, upon your return, you may consult a trusted physician to verify. The calmness of his demeanor only served to heighten Qin Minglang's unease. Meanwhile, Duan Linyu had begun to examine Yushun's pulse. Yushun resisted, but with Chining's consent. His refusal proved futile. Miss Gu's words are accurate. Indeed, there is poison within Yushun, Duan Linyu observed, his gaze filled with admiration and a soft smile. However, the revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Yushun was poisoned, which undeniably corroborated Gu Niansheng's earlier claims of intentional malice. Bold Yushun, how dare you slander others? Who has instigated you in this matter? Speak the truth. As Cha Taining struck the gavel, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes and voices converging upon Yushun. Such a conspiracy, if not exposed, would have led to Gu Niansheng's imprisonment. The common folk are innocent. It is the esteemed official who possesses keen insight. Yushun trembled as he spoke. Given the circumstances, you still dare to quibble? Cha Taining exclaimed sternly. If you obediently reveal the identity of the instigator, I shall consider your coercion and absolve you of your guilt. Should you remain silent, then only severe punishment awaits you. Chapter 91. An unusual man, the commoner. The commoner. Gu Niansheng gazed at the trembling, disoriented Yushun, then turned to Cha Taining and inquired, My lord, may I have a few words with Yushun? At this moment, Cha Taining regarded Gu Niansheng with a favorable disposition, having realized that physician Duan was an ally of the Northern Lord. Since his arrival, he had been advocating for Gu Niansheng, as had the sixth prince. Engaging in a brief conversation was not a significant matter, and thus he readily consented. Upon receiving his permission, Gu Niansheng addressed Yushun. I understand you are under duress. Now that this conspiracy has unraveled, remaining silent will lead you to a dead end. If you confess, my lord may absolve you of your charges, and I can ensure the safety of your family. Yushun's eyes were already red from distress. He had been unjustly ensnared in this predicament. Witnessing his grandfather perish before him had undoubtedly inflicted profound sorrow. Had it not been for the coercion threatening his wife and children, he would never have agreed to such treachery. As the governor, Cha Taining comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gu Niansheng was the daughter of the Duke of State, and the trap laid against her must have been orchestrated by someone of considerable standing, for otherwise they would not possess such audacity. The original open investigation had been shrouded in secrecy, transforming into a covert inquiry. Speak plainly. I shall ensure the safety of your family and arrange for your relocation to the outer city, Wei Xianqi declared. Upon hearing the Northern Lord's words, Yushun's lingering doubts dissipated entirely. The Northern Lord was revered as a martial deity in the hearts of many, despite his cold demeanor. He was a stalwart protector of the realm. Countless individuals had benefited from his grace, and his words carried immense weight. Soon after, Yushun recounted the calamity that had befallen him with great detail. He had been an ordinary merchant, striving to provide for his family, when he was abruptly approached by individuals who coerced him into this heinous act under the threat of his family's demise. His grandfather had chosen to sacrifice himself to save his wife and children. I do not know who is behind this scheme. The individual who contacted me was merely a man with a scruffy beard. Yushun revealed the truth in its entirety, and the assembly understood that the true orchestrator would not sully their own hands with such deeds, but would instead employ subordinates to carry them out. As long as they proceeded cautiously, they could trace the perpetrator back to their source. Time was of the essence. If the culprits caught wind of the investigation, they would undoubtedly resort to silencing Yushun and erasing all evidence. Qin Yunjing's expression turned serious. Such a vast conspiracy, one that so callously disregarded human life, could not be tolerated. There had been numerous onlookers present, and it was likely that some among them were accomplices. Cha Taining furrowed his brow, aware that once the culprits returned, they would alert others, and their pace would inevitably falter. They would require time to trace the threads of this conspiracy. Yet the adversaries would not wait for Yushun to speak. They would act immediately. I have dispatched individuals to confine the onlookers in one location. No one shall leave until this case is resolved. Wei Xianqi suddenly interjected. The response caught everyone off guard, yet it ignited a flicker of hope in their eyes. The King of the North indeed exhibits meticulousness in his dealings. I am in admiration, Chai Taining remarked. At this moment, Xia Miaofu found herself imprisoned in Shuntian Prefecture. What was initially intended to be a casual gathering had unexpectedly turned into confinement. They were informed that until the truth emerged, no one could leave. Hadn't this case already been nearly resolved? Why were they unable to depart? Xia Miaofu was taken aback. She had come merely to witness a spectacle, yet found herself ensnared instead. It seems this matter was indeed commanded by the King of the North, Yin really stated. At this juncture, reluctance was futile. They could only await developments. Speaking of the King of the North, excitement glimmered in Xia Miaofu's eyes. The king was as magnificent and valiant as the rumor suggested. Even glimpsing but half of his visage, I am convinced he must be the most handsome man alive. I wonder what he looks like without his mask. The anticipation is simply overwhelming. My father once remarked that among men, the King of the North is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered in Yin Really's gaze as well. The King of the North was indeed not a man of ordinary caliber. Chai Taining, swift in action, promptly dispatched individuals to investigate the clues provided by Yushun, while Yushun would likewise be temporarily detained. Gu Niansheng, however, was now free of any issues. I am deeply grateful to all of you for your testimony today, which has cleared my name. Gu Niansheng expressed with a bow, her countenance suffused with gratitude. This trap was initially set for her, yet it had ensnared Qin Yunjing and Xia Yingxian as well. Wei Xianqi had managed to arrive so expeditiously. It seemed he was always present when she encountered trouble. Even when summoned into the palace by Consort Lu, he had been there. Reflecting on all this, she felt no longer the fear she once harbored. but rather a warmth in her heart. "This is my duty," Chitaning replied. Qin Yunjing smiled lightly. "It appears the dangers surrounding you are quite substantial. This prince must accompany you more often. Had I not been present today, matters could have escalated considerably." Xia Yingxian laughed. Today truly was filled with surprises, yet devoid of peril. Once imprisoned, it would not be easy to clear one's name, especially since confinement meant enduring hardship. Qin Yunjing spoke with pride, yet suddenly sensed an inexplicable chill. Instinctively, he turned to find Wei Xianqi and Duan Linyu maintaining their usual expressions, leaving him puzzled as he touched his forehead. "Am I imagining things?" The smile in Duan Linyu's eyes deepened. All this time, only Miss Gu had been able to evoke such varied emotions from Xianqi, which was indeed rare. The Zhu family. Long before Gu Niansheng was taken to Shuntian Prefecture, Zhu Jinyao and others had already heard the news. Gu Niansheng was indeed in dire straits, causing a murder case to erupt so swiftly. Zhu Jinyao's face lit up with excitement, and upon seeing Zhu Qiaoying wore an expression of foreknowledge. She could not help but inquire, "Second sister, could this incident possibly be your doing? Since she had caused you to be imprisoned, it was only fitting that she experience some discomfort herself," Zhu Qiaoying remarked. Zhu Jinyao's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished to discover that everything had indeed been orchestrated by her second sister. Her surprise quickly transformed into joy. "Second sister, you are truly remarkable. Qiaoying, have you made proper arrangements for this matter? We must not leave any traces behind." Zhu Yuxuan's expression was grave. Having previously been deceived out of money, he merely lost face and faced financial strain. However, once a murder case is involved, the nature of the situation transforms entirely. "Brother, rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements. This matter will be handled by someone else, and it will certainly not implicate us." That is reassuring. Zhu Jinyao was able to walk today, and unexpectedly received such splendid news. Unable to contain her excitement, she changed into a beautiful outfit and set off for the Ming Wang mansion, eager to share this joyous tidings with Nianin. Chapter 92. All are useless once. When she saw Nianin marry into the Ming Wang Fu, a twinge of discomfort stirred within her. However, upon learning that Nianin's life in the mansion was far from the grandeur she had envisioned, her disposition began to find equilibrium. Yet, as soon as she arrived at the Ming Wang Fu, she noticed a constant stream of physicians, from whom she overheard whispers about the princess consort, her visage, and sighs of dismay. The princess consort had not left the estate for several days, not even to return home for the customary 3-day visit, which sparked rampant speculation throughout the royal city. After all, to neglect such a visit was tantamount to severing ties with her maternal family. Despite the unfortunate circumstances surrounding her wedding, many felt that Gu Niansheng had overstepped, considering that the Duke and Duchess of Zhenggu had always treated her with kindness. What had happened to Nianin's face? Was it disfigured? This thought crossed Zhu Jinyao's mind, prompting her to enter the Ming Wang Fu amidst the throng. Out! A woman's furious roar echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of shattered teacups. "All of you are worthless. You call yourselves renowned physicians, yet you cannot remedy even this minor ailment. What use are you to me?" Gu Niansheng's anguished gaze bore into the gathered crowd. Days had passed, and rather than improving, her condition had worsened. She had tried every ointment available, all in vain, and her face throbbed with unbearable pain. Once a beauty, she now feared to gaze into the mirror, for even the maid's glances betrayed the hideousness of her visage. "Princess, please calm down. There will surely be a solution," Cui Shan soothed, addressing Gu Niansheng before turning to the others. "You may all leave. Your presence is not required at this moment." "Yes, Princess. I have relayed the news back. Our master will send a miraculous physician who will surely restore your face," one maid chimed in. Hearing this, Gu Niansheng felt a slight sense of relief. It had to be swift, even with her command for silence. The truth could not be concealed indefinitely. If this continued, the news would soon spread far and wide. Seizing the opportunity as the crowd dispersed, Zhu Jinyao entered and immediately beheld the most grotesque visage before her. The redness and pockmarks were appalling, covering her entire face. Had she not known Nianin for years, she would hardly believe this was her friend. "Nianin, what has happened to your face?" Gu Niansheng remained unaware of Zhu Jinyao's arrival until she heard the voice, prompting Cui Shan to turn around in surprise, realizing Zhu Jinyao had appeared without notice. Why was no one sent to inform me? Gu Niansheng snapped, hastily lifting a handkerchief to conceal her face. I was unaware. Cui Shan replied, bewildered. Zhu Jinyao approached with genuine concern. I just emerged from prison a few days ago and missed your wedding. Now that I can finally get out of bed, I wish to see you, only to find. Niansheng, it is not a suitable time for visitors. You should return, Gu Niansheng interjected. We have been friends for so many years. I've already seen you, so why the need for concealment? Zhu Jinyao countered. I have come to discuss matters concerning Gu Niansheng. What matters? Zhu Jinyao glanced at Cui Shan, who immediately understood and said, I shall go prepare some refreshments. Gu Niansheng has landed herself in trouble, resulting in a fatal incident, and now she finds herself in Shuntian Prefecture. What? Upon hearing this news, Gu Niansheng was momentarily taken aback. Had she truly committed murder? Zhu Jinyao smiled faintly, believing that with the support of the sixth prince, Gu Niansheng could navigate this crisis unscathed. Such naivety! Was it not evident that misfortune had befallen her? Surely, she did not possess such audacity. Gu Niansheng pondered aloud. Is this incident connected to you? She was aware of Zhu Jinyao's tenacious nature. Having encountered such a significant setback, it would be uncharacteristic for her not to seek retribution. Zhu Jinyao smiled slightly, asserting that it was indeed well-deserved. In that instant, Gu Niansheng comprehended the underlying truth. She relinquished her handkerchief, feeling utterly isolated and defenseless, as her disfigurement had driven Minglang away, leaving her without even a visitor. However, Zhu Jinyao's arrival meant that she still had an ally. Niansheng, how could your face have transformed so drastically? Zhu Jinyao inquired with curiosity. It was no wonder that the esteemed prince had taken to residing separately from the Ming princess. To share a dwelling with such a visage would indeed be remarkable. This matter must be linked to Gu Niansheng. Gu Niansheng clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with resentment. She was envious of my marriage to Minglang, thus orchestrating my downfall. Zhu Jinyao was momentarily stunned. How audacious! Have you not confided in the prince? With my current appearance, how could I possibly face him? Gu Niansheng replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Once I regain my former self, I shall surely exact my vengeance. Zhu Jinyao nodded in agreement, asserting that today, Gu Niansheng would likely be imprisoned, and they should devise a plan to levy further accusations against her, ensuring that she would never rise again. The two conspired meticulously, as Gu Niansheng was their common adversary. Upon learning that Gu Niansheng had been taken to Shuntian Prefecture, the Duke of the State rushed to the scene. Regardless of one's status, being summoned by the authorities transformed the situation into a precarious one. Meng Zhonglan, initially present merely to partake in a meal, hurried alongside Gu Hongzhen to Shuntian Prefecture upon hearing the news. However, upon their arrival, they anticipated finding Niansheng desolate and defenseless, only to discover her engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. Sister, before Gu Hongzhen could inquire further, Meng Zhonglan interjected, Gu's sister, are you unharmed? We rushed here as soon as we learned of your predicament. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Gu Hongzhen shot a sidelong glance at his companion, who was typically so lackadaisical. It was rare for him to exhibit such concern. Meng brother, I am quite well. Gu Niansheng replied with a gentle smile. Today's events were indeed perilous, but thanks to Lord Jia's keen insight, I am safe. Lord Jia, I am sincerely grateful, Gu Hongzhen expressed. Yet, as he stepped into the inner chamber, he was taken aback to find not only Lord Jia attaining, but also the Duke of Jinbei, the third prince, and the sixth prince all present. Such a gathering of esteemed figures. I always maintained that Gu's sister is gentle and kind. How could she possibly take a life? It appears that there are truly malicious individuals intent on causing her harm, Meng Zhonglan lamented. Qin Yunjing observed the affable Meng Zhonglan and furrowed his brow, remarking, it appears he is quite familiar with Niansheng. Indeed, it seemed they shared a close acquaintance. Xia Yingxian nodded in agreement, stating, I have heard that Meng Zhonglan is a close friend of Gu Hongzhen, so it is only natural that he would be well acquainted with Niansheng. Qin Yunjing cast a glance at Xia Yingxian, who seemed to take this as a matter of course. Before striding outside, Meng Zhonglan taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the sixth prince, quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, I am honored to meet you. What brings you here?" Qin Yunjing inquired. Meng Zonglon hesitated momentarily, contemplating why the sixth prince would be present. "I truly wish to sample Miss Gu's culinary skills. Today, I accompanied Hongjin to the Duke of Zhan's residence, and upon hearing this news, we hurried here at once." Miss Gu's culinary skills? Qin Yunjing's brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't help but wonder why this woman seemed to cook for everyone. Chapter 93. Do you wish to devote yourself? Qin Minglang observed the scene before him, recalling how he had only sampled Gu Niansheng's culinary skills during his last visit to the palace, previously unaware of her remarkable talent. Now, he discovered that many were in the know, while he remained oblivious. As for Yunjing, could it be that he truly harbored feelings for Niansheng? At that moment, Wei Xianqi stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon Gu Niansheng. "Come here." Upon hearing those familiar words, Gu Niansheng instinctively turned to approach Wei Xianqi. Yet, halfway there, she sensed the peculiar stares of the onlookers, with only Wei Xianqi, the instigator, appearing to harbor a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Do you need something from me?" Gu Niansheng halted her steps, compelled to backtrack awkwardly. "Yes, come here." The crowd watched their interaction with intrigue, wondering if there was an unspoken understanding between them. Following Wei Xianqi, Gu Niansheng found herself in a secluded corner, where the man stood facing a grove of bamboo. His back to her. She approached him slowly and said, "Thank you for today, and for the matter with imperial concubine Lu as well." Previously, she had been too concerned about causing further trouble to express her gratitude, but fate had conspired to bring about yet another complication today. "You owe me quite a bit. How do you intend to repay it?" Wei Xianqi turned to face her, his ebony eyes shimmering like stars under the moonlight. As the gentle breeze stirred, his dark robe billowed gracefully, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, rendering him almost painterly in appearance. "What do you wish for me to do in return?" Gu Niansheng instinctively replied. Wei Xianqi had everything, leaving her with few means to repay him. Yet, with so many debts of gratitude, failing to repay them felt utterly unjustifiable. "Are you certain you want me to say it?" The man's voice, usually cold, now bore a hint of allure as he raised the pitch slightly. As he advanced towards her, Gu Niansheng found herself retreating step by step until her back pressed against the wall, leaving her no room to escape. Just as she prepared to speak, he closed the distance, one hand bracing against the wall, effectively trapping her. The warmth of his presence enveloped her, the familiar scent wafting through the air, infused with a hint of his commanding aura. Gazing at his near proximity, the once frigid facade now held a tinge of mystery. Unlike before, she felt no aversion to his closeness. Instead, her cheeks began to warm, and she instinctively held her breath. What are you doing?" The engagement had been annulled. She thought her concerns had dissipated. His deep, resonant voice filled the air, losing some of its chill and taking on a subtly intimate tone in the current atmosphere. Gu Niansheng widened her eyes, suddenly alert. No concerns? She recalled the time when she had asked Wei Xianqi about his intentions despite her engagement, to which he had professed a desire to dedicate himself to her. Did that not hold any reservations? Was his statement now implying the same? What concerns? A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, his deep-set eyes sparkling with light. This was the first time she gazed so closely into his dark eyes. Typically, the cold, piercing light hidden within them made one hesitate to approach. Yet at this moment, she discovered the glimmer within was warm, tender, and entirely unexpected. All traces of indifference seemed to dissipate in that instant as her hand instinctively reached for his mask, curious about the visage concealed beneath. However, as her fingers brushed against the mask, Wei Xianqi had already seized her hand. Gu Niansheng momentarily froze, suddenly aware of her own actions. Under the scrutiny of his gaze, a hint of embarrassment colored her expression. "You asked for my devotion, yet I have not even glimpsed your true face. Is that not profoundly unfair?" The man chuckled softly. "So, if you see it, you shall pledge yourself?" His voice was magnetic and melodious, laced with a subtle rasp that held an alluring charm, as if listening to him could enchant one's very soul. At that moment, Gu Niansheng realized the gravity of her words, a wave of regret washing over her. How could she utter such things? It was well known that the Prince of the North never removed his mask. No one had ever beheld his true form. Others had attempted to do so before, with dismal outcomes. It was said even the emperor had never seen his countenance. In her previous life, she had married Wei Xianqi without ever witnessing his true visage. This was an utterly taboo subject. Had she lost her senses? Was she courting disaster? Yet before she could explain, he leaned closer, his magnetic voice mingling with the warmth of his breath, whispering in her ear, "I await the moment you unmask me." My lady. Gu Niansheng's ears flushed crimson, and in disbelief, she turned her head, questioning whether she had misheard. Did he truly wish for her to unveil his mask? How could this be? Such a notion was a fantasy every woman had entertained, yet none dared to pursue it. He had not rebuked her, but rather acquiesced. No, wait, did he call my lady? She looked at the man before her, expecting to find mischief in his eyes. Yet all she saw was earnestness. "Niansheng, are you there?" came Gu Hongzhen's voice from a distance. Only then did Wei Xianqi release Gu Niansheng, prompting her to reply. "Elder brother, I am here." Gu Hongzhen approached, while Wei Xianqi had already taken his leave. "Why are you here alone? Has the Prince of the North departed?" Gu Hongzhen inquired, puzzled. Previously, the prince had treated Niansheng with great kindness, a fact he attributed to Duan Linyu, for Niansheng had studied medicine under him. Yet, it was not Duan Linyu who had called for Niansheng, but the Prince of the North. He could not fathom the connection between his sister and the prince. "He has returned," Gu Niansheng replied. "I found this scenery delightful and lingered for a while." "What brings you here, elder brother?" The governor arranged a banquet, and as the hour grows late without any results, he invited everyone to dine together. "Noticing your absence, I came in search of you. Let's return then." Before departing, Gu Niansheng's gaze lingered in the direction where Wei Xianqi had left. She faintly caught his words as he departed. "You are not to cook for anyone else." Her lips instinctively curled into a smile, and in that fleeting moment, she seemed to grasp why Wei Xianqi had specifically called her out. Earlier, Qin Yunjing and Meng Zhonglan had been discussing this matter, yet she had never contemplated that Wei Xianqi would hold such concern. Qin Minglang observed Gu Niansheng and her companions, their familiarity striking him. He, who should have been the most acquainted, now found himself feeling somewhat out of place in their presence. Reluctant to depart, he chose to remain and partake in the evening meal with them. Chapter 94. The chaotic